Chapter 1. I yearn for a life of leisure. Oh my goodness. A natural-born soul power of full capacity. From this day forth, you shall be the prince's companion scholar. As memories of the past echoed in his mind, a hint of helplessness crossed Jiang Yu's face. Who desires to be merely a companion scholar to a prince? All I wish for is to lead a life of leisure. Jiang Yu, a transmigrator, had once been a carefree soul in his previous life, whose greatest aspiration was to lie back and relax. As for work, let those who wish to toil do so. He intended to recline in comfort. The words of so-called experts on his phone were nothing more than idle chatter to him. Ordinarily, Jiang Yu had realized his dream in his former life. However, fate dealt him a cruel hand. Just as he finally achieved financial freedom and was ready to embrace a life of leisure, he unexpectedly passed away and transmigrated to the Douluo Continent. Initially, this turn of events might have seemed joyous, but Jiang Yu found no joy in it. His utmost desire was to relax, yet the Douluo Continent offered no sanctuary for such a life. What is essential for relaxation? Undoubtedly, it is the pleasure of body, mind, and spirit. Yet, what does the Douluo Continent provide? Nothing at all. There are no films, no games, and certainly no delightful drinks to uplift one's spirit. The entirety of the Douluo Continent lacks any form of entertainment capable of providing joy. Thus, the notion of relaxation was utterly unattainable. Without mental and physical pleasure, reclining would only result in anguish. Jiang Yu, what are you pondering? You seem lost in thought. Might you share? A voice interrupted Jiang Yu's reverie. Your Highness. Jiang Yu quickly concealed his emotions and turned to bow. I was merely reflecting on some childhood memories. The speaker was none other than his charge, Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiandou Empire. Of course, he could also be referred to as Qian Renxue, as Jiang Yu was well-versed in the original narrative and knew that at this juncture, Xue Qinghe had long been supplanted by Qian Renxue. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu typically addressed him as Your Highness, for the identity of Qian Renxue was best left forgotten. Revealing such a secret could lead to dire consequences. A gentle smile graced Xue Qinghe's face, reminiscent of his amiable demeanor, which was like a refreshing spring breeze. I had thought you were contemplating where to play later, yet here you are reminiscing about your childhood. Since the age of 6, Jiang Yu had accompanied Xue Qinghe in his studies. Their familiarity allowed for a more relaxed exchange of words. Jiang Yu offered a wry smile. Your Highness, please refrain from saying such things. If my father were to hear, I would surely endure another lecture. The Zhang family had previously been a trivial clan within the Tiandou Empire. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's extraordinary natural talent and his father's resolute decision to send him to the palace as the prince's companion scholar, they would not have attained their current status. Therefore, Jiang Yu cherished this opportunity greatly. It could be said that everything the Jiang family possessed was built upon Jiang Yu's shoulders. Such a fortunate affair was not typically afforded to a family of their stature, as the role of a companion scholar to the prince was of immense significance, promising a future of power and influence. However, due to Jiang Yu's remarkable talent as a support-type soul master with innate full soul power, he became a prime candidate for nurturing in any family. Thus, he was directly assigned to the prince, and Jiang Yu was indeed audacious. Xue Qinghe had no grounds to refuse, and thus Jiang Yu's family gained their current standing. Fortunately, he was merely a companion scholar and not thrust into the palace's political fray. Otherwise, Jiang Yu might have met an untimely demise. Indeed, Jiang Yu tends to make mountains out of molehills. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly without offering further commentary. Xue Qinghe held a low opinion of Jiang Yu, viewing him as a mere opportunist. Yet, he regarded Jiang Yu highly, recognizing him as a true talent. Jiang Yu refrained from responding and instead inquired, What plans does Your Highness have for the upcoming itinerary? Plans? Xue Qinghe mused, revealing little thought. Shall we experience the common folks' lives? Or perhaps you could provide me with some valuable suggestions. I believe Your Highness' idea is commendable, but if I may offer a small recommendation, how about we change our destination to outside Tiandou City? Jiang Yu suggested after a moment's contemplation. Xue Qinghe instinctively furrowed his brow, suggesting that the prince leave the city was not a prudent idea. and Jiang Yu's words seemed somewhat audacious. And what merits does this suggestion hold? None specifically, merely that I believe your highness has already garnered the support of all those within Tiandou City. Why not venture outside to see what awaits? After careful consideration, Xue Qinghe recognized the wisdom in Jiang Yu's proposal. Over the years, under Jiang Yu's guidance, he had successfully garnered the allegiance of many within Tiandou City, and his name had spread throughout its streets. Continuing to engage with the citizens within the city had become redundant. This was also the reason Xue Qinghe relied heavily on Jiang Yu. As he was no ordinary genius soul master, such treatment was not typically bestowed upon someone of that caliber. Very well, let us proceed. Indeed, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed a prudent course of action. However, had the subject been anyone other than Xue Qinghe, he would not have dared to make such a suggestion, as venturing outside the city might invite danger, and he could lose his head over it. Nevertheless, I have finally found an opportunity to relax outside the city, Jiang Yu mused, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. He was compelled to do so. Who genuinely wishes to abandon the comforts of the city for the countryside? It was all due to his father's incessant meddling. Each day, his father fixated on observing him, ensuring he remained close to the prince, leaving Jiang Yu at a loss for words. In truth, he had reached his limit. Soon, a convoy departed Tiandou City. The citizens of Tiandou City recognized the prince's carriage and greeted it with enthusiasm. Xue Qinghe's renown had spread throughout the city over the past few years, and all believed he would undoubtedly become the future sovereign of the Tiandou Empire. Your Highness, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Jiang Yu inquired, riding alongside on horseback, surveying the surroundings with a smile. Indeed, I feel somewhat accomplished, Xue Qinghe replied, lifting the curtain of the carriage to observe the people's warmth, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Jiang Yu smirked, thinking, it's not just a little sense of accomplishment, I feel an overwhelming sense of achievement. This is all the fruit of my labor. Normally, it would have been impossible for Xue Qinghe to attain such a claim. However, with Jiang Yu's guidance, he had undertaken numerous beneficial endeavors for the nation and its people over the years, earning the affection of the masses. Rather than merely being a companion scholar, Jiang Yu had effectively become a close advisor, continuously devising strategies for Xue Qinghe. It feels surreal. I truly believe I have done little, Xue Qinghe reflected, contemplating that if things continued this way, he would not need to plot for the throne. The emperor of this nation would inevitably be his. No, Your Highness, you have accomplished much, and in the future, even more is required, Jiang Yu stated earnestly, for many endeavors could not succeed without Xue Qinghe's leadership. A slight smile graced Xue Qinghe's face. Then I shall rely on you even more, Jiang Yu. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to assisting Your Highness, Jiang Yu promptly replied. Xue Qinghe was no fool. He was well aware that behind every action he had taken over the years lay Jiang Yu's influence, as many of his decisions had been subtly guided by Jiang Yu. Moreover, Jiang Yu did not appear as compliant as he projected. He likely harbored thoughts unknown to Xue Qinghe. For one who could intentionally guide the current prince could not be devoid of their own ambitions. Xue Qinghe chose not to address this directly, understanding that Jiang Yu's intentions were ultimately for his benefit. As for whatever ulterior motives Jiang Yu might possess, he would pretend not to notice. After 6 years of companionship, Xue Qinghe regarded Jiang Yu not merely as a subject, but as a friend. Lowering the curtain, Xue Qinghe settled back in the carriage, patiently awaiting their arrival at their destination. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's mind began to wander again. Throughout the years, he had harbored numerous thoughts and undertaken many actions. Yet all of these endeavors were driven by a singular goal: to accelerate development. This Douluo Continent, devoid of any form of spiritual entertainment, was utterly exasperating. It severely hindered my desire to lead a life of leisure. Chapter 2: Strategizing for Development. Jiang Yu had entirely relinquished the technological products of his previous life. With his current capabilities, such aspirations were impractical. What he could do now was to observe whether anything worthwhile might emerge on the Douluo Continent. Ideally, he would uncover inventions such as soul-guiding devices, which he understood to be comparable to the technology of his former life. However, this too fell within his realm of ignorance, leaving him powerless. Nevertheless, these were artifacts of the Douluo Continent. What Jiang Yu could do now was to elevate the living standards of the populace across the continent. Once the people of Douluo were well fed, they would find themselves with leisure time, leading to a vigorous pursuit of cultural development. This way, Jiang Yu could finally enjoy the fruits of his labor. Yet, due to his youth and lowly status, he found himself unable to spearhead significant advancements. He could only rely on Xue Qinghe to advocate for a few initiatives, but their impact was minimal and the scope too narrow to effect meaningful change. Perhaps we should consider eliminating the Snow Knight Emperor? Then, Xue Qinghe could ascend to power? A treacherous thought began to surface in Jiang Yu's mind. It seemed that emperors were often disregarded by those who had traversed realms. No, that would be far too perilous. The Snow Knight Emperor is undoubtedly already on guard. Any attempt to strike now would likely prove futile and would only expose our intentions. Furthermore, as it stands, Snow King's foundation is rather tenuous, and there exists a significant risk of revealing his true identity, rendering the endeavor a fruitless venture. Jiang Yu mused silently. If Xue Qinghe were indeed the rightful heir, the demise of the Snow Knight Emperor would certainly guarantee his ascension. But alas, he is an impostor. Moreover, prior to Jiang Yu's role as Snow King's companion, the Spirit Hall had already executed several ill-fated maneuvers that resulted in the deaths of the Snow Knight Emperor's sons. It was all too evident the Snow Knight Emperor was no fool. After all, he was a competent ruler. It would be impossible for him not to perceive the underlying schemes at play. Coupled with a father's instinct regarding his sons, he must have harbored suspicions about Xue Qinghe long before. Yet, out of deference to propriety, he chose to feign ignorance. This would soon become apparent in the unfolding narrative. Prince Xuexing's presence near the avalanche was a precautionary measure against Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu was indifferent to who occupied the imperial throne, but Xue Qinghe was the most favorable option, given their connection, as his ascension would yield the greatest benefit for Jiang Yu. However, Snow King's circumstances were indeed dire. He could summon the powers of the Spirit Hall, yet their resources were limited, and the Tiandou Empire faced restrictions. This situation rendered any maneuvering quite complicated. Snow King's foundation was far too shallow. After traversing a considerable distance, the carriage finally ventured onto a rural path, and Jiang Yu gradually regained his focus. Observing the distant figures laboring in the fields, he signaled for the convoy to halt. Stop! As the convoy came to a standstill, Jiang Yu swiftly dismounted. Your Highness, we have arrived at the designated location. Xue Qinghe alighted from the carriage and gazed out over the vast expanse of farmland, where several farmers were toiling away, and he could not help but feel a sense of tranquility wash over him. It is indeed a magnificent sight, Xue Qinghe exclaimed. These fields represented future sustenance. Upon noticing Snow King's arrival, the laborers hastily set down their tools and approached, bowing in reverence. Greetings, Your Highness. May you enjoy eternal peace. The elder among them led the group in their respectful gestures. Snow King's name had spread among the common folk near Tiandou City, so it was not surprising that he was recognized. The individuals before him were merely ordinary folk, few of whom possessed soul power. After all, a soul master would hardly be found farming in the countryside, unless they held a genuine affection for such labor. Please rise, good sir. Xue Qinghe promptly urged the elder to stand, and the others followed suit. Good sir, I observe that this vast expanse of fields is lush and verdant. I trust this year will yield a bountiful harvest. Could you enlighten me on how this season's yield compares to previous years? Xue Qinghe inquired with a gentle demeanor. Though he was no expert in agriculture, the sight before him suggested a promising yield. A hint of pride appeared on the elder's face as he raised 3 fingers. Your Highness, this year's harvest exceeds that of previous years by 30%. A flicker of joy spread across Snow King's countenance. A 30% increase was indeed significant. Even without agricultural knowledge, he understood the magnitude of this figure. However, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of surprise. Why only 30%? Shouldn't it be double? The current agricultural techniques were derived from Jiang Yu's own expertise, based on his past experiences. According to his calculations, a 30% yield seemed implausible. Without further ado, Jiang Yu approached the edge of the field and summoned his martial spirit. A plant-like essence materialized in his hands, his martial spirit, the 100 herbs, a conceptual spirit that Jiang Yu himself struggled to comprehend. Spirit of the 100 herbs. Glimmers of light cascaded from Jiang Yu's hands, merging with the rice stalks before him, which seemed to come alive, swaying in response to his presence. The data pertaining to the rice crop quickly flooded Jiang Yu's mind, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Expand. Jiang Yu then broadened the influence of his spirit to gather more data. The spirit of the 100 herbs was Jiang Yu's first soul skill, a domain-type ability that allowed him to control all plants within a specified area while gaining insight into their conditions. Given Jiang Yu's current status as a 29th level soul master, expanding this range to encompass the entire field posed no challenge. Soon, the data was transmitted, and Jiang Yu understood the underlying reasons. Your Highness, this batch of rice was sowed earlier than ideal, and it has not been cultivated to the required standards. The soil's fertility is also lacking otherwise. The yield could have been significantly higher, Jiang Yu directly conveyed to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe appeared somewhat taken aback. What do you know, young lad? We are well aware of the conditions of our own fields, the elder responded, a hint of displeasure etched on his face. The reasons Jiang Yu cited were largely their own shortcomings. But how could that be? After years of farming, how could they possibly make such errors? Do not be disrespectful. All contemporary agricultural techniques and quality seeds stem from this young gentleman's expertise. His words are undoubtedly valid. Xue Qinghe could not help but admonish, defending Jiang Yu. Upon hearing the words of Xue Qinghe, the elder's face was etched with trepidation. He truly had not anticipated that such a young individual would be a living embodiment of the divine Shino. Hastily, he bowed in apology to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned. The superior seeds and cultivation techniques did indeed originate from his expertise. After all, his martial soul was exceptionally suited for agriculture, and not utilizing it would be an affront to such a splendid gift. There is no need for apologies. Your efforts have been commendable, albeit with a few minor shortcomings. Surely, the officials who initially instructed you were somewhat negligent. Jiang Yu remarked. Yes, the elder assented repeatedly. Jiang Yu elaborated on the techniques of farming in detail, glancing at the elder to find him listening intently, though the fear in his eyes remained palpable. Thus, he chose not to press the elder further and allowed them to depart. This era is indeed a futile one, Jiang Yu mused as he returned to Xue Qinghe's side. Your Highness, this issue should not have arisen. It seems to stem from the oversight of the officials who came to instruct you. If it were merely an individual error, it could be overlooked. However, if it is a collective oversight, we must remain vigilant, as it could lead to significant problems. Jiang Yu spoke to Xue Qinghe, his tone slightly frigid. Jiang Yu had already deduced where the issues laid if farming were conducted in accordance with previous methods. Such benevolent governance would inevitably devolve into malevolent rule, disregarding the lives of ordinary people entirely. To be frank, Jiang Yu felt a surge of anger. Combat is permissible, but it must not encroach upon the livelihoods of the populace. Such matters are no joking matter. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately causing mischief? Xue Qinghe inquired, his gaze growing colder. That I asked, they're a suspect. Jiang Yu hesitated momentarily before stating. Prince Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu had long harbored suspicions regarding Prince Xue Qinghe. Recognizing him as a tool wielded by the Knight Emperor Xue Yi to curtail Xue Qinghe's influence, that in terms of power, Xue Qinghe far surpassed Xue Qinghe, necessitating that many of Xue Qinghe's affairs be routed through Prince Xue Qinghe, rendering the likelihood of foul play quite high. Jiang Yu understood that this was a tactic of balance, meant to prevent Xue Qinghe from gaining too much power while simultaneously keeping him in a state of complacency. On the surface, Xue Qinghe appeared to hold a high position, yet in reality, his authority was severely limited. This arrangement left Xue Qinghe unable to find allies when he truly needed them, forcing him to rely on the personnel of the Spirit Hall. Once he did so, he would be playing directly into the hands of the Knight Emperor Xue Yi, creating a potential opportunity for a turnaround should he perish. This was precisely the method employed by the Knight Emperor in the original narrative. Thus, Jiang Yu had long entertained suspicions, and now they were merely being confirmed. It was evident that he must cultivate his own power. Otherwise, he would remain perpetually constrained by others, Jiang Yu silently concluded. The current situation had sounded an alarm for him. Xue Qinghe's strength was overly singular, and he could not mobilize the forces within the Tiandou Empire. Should things continue in this manner, he would inevitably end up as depicted in the original story, relying solely on the Spirit Hall for support. Governance cannot be achieved in such a manner that if both he and his allies are entirely outsiders. It leads to a dead end to at that point. Jiang Yu would also be ensnared, a fate he wished to avoid, desiring instead a favorable environment in which to thrive. Chapter 3. A Union of Princes on the Return Journey. Xue Qinghe too was deep in thought. However, in contrast to Jiang Yu's contemplations, his thoughts were rather straightforward. He resolved to eliminate all impediments in his path. It appeared necessary to issue a warning to Prince Xue Qinghe. As he sat in the carriage, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. Anyone who obstructed his progress would not be spared. Hence, the recent underhanded actions of Prince Xue Qinghe had landed him on Xue Qinghe's list of targets for purging. Yet, Prince Xue Qinghe was not like the others. Eliminating him would prove to be quite a challenge, and the Night Emperor would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end. Should the plan fail, it might even push the Tiandou Empire into opposition, an outcome Xue Qinghe sought to avoid. However, this situation necessitated that the Emperor's uncle, who sought to suppress him, resort to other methods. Perhaps issuing a warning to his younger brother, Xue Bong, would suffice. A stern message to Xue Bong could effectively serve as a warning. Xue Qinghe pondered, furrowing his brow as he rhythmically tapped his fingers against the carriage. Outside the carriage, Jiang Yu heard the rhythmic tapping and instantly understood. Xue Qinghe was likely formulating yet another scheme. Over the past 6 years, every time Xue Qinghe engaged in deep thought, he would tap nearby objects in a rhythmic manner, a habit Jiang Yu had come to recognize that in truth. Xue Qinghe's thought process was somewhat simplistic. While he was indeed intelligent, his experiences were limited, compounded by the fact that the palace intrigues of Douluo Continent were rather rudimentary. Thus, his methods of resolving problems were invariably violent. It was either death or suppression, reflecting a complete lack of understanding of the nuances of struggled in reality. The essence of conflict is quite straightforward. It involves increasing one's own allies or neutral parties while diminishing adversaries. Your Highness, I believe our current situation is not particularly favorable, that I advise that you seek some allies. Jiang Yu interjected, interrupting Xue Qinghe's reverie. Jiang Yu felt it imperative to steer Xue Qinghe away from his misguided path, as the original narrative had depicted his downfall in such a manner. Although he ultimately gained control over the entire Tiandou royal family, he possessed no real power within the Tiandou Empire. Relying entirely on the Spirit Hall for support, while the Spirit Hall was formidable, Xue Qinghe could not wield it entirely at his discretion. The Tiandou Empire, as a whole, contained considerable latent potential, and relinquishing it would be a regrettable loss. Though you believe I require allies, and that our present circumstances are dire. A playful smile danced on Xue Qinghe's lips as he regarded Jiang Yu, curious to hear his reasoning. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied with an expression of utmost calm. While we have managed to rally numerous supporters within the city of Tiandou, I trust you are well aware of their reliability. They are not dependable. Their loyalty is contingent upon the current emperor's favor, and they could easily turn against you at a moment's notice. Jiang Yu had long recognized this issue. Despite their efforts over the years to cultivate relationships with many officials of the Tiandou Empire, the vast majority of them were mere civil servants. While they appeared imposing, they wielded little real power. The critical military forces and spirit master factions remained beyond Xue Qinghe's reach. The army was under the control of Prince Xue Qinghe. And though the Tiandou Royal Academy, the cradle of spirit masters, was officially under the auspices of the Night Emperor, with the enrollment of the fourth prince, Xue Bong, in recent years, it could be said that it had fallen under his influence. Given Xue Bong's inherently cautious nature, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unite those noble youths around him. Most of the children of the officials whom Xue Qinghe had courted were studying at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Thus, if Xue Bong were to consolidate their allegiance, all of Xue Qinghe's efforts over the years would be rendered futile, while Jiang Yu could infiltrate the Tiandou Royal Academy to undermine Xue Bong. As the Crown Prince's companion, he could no longer attend the academy himself. Otherwise, he would have preferred to join Shrek Academy, a far more efficient means of rallying supporters. Moreover, Xue Qinghe's own attitude posed a problem. He showed little concern for these individuals. Thus, it was crucial to devise a strategy to make Xue Qinghe care. Your Highness, you currently require some visible power. not the powerless nobles of Heaven-Do City, but tangible forces such as the military or spirit master families, Jiang Yu advised. Jiang Yu was all too aware of the nature of the nobles. As long as their interests were met, they would do anything. Xue Qinghe frowned slightly. Jiang Yu, I find your assertions to be somewhat trivial. Can we truly intervene in the military? And as for spirit master families, my master is the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengzhi.is that not sufficient? Jiang Yu shook his head. Not sufficient. Your Highness, do you not realize? The 7 treasure glazed tile school is far too large, surpassing us significantly. What they can offer is merely support. If we require them to take action on our behalf, it would be exceedingly difficult. This was the truth. The support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, while seemingly impressive, provided little real assistance. Moreover, it was likely that this maneuver was a strategy devised by the Night Emperor to keep Xue Qinghe subdued. Thus, it was essential for them to acquire some tangible power, families that were neither overly strong nor weak, yet could be compelled to act on their behalf. As for the military, they could indeed intervene. However, this did not imply that they would infiltrate the existing military forces, but rather that the Crown Prince inherently had access to military resources. He simply had not utilized them thus far. Wait, I have military forces? Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Yes, historically, every dynasty has had them. Though perhaps not in great numbers, they are certainly sufficient. This distinction illustrated the divergence between Douluo Continent and Jiang Yu's previous life in ancient feudal dynasties. In Douluo, the martial prowess was considerably higher, and the crown prince was permitted to establish military forces beyond the essential protective detail. Recently, there has been no establishment of the current dynasty, which I suspect is a deliberate act by those in power. Xue Qinghe, however, was not privy to such intricacies. He simply pondered that he still possessed an army, though no one had mentioned it to him that it seemed his father, the emperor, harbored some doubts regarding him. Nevertheless, the crown prince's guard currently exists only in name, and should he wish to restore it, a fresh recruitment would be necessary. Xue Qinghe had no reason for skepticism. He was unaware of the existence of the crown prince's guard, and thus assumed such a military force was non-existent. This was not the pressing issue at hand. What occupied his thoughts were the soul master families and how to proceed with them. Surely there were no suitable families within the confines of Tiandou City. Yet, since you have mentioned it, you must have someone in mind. He inquired curiously. He indeed had some intelligence on the matter. Jiang Yu made a compelling argument. He certainly required a force he could command. Although the power of the Spirit Hall was formidable, it could not be brought into the open. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect offered more of an invisible support. In truth, the issue of army recruitment was not without its complexities and required careful consideration. If His Highness trusted him, it would be better entrusted to Jiang Yu. He spoke cautiously, fearing Xue Qinghe might refuse, for this request was somewhat audacious. Yet, Jiang Yu was more concerned that Xue Qinghe might end up enlisting a multitude of personnel from the Spirit Hall, rendering the opportunity futile. Very well, let us discuss the matter of soul master families. Xue Qinghe held a certain trust in Jiang Yu. Their 6 years of acquaintance had bred familiarity, leading him to acquiesce readily. May I inquire, Your Highness, how old are you this year? 18. Why do you ask? Xue Qinghe responded, a touch perplexed. Why was he inquiring about his age? According to deductions, Xue Qinghe was indeed 18, while Qian Renxue might be slightly younger. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yu's face. My lord, my approach may necessitate a small sacrifice on your part. Jiang Yu indicated a minuscule distance with his fingers, truly only a trivial matter, at least in his view. What must I sacrifice? Xue Qinghe replied with a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned by Jiang Yu's notion of sacrifice, wondering how significant it could possibly be. It pertains to the fact that Your Highness remains unmarried. Thus, I suggest that you select a suitable lady for a union. Jiang Yu spoke swiftly and loudly, adopting an expression of resignation as he awaited Xue Qinghe's response. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, his face a canvas of disbelief and embarrassment, akin to a ripened persimmon. He had never considered that the sacrifice Jiang Yu referred to would be of such nature. How was he to choose? Chapter 4. Proposal. Xue Qinghe was indeed unmarried, lacking even concubines. This was evident both in the present and in the original narrative. Xue Qinghe had always been solitary. After all, as the prince of a nation, his spouse would undoubtedly belong to a distinguished lineage, and the absence of mention implied a lack thereof. In the original tale, Xue Qinghe's single status seemed rather ordinary, albeit it stemmed from the fact that Qian Renxue was, in truth, female. However, from Jiang Yu's perspective, entrenched in the world of Douluo Continent, this was nothing short of absurd. In a realm where individuals married and bore children at the tender age of 14. Xue Qinghe, upon revealing his true identity, would be nearing 30 and yet still unwed. Was that normal? Not in the least. It was as if all had forgotten this matter. Thus, Jiang Yu brought it forth, intending to leverage it for political gain. I suspected you, Xue Qinghe, to be a woman, yet I feign ignorance. What can you do to me? Not only that, but I shall insist on a union. Jiang Yu suppressed his mirth, gazing at Xue Qinghe with a demeanor of unwavering resolve. Xue Qinghe mused. So that was your reason for inquiring about my age. His expression twisted slightly. This matter shall be discussed later. I have my own plans. In truth, Xue Qinghe intended to decline. Knowing oneself, he was acutely aware of his own nature. Hence, he resolved to sidestep the issue and perhaps recruit someone from the spirit hall to feign compliance. The absence of a spouse indeed seemed peculiar. I beseech you, Your Highness, do not refuse or hesitate. This is of great significance and serves as a means to an end. The position of crown princess beside you could secure a powerful family alliance, ultimately granting you a trustworthy force. Jiang Yu pressed on, elucidating the benefits that a union was undoubtedly the most advantageous means of garnering loyalty, especially under Jiang Yu's guidance. Xue Qinghe would certainly not suffer, but would rather reap substantial rewards. Please cease. I require time to contemplate this matter. Xue Qinghe felt a flicker of temptation, yet he struggled to overcome the barrier of his own identity. Jiang Yu discerned the hesitation within Xue Qinghe and reveled in secret delight. Convinced that he would comply with the marriage arrangement, the notion of two women marrying, one being Qian Renxue, was simply tantalizing. Could it be that Your Highness has someone in mind? Fear not. You may take her as a consort. But the crown princess role requires sufficient benefits in exchange, Jiang Yu stated. Xue Qinghe hastily clarified. That is not the reason. Then could it be that Your Highness has concerns in that regard? Fear not. I can assist with that. Jiang Yu feigned a glance at Xue Qinghe's lower body. Xue Qinghe's face flushed crimson with anger. Where are your eyes wandering, Jiang Yu? You are becoming increasingly audacious. Jiang Yu quickly dismounted and offered apologies. I implore Your Highness to forgive me. My intentions are solely for your benefit. As of late, rumors have circulated among the populace questioning whether Your Highness has an inclination towards men. The final statement fell from Jiang Yu's lips in a hushed tone, yet it was perfectly audible to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, there were rumors circulating, all of which Jiang Yu had disseminated. Otherwise, who would concern themselves with such matters? This was merely part of Jiang Yu's strategy for future planning. Xue Qinghe fell silent. Taken aback by the image he now projected, he fixed Jiang Yu with a stare. Had this been anyone else, Xue Qinghe would have swiftly made them aware of the consequences of their words. Very well. I shall grant you clemency, for your intentions are well-meaning. Xue Qinghe replied weakly. What of Your Highness's marriage? Jiang Yu inquired. Xue Qinghe shot Jiang Yu a glare, but ultimately relented. I consent. Speak of whom to choose and how to maximize the benefits. You must have some ideas on this matter. Resignation washed over him. A glimmer of excitement flitted across Jiang Yu's face as he suggested. I recommend Bai Qinxiang. The granddaughter of the leader of the Minji clan. It is said that she possesses unparalleled beauty and exceptional talent in cultivation. She would be an excellent choice for the crown princess. After a brief pause, Jiang Yu continued, her grandfather, Bai He, is a sole Douluo, which would provide significant support to Your Highness, while the Minji clan's martial spirit has its limitations. Your Highness could leverage this connection to foster relationships with the other three clans, whose strength is also considerable. Although these clans were ultimately tied to Tang San's future power, and Bai Qinxiang was to become Ma Hongjuan's wife. Jiang Yu felt no trepidation. What harm was there in undermining him? As long as they did not bring about Tang San's downfall, that was sufficient. Jiang Yu's proposition darkened Xue Qinghe's expression. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yu would recommend such a family. The Minji clan, which he knew to be associated with his father's murderer. Give me a reason. Xue Qinghe's voice was cold. Though the Minji clan possesses soul dual-level strength, their circumstances have been dire in recent years. After offending the spirit hall, the Haotian sect's fall from grace led to the Minji clan facing severe repercussions, resulting in significant losses. Their plight has been one of hardship, despite their formidable capabilities. If Your Highness were to extend a hand during this critical juncture and marry the leader's granddaughter, granting the Minji clan both status and wealth. They would undoubtedly be grateful and loyal to you. With this alliance, your highness could also draw in the other 3 clans, regaining the strength of the 4 subordinate clans that once belonged to the Haotian sect, thus solidifying your position. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly, casting a glance at Xue Qinghe. This was a strategy he had long contemplated. If one were to consider which factions in the Douluo Continent were most amenable to alliance, the 4 single-attribute clans would undoubtedly top the list. Strong, loyal, and easily satisfied. It was baffling that these families, despite possessing sole dual-level members, had fallen to such depths. Rather than allow Tang San to benefit in the future, it was preferable to allow Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe to reap the rewards now. Despite Bai's blood ties to Tang San, what significance did that hold? If Xue Qinghe were to marry Bai Qinxiang, such connections would be rendered inconsequential, especially considering how they had previously been deceived by Tang Hao. Xue Qinghe felt his resolve wavering. Jiang Yu's reasoning was astoundingly sound. Setting aside the historical grievances with the Haotian sect, the single-attribute clans had committed no transgressions if he could indeed bring these 4 clans under his banner. His foundation would be solidified. Should they later decide to side with the Haotian sect, it would be their own undoing. Xue Qinghe still harbored some reservations. Rest assured, Your Highness, they would never defect to the Haotian sect. Jiang Yu remarked with a faint smirk. While it was possible for them to side with Tang San, turning to the Haotian sect was utterly out of the question. Furthermore, since he had taken the initiative, Tang San's chances were effectively nullified. The events of years past might not be entirely clear to Your Highness, yet the Haotian sect's cowardly retreat, without a fight, had left all the affiliated sects in dire straits, resulting in countless casualties. Among them, the Pa family suffered over half their members, forced to relocate to the Douluo Empire, and they had yet to recover from their grievous losses. The 4 major sects bore a deep-seated animosity towards the Haotian sect and would never consider aligning with them. Xue Qinghe was somewhat taken aback, realizing the true nature of past events. The Haotian sect, the root cause of the calamity, had evaded accountability while the affiliated sects nearly faced annihilation. In light of this, it seemed improbable that the 4 major affiliated sects would betray their loyalties. However, what would happen if they discovered my affiliation with the Spirit Hall? A lingering doubt remained in Xue Qinghe's heart. Sensing Xue Qinghe's hesitation, Jiang Yu continued, Your Highness, you are the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, destined to be its emperor. Once the 4 clans pledge their allegiance to you, they will undoubtedly remain loyal, devoted to both you and the Tiandou Empire. With the added connection of Bai Qinxiang, our position becomes even more secure. Indeed, even if they were to learn the truth, as long as it remained unspoken, they would still be my subjects. Moreover, by treating them with sincerity, their betrayal would be inconceivable. It was the Spirit Hall that had wronged them, and the Haotian sect that had forsaken them. What relevance did that hold for me? Xue Qinghe found himself swayed by Jiang Yu's reasoning, fully endorsing his perspective. Nonetheless, this matter did not warrant excessive concern. Jiang Yu would handle it adeptly. Xue Qinghe, the daughter of the once victimized Qian Renxue, now approached them without prejudice. What more could they desire? In truth, Jiang Yu believed that the 4 clans were individuals of loyalty and righteousness, which was why he had made such a recommendation. Those who repay kindness with malice were not of their ilk. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Xue Qinghe declared with satisfaction. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall see to it, Jiang Yu replied, a smile gracing his face that he had taken another step closer to his objective. Chapter 5. The Li clan. Now that Xue Qinghe was settled, the next task at hand was to secure the Min clan. The original text did not specify the location of the Min clan, likely due to their impoverished circumstances. They probably led a nomadic existence. Should Jiang Yu attempt to locate them, it would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, he had alternative means to uncover the Min clan's whereabouts, namely, the Li clan. Through the Li clan, he could undoubtedly find the Min clan. After persuading Xue Qinghe, the next steps promised to be the most troublesome. Jiang Yu mused as he strolled through the streets of Tiandou City, a hint of disinterest clouding his thoughts. Several days had passed since he had experienced the local customs, and now he had received Xue Qinghe's permission and was en route to the Li clan's residence. His spirits were not particularly high. During the discussion with Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu had somewhat exaggerated. He merely offered a suggestion and did not harbor much confidence in its success. The Li clan was known for their blind loyalty, the Min clan for their arrogance, the Pa clan for their aloofness, while the Yu clan was relatively easier to persuade. However, the Yu clan maintained a close relationship with the Li clan, so in order to sway them, he first needed to secure the support of the Li clan. Convincing Xue Qinghe had never posed a challenge for Jiang Yu. After all, they had studied together for 6 years and were well acquainted with each other's characters. Convincing the 4 single attribute clans, however, was a different matter entirely. Young master, we have arrived at the Li clan's territory. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, a servant leading the way reminded him that they had reached their destination. These servants were ordinary folk, purchased by the Jiang family. Being a humble household, they could not afford to employ guards and had to settle for commoners instead. Jiang Yu held a certain disdain for such feudal practices. Yet they proved quite convenient. Please inform them that I, Jiang Yu, a close aide of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, have come to pay a visit, he instructed casually. This position had been granted to him by Xue Qinghe a couple of days prior. Without a title, Jiang Yu lacked the status to undertake such tasks. He had also been given a token that allowed him to mobilize certain personnel as needed. Jiang Yu understood that this was Xue Qinghe's way of ensuring his safety, and the personnel he could call upon were likely affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to utilize them. Before long, the servant returned with news that the Li clan had agreed to his visit, which relieved Jiang Yu. Let us proceed, he said, leading the way inside. He had brought only a few companions with him, merely 2 or 3 individuals. The Li clan's residence spanned a vast area, though the decor was understated. It exuded an air of grandeur. The imposing doors appeared exceptionally heavy. They truly are affluent, Jiang Yu remarked, acknowledging the Li clan as the wealthiest of all the single attribute families. Ha! Our Li clan cannot possibly bear such praise from a young friend. Compared to your highness, our wealth is but a drop in the bucket. A tall, robust elder strode forth, his powerful physique rendering Jiang Yu's frame appear diminutive, every muscle radiating explosive strength. Jiang Yu had arrived under the guise of the crown prince. Prompting the elder to address him with due respect. I presume you are Titan, the patriarch of the Li clan. Jiang Yu stated. It is an honor to meet you. Titan. I apologize for my abrupt visit today. I hope for your understanding, he offered with a respectful bow. Titan's face broke into a rugged smile, yet his gaze remained unusually calm as he scrutinized Jiang Yu, contemplating the latter's identity. You are too kind, Jiang Duren. However, I must inquire about the purpose of your visit. I am a straightforward man, so I will ask directly. Please do not take offense, Titan replied. While his words seemed courteous, they carried an underlying tone of distance. You are of the elite, and we are of the common folk. If you require our cooperation, we will certainly oblige. Yet if you perceive us as easy prey, I regret to inform you that we are not so easily intimidated. Indeed, he was a tough negotiator. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. I do have business to discuss. Shall we move indoors for a more detailed conversation? Jiang Yu proposed. Titan regarded him with suspicion, unsure of the motives behind Jiang Yu's words. Yet he did not outright refuse. Very well, he agreed, leading Jiang Yu inside. You may remain here. Jiang Yu instructed his servants to stay behind. Understood, the servants complied, and Jiang Yu entered the main hall, taking a seat. Tea was soon served. The one delivering the tea was Titan's grandson, Tai Long, who, after serving, did not leave but remained in the room. Jiang Yu paid no mind to this, taking a sip of the tea, which was quite delightful. Titan cast a satisfied glance at Jiang Yu. Keeping Tai Long present served as both a test and a means for Tai Long to better understand family matters. He could sense that Jiang Yu's motives were far from simple. This young man is no ordinary individual. He is younger than Long, yet carries a weight of thought far beyond his years, Titan reflected as he savored his tea. Jiang Duren, we are without outsiders at present. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Titan set down his cup and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu mirrored the gesture, locking eyes with Titan, each appraising the other. I come to offer the Li clan a path to prosperity. Might you be interested, Patriarch Titan? Jiang Yu spoke with a subtle smile. It was a straightforward proposition with a direct aim. It had proved to be remarkably effective. Titan's interest was piqued. Oh, pray, elaborate, he urged. Despite his rugged exterior, Titan possessed a keen intellect and had already begun to piece together some aspects of Jiang Yu's intentions. Might Patriarch Titan be inclined to serve the Crown Prince? Without any circumlocution, Jiang Yu laid bare his objective. When dealing with someone like Titan, the more one elaborated, the more one risked missteps. Being direct often yielded better results. To serve the crown prince. I regret to inform you that our Li clan has no aspirations towards political affairs. Titan lamented, shaking his head in refusal. Tai Long and Tai Nua exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why their father or grandfather would decline such an opportunity, which seemed to them a chance to ascend the social ladder. Jiang Yu was not surprised by Titan's response. Patriarch Titan, please do not be hasty in your rejection. I come bearing the crown prince's sincere intentions, which I assure you will meet your satisfaction. Titan seemed poised to interject further, yet Jiang Yu cut him off. I understand your concerns, Patriarch Titan. Rest assured, what you fear will not come to pass. The crown prince merely seeks to leverage the strength of the Li clan in this endeavor. I guarantee it. Jiang Yuzhen spoke earnestly. Titan indeed harbored such concerns. The Li Ji clan, one might say, possesses minds that are rather inadequate, making them susceptible to manipulation, especially when it involves the royal family. I fail to comprehend why His Highness the Crown Prince would seek out our Li Ji clan. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, contradicting, no, His Highness the Crown Prince is not merely interested in your Li Ji clan, but rather in your 4 major clans of singular attributes. As for why he did not approach others, it is simply because your 4 major clans are the most suitable. Titan's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Xue Qinghe would aspire to incorporate all 4 major clans. Does His Highness know that we were once a subordinate clan of the Haotian sect, and that we have offended the Spirit Hall? Titan inquired gravely. He is aware, Jiang Yu replied with a gaze that was notably calm. Then why would the Crown Prince extend an invitation? This is no trivial matter. If our Li Ji clan were to align with His Highness, it would mean he has antagonized the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, Titan stated solemnly. His Highness harbors grand ambitions and requires more like-minded allies to support him. Jiang Yu's tone was steady and resolute, as if imbued with an immense conviction. Chapter 6. The choice of the Li Ji clan. Since I stand here today to invite you, it signifies that His Highness is already aware of your past and is willing to shoulder the burdens that come with it. Though the Spirit Hall is formidable, our Tiandou Empire is not to be underestimated. If they could easily suppress us as they did you, they ought to consider their own weight, Jiang Yu asserted firmly. In truth, there is not much enmity between the Spirit Hall and the 4 major clans. The events of yore were more about the individuals in charge. It was merely that the leader of the 4 major clans, the Haotian sect, ultimately succumbed to fear, leading to your clan's misfortunes. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has merely suppressed them in terms of status among soul masters, without resorting to any other excessive actions. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated long ago. Now, with Xue Qinghe's identity within the Spirit Hall, these issues can be effortlessly resolved, showcasing Xue Qinghe's strength. Regarding the Haotian sect, Jiang Yu's face revealed a rare hint of disdain. If offending them is considered a significant matter, then it underestimates our Tiandou Empire. The Haotian sect is merely a group of squanderers. They fled without a fight back then, leaving their subordinate clans to take the blame. How can they still flaunt their authority? It is truly something His Highness looks down upon. The Haotian sect is indeed powerful, but regrettably, they are too cowardly at heart. Without Tang San, they are but a group of individuals too afraid to emerge from their mountain hovel. Titan's expression was complex, a blend of resentment and embarrassment. This was because he still held loyalty towards Tang Hao, and Jiang Yu's words inevitably made him uncomfortable, stirring memories of the past and bringing forth his grievances towards the Haotian sect's actions. Nevertheless, Titan was still captivated by Jiang Yu's mention of Xue Qinghe, for such ambition truly befits a wise ruler. Might I request a moment to contemplate? Titan asked, feeling somewhat tempted. This was indeed an opportunity. Of course, Jiang Yu was not overly anxious. With Tang San still absent, there was no need to worry about anyone intercepting their conversation. In fact, Jiang Yu had even calculated the timing to ensure that Tang Hao was also accounted for. Jiang Yu had figured that he and Tang San were born in the same year, meaning that Tang San was currently en route to Shrek Academy, since the school year had yet to commence. It implied that Tang Hao was still by Tang San's side, and thus could not come. Consequently, the 2 individuals he feared could potentially intercept him had yet to arrive, and once this period passed, even if Tang San and Tang Hao arrived simultaneously, they could not usurp the opportunity from him. Even if Titan still held lingering affections for the past, he would not allow himself to waver. At that time, it would be challenging for anyone to trust the Li Ji clan again. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yu, Titan summoned his son and grandson to the back. clearly indicating that this matter required further discussion. In the back hall, Titan sat in the main seat with his eyes slightly closed. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" he asked. "Father, I believe Lord Jiang's proposal is quite favorable. Our Li clan has suffered greatly due to the spirit hall over the years, and aligning with His Highness the Crown Prince could significantly improve our circumstances. Moreover, do not continue to dwell on the Haotian sect. They abandoned us back then, and our bond has long since been severed. As for Haotian Douluo not making an appearance all these years, he is likely dead. Even if he is not, why has he not come to check on us? After all, he was the one who caused us such suffering. Does he not feel any remorse?" Tai Nua's words were laced with hatred. He was indeed a witness to the events of that year. The memories of the calamity that transpired 12 years ago were vivid in his mind, having witnessed many friends and family perish in that battle. Thus, he was very much in favor of aligning with the Tiandou royal family, believing that the Haotian sect had long since transformed their bond into animosity. Titan sighed, realizing he had not anticipated the profound impact this event had on his son's heart. Many members of the Li clan had also perished in that battle. Who among them did not have friends or family? Who among them did not harbor resentment? He, too, harbored such feelings. However, years of habit had led Titan to become accustomed to the Haotian sect of Ur, making it difficult for him to move on. "You must understand, if we pledge allegiance to His Highness, we may very well be drawn into the power struggles of the royal family. Are you prepared to face such a situation?" This question left Tai Nua speechless, for he had indeed not considered the broader implications. Fixating solely on present gains, Titan was a man of understanding, yet his son and grandson were not, which was precisely what Titan feared, recklessly plunging into the vortex of royal power struggles which surely spell disaster. He had confidence in safeguarding the clan, but did his son and grandson share that confidence? They did not. He was aging and could not protect them for a lifetime. "Father, I still do not wish to give up. This is an opportunity for our Li clan, and if we miss it, it will be gone forever," Tai Nua said, lowering his head and speaking earnestly. Although he had not thought deeply, he could see clearly that while the Li clan had not been deprived of wealth in recent years, they could only bow before others in the realm of soul masters. They were not weak. Therefore, major clans of singular attributes were not weak. Titan sighed once more. "That I understand that Long. What are your thoughts?" "Ah?" Tai Long was taken aback. "Didn't he? I come merely to listen. Why do you ask me?" I listened to my father." "All right, I see." Since both son and grandson had made their decisions, Titan felt a resolution within himself. The future ultimately belonged to the youth. They would find their own fortune. In the hall, Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat bored, sipped his tea while calculating the time. Half an hour had elapsed, and it was time for them to emerge. Soon enough, Titan appeared with the two. Jiang Yu promptly stood. "Elder Titan." Titan gestured for Jiang Yu to halt. "Lord Jiang, our Li clan is willing to serve His Highness the Crown Prince from this day forth." "Wonderful." A flicker of joy crossed Jiang Yu's face. "On behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince, I welcome the Li clan's inclusion. Elder Titan, we are now colleagues," Jiang Yu said with solemnity, marking a significant breakthrough. Titan's expression grew serious. "Lord Jiang, since our Li clan has decided to ally with His Highness, we will not retract our decision. Therefore, I kindly request you to inform us of what our clan needs to do moving forward." "Indeed, a wise elder," Jiang Yu mused inwardly. The Crown Prince had long since devised plans for the Li clan. Henceforth, the Li clan would become a subordinate clan of the Crown Prince's household, sharing both honor and disgrace with it. Elder Titan would serve the Crown Prince's household, while the Li clan would be required to dispatch some of their youth to assist in forming the Crown Prince's guard. However, it was still necessary for Elder Titan to contact the other three major clans at this juncture. These arrangements were all devised by Jiang Yu based on the circumstances of Douluo Continent and had received Xue Qinghe's approval. This could be considered the greatest sincerity Xue Qinghe could currently offer, as he was merely a prince and not yet an emperor. Fortunately, these developments genuinely astonished Titan, sharing honor and disgrace. If only the Haotian sect had been able to achieve such unity, they would not have ended up in their current predicament. Grateful for the Crown Prince's regard, however, our Li clan is hardly worthy of such favor, Titan expressed with a hint of shame on his face. Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe's sincerity was indeed substantial, leaving Tai Nua and Tai Long utterly speechless with astonishment. A smile graced Jiang Yu's face. "Elder Titan, please do not belittle yourself. The Li clan is deserving of such treatment, as are the four major clans. Although you were merely 4 inconspicuous limit attribute clans during your time in the Haotian sect, Jiang Yu's gaze turned towards the door, beyond which lay the entirety of Tiandou City and the Tiandou Empire. Elevated to a national level, you are indeed a cornerstone of the nation. The 4 fundamental aspects of life, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, are significantly represented by your 4 major clans: forging, architecture, speed, and medicine. Each of the 4 great clans possesses immense potential. From Jiang Yu's perspective, should all 4 develop fully, they could resolve numerous national-level issues. While a single attribute clan may appear feeble in combat, their strengths in other domains are undeniably formidable, even the weakest among them. The Min clan, if utilized wisely, could serve as a crucial hub for information processing across various regions. Jiang Yu is genuinely contemplating the future from a national standpoint. Chapter 7. The Foundations of an Empire? Are you jesting with this old man? How could we be unaware? Titan could not help but scoff inwardly. It was not that he doubted Jiang Yu, but rather that the claims were so outrageous they strained credulity. Jiang Yu smiled lightly, unperturbed by Titan's demeanor, and began to elucidate. Titan clan leader, do you find it hard to believe what I have said? Titan nodded candidly, acknowledging that the assertions were indeed difficult to accept. Yet he remained self-aware. Allow me to elaborate, Jiang Yu continued. Firstly, your clan excels in forging. You, yourself, are a master craftsman. Thus, the forging prowess of the Titan clan is quite commendable. Now, Titan clan leader, may I pose a question? What determines a person's forging skill? Titan instinctively responded, it is measured by the rarity and excellence of the weapons they create. This is the true test of one's capability that I beg to differ. Jiang Yu countered, in my view, the essence of a person's forging skill lies in their creativity and accessibility. Crafting a legendary weapon from rare materials does not necessarily indicate exceptional skill. However, producing extraordinary weaponry from commonplace materials does that. A true master craftsman is one who can transform ordinary materials into rare treasures. Though such sentiments may harbor considerable bias, they represent Jiang Yu's genuine beliefs. He does not seek a craftsman who can forge legendary weapons from rare resources. Rather, he desires a thinker capable of creation. Such individuals are the bedrock of a nation. The Titan clan possesses the potential to become such a cornerstone. As in this era, the blacksmiths are the closest to the soul instructors of the future. The soul guiding devices in the first volume of Douluo were indeed crafted by blacksmiths, making it crucial to guide them down this path. Titan remained silent for a moment. I comprehend your perspective. While I may not entirely agree with your views, I share your conviction. The Titan clan will strive towards this goal. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude to Titan, confident that, given time, the Titan clan would etch its name into history. Let us hope for that, Titan replied, lacking any profound sentiment. Jiang Yu continued, the Yu clan excels in architecture, capable of constructing a network that connects the nation. Although the Min clan may possess limited combat prowess, their speed enables swift communication across regions. The Pa clan, with its medical expertise, can also thrive. Once their medical practices are fully developed, even ordinary individuals can seek treatment without relying on soul masters, a monumental benefit for both the nation and its people. At this juncture, Titan found himself captivated by Jiang Yu's insights. He had never realized how the capabilities of himself and his brethren could hold such significance for the nation. My brothers would undoubtedly be overjoyed to hear Lord Zhang's high praise. Titan laughed, though a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. They had not erred in their past choices. They had merely failed to apply their talents in the right manner. Jiang Yu also chuckled, understanding that to win someone over, one must not only offer incentives, but also help them recognize their own worth. Therefore, it is essential for you, Titan clan leader, to swiftly contact the other 3 clans. I assure you on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince that you will not be neglected. On the path ahead, your value will surely be realized. For the nation, the contributions of the Titan and Yu clans will be paramount. While the Pa clan, though currently focused on toxicology, will transition to pharmacology, becoming increasingly vital. Only the Min clan may face complete decline over time. Although Jiang Yu's earlier assertions about their roles were somewhat tenuous and may fade with time, he undoubtedly has other plans for the Min clan's future. After all, he is not a heartless individual. He possesses foresight and has no reason to abandon the family of Xue Qinghe, aiming to ensure their continuity as a form of gratitude for their current assistance. In the future, the Min clan will likely command the realm of information, utilizing their speed to become formidable reporters. It can be said that if the four clans aligned themselves with Jiang Yu's vision, even the legendary Tang sect of 10,000 years hence could very well exist and thrive. Rather than fading into obscurity as in the original narrative, I shall inform them promptly, and I will do my utmost to persuade them. Thank you for your esteem and trust, Your Highness, Titan declared earnestly. Thank you, Titan clan leader, Jiang Yu replied. Thus, the negotiations concluded successfully. Titan respectfully escorted Jiang Yu to the door, and Jiang Yu took his leave. Having accomplished his mission for the day, once Jiang Yu had departed, Tainao and Tailong erupted into excitement. Tailong, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Grandfather, will we be able to rise to the heights of those nobles in the future?" Smack. Before he could finish, Titan struck him down. "You foolish child. I warn you. Our Titan clan must never emulate those nobles. We must maintain our current stance in the future. We cannot become arrogant simply because our status is elevated. Do you understand?" Titan scolded. To be boasting about matters yet to begin is truly a lesson in humility. I understand, grandfather. Tailong replied, somewhat aggrieved. Titan then turned to Tainua. You as well. What I have just said will be inscribed into our clan rules. From now on, all members of the Titan clan must adhere to this. Do you understand? Tainua immediately responded with a tense expression. Understood, father. Titan nodded with satisfaction, casting his gaze toward the direction Jiang Yu had taken his leave. A smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This young man is indeed a talent, sharp and astute. However, what he spoke of truly piqued my interest. Having lived for so long, how could Titan not discern the blueprint embedded within Jiang Yu's words? Frankly speaking, he felt tempted. Ensuring the longevity of a family is a matter that every clan must contemplate. The Titan clan, being a singularly attribute-focused family, faces a challenging path. They risk vanishing from the annals of history. Titan often worries for his family's future. Should they fail to produce individuals of his caliber, the clan may very well cease to exist. Thus, he constantly seeks avenues for the family's continued prosperity. Today, within Jiang Yu's words, he glimpsed a potential path. If they could entwine their fates with that of the nation, they might indeed thrive alongside it in the future. Old comrades, do not think that I will forget you in my good fortune. This matter truly has the capacity to alter the destinies of our four clans. Should you refuse obstinately, I shall have no recourse. Titan mused internally, preparing to visit the other three families. This is indeed a significant opportunity. On the other side, after completing his tasks, Jiang Yu did not return home directly, but instead headed to the Crown Prince's residence to seek out Xue Qinghe. He preferred the ambience of the prince's estate, and his father also favored his presence there. Thus, it was best to avoid any unnecessary discomfort. Arriving just in time, Jiang Yu found Xue Qinghe engaged in lively conversation with an unexpected guest, Ningfengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who was also Xue Qinghe's mentor. Chapter 8. Ningfengji as Jiang Yu entered the guest hall of the Crown Prince's residence. He was taken aback to see Xue Qinghe and Ningfengji sharing a hearty laugh. Noticing Jiang Yu's arrival, Xue Qinghe smiled and introduced, Master, this is Jiang Yu, my capable assistant. Ningfengji replied with a warm smile. Indeed, a young prodigy. In truth, Ningfengji had long been aware of Jiang Yu. The events surrounding Jiang Yu's father had caused quite a stir in the past, and even he had heard whispers of it. Moreover, being so close to Xue Qinghe, it was impossible for him to remain uninformed. Yet, while he was familiar with Jiang Yu's reputation, they had never formally met. Likewise, Jiang Yu recognized Ningfengji from afar. Having never had the opportunity to engage with him directly, I have met His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu acknowledged. Jiang Yu dared not act recklessly. He had originally come to seek praise and share good news, but now he could only wait until Ningfengji departed before speaking further. Xue Qinghe merely instructed Jiang Yu to stand beside him. And Ningfengji smiled at Jiang Yu, who returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Teacher, may I inquire why you have come to see me this time? Xue Qinghe asked with a smile. It was uncommon for Ningfengji to visit the Crown Prince's residence. They usually met in a location within Tiandou City. The fact that he had made a personal visit indicated that the matter at hand was of significant importance. I heard that you are to be wed, so I came to see you. Ningfengji replied with a smile. So the teacher is already aware. I was planning to inform you in a few days. But as the matter is not yet settled, I feared you might laugh at me if it fell through. Xue Qinghe said gently. Their exchange was a duel of wits. Both were cunning and adept at navigating the intricacies of their conversation. Avoiding any accusations, Ning Fengji chuckled softly. I wonder which fortunate girl has captured your heart, prompting you to prepare for marriage in silence. A smile spread across Xue Qinghe's face. Unhidden, for this was indeed the information he intended to share with Ning Fengji. It is by Qinxiang, the granddaughter of the leader of the Minji clan, he revealed. Ning Fengji's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to its usual composure. The Minji clan, you say? Qinghe, do you know the background of this clan? He had expected Xue Qinghe to ally with a sect closely related to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or even to marry one of its disciples, so he was caught off guard by Xue Qinghe's choice, which had no ties to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, he had invested considerable thought into Xue Qinghe's future, and now this union seemed to bypass his intentions. It appeared someone had advised him. Could it be Jiang Yu? Ning Fengji's gaze lingered on Jiang Yu for a moment, subconsciously attributing this idea to him. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to Jiang Yu in the future. Indeed, the Minji clan was once a subordinate clan of the Haoyan sect. But what of it? If I marry the daughter of the Minji clan, will they dare to trouble me? Even if they do, what is there to fear? For Qinxiang, I would challenge even the Haoyan sect. I am not ashamed to admit that the moment I laid eyes on by Qinxiang, I fell in love with her and shall marry no one else. A flicker of deep affection and determination shone in Xue Qinghe's eyes, and his words resonated with unwavering resolve. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, was taken aback. Had he not read the original text, he would have believed it. Bravo, Your Highness, your acting skills are commendable. Ning Fengji was equally astonished. It seemed the determination he witnessed in his disciple was a first after all these years, as if this were the true essence of Xue Qinghe. How surprising, Qinghe, to discover you possess such resolve. It appears that girl is indeed fortunate to inspire such commitment in you. Here, I extend my blessings for your happiness, Ning Fengji said with a smile after his surprise subsided. Although somewhat regretful, he felt reassured knowing that Xue Qinghe remained his disciple. It is a pity, however, that I had already noted your impending marriage. I intended to introduce you to a suitable lady, yet it seems you have already found your true love. The Minji clan is not without merit, Ning Fengji teased. Teacher, are you suggesting you would introduce me to a lady? Might it be your daughter, Rongrong? Xue Qinghe responded with a smile. Haha, that is not out of the question. If you have the skill to win Rongrong's heart, I would consent. I genuinely hope she chooses her path, Ning Fengji said, a glimmer of affection crossing his eyes. If Ning Fengji were truly willing to marry his daughter off to Xue Qinghe, their union would likely succeed, alleviating concerns about future complications. Even if Xue Qinghe's identity were to be revealed, Ning Fengji could still support him in his ascent to the throne, ensuring the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's significant standing. After all, Ning Rongrong's status was not trivial. A marriage alliance could secure a powerful bond, making it unlikely for Xue Qinghe to sever ties, thereby incorporating the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into the fold. Such a development could transform the landscape of the Douluo Continent. Yet, Ning Fengji hesitated to relinquish his daughter to Xue Qinghe, preferring instead to allow her to choose her own path. What a pity. I already have someone I cherish, Xue Qinghe lamented, smiling at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled back, and both fell silent, fully aware of the impossibility of such a union. Had it been feasible, it would have been established long ago. Their conversation meandered to various topics, primarily concerning Xue Qinghe's cultivation. Ning Fengji did not linger long. Rising to take his leave, Xue Qinghe smiled as he escorted Ning Fengji to the door, only to return and find Jiang Yu slumped wearily in a chair. Look at you. Have you forgotten I am the crown prince? Are you not aware that your current demeanor is unbecoming? Xue Qinghe chided playfully. Yet, it was merely a jest. After years of familiarity, he was well acquainted with Jiang Yu's antics. Your Highness, I am exhausted. I have been running hither and thither for quite some time, and now I must stand here for so long, Jiang Yu admitted, feeling fatigued after having to stand earlier in light of the significant disparity in their statuses. Very well, do as you please. How did your tasks proceed? Xue Qinghe inquired, taking a seat in the spot Ning Fengji had just vacated. Jiang Yu straightened his posture. Everything is in order, Your Highness. I have successfully persuaded the Li clan. You may send someone for initial negotiations shortly. You only need to prepare for your upcoming marriage. As long as they feel valued, the key lies in your attitude. Whether we can secure the support of the four clans hinges on this opportunity. I have arranged everything. You need only follow my lead." With that, Jiang Yu handed Xue Qinghe a detailed plan outlining the subsequent arrangements for the single attribute clans. Xue Qinghe set the plan aside without reading it. Trusting Jiang Yu to manage it all, Jiang Yu respectfully replied, "Then I shall humbly accept your order." He took the command without refusal, knowing he could not entrust this matter to anyone else. "Now, let us discuss the wedding," Xue Qinghe said, his expression turning awkward. This was akin to a maiden embarking on her first journey. Despite his mental preparation, the reality of it left him unsure and anxious. Jiang Yu felt somewhat at a loss himself that if you ask me, who should I turn to for answers? After all, he too had been single in his past life, making this a first for him as well. Yet, Jiang Yu, drawing from his experiences across 2 lifetimes, offered a suggestion. "Your Highness, you might consider consulting the palace for officials who specialize in such matters to assist with the arrangements. After all, you are to marry the crown princess. So the rituals must be properly observed, and you should inform His Majesty as well. I understand." Xue Qinghe nodded solemnly, feeling a flicker of anticipation. He had never contemplated marriage before, and the sudden prospect of a wife felt quite strange to him. "Oh, and Your Highness, you could spread word of your conversation with Master Ning today, ensuring it reaches the ears of the 4 major clans. This would aid in persuading the Li clan to support the other 3. Jiang Yu suggested suddenly. Is that truly necessary? Xue Qinghe hesitated. This would help you cultivate an image as a devoted suitor in the eyes of the public, garnering you some popularity, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. This was a tactic frequently employed in his past life, using gossip to shape public perception. Compared to tangible achievements, the allure of scandal could pique curiosity, prompting people to learn more about Xue Qinghe, thereby significantly enhancing his influence. But what if the teacher inquires? Xue Qinghe expressed concern, feeling uneasy at the thought of such matters reaching the ears of those from the spirit hall who knew his true identity. "Fear not, Your Highness. It will be fine. If Master Ning asks, we shall feign ignorance and swiftly replace those around us," Jiang Yu declared with a mischievous grin, now that Ning Fengji was aware of Xue Qinghe's marriage plans. It was certain that some of his people were close to Xue Qinghe, making it an opportune moment to clear them out. However, Jiang Yu lamented, "But Master Ning likely won't give us that chance. Your departure from his control has already raised his suspicions." Despite his reservations, Xue Qinghe found merit in Jiang Yu's suggestion. If Ning Fengji were to inquire, he could use the opportunity to remove those pawns around him. And the reasoning would be quite sound. "Let us proceed as you advise," he concluded. "Yes, Your Highness," Jiang Yu responded. "In any case, it is merely a matter of convenience and does not interfere with subsequent plans. By the way, Your Highness, I have a matter I am uncertain whether to seek your assistance with." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's expression turned somewhat awkward. "Speak," Xue Qinghe replied with a calm demeanor. "It is that my soul power has reached the 30th level, and I require a soul ring. However, I find myself at a loss for a suitable companion to aid in this endeavor. I wonder if there might be anyone here who could assist me in hunting for a soul ring." Jiang Yu stated candidly. Jiang Yu's soul power had already reached a critical point, and through recent exertions, he had inadvertently made a breakthrough. Had it not been for unfinished business, he would have already ventured to hunt soul beasts. After all, while schemes are vital, one cannot overlook the importance of strengthening one's own power in a world where strength reigns supreme. Jiang Yu wished for Xue Qinghe's assistance in this matter. "You have indeed reached the 30th level?" A flicker of surprise crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes. Although Jiang Yu possessed innate full soul power, he was merely a support-type soul master, a path notoriously difficult to advance. Yet, here he was, having achieved 30th level at such a swift pace. This talent could rival even the esteemed golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, it is only in these past days that I have reached this level. Unfortunately, I lack suitable companions to aid me in hunting soul beasts, which is why I sought your assistance, Jiang Yu replied. Obtaining a 1,000-year soul ring is essential for reaching the 30th level. Although the Tiandou Empire has facilities for breeding soul beasts, the number of 1,000-year soul beasts is exceedingly scarce and of low quality. To acquire a decent soul ring, Jiang Yu would have to venture into the Tiandou forest. However, his father was merely a great soul master, and the Zhang family lacked the powerful connections necessary to find a formidable soul master to accompany him to the Tiandou forest. I see. Please take my token and visit the Tiandou Royal Academy. They are likely to extend their assistance in providing you with a suitable soul ring, Xue Qinghe instructed, handing Jiang Yu a token that represented his princely status. It was not that Xue Qinghe was unwilling to utilize his own power. Rather, he was reluctant to reveal his identity, even to Jiang Yu. "Thank you," Jiang Yu exclaimed, elated as he accepted the token. With this, he could obtain his third soul ring. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe hastily dismissed Jiang Yu, as he had to attend to his own wedding arrangements, a significant matter in one's life. He wished for it to be splendid and, at the same time, to avoid any slip-ups on the wedding night. This indeed posed a challenge, especially since Xue Qinghe was a woman and faced limitations in certain matters, compelling him to devise a plan. Jiang Yu, buoyantly clutching the token, departed, unconcerned about Xue Qinghe's wedding, as it was not his own affair to ask for how to handle the wedding night. He mused, wouldn't it be possible to devise a method to simulate such an event? There are always more solutions than difficulties, after all. Well, when I think about it, I do feel a bit excited, he chuckled to himself, leaving the prince's palace in high spirits. However, upon his exit, he noticed a carriage from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school parked at the gate. Could it be that Ning Fengji had not left and was seeking Xue Qinghe? Jiang Yu pondered that it was not out of the realm of possibility. Perhaps there were matters Ning Fengji preferred to discuss away from the earlier setting. Yet, what transpired next exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. A disciple from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school approached Jiang Yu, stating, "Lord Jiang, the sect master requests your presence," gesturing towards a nearby tavern. Jiang Yu was taken aback. For within the tavern, Ning Fengji was smiling and beckoning him. Resigned, Jiang Yu replied, "I cannot refuse. Please lead the way." Soon, Jiang Yu was escorted into a private room where Ning Fengji sat sipping tea. An elderly man standing quietly behind him. Jiang Yu had not seen this elder before, but he presumed he must be one of the two titled Douluo of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Though he could not ascertain their identity, Lord Jiang has arrived. Please, take a seat. Ning Fengji greeted him with a smile, gesturing toward a seat before him, treating Jiang Yu as an equal. "I am flattered. Sect Master Ning, I cannot accept such a title. Simply call me Jiang Yu," he replied, taking a seat at a modest distance. "May I inquire what brings you to seek me out, Sect Master Ning?" "Your sudden invitation has left me somewhat apprehensive," Jiang Yu inquired. Observing Ning Fengji's demeanor, Ning Fengji chuckled. Whether at Jiang Yu's astuteness or his seemingly anxious expression, it was unclear. "Very well, I shall address you as Jiang Yu. However, as my disciple's companion, you may also refer to me as uncle in private. I have met your father. He is indeed a remarkable individual." Jiang Yu silently scoffed at this notion, recognizing that few would engage in such self-sacrificial behavior. "Very well, I shall defer to you, Uncle Ning. I wonder what you wish to discuss," Jiang Yu replied. Ning Fengji nodded. "It is merely that I sensed your soul power has reached the 30th level, and I wish to inquire if you require assistance in acquiring a suitable soul ring." Jiang Yu nearly declined, having already sought help from Xue Qinghe, but reconsidered. This was indeed an opportunity. "Thank you, Uncle Ning. I would appreciate the assistance," Jiang Yu conceded. Ning Fengji smiled. "I expected you would decline." "Why would I do that?" Jiang Yu replied, a smile gracing his face. After a brief silence, Ning Fengji resumed his genial demeanor. "In that case, I shall speak freely." "Please do. I am eager to hear," Jiang Yu responded, nodding. Ning Fengji's expression was filled with amusement. Jiang Yu's maturity impressed him greatly. Although Jiang Yu was only 12, younger than Xue Qinghe, his wisdom seemed to surpass hers, akin to a clever little fox. "This marriage alliance is indeed something you have orchestrated from behind the scenes, is it not?" Jiang Yu inwardly lamented, recognizing that nothing good ever came from such inquiries. This was a matter of familial ties and favors. It was only natural for Jiang Yu to seize the opportunity to discern Ning Fengji's true intentions. Indeed, Jiang Yu admitted candidly. Chapter 10. Conversation engaging in a battle of wits with Ning Fengji was futile. As a sect master, his cunning was akin to that of an old fox. Jiang Yu realized it would be challenging to deceive him, and he could not guarantee that his own schemes would remain concealed. "Could you enlighten me as to why?" Ning Fengji inquired, his smile unwavering, his fingers lightly tapping the table, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Yu. Exuding an air of pressure, the elder behind him also focused intently on Jiang Yu. Amplifying the weight of the moment, Jiang Yu, undeterred, responded, "Because His Highness requires his own strength, the support of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school not sufficient." Ning Fengji's tone carried an air of pressure. Jiang Yu felt the intensity increase but remained resolute, asserting, "It is not enough. The The support provided by the Seven Treasure glazed tile school does not translate into strength beneath the seemingly splendid exterior of His Highness. There lies a lack of personal power. Do you find this normal, Uncle Ning? Jiang Yu's assertion momentarily left Ning Fengji speechless. Indeed, Xue Qinghe lacked personal strength, a situation that the Seven Treasure glazed tile school had perhaps engineered, as it ensured Xue Qinghe's reliance upon them. You may consult with me, for I am Qinghe's mentor, and I would not oppose it. Ning Fengji's tone softened slightly. As Xue Qinghe's mentor, he naturally wished for her well-being. Yet he felt a tinge of resentment towards her current actions. These matters were not beyond negotiation. He was not an unreasonable man. Jiang Yu shook his head, opting not to directly respond. Instead, he posed an unrelated question. Uncle Ning, do you support His Highness due to the decision of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, or at the behest of His Majesty? Both, I suppose. Are you suggesting that His Majesty does not trust Qinghe? Why is that? Ning Fengji's brow furrowed in realization. Jiang Yu chuckled. Uncle Ning, I have not stated anything. These are merely your conjectures. Through his conversation with Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu discerned an important truth. Ning Fengji was unaware of the larger schemes at play. He too had been ensnared by the machinations of Emperor Xue. The current objective was to stir the waters of Tiandou City, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty that would deter any actions until Jiang Yu had grown stronger. Indeed, these are merely my speculations, Ning Fengji acknowledged, a soft laughter escaping him. Whether these speculations held any weight, only he could truly know. Certain matters were best left unsaid as the events of recent years unfurled before him. Ning Fengji discerned certain issues lurking behind the curtain. Therefore, I kindly ask for your understanding, Uncle Ning, that as the Crown Prince and heir to the Empire, His Highness requires a measure of power to safeguard his own security. Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Of course, I comprehend. Yet these matters can also be managed by the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji pressed on. Regardless of the circumstances, investing in Xue Qinghe is a decision made by the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect. We cannot simply relinquish it. It is indeed possible. But what can His Highness offer in return to you, Uncle Ning? Jiang Yu's words caused Ning Fengji to pause momentarily, his meaning eluding him. Solely providing assistance does not foster a sense of security. It is only through mutual dependence that the relationship between both parties can be fortified. Currently, everything the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect has undertaken appears overwhelmingly significant to His Highness, and should it grow even larger, unease will surely settle in his heart, something Uncle Ning likely does not desire. Thus, I humbly request Uncle Ning to wait until we can offer sufficient benefits for your assistance. What do you think? Jiang Yu calmly regarded Ning Fengji as he spoke. Ning Fengji met Jiang Yu's steady gaze with an equally impassive expression, the usual smile absent from his demeanor, replaced by an air of seriousness. Very well. Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Expressing his gratitude to Uncle Ning, I am genuinely curious about the price Xue Qinghe will pay for my intervention, and when that will transpire. Ning Fengji responded with a renewed smile. As if the previous conversation had left no impact on him. A benefit that Uncle Ning cannot refuse, and it will come swiftly, Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of significance. The Chiloa tulip. A proposition you cannot possibly turn down. The ice and fire duality is an item that must be acquired, never to be left in the hands of Tang, and that I find myself quite eager for it. Indeed, it is worth anticipating. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. Now I am even more curious. Who do you pledge your allegiance to? That is a most intriguing question. It feels somewhat like a rhetorical inquiry, yet it is anything but, certainly to His Highness. If this empire must have an emperor, then I wish for it to be him. As for the fourth prince, he is unsuitable, too overly restrained, fearing power without possessing virtue. He is not a commendable choice, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Though he elucidated yet did not clarify, he inadvertently sowed a seed in Ning Fengji's mind. Over the years, Ning Fengji had suppressed Xue Beng numerous times for the sake of Xue Qinghe, and it would be beneficial for him to recognize the true nature of Xue Beng, that in murky waters, one can fish more effectively. In this struggle, it is best when everyone has their own tasks to fulfill. Indeed, a flicker of contemplation crossed Ning Fengji's eyes, though it quickly vanished. Jian Shu, I must trouble you with Jiang Yu's matters. Please assist him in acquiring a suitable soul ring from the Stardo Forest. You may also take the opportunity to visit Rong Rong, Ning Fengji stated with a smile, effectively concluding this conversation. Although Jiang Yu had revealed a wealth of information, Ning Fengji felt the waters had become even murkier. Very well, Jian Shu, also known as Jian Douluo, readily agreed without hesitation. Jiang Yu then realized that the esteemed figure before him was Jian Douluo Qianxin. However, was it somewhat excessive to enlist a title Douluo to aid in acquiring a soul ring? Perhaps he was merely assisting, as the elder only wished to visit his granddaughter. Jiang Yu quickly understood. In the original narrative, Jian Douluo was quite fond of Ning Renxue, and he would surely welcome the chance to see his granddaughter who had run away from home. The reasoning was already laid out. Jiang Yu had met Ning Renxue before, yet their exchanges had been superficial, limited to mere greetings. Without the tempering of Xue Academy, Ning Renxue indeed possessed a proud disposition akin to a little sorceress. I must strategize further. It is still insufficient. Jiang Yu wore a smile, his gaze profound. After arranging a time with Ning Fengji, he rose to take his leave. The pleasant exchange had come to a definitive close. The following day. It was the day agreed upon yesterday, and Jiang Yu arrived early at the gates of Tiandou City. Though he was still somewhat late, Jian Douluo was already waiting at the designated spot. Greetings, Senior Jian. Jiang Yu approached and bowed respectfully. Jian Douluo Qianxin glanced at Jiang Yu, seemingly confirming his identity. Well then, let us depart. Indeed, Senior. I have prepared a carriage, and it will arrive shortly, Jiang Yu proposed. The Tiandou Forest is not particularly close to Tiandou City. It is somewhat distant. Relying solely on foot would consume an extensive amount of time, spanning several days, while a carriage would be far more convenient. Jiang Yu did not require such exertion and no need for that, Qianxin stated, extending his hand to grasp Jiang Yu by the collar. Before Jiang Yu could react, Qianxin vanished in an instant. Jiang Yu felt the surrounding air suddenly transform into a tremendous pressure, enveloping him tightly. Words escaped him. As he attempted to halt Qianxin's actions, a gust of icy wind rushed into his mouth, causing a sharp pain. Qianxin clearly paid no heed to Jiang Yu's discomfort. To him, as long as Jiang Yu remained alive, that was sufficient. If he could not endure such minor hardships, how could he call himself a soul master? In that moment, Jiang Yu felt a pang of regret. Had he foreseen this, he would not have accepted Ning Fengji's goodwill, which had only compounded his troubles and subjected him to this ordeal. Had Jiang Yu sought out the Tiandou Royal Academy, using the token provided by Xue Qinghe, he would have comfortably acquired a soul ring, without the need to endure such hardships here. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Jiang Yu understood the dynamics. After all, the Tiandou Royal Academy was the domain of Xue Bang and his associates. To venture there recklessly would only lead to misfortune. He must first dismantle their influence before making his move. It seems I must find an opportunity to make contact with Duality. Jiang Yu pondered silently, resolving Duality would clarify the situation within the Tiandou Empire considerably. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter. It must be said, being accompanied by a title Douluo of such strength propelled their speed to astonishing levels. In merely a day, Qianxin had taken Jiang Yu to a small town near the Tiandou Forest. Had it not been for the consideration of Jiang Yu's insufficient strength to endure such a prolonged journey, Qianxin would have likely charged straight into the Tiandou Forest for a swift resolution. This was a town specifically catering to soul masters. Although small, it boasted all necessary amenities and entertainment. Jiang Yu recalled that in the original story, Tang San had also visited here to acquire his third soul skill, though he was uncertain if it was the same town. The small town was aglow with lights, bustling with activity, as many soul masters returning from the Tiandou Forest often sought reprieve from their burdens here. That a myriad of individuals engaged in various pursuits. However, as Jiang Yu and Jian Douluo traversed the streets, they remained silent, akin to two strangers walking side by side, for their relationship was still unfamiliar, and Qianxin had no inclination to forge a rapport. Remarkably, both Jiang Yu and Qianxin reached a silent consensus on one matter. They did not broach the subject of the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest, being one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts and closer to Tiandou City, would have been a more suitable choice for Jiang Yu to obtain a soul ring. Yet, he opted for the Tiandou Forest instead. The rationale stemmed from the fact that in the original narrative, the Sunset Forest held little significance. A visit there would yield merely a soul ring without further developments. However, the Tiandou Forest offered a plethora of opportunities and greater narrative weight. Furthermore, considering the current timing, with the school having commenced, Tang San and his companions would be seeking their soul rings. It is an ancient truth that wherever the protagonists tread, opportunities abound. Jiang Yu contemplated whether he might chance upon them here, potentially swaying them to his side and seizing some opportunities from Tang San and his companions. After all, while he could not sway Tang San and Xiao Wu, the other 5 remained quite valuable. You seem to be preoccupied with something. Are you pondering what sort of soul ring you will acquire next? The previously silent Qianxin broke the silence between them. Indeed, I am filled with anticipation, wondering what type of soul ring I might obtain, Jiang Yu replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. His reply came a bit hastily. Betraying his inner thoughts, Qianxin observed Jiang Yu silently, evidently confirming Ning Fengzhi's insights. This youth was quite clever, harboring thoughts beyond comprehension. Show me your martial soul. I shall provide you with some guidance, with a calm demeanor. Qianxin spoke, refraining from inquiring about what Jiang Yu had been contemplating moments earlier. There must be a reason for his visit to the Stardow Forest. Otherwise, he would have likely requested to go to the Sunset Forest instead. Qianxin's sole task was to assist Jiang Yu in acquiring his 3rd spirit ring, and anything beyond that was not within his purview. Completing the task promptly would be ideal. Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qianxin would prove to be quite agreeable. Even offering to assist him with guidance. It was indeed unexpected. Perhaps Ning Fengzhi had imparted some instructions. Jiang Yu did not dilly-dally. Promptly releasing his spirit and introducing his soul skills. Senior, this is my spirit. Bai Chao, and in his hand emerged a spirit resembling grass. It looked like grass, yet not entirely so, showcasing various plants that entirely depended on one's perception. Thus, Jiang Yu classified it as a conceptual spirit. To be honest, he himself could not comprehend the exact nature of his spirit, hence the conceptual designation, conceptual spirit. This was the first time Qianxin had encountered such a term. Jiang Yu offered no further explanation, for he too was at a loss. Perhaps only Master Yu Shaojing might possess such knowledge in this world. This is my first soul skill, Spirit of Bai Chao. Jiang Yu demonstrated his first soul skill, Spirit of Bai Chao, acquired from a plant spirit beast, albeit without gaining the abilities of the beast itself. He merely obtained a conceptual soul skill. This is my 2nd soul skill. Spirit of the 4 Seasons. Jiang Yu then exhibited his 2nd soul skill, Spirit of the 4 Seasons. Like the first, it was also a conceptual soul skill that could alter the climate within a certain range, transforming the battlefield into a suitable combat zone. The Spirit of Bai Chao could manipulate the surrounding flora, exerting both suppressive and enhancing effects on plant-type spirit masters, while the Spirit of the 4 Seasons could create diverse environments that could restrain and amplify the abilities of different attribute spirit masters. Jiang Yu briefly elucidated his 2 soul skills. Qianxin listened with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Jiang Yu's spirit was peculiar, and his soul skills were quite unique, leaving him momentarily perplexed about their potential development. Do you have any thoughts of your own? Although these were area effect soul skills, from Qianxin's perspective, their amplification was rather weak, and they had specific targets, which seemed unfortunate. Not particularly. I can just find any plant spirit beast. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Over the years, he had come to recognize that relying solely on his own strength was somewhat unrealistic. He possessed combat capability, yet it was insufficient for serious battles. However, these 2 soul skills proved quite commendable for agricultural purposes. Jiang Yu mused that with a bit of effort, he might just become the Shenong of this world. Noticing Jiang Yu's indifference, Qianxin decided not to elaborate further. He had fulfilled his obligations. Qianxin shifted his gaze from Jiang Yu to the trio of grandfather and grandchildren nearby. Do you sense something amiss, Senior? Jiang Yu also turned to look. With so many people around, he lacked Qianxin's discerning vision and could discern nothing unusual. I've spotted a capable individual, Qianxin remarked with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps Qianxin's smile drew the attention of the 3, for the elder at the forefront was suddenly taken aback and hurried over. I am Meng Shu, honored Sword de Law. The Dragon Lord Meng Shu respectfully acknowledged. Ah, it is the Dragon Lord, Qianxin replied with a smile, nodding. The titles of Dragon Lord and Snake Lady carried a degree of renown in the Douluo Continent, and Qianxin had certainly heard of them. Encountering them here was quite a surprise. You flatter me. Meng Shu quickly declined, recognizing that his own fame paled in comparison to that of the titled Douluo before him. Beside him, Snake Lady Xue and Meng Ran also hastily offered their respects. After all, this was a titled Douluo, a figure rarely encountered in everyday life. Jiang Yu, however, was astonished that it turned out to be Meng Ran and the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady. This indicated that Tang San and his companions had indeed arrived here. He merely wondered whether Meng Yiran possessed a spirit ring. Since we have met, Senior Qinghe, are you also here to assist your junior in acquiring a spirit ring? Meng Shu inquired. Could it be that the honored sword Douluo is as well? His face brightened at this serendipitous coincidence. This is my granddaughter, Meng Yiran. She is now 15 years old and has already reached the 30th level of soul power. We are here to obtain her third spirit ring. Meng Shu lowered his stature by referring to himself as a junior, giving Qinghe the respect he deserved. I suppose so. Qinghe replied indifferently. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Star Doe Forest to obtain the spirit ring? If the spirit beast is suitable for both parties, perhaps we could allow the sword Douluo's descendant to absorb it first. Meng Shu proposed that it was not that they lacked the ability to acquire a spirit ring. Rather, this was an opportunity to forge a favorable relationship with a titled Douluo, and to forego it would be foolish. Qinghe considered briefly before agreeing. Very well. Jiang Yu, come over here. Jiang Yu promptly stepped forward. I am Jiang Yu, a close aide to the Crown Prince. I greet the honored Dragon Lord, the esteemed Snake Lady, and Miss Meng Yiran. Close aide to the Crown Prince. The Dragon Lord and Snake Lady were taken aback to discover that Jiang Yu was not a junior from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but rather an aide to the Crown Prince. Meng Shu and Xue Qinghe noted Qinghe's lack of displeasure and felt a sense of intrigue. It appeared that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had fully endorsed the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire. Is it that infatuated Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe? Meng Yiran's curiosity was piqued. Yes, Jiang Yu replied, somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that Meng Yiran would know the tale of Xue Qinghe. It had not been long. And it was clear that Xue Qinghe had likely employed the Spirit Hall's intelligence network. However, this presented an opportunity. Jiang Yu silently contemplated that he could leverage this chance to strengthen their relationship and see if he could win over the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, whose strength was quite formidable. A soul Douluo would be a valuable ally for Jiang Yu, even if just as a capable fighter. Chapter 12. Invitation. It must be said that the mental entertainment on the Douluo Continent was woefully scant. Jiang Yu, relying on the scant tales and his whimsical fabrications of the love story between Xue Qinghe and Bai Qinxiang, successfully established a commendable rapport with Meng Yiran. Of course, this was not a romantic relationship but rather one steeped in gossip. As they had bonded over the intrigues surrounding Xue Qinghe, the process unfolded more smoothly than expected, surprising Jiang Yu. This only solidified his resolve to develop the Douluo Continent, to cultivate a spirit of cultural civilization, and then to recline in leisure. The absence of pursuits was somewhat painful. Aside from cultivation, there was little else to engage in. Meanwhile, Meng Shu and Xue Qinghe observed the growing closeness between Jiang Yu and Meng Yiran without voicing any objections. In fact, they found it somewhat agreeable. They had gleaned Jiang Yu's information from Qinghe, a 12-year-old with 30th level soul power, a definite prodigy. Moreover, his status, though not a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as a close aide to the Crown Prince, was still quite significant. Should the two forge a bond, it could be quite advantageous. However, they had not anticipated that Meng Yiran's thoughts were wholly consumed by matters of Xue Qinghe, with not a single thought dedicated to Jiang Yu. Perhaps this was simply the nature of women, innately drawn to such interests. Miss Meng, given your keen interest in the Crown Prince, why not attend the Crown Prince's wedding in Tiandou City? Jiang Yu suggested with a well-timed proposal. Is that possible? Meng Yiran exclaimed with delight. Certainly. If Miss Meng can come to bless the Crown Prince, I am sure he would be most pleased. I can send an invitation your way. And you need not worry about anything else. Jiang Yu coaxed Meng Yiran, as if he were a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. Very well. It's a promise then. You mustn't go back on your word. Meng Yiran replied joyfully, her desire to meet Xue Qinghe growing even stronger. Of course, I would never renege on such a promise. A sly smile crept upon Jiang Yu's face, though he concealed it from the others. That he then turned to Meng Shu and Xue Qinghe, that I would be honored if the two seniors could attend the Crown Prince's wedding as well. Both Meng Shu and Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement with smiles. This resolved the matter. Later, Jiang Yu could arrange for Xue Qinghe to extend his hospitality to them, which would likely yield favorable results. Jiang Yu mused to himself, contemplating whether he should draft a book specifically for the Crown Prince, as it seemed quite effective and could deceive many young girls. He would discuss it with the Crown Prince upon his return, as this endeavor would ultimately serve his grand ambitions and reputation. Sacrificing a little was of no consequence. He would later release a volume of unofficial history. This is much more interesting. Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly. while maintaining a gentle demeanor on the surface. Qian Renxue, observing Jiang Yu from the side, felt a sense of wonder. After all, they had only recently been invited to attend the wedding of the crown prince, and now he was already acquainted with a formidable soul. Senior, is there something on your mind? Given that you've been staring at me so intently, Jiang Yu inquired, as Qian Renxue had been fixated on him for quite some time. TSK, I merely find you quite impressive. No wonder Fengji regards you as a cunning little fox. Even he must be wary of you, Qian Renxue remarked bluntly, without concern for Jiang Yu's feelings. Jiang Yu felt somewhat speechless. What did being called a little fox even mean? It would have been more fitting to say he was clever. Now, let's discuss your soul ring. Have you decided what kind of soul beast you wish to hunt? Qian Renxue continued, disregarding the prior exchange. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. The situation had unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Meng Yiran had already acquired a soul ring, and it was none other than the wind-tail coxcomb snake. Who would have imagined that the wind-tail coxcomb snake, which had eluded capture in the original narrative, would meet its demise so easily? This completely disrupted Jiang Yu's plans. However, it was to be expected, as their party now boasted a title de. If this 1,000-year soul beast were to escape, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for Qian Renxue. Jiang Yu had initially hoped to encounter Tang San and his companions during this unexpected meeting. They asked for whether Qian Renxue would discover Xiao Wu's true identity. That was not something Jiang Yu had considered. Consequently, it seemed unlikely that he would cross paths with Tang San and his group. Prolonging the matter would only waste time. Let us go for a plant-type soul beast, Jiang Yu decided after a moment's thought. As his martial soul was the 100 herbs, making it entirely reasonable to seek a plant-type soul ring. He had no other demands. A 1,000-year plant-type soul beast would suffice. Very well, Qian Renxue agreed. Finding Jiang Yu's modest request advantageous as it would save time, let us depart at once. Senior, please wait. Jiang Yu called out to halt the group. He knelt down, and his martial soul, 100 herbs, manifested, accompanied by 2 soul rings. Spirit of the 100 herbs, he announced, as the yellow soul ring glowed, allowing him to unleash his first soul skill. Instantly, all surrounding plants fell under his control, responding to the feedback he received. Jiang Yu glanced to his left, where a powerful life force emanated. Senior, allow me to lead the way, he said earnestly to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue furrowed his brow, pondering Jiang Yu's peculiar behavior. Can you sense the aura of soul beasts? He asked. Indeed, but I can specifically sense the presence of plant-type soul beasts, Jiang Yu calmly explained. The Titan giant ape was bound to appear, and given the current time, it would take at least several days. He could not afford to delay that long. He would have to concede. It seemed meeting the protagonist Tang San was impossible now. What a shame, for he had come specifically to encounter the main cast. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, though his face remained composed. Qian Renxue regarded Jiang Yu's tranquil expression. A flicker of doubt arose within him. Was this little fellow truly as he appeared, or was he concealing something? Moreover, was his martial soul genuinely as it seemed? After all, he was a person with innate full soul power. It was uncommon for such individuals to possess a useless martial soul. Qian Renxue was engulfed in confusion, eager to understand Jiang Yu, not only as a person but also regarding his martial soul and his purpose for coming to the Stardow Forest. These inquiries were all tasks entrusted to him by Ning Fengji before his arrival. Unfortunately, he could not force the matter. Even with 2 days of interaction, it was impossible for Qian Renxue to fully grasp Jiang Yu's character or the reasons behind his presence here. The mist surrounding Jiang Yu appeared even denser. Then I shall follow your lead, Qian Renxue stated indifferently, refraining from questioning why Jiang Yu had not taken the initiative earlier. Very well, Jiang Yu replied, his face brightening with a relaxed smile, as if the perceived failure of his objective had not affected him at all. Meng Shu and his granddaughter were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the relationship between Jiang Yu and Qian Renxue. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu moved toward the direction he was familiar with, and along the way, all obstacles in the form of wild grass and shrubs parted as though they were bowing before their sovereign. What a remarkable ability, both Qian Renxue and Meng Shu noted simultaneously, their eyes reflecting surprise. After all, they had never witnessed Jiang Yu's soul skill before, having only a basic understanding of it. Yet, it now appeared that this skill was far more potent than they had imagined. In this forest, it was his domain. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Senior, we have arrived, Jiang Yu announced, halting his steps and addressing the group. Plant-type soul beasts possess a significant flaw. When their power has not reached a certain level, They cannot move. Where is it? I don't see anything, Meng Yiran remarked, scanning the vicinity without noticing any soul beasts. However, both Meng Shu and Qian Renxue were keenly aware. Are you truly certain you wish to make this soul beast your third soul skill? Qian Renxue asked after a moment of silence. Yes, it seems quite good, Jiang Yu replied casually. He then turned his attention to the soul beast before him, which was a large blue vine that did not appear particularly remarkable. Merely larger than its surrounding kin, yet its vitality had reached the level of a 1,000-year soul beast, making it a genuine plant-type soul beast. The reason Qian Renxue hesitated to caution Jiang Yu is that this soul beast was none other than the most common weed on Douluo Continent, blue silvergrass. Chapter 13, Third Soul Skill, Agricultural Enhancement. Blue silvergrass can indeed evolve into a soul beast, as its abundance means that a few exceptional individuals will inevitably arise, such as Tang San's mother. The 100,000-year blue silver emperor, or the 50,000-year blue silver king from the original narrative, as well as this 1,000-year blue silvergrass before them. However, for blue silvergrass to evolve, it requires nurturing life force. Despite their tenacious vitality, they are inherently weak and cannot compete with any plant-type soul beasts, resulting in the rarity of truly evolved blue silvergrass soul beasts. Yet, perhaps due to their inherent frailty, they have developed a peculiar method of cultivation to gather the strength of their entire lineage to nurture a singular monarch, who in turn nourishes the rest. Thus, wherever a blue silvergrass soul beast appears, a vast expanse of blue silvergrass surrounds it. Nonetheless, this does not alter the fact that blue silvergrass is exceedingly weak, very weak indeed, and few have any interest in it. Senior, I find it quite good. Perhaps blue silvergrass appears weak in your eyes, lacking any advantages, and even its absorption does not yield powerful soul skills. However, from my perspective, blue silvergrass possesses a formidable trait: its remarkably resilient vitality. Jiang Yu remarked with a light smile as he approached the 1,000-year blue silvergrass, without a hint of trepidation. Danger, Meng Yiran could not help but exclaim, having realized that the plant-type soul beast Jiang Yu referred to was the blue silvergrass before them. His direct approach could lead to injury. After all, this was a 1,000-year soul beast. Yiran, do not worry. He will be fine. Just watch, Meng Shu interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yu. Meng Yiran was puzzled, looking over, only to discover that the 1,000-year blue silvergrass remained utterly still in Jiang Yu's presence, as if it had completely surrendered. What is happening here? She wondered, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. It was Qian Renxue who explained, it is due to suppression, given Jiang Yu's strength. Even if his first soul skill allows him to manipulate plants, he cannot control a 1,000-year soul beast. The only explanation for this occurrence is that Jiang Yu's martial soul exerts a suppressive effect on the blue silvergrass. To call it suppression is accurate. Jiang Yu's martial soul, the 100 herbs, is a conceptual martial soul. It is not a specific plant, but rather an overarching concept, the king of all herbs. This is a characteristic, albeit latent, that only manifests in the presence of sentient plants. Jiang Yu had discovered this ability long ago, during the acquisition of his second soul ring, realizing that his martial soul had a suppressive effect on plant-type soul beasts. However, he had not given it much thought at the time, as this ability seemed somewhat trivial. Suppression does not equate to total control, and should a soul beast wish to resist, it could still do so. What an extraordinary twist of fate, Jiang Yu mused, surprised that while he had not encountered Tang San, he had stumbled upon a 1,000-year blue silvergrass. Before arriving, he had been unaware that this plant-type soul beast was. In fact, blue silvergrass soul beasts are already rare, let alone one that has reached 1,000 years of age. This stirred a peculiar sensation within Jiang Yu's heart, akin to compensation, yet also seemingly predestined. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the blue silvergrass before him exhibited no trace of resistance in its essence, demonstrating an overwhelming subservience to Jiang Yu. Was it due to its inherent weakness? Or had it sensed its own peril? Or perhaps something else entirely? Jiang Yu contemplated in silence, but he also discerned that his first soul skill possessed another remarkable ability. When confronted with sentient plants, he appeared capable of communicating with them, albeit without the power to control them. He could sense the thoughts, consciousness, and emotions of the plant-type soul beast. I require your strength, Jiang Yu softly uttered, stroking the leaves of the blue silvergrass. In response to Jiang Yu's presence, this particular blue silvergrass exhibited no aggression, allowing him to touch it with ease. Suddenly, the tall blue silvergrass's leaves quivered slightly, as if acknowledging Jiang Yu's words. Before Jiang Yu could fully comprehend the situation, a strange luminescence began to swirl around the millennium-old blue-silver grass, while a faint blue glow emanated from the surrounding ordinary blue-silver grasses. The blue light coalesced into a beam, enveloping Jiang Yu entirely. That moment, he felt as though he were submerged in a warm ocean, utterly comfortable and reluctant to move. This blue radiance represented the life force of the blue-silver grass, which now continually flowed into Jiang Yu, forming a blue ring upon his body. A purple soul ring appeared, followed by 2 yellow soul rings gradually manifesting. What is this? The 4 onlookers gaped in astonishment. Even the experienced Qian Renxue, who had never witnessed such a phenomenon, where one could acquire soul rings without slaying soul beasts. What manner of person is this lad, capable of absorbing soul rings without hunting soul beasts? Qian Renxue pondered inwardly. In that moment, he even questioned whether Jiang Yu might be a 100,000-year soul beast, though if that were true, it would be impossible to conceal it from him. It seemed evident that Jiang Yu harbored secrets. However, Jiang Yu himself was equally bewildered. When he said he needed the blue-silver grass's power, he had meant to say, "Let me slay you shortly." He had not anticipated this turn of events. Although he had never experienced such a situation, it had appeared in the original text, where Tang San acquired his 5th soul skill from the blue-silver king in a similar manner. Jiang Yu never expected to obtain such a soul skill from a millennium-old blue-silver grass. Could this be a racial ability of the blue-silver grass? Jiang Yu mused. The possibility was not far-fetched. The original text indicated that the blue-silver king had utilized it before. Yet, Jiang Yu had always believed this ability was an internal trait of the blue-silver grass, usable only by its own kind, and that Tang San could access it due to his lineage. He had never imagined it could be applied to outsiders. As the blue light gradually faded, a deep purple soul ring manifested on Jiang Yu, confirming it was indeed a millennium old. Jiang Yu felt a surge in his soul power, elevating him to a higher level. He gazed at the now wilted blue-silver grass before him, including the previous millennium-old specimen, all appearing utterly depleted, as if exhausted from indulgence. The life force of the millennium-old blue-silver grass had notably diminished. Truly, it was a peculiar species. How he wished to study it further. Jiang Yu muttered softly. Yet upon witnessing the blue-silver grass's sacrifice for him, he felt reluctant to take advantage of it. Well then, since you have aided me, I shall extend my assistance in return. Upon acquiring his 3rd soul skill, Jiang Yu had gained a general understanding of its nature. It was remarkably unique and powerful, as if it were a soul skill destined to manifest, linking his previous 2 soul skills together. Jiang Yu named this soul skill Spirit of Life. Like his prior 2 abilities, it functioned within a domain, allowing him to absorb the life force of surrounding plants to nourish himself, while simultaneously converting his own soul power into life force to rainfuse into the plants he desired. In essence, with this soul skill, Jiang Yu could rapidly cultivate plants and control them to assist him in battle. However, his initial thoughts were not of combat, but rather of agriculture. It seems my farming abilities have significantly improved. Indeed, for farming, this was akin to a divine skill, destined to yield extraordinary seeds. Why should the blue-silver grass be able to evolve into a soul beast while my rice cannot? Perhaps cultivating 100 or 1,000-year rice soul beast is not out of reach. He merely wondered if such a rice soul beast could be raised without causing death by mere harvesting, thus allowing for sustainable growth. Jiang Yu's thoughts wandered, and he became increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his ideas. Fortunately, this life force could also be bestowed upon others, providing substantial healing. He would not be relegated entirely to farming. Surrounded by blue-silver grass, he found no other entities to absorb, compelling him to transmute his own soul power into life force. The 3rd millennium soul ring illuminated, and a milky white light radiated from Jiang Yu as he converted his internal soul power into life force. Once he had gathered enough, under his direction, the white light shattered into countless luminous particles, cascading onto the nearby blue-silver grass, with the millennium-old specimen receiving the most. Instantly, the previously wilting blue-silver grass rejuvenated with vitality. Chapter 14. Mutation. It seemed that these blue-silver grasses had undergone some transformation, or perhaps they had always possessed such qualities. After releasing his soul skill, Jiang Yu turned his gaze back to the blue-silver grass. Promptly noticing the differences, the once crystalline blue-silver grass appeared even more translucent, resembling brilliant sapphires. As for the millennium-old specimen, it exhibited even more pronounced changes. A silvery thread emerged from its resplendent and transparent form, dazzlingly traversing its entire body, imparting a weightier aura. Despite retaining its millennium-old cultivation, its presence had transformed dramatically, there was no need for further observation. Jiang Yu was certain that the blue-silver grass before him had indeed mutated. And the evidence lay in the millennium-old specimen. Everything was attributable to Jiang Yu's influence. Is my soul skill truly that formidable, capable of inducing mutations in plants? Even Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy within. Although it did not significantly enhance his combat prowess, however, it certainly bolstered his agricultural endeavors. Damn, why do I keep thinking about farming? Jiang Yu's expression soured. He wished to abandon such thoughts and rest instead of becoming a farmer. Sensing the jubilation emanating from the millennium-old blue-silver grass's essence, Jiang Yu smiled faintly, caressing its leaves, to which the grass responded with a gentle quiver. Subsequently, he returned to Qian Renxue's side. Upon seeing Jiang Yu approach, Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Your soul ring, returning, senior, it is complete. If you wish to know how I accomplished this, I must confess I am uncertain. All I can say is that it was not my ability, but that of the blue-silver grass," Jiang Yu replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. He understood Qian Renxue's curiosity, yet he could not elucidate the matter fully. Maintaining a degree of mystery was preferable. "Is that so?" Qian Renxue scrutinized Jiang Yu intently. "Indeed," Jiang Yu replied, exasperatedly shrugging his shoulders. "If you choose not to believe it, there is little I can do. However, this ability could certainly be explored further." Jiang Yu had grasped the underlying principle. The blue light was essentially the life force of the blue-silver grass. This principle involved utilizing life force to condense soul rings. If that were the case, Jiang Yu might also be capable of such feats, though perhaps only he could do so, as others lacked his unique ability to absorb the life force of other beings. From this phenomenon, Jiang Yu understood that the essence of a soul ring appeared to be the life force of the soul beast. After all, if a soul ring is composed of life force, many previously perplexing matters would become clear. At the moment of a soul beast's death, its life force is entirely released, forming a soul ring that gradually dissipates over time. As for why soul rings resonate with individuals, it likely stems from the life force of the soul beast mingling with the killer's soul power at the moment of its demise. Thus, why can't humans produce soul rings? Is there a fundamental difference between them and soul beasts? This certainly warrants investigation. However, it might be best to leave it be. If it were discovered that humans could also release soul rings, I would likely become the progenitor of evil soul masters, a title I would prefer to avoid. In that brief moment, Jiang Yu's thoughts had wandered far and wide. "Since you choose not to speak, then let it be that I have no interest in knowing," Qian Renxue remarked, though the pretense of indifference was apparent. Yet Jiang Yu's identity prevented him from pressing for answers. Subsequently, Qian Renxue turned his attention to Meng Shu. "Brother Meng, now that this matter is resolved, we shall take our leave." With that, he hoisted Jiang Yu once more. "Safe travels, senior sword." Qian Renxue desired to depart, and Meng Shu could not impede him, thus he could only clasp his fist and speak. Qian Renxue nodded in acknowledgement, then swiftly took Jiang Yu and vanished. However, Meng Ran suddenly recalled something and shouted towards the place where Jiang Yu and Qian Renxue had left. "Hey, Jiang Yu, you don't have my address. How will you send me an invitation in the future?" Unfortunately, Jiang Yu had already traveled far beyond the reach of her voice and was unable to hear her, let alone respond. Witnessing this scene, Chao Tianxiang chuckled. "Yuran, if you wish to find him, you may consider visiting Tiandou City after some time. After all, Jiang Yu has extended an invitation to us. With his stature, he cannot go back on his word. Therefore, when the prince marries, we too shall present our congratulations, which would be a splendid opportunity to become acquainted with the Tiandou royal family." "Very well," Meng Ran replied with a hint of melancholy. Compared to seeking Jiang Yu in Tiandou City, she longed to receive a unique invitation of her own. Chao Tianxiang smiled gently, and the two departed the location under Meng Shu's guidance. Not long after their departure, the blue-silver grass seemed to come alive, retracting its stems and leaves into the ground. In a mere moment, the area once covered in blue-silver grass transformed into an expanse of bare land. The original blue-silver grass lacked such capabilities, but the evolved blue-silver grass had acquired them. In the Xingluo Empire, Longxing City served as the residence of one of the single attribute clans, the Yu clan. Following the conflict between Tang Hao and the Wuhuan Temple, Haotian sect expelled Tang Hao and sealed their sect, leading the Yu clan to detach from Haotian sect and relocate to Longxing City in the northern part of the Xingluo Empire. Titan, having decided to personally persuade the other three clans, hurriedly made his way to the Yu clan's residence, intending to first convince this old acquaintance, the elder rhinoceros. Present, Titan sat within the hall of the Yu clan, accompanied by the clan leader, Niugao. Niugao refilled Titan's teacup and then set down the teapot, gazing at his old friend. "Old gorilla, Have you truly made up your mind to let go of the past and choose anew? Should you choose again this time, there shall be no room for regret. Niu Gao's tone was laden with gravity. Titan immediately outlined the benefits, his words sincere and compelling, stirring Niu Gao's heart. The Yu clan specialized in defense. In terms of martial souls, they were of little use aside from their defensive capabilities. Their initial affiliation with Haotian's sect stemmed from their expertise in construction. Compensating for Haotian's sect's shortcomings in that regard, Titan's proposal appeared exceedingly reasonable to him, for the capabilities of their clan would be better served under a nation than a sect. Yet, due to the initial abandonment by Haotian's sect, Niu Gao's heart had grown sensitive, instinctively resisting the notion of joining another power. A snake bite makes one wary of ropes for 10 years. After all, what is there to hesitate or regret? Of course, I have made my decision. This is an opportunity. Although it carries significant risks, can one achieve great things without risk? If there were no risk involved, why would such an opportunity fall into our laps? Titan remarked with a broad smile, having long since come to terms with his thoughts. As for past events, well, let them rest. The years spent waiting have offered closure for that time. Now we ought to consider our descendants in our clan. But you, old rhinoceros, surely you do not still harbor attachments. Upon uttering these words, Titan's expression became complex, tinged with a sense of loss, yet predominantly one of relief. To let go was to let go. In the original narrative, Titan was characterized by his foolish loyalty, unable to move past the events of yesteryear, ultimately waiting for Tang San. Niu Gao, however, maintained a neutral stance, indifferent, simply following Titan. As for Yang Yu and Bai He. Bai He's attitude was particularly convoluted, fraught with hatred and lingering sentiments, rendering it difficult for him to let go. Conversely, Yang Yu harbored outright enmity. What is there for me to hold on to? I let go the moment Haotian's sect abandoned us. These years, I have had no further ties with them. Niu Gao scoffed. It was high time for that. They certainly did nothing wrong. Ha ha ha. It seems in the end, I am the only one unable to move on from the past. Titan chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. Yet now, have you not let go? And Niu Gao replied, pleased for his friend. Indeed, it is not too late, Titan replied, his smile fading as he turned to Niu Gao. So, old rhinoceros, are you interested in joining me under the banner of His Highness the Prince? Who knows what kind of enchantment that prince has cast upon you, turning you, this old gorilla, into such a state? Very well, I shall accompany you, but do ensure it is not like before where I was abandoned. Once was enough to instill a certain fear in me, Niu Gao remarked casually. His Highness did not cast any spell upon me. Rather, it was a young man under his command who persuaded me. Frankly, I was quite surprised. Reflecting on those days, I was indeed stubborn. Titan reminisced, Jiang Yu's visage appearing in his mind. Truly a clever fox. I was unexpectedly swayed. Perhaps I am simply growing old. My heart now burdened with greater concerns than before. Yet, I cannot deny the merit of his proposal. As for abandonment, that will not occur again. If we truly advance, it will only be through elimination, and most likely, it will be our own doing, Titan stated earnestly, for he was no fool and could see clearly. Are you so certain? Niu Gao chuckled. Somewhat skeptical. You truly ought not to doubt. What I say is genuine, Titan replied, somewhat displeased, for there were aspects he understood only vaguely, and explaining them posed a challenge. However, he was aware. The essence of what Titan found difficult to articulate was, in truth, quite simple. Only when one ascends to the level of a nation can they comprehend the immense significance of certain matters. Even if you are but a rotting piece of wood, you can still contribute as firewood for the nation, let alone other contributions. For instance, the forging capabilities of the Li clan, when confined to a household, amount to little more than that of a blacksmith. But when applied to a nation and guided towards development, they might just ignite mechanization. Similarly, the Yu clan, when viewed through the lens of a family, might be deemed mere craftsmen, but on the national stage, they lay the groundwork for infrastructure, connecting the nation and benefiting all. Such thinking is not possessed by those on Douluo Continent, setting Jang Yu apart from them. After all, Jang Yu lived in a world devoid of the supernatural, allowing him to witness so much more. Very well, I shall take your word for it, Niu Gao conceded, deciding not to contest Titan further on this matter. This old gorilla was undoubtedly brainwashed. I suppose I have been convinced by you. But what of old goat and old whitebird? How will you persuade those two? They are far more difficult to sway than I, Niu Gao mentioned, referring to Yang Yu, the clan leader of the Pa clan, and Bai He, the clan leader of the Min clan. Titan fell silent for a moment, acknowledging Niu Gao's astute observation. The other two would indeed be challenging to convince, which was precisely why he had come to the Yu clan first. With the Yu clan's support, The process would become significantly easier. Old Whitebird is relatively easy to persuade. His character is proud, yet he possesses a daring spirit for gamble, and he deeply cares for the younger generation. His Highness the Prince's intention to unite the 4 great clans begins with them. His decision to marry Old Whitebird's granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang, is a tremendous honor, affording ample respect and consideration, given Old Whitebird's temperament. He will surely agree. Niu Gao nodded, tacitly acknowledging Titan's viewpoint. As for Old Goat, to be honest, I lack absolute confidence. However, once we have convinced Old Whitebird, the 3 of us can take him to the Tiandou Empire. If he stubbornly refuses to join, we shall find someone else to persuade him, Titan said, somewhat vexed. Young Woody was known for his reclusive nature, obstinate and direct in his dealings, easily offending others, his singular focus in life. Apart from wielding the broken soul spear and striving to grow stronger, was alchemy. Titan felt powerless to persuade such an individual. Perhaps they could see if Jiang Yu might have better luck. That could work. If the 3 of us agree, he will at least show us some respect and accompany us. Niu Gao nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed to find Old Whitebird. He suggested. Do you know where he is? Titan inquired with curiosity, for the Min clan, being impoverished, lacked a fixed residence, making it no simple task to locate them. A smile crept upon Niu Gao's lips. Of course, that fellow has recently run out of money and come to my vicinity. Titan's lips twitched. That fellow's situation was indeed rather dire, but this should make it easier to persuade him. Right? Having reached a consensus, the 2 began their journey towards the residence of the Min clan, determined to address this matter first. Meanwhile, Jang Yu remained oblivious to the happenings on Titan's side. After acquiring the soul rings in the Stardow Forest, he was led by the sword Douluo Continent towards Soto City. That a sense of urgency enveloped him, leaving no time to bid farewell to Meng Iran. The abruptness of his departure filled Jiang Yu with concern, fearing that his previous efforts had been in vain. Although Meng Iran was merely a minor character in the original narrative, her grandfather held considerable influence, and their family could serve as a significant ally. It remained uncertain whether Meng Iran and her grandparents would visit Tiandou City. If they did not, it would indeed be disheartening. Jiang Yu lamented that this journey might yield little reward. Clang, just as Jiang Yu's worries deepened. His door was thrust open with force, and Xue Qinghe stormed in, visibly displeased, evidently having failed to locate Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing Jiang Yu seated on the bed, Xue Qinghe stated bluntly, "Pack your things. We shall return to Tiandou City at once." "Must we leave so soon, senior?" Jiang Yu managed a smile, though he feared provoking Xue Qinghe's wrath, which he found quite taxing to suppress. 2 days prior, Xue Qinghe had brought Jiang Yu to Suatua City, only to abandon him there, rushing off to find his precious granddaughter, Ning Rongrong, in the village near Shrek Academy. Predictably, Xue Qinghe discovered from Flander that Ning Rongrong had gone to the Stardow Forest for trials, which infuriated him. They had narrowly missed each other. Nonetheless, Xue Qinghe was unwilling to give up easily. Thus, he had waited in Suwa City for 2 days without any sign of her, and his mood was understandably foul. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had spent his time observing the happenings in Suwa City, delighting in the leisure it afforded him. He had no intention of disclosing to Xue Qinghe that Ning Rongrong and her companions would not return for several days. He might as well suggest they return to the earlier town where they might still encounter her. "You seem rather pleased, young man," Xue Qinghe remarked darkly, his eyes radiating a dangerous aura. Jiang Yu's tone had conveyed an unmistakable sense of schadenfreude. Much to Xue Qinghe's displeasure, "If I am in a foul mood, then you shall be as well." Jiang Yu's face stiffened as he retorted, "Well, senior, you must be mistaken. When are we scheduled to depart?" Xue Qinghe, intending to frighten Jiang Yu, had no genuine desire to trouble him, as he could not bring himself to bully a child. "That we shall leave shortly." "Must we leave so quickly, senior? Won't you wait a while longer?" Jiang Yu inquired, taken aback. Xue Qinghe cast a disinterested glance at Jiang Yu and replied, "Wait for what? I do not possess the luxury of time. I must return to Tiandou City post-haste to attend to some matters." "Is that so? Surely the title Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not so busy. Aren't you merely tasked with protecting Ningfengji?" Jiang Yu dared not press further, conscious that such matters were clearly the closely guarded secrets of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Perhaps you should wait a moment. Rongrong might arrive," Jiang Yu suggested with a smile, fully aware that Xue Qinghe would never change his mind once made. Indeed, Xue Qinghe dismissed the notion. "Silence, you insolent brat," he reprimanded, his tone exceedingly displeased. "If it were not for you, would I need to rush back so urgently? It is your recent venture into the Star Doe forest to acquire a soul ring that compels me to return early to discuss matters with Ning Fengji. Otherwise, I could have lingered a few more days, and perhaps I would have encountered Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu raised his hands in resignation, refraining from further comment. During his 2 days of rest in Suatua City, free from mundane distractions, Jiang Yu had taken the opportunity to ponder his circumstances. After thorough contemplation, he recognized that this was not an opportune moment to meet the main characters, especially with Qian Renxue accompanying him. Should Xiao Wu's identity be revealed, Qian Renxue would pursue her, and Tang San would undoubtedly fight fiercely, causing unforeseen complications. This period was a rare moment of tranquility. Jiang Yu's primary objective was to keep Tang San as occupied as possible at Shrek, ideally preventing him from coming to Tiandou City at this juncture. Jiang Yu had only just begun to establish his presence in Tiandou City, and many matters remained unstable and unarranged. He could not afford any surprises. In Jiang Yu's estimation, the absence of Tang San in this world might yield a better outcome. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a hand seized his collar, a familiar sensation, a familiar scent, and an all-too-familiar feeling of despair. Jiang Yu hastily returned to Tiandou City. Wishing he could take his time, he felt slightly dizzy and nauseous. Chapter 16. A test. Upon returning to Tiandou City, Qian Renxue unceremoniously dropped Jiang Yu at the entrance of the princess residence, notifying Xue Qinghe before departing. The reason for not returning Jiang Yu to his own home was undoubtedly due to Jiang Yu's father, Jiang Yang, who seemed to be the only father eager to send his son to the princess residence. Qian Renxue was evidently aware of this, and thus left Jiang Yu at the prince's estate for convenience. Poor Jiang Yu, now entirely disoriented, found himself before the princess residence, oblivious to his surroundings. Gagging, Jiang Yu sat on the ground, retching. Qian Renxue had returned with remarkable speed, and Jiang Yu was momentarily unprepared for the abrupt change, causing his body to react violently. Where am I? Jiang Yu surveyed the familiar scenery, momentarily disoriented regarding his location. You are at the prince's residence, a familiar voice responded. Jiang Yu turned to see it. Your Highness, what brings you here? Gag. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Jiang Yu could not hold back, and the contents of his stomach surged forth, filling the air with a sour stench that he narrowly avoided soiling himself and Xue Qinghe, preserving his dignity. Xue Qinghe's previously cheerful expression froze, as he had been pleased to see Jiang Yu return, ready to inquire about his well-being. You little brat, did you just vomit in front of me? What is the meaning of this? Noticing Xue Qinghe's growing anger, Jiang Yu hastily explained, Your Highness, please allow me to clarify. I did not intend to be sick. As is well known, once the first bout of vomiting occurs, subsequent episodes become far easier to manage, and Jiang Yu could not resist the urge to retch again. This time, Xue Qinghe's face darkened entirely, disregarding Jiang Yu's situation, and commanded, Someone, take him inside. Jiang Yu realized that his bout of nausea had attracted attention, especially in front of the princess residence. The previous 2 days of build-up would undoubtedly lead to gossip, and Xue Qinghe was not keen on losing face. Yes, a nearby guard responded promptly. As for Jiang Yu, he dared not resist any further. He was merely dizzy, not intoxicated, and understood that if this incident spread, it would create negative repercussions. Thus, he complied and was escorted inside. For an ordinary person, this would undoubtedly be an embarrassing incident before the prince. Once inside the prince's residence, Xue Qinghe appeared less enraged and seemed to carry a burden of his own, his demeanor lacking its usual brightness. After allowing Jiang Yu some time to recover, he brought him into the grand hall. It must be noted that the prince's residence was home to many capable individuals of various disciplines. Though regrettably, they were all affiliated with the Spirit Hall. These individuals would need to be replaced or reassigned to different roles in the future. Otherwise, they might raise suspicions. The prince must be seen as the legitimate heir to the Tiandou Empire, free from any other affiliations. After receiving treatment and sitting for a while, Jiang Yu regained his composure. Xue Qinghe, seated at the head of the table, regarded Jiang Yu with a cold smile. Speak. What transpired earlier? Unless you provide an explanation, you shall find yourself tending to the fields. As I know you have a keen interest in agriculture. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yu's forehead. This was a man of his word. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yu had no choice but to recount the events of the past 2 days in their entirety. Your Highness, it was as I stated. I truly am not at fault. It was merely that the speed of the sword Douluo was too great, and I became dizzy. Unable to control myself, Jiang Yu explained, his expression one of distress, as he deeply regretted the embarrassment. I never imagined you would accompany the sword Douluo to hunt for soul rings. Are you dissatisfied with what I have provided? Xue Qinghe maintained his cold smile. Of course not. The grace of thunder and rain is a boon from your highness. How could I entertain such thoughts? I was merely acting in the best interest of your highness, and thus felt compelled to accept the goodwill of the Ning sect leader. Otherwise, I certainly would not have acquiesced, Jiang Yu asserted, his voice firm. Then enlighten me on how this serves my interests, Xue Qinghe pressed, refusing to relent. Jiang Yu pondered briefly before cautiously stating, Your Highness, your previous actions have already drawn the ire of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If this continues, they may distance themselves from you. I presume that after speaking with me, sect leader Ning would have explained this to you the following day. Indeed, Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. Indeed. I do not wish for His Highness to become estranged from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Nor does Sect Master Ning. Thus, when Sect Master Ning arranged a meeting with me, I selectively revealed some of our intentions, which were generally in line with what Sect Master Ning had conveyed to His Highness. This fostered a greater sense of honesty between both parties, allowing His Highness to confidently develop his own influence while maintaining mutual friendship, Jiang Yu explained. After listening, Xue Qinghe fell silent for a moment and then gazed at Jiang Yu. You have done well. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction towards Jiang Yu. Even Xue Qinghe did not wish to distance himself from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as it is one of the top 3 sects, a tremendous ally that must not be lost under any circumstances. Seeing that Xue Qinghe did not blame him, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that Xue Qinghe would lose trust in him. Otherwise, his plans would be rendered utterly futile, and his aspirations for a peaceful existence would evaporate. Fortunately, over the past 6 years, a solid trust had been established between Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe. However, was the situation truly so simple? Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings. The hall was unusually quiet, with only himself and Xue Qinghe present, as if all the guards had vanished. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu cheerfully inquired, So, Your Highness, is there a reward? Oh, what do you desire? Xue Qinghe replied with a relaxed smile, playfully countering Jiang Yu's question. This caught Jiang Yu off guard, as it seemed he had nothing he particularly wished for. Status and wealth, those mundane pursuits held little allure for him. As for enhancing his strength, he felt no urgency. He wasn't particularly keen on cultivation. Reflecting on this, a faint smile of bitterness crept across Jiang Yu's lips. Your Highness, it appears I do not yearn for anything specific. Perhaps a promotion for my father. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was not angered, but rather replied with an air of authority, I asked what you desire, not what your father seeks. He has his own plans. Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. Today, Xue Qinghe seemed to be behaving unusually, unlike his usual self. Typically, when Jiang Yu made such remarks, Xue Qinghe would simply chuckle and let it slide. He would never press for further clarification as he was doing now. It seemed recent events had raised concerns among certain individuals. A glimmer of thought flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, and he began to speculate. Xue Qinghe's opinions had undoubtedly been influenced. This was not a concern stemming from the Tiandou Empire, as no one there possessed the capability to sway Xue Qinghe in such a manner. It appeared the influence was coming from the Spirit Hall. Are they wary of me? Indeed, in the past, I merely provided guidance without suggesting any significant actions. Now, however, I have involved Xue Qinghe in considerable matters, even causing a rift with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. They are apprehensive about Xue Qinghe's exposure and wish to test me. In an instant, Jiang Yu grasped the situation. His recent actions had indeed been rather bold. Yet, this was unavoidable. Time waits for no one. Your Highness, what I desire is immense, so vast that I have yet to even witness it. Jiang Yu bowed and spoke candidly, choosing to express some of his thoughts rather than conceal them, as before. Oh, is that so? Status, fame, wealth, or perhaps beauty and strength? Xue Qinghe remarked nonchalantly, his tone lacking the usual inflections. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor. None of these. Acquiring such things poses little challenge for me. What I seek is far grander, such as a prosperous world, a flourishing realm. Jiang Yu's voice brimmed with anticipation. This has indeed been my lifelong pursuit, for only in such a scenario can I rest easy. Xue Qinghe was somewhat taken aback, as this answer was entirely unexpected. He had never considered that someone would desire such a thing. This truly caught me off guard. Jiang Yu smiled lightly, expressing a heartfelt sentiment. After all, everyone harbors their own ambitions, and I am no exception. Rather than those mundane pursuits, I aspire to create a prosperous world with my own hands. This is an immensely grand ambition, which is why I require a platform, namely, Your Highness. Thus, you need not worry that I harbor any ulterior motives. Jiang Yu emphasized the last few words with conviction. He was unafraid that Xue Qinghe would distance himself as a result. Long ago, he had shared his thoughts with Xue Qinghe, and now he was merely reaffirming that he had not changed. Do you see? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, not overly concerned. If that is the case, I shall grant you this opportunity. You may leave for now. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu withdrew, having said and done all that was necessary. As for whether the others believed him, he was uncertain. The once spacious hall was now left with only Xue Qinghe, as the other attendants had long since departed. After Jiang Yu's exit, the smile that had graced Xue Qinghe's face faded entirely, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. Did you all hear what he said? Are you satisfied with that answer? I do not wish for today's events to repeat themselves. Xue Qinghe's voice was laced with fury. The occurrences of the day had instilled in him a profound sense of distrust, as though he were being watched. Chapter 17. Conversation. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I too am merely adhering to protocol. That individual is not one of ours, and his prolonged presence beside you necessitates that we ascertain his intentions, which is beneficial for your plans. The solitary voice echoed from the shadows of the silent hall. Though no figure was visible, clearly this was a skilled soul master adept in stealth, who had been eavesdropping on the two's conversation and observing Jiang Yu's reactions. This response incensed Xue Qinghe, as he had never anticipated that his words would prove so ineffective. He is my man. I have stated that I do not wish for today's events to recur. The voice from the shadows fell silent for a moment. I apologize, Your Highness. I cannot make that decision. That individual's prior response was not entirely satisfactory. We must further probe to confirm whether he truly remains uninformed. Begone. Xue Qinghe's furious voice resounded. The shadowy figure, taken aback by Xue Qinghe's explosive temper, chose not to provoke him further and retreated in defeat. Now, the hall was completely devoid of outsiders. Xue Qinghe's face, now cold and full of rage, emanated an uncontrollable aura. Had anyone witnessed this, they would be astonished to discover the prince's formidable presence. At this moment, Xue Qinghe was unconcerned with pretense. Pretense? To hell with it. I need to vent. Today's events had made him acutely aware of his own frailty. He had once believed that he wielded the power of the spirit hall, dismissing the strength of the Tiandou Empire as inconsequential. Yet today's scene had illuminated the reality. This was merely a farce. The power of the spirit hall was not something he controlled. He was merely a higher-level pawn, unable to make decisions in certain matters, and those he had once considered his subordinates would not heed his commands. I must possess my own power, Xue Qinghe thought resolutely. Not borrowed power, but genuine strength firmly grasped in his own hands. Jiang Yu was entirely correct. I truly possess no power of my own. Even if borrowed strength is greater, it ultimately remains unreliable in significant matters. Outside the prince's mansion, as Jiang Yu exited, a wave of relief washed over him. His perceptive abilities were not particularly strong, and he had not detected the presence of others in the hall aside from Xue Qinghe. However, from Xue Qinghe's remarks, Jiang Yu discerned that this had been a test, with someone watching from the sidelines. Consequently, he had felt considerable pressure throughout the encounter. Those capable of using Xue Qinghe to test him could only be individuals from the spirit hall. This made matters rather complicated. A hint of exasperation crossed Jiang Yu's face. Your Highness, you have truly ensnared me. Throughout the conversation, Jiang Yu had been probing, attempting to gauge Xue Qinghe's shifting stance and ascertain the surrounding environment. He had begun to harbor suspicions, especially given his recent bold moves. If the spirit hall still valued Xue Qinghe, they would certainly not allow such an uncertain variable to remain close to him. They would undoubtedly seek to test him. Jiang Yu was mulling over this when he realized that someone had indeed been probing him. Yet, Xue Qinghe's reactions had been overly pronounced, continuously hinting that someone was observing Jiang Yu from the shadows. Yes, Jiang Yu felt a mixture of gratitude and exasperation towards Xue Qinghe's actions. While he was moved, he also felt that he had been put in a precarious situation. Perhaps Xue Qinghe had not considered the implications of his behavior, which was sending a clear message to those around. Jiang Yu is aware of your presence. This situation could have been defused had Xue Qinghe merely stated his position. Jiang Yu could have navigated the test without revealing anything. As a result of the entire situation surrounding Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu anticipated that he would undoubtedly face further tests. After all, those individuals were uncertain about the extent of Jiang Yu's knowledge. If he were already aware that Xue Qinghe was an undercover agent, then, regrettably, for the sake of confidentiality, he must perish. Thus, Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of anguish. At that moment, a carriage approached Jiang Yu at a leisurely pace, bearing the emblem of the spirit hall. Had they arrived? Such swift action. Observing the carriage, Jiang Yu quickly discerned that it was meant for him. It was rather alarming how promptly they acted upon his emergence. Seemingly dismissing Xue Qinghe as inconsequential, as if his stance held no significance whatsoever. Young friend, may I invite you aboard for a brief discussion? The curtain of the carriage lifted, revealing an elderly man who smiled warmly at Jiang Yu, extending an invitation that felt rather presumptive, as though he were certain Jiang Yu would not refuse. Indeed, Jiang Yu found himself unable to decline, fully aware of the consequences of refusal. After a moment of hesitation, he boarded the carriage. Once seated, Jiang Yu noticed that he was alone with the elder who had invited him. There were no other passengers, prompting Jiang Yu to inquire directly, "Might I ask who you are and the purpose of this invitation?" A prolonged discussion could raise suspicions. After all, I am a close minister to the crown prince. Beside him was a small table adorned with an array of fruits and teas, the tea steaming hot. Evidently prepared for his reception, Jiang Yu refrained from partaking, instead glancing around aimlessly, his mind elsewhere. The elder scrutinized Jiang Yu intently before speaking. "I am Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. The reason for my visit is simply to inquire if you would be interested in joining our esteemed institution. Your exceptional talents mark you as a prodigy, and we at the Spirit Hall are eager to nurture such brilliance. Should you choose to align yourself with us, you would receive substantial support." A faint smile graced Salus's face as he regarded Jiang Yu, his hands concealed within his sleeves, betraying no motion. This scrutiny placed Jiang Yu under considerable pressure. Sensing an undercurrent of tension, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Bishop Salus, I must apologize, but I am not particularly interested in your proposal." Unsurprisingly, Salus pressed on, "Might you provide a reason for your disinterest?" Jiang Yu's tone remained exceedingly placid. "Must I furnish a reason for declining your invitation to the Spirit Hall?" "Bishop Salus, is it truly necessary?" Salus offered no response, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Yu, as if indicating that their conversation would cease should he fail to articulate a reason. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yu recognized the necessity of providing an explanation. "I am a minister to the Crown Prince. Is that reason sufficient?" Before Salus could further probe, Jiang Yu elaborated. "His Highness the Crown Prince is the future emperor of the Tiandou Empire, and he must ensure his lineage remains untainted. He may take the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as his mentor, for while they are formidable, their foundation is somewhat lacking. Likewise, the Crown Prince might garner the allegiance of smaller families, even those with prior allegiances, as their loyalty would shift upon their submission to him. Such is the power of the Crown Prince. Regardless of his recent endeavors, he is merely seeking his own advancement, which does not compromise his integrity. However, there exists one faction that the Crown Prince must avoid at all costs: the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall possesses a robust foundation, formidable strength, and considerable influence, rivaling even an empire in scale, vastly overshadowing the Crown Prince. Should he engage with them, he would inevitably be branded with the Spirit Hall's mark, thereby forfeiting his purity. Why, I ask, would the first-in-line heir seek association with the Spirit Hall, Bishop Salus? Jiang Yu's smile was devoid of sincerity as he regarded Salus. Ha ha ha, it seems I had overlooked this aspect. I had not imagined such a layer existed. Salus momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. "It appears that young friend Jiang Yu and I are fated to remain apart. It is indeed a pity. Yet developing alongside the Crown Prince is also a promising venture. Allow me to congratulate you in advance." Salus gestured towards Jiang Yu in a congratulatory manner. "Thank you for your kind wishes." "Bishop Salus," Jiang Yu replied with feigned sincerity. "Nevertheless, the Tiandou Empire is still inclined to foster a cordial relationship with the Spirit Hall. However, due to the Crown Prince's integrity, I find it challenging to negotiate." Jiang Yu continued, "If Bishop Salus wishes to cultivate good relations with the Tiandou Empire, I could recommend a suitable candidate. Oh, who might that be?" Salus inquired, his interest piqued. "The fourth prince, Xue Qinghe," Jiang Yu stated. "He is a prince of the Tiandou Empire, and should he represent our interests in discussions with Bishop Salus, it could undoubtedly elevate our mutual relations." Jiang Yu was not one to shy away from cunning strategies. Thus, he had inadvertently dug a pit for Xue Qinghe, ensuring that the latter would find it difficult to escape. Chapter 18. A superior strategy. Salus's eyes brightened at this revelation, and after a moment of contemplation, he recognized the feasibility of this approach. It was unexpected that this seemingly amiable young man harbored such a shrewd disposition, showing no mercy in the elimination of political adversaries. However, it seemed this matter was not solely within our control. The Tiandou Empire is still under the authority of the Night Emperor, is it not? Even if the Crown Prince were to ascend, he is merely the Crown Prince for now. Such significant matters likely require the Night Emperor's consent. Do they not? If His Majesty disagrees, even if the Spirit Hall is willing, it would be to no avail, would it not? Salus articulated. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, fully cognizant of the implications, yet unconcerned about the outcomes. While it is true that the current emperor may not agree, might you not consider a different perspective? You could initially cultivate a rapport with the fourth prince, establishing a strong relationship. When the crown prince ascends, he could appoint the fourth prince as the liaison for relations with the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu's meaning was crystal clear. The present circumstances were of little consequence. The priority was to secure Xue Qinghe's support. Regardless of his willingness, as long as you take action, it would be evident to all. Future negotiations with Xue Qinghe could be deliberated later. Intriguing, indeed. I had not anticipated this young lad to possess such astuteness at such a tender age. Salus mused, his smile betraying a hint of admiration. I must admit that I had underestimated the fourth prince, viewing him as a mere wastrel. If we were to ally with him, would it not draw undue attention? It might reflect poorly on the Spirit Hall's discernment. How peculiar, thought Jiang Yu, that they would label Xue Qinghe a fool while simultaneously fearing that their overtures towards him would garner scrutiny. After all, why would they not choose the capable crown prince over a perceived wastrel? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Spirit Hall possessed individuals of discernment. Salus's disparagement of the fourth prince was somewhat unconvincing. After all, he was the offspring of the current emperor and the brother of the crown prince. Though he may have his flaws, who could confidently assert that he lacked any of the emperor's virtues? Rest assured, when you engage with the fourth prince, he shall undoubtedly demonstrate his capabilities. Surely you jest. If the fourth prince were truly capable, he would not have survived this long without being discovered. His continued masquerade as a fool is precisely why he remains undetected. If everyone perceives him as inept, why not exert some effort to elevate his stature? Let them believe he is exceptional. Surely this is not a daunting task for the Spirit Hall. Indeed, it is not, Salus acknowledged, immediately grasping Jiang Yu's intent. Through Jiang Yu's efforts, the two found themselves on the same wavelength, unaware that Salus had misjudged the situation. Believing Jang Yu to be oblivious to the connection between Xue Qinghe and himself, in reality, Jang Yu was all too aware. Both were feigning ignorance, while Jang Yu maintained the upper hand. It seems that the fourth prince is indeed a suitable candidate, Salus remarked with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, casting a penetrating glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu returned the smile. I trust that Bishop Salus will pay careful attention to the fourth prince, considering he is the younger brother of His Highness. The future crown prince will not neglect the bishop. Absolutely. I shall keep a close watch on the fourth prince, guiding him away from the path of wastefulness and toward becoming an exemplary member of the royal family, Salus assured, his smile betraying his intentions. Then I thank you, Bishop Salus, Jiang Yu replied with feigned gratitude. Well, it seems our discussion has concluded, and I must take my leave to avoid any undue suspicion. Of course, esteemed Jiang, do take care. Salus, now visibly pleased, altered his address towards Jiang Yu. Farewell. Jiang Yu did not linger for a moment. Alighting from the carriage and departing, Saras observed Jiang Yu's figure, acknowledging him as a formidable individual not to be underestimated. The higher-ups had signaled that the probing into Jiang Yu had come to an end. Allowing for a relaxation of surveillance and caution, it was wise not to incite the prince's displeasure. With Jiang Yu's presence, the prince's plans would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Indeed, replied the coachman outside the carriage. Although Saras held the esteemed title of a platinum bishop, his own status was not insignificant. He was among the few privy to Xue Qinghe's true identity and had come to assist in the latter's endeavors. The investigation into Jiang Yu had been orchestrated by him, and with his declaration of its conclusion, Jiang Yu was no longer under suspicion. Saras could discern that Jiang Yu was indeed a talent, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor towards adversaries, leaving no room for mercy. His presence alongside the crown prince would surely serve as a tremendous asset. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the sect master, Ningfengji, maintained a placid expression as he remarked, "Very well, I understand. You may leave." The disciple promptly exited, leaving only a handful of individuals within the hall, all of whom were high-ranking members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Fengji, do you think that Saras from the Spirit Hall meeting with Jiang Yu at this juncture could indicate he has acquired some intelligence? Inquired the sword Douluo Continent, with a furrowed brow. It seemed rather coincidental that he had departed only moments ago, and now sought out Jiang Yu. Ning Fengji chuckled softly. Sword uncle, you are being overly cautious. How many can surveil you without your notice? This is likely mere coincidence. Jiang Yu's peculiarities should not have been revealed. Beside him, The Bon Douluo, Gu Rome, nodded in agreement, asserting that monitoring these tidal Doa powerhouses was virtually impossible, as even those of the same rank must possess exceptional stealth skills. But what could be the intention behind Saras meeting Jiang Yu at this time? Ning Fengji's gaze flickered, reflecting his own confusion regarding the matter. The spirit hall could not possibly be unaware of Xue Qinghe's circumstances. Yet they had chosen to meet with Jiang Yu so brazenly. Could it be that the spirit hall had come to recognize Jiang Yu's talent and sought to recruit him? That seemed unlikely. Given the delicacy of Jiang Yu's situation, which would undoubtedly offend Xue Qinghe, or perhaps Xue Qinghe had become overly eager for success and had engaged with the spirit hall, with Jiang Yu acting as his representative. Yet, that seemed even more improbable. Xue Qinghe was not so naive. What, then, was the true purpose of their meeting, and why so conspicuously? Ning Fengji felt a growing sense of perplexity. The previously clear situation had grown murky with Jiang Yu's actions, complicating the relationships among the parties involved. Let us set this matter aside for now. The reasons behind their meeting will eventually come to light. Ning Fengji shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the issue. Jiang Yu was no fool. On the contrary, he was a remarkably astute young fox, aware of what actions were permissible and which were not. More intelligence was necessary to fully comprehend the current state of affairs. Sword Uncle, please elaborate on Jiang Yu's situation. Is it truly possible for him to acquire soul rings without slaying soul beasts? Indeed, Qian Renxue replied resolutely, subsequently detailing what he had witnessed, how Jiang Yu had obtained a soul ring from a millennium-old blue silver grass. While it seemed incredulous, based on my observations, that young man does indeed possess the ability to acquire soul rings without killing soul beasts. Could he be 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form? Gu Rong inquired, his brow furrowed. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was unfamiliar to him. He could only recall that a 100,000-year soul beast, upon transformation, did not require the absorption of soul rings. Although such knowledge was scant among the common folk, it was well known among the upper echelons, including the title Douluo. Impossible. His background is quite clear, and he cannot be a soul beast in disguise, Ning Fengji asserted confidently. Jiang Yu's lineage had been thoroughly investigated and was indisputable. This revelation caused all present to furrow their brows in contemplation. Ning Fengji assessed the group, rapping the table lightly. Well, his identity poses no issues. Thus, the potential problem must lie with either his martial soul or that millennium-old blue silver grass. Our next steps should involve locating that blue silver grass and befriending Jiang Yu. The secrets behind this will eventually become evident. Ning Fengji decisively concluded, establishing the course of action. Understood, Sect Master. The internal meeting of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School concluded, solidifying their future direction, as the matter at hand must be unraveled. Chapter 19. The schemes against Xue Qinghe in Tiandou City. After leaving the carriage of the Spirit Hall's Bishop Saras, Jiang Yu strolled alone through the streets. Concerned that someone might still be watching him, he resolved to take advantage of this rare moment of leisure to leisurely wander about and pass the time. However, he soon lamented, how dreadfully boring. Having barely begun his stroll, Jiang Yu stood by the roadside and let out a long sigh. The material scarcity of the Douluo Continent left little of interest to explore, far removed from the joys of shopping in his previous life. Even the food had remained unchanged for 6 years. What it was like 6 years ago was precisely how it remained now. Is there no one who studies novels or games? Yet, it was clear that such pursuits were unlikely. No one would waste time on trivialities. Those with martial souls were preoccupied with their cultivation, while those without focused on improving their lives, giving little thought to such matters. The Douluo Continent was a world where soul masters held supremacy, and many affairs were dictated by them. Even the most astute among the lower strata could not circumvent the authority of the soul masters. As long as these soul masters were disinterested in change, the world would remain stagnant. I'm going mad, Jiang Yu exclaimed in frustration, tugging at his hair as he sought something to occupy his time. Yet, what should he do? You scoundrels, how dare you strike me? Commoners are simply commoners. If I want to hit you, then I shall. What are you going to do about it? Go on, hit me. I'm just here to teach this fellow a lesson. That voice sounded familiar. Jiang Yu instinctively recalled it. He recognized both the assailant and the victim. Wait a moment, isn't that the voice of Talon from the Leaf family? And that assailant seems to be Xuebang. Is he here to stir trouble? A grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. Finally, he had something to do. He hastily made his way toward the scene, weaving through the thick crowd until he arrived at the confrontation. The disparity in numbers was stark. Over 10 individuals on one side, and only Talon on the other. It was perplexing why Talon, despite his superior strength, chose not to retaliate. Standing by, Xue coldly observed the scene, his eyes occasionally flashing with malice and satisfaction. "Stop this at once," Jiang Yu interjected, keenly aware of Talon's attempts to endure the provocations. Though stronger than his opponents, he was refraining from striking back. It appeared that Talon's change in status had led to a significant transformation. He had acquired a modicum of wisdom and recognized that his opponents were deliberately provoking him. Jiang Yu's voice halted the brawl, drawing everyone's attention as he stepped through the crowd to stand beside Talon, locking eyes with Xue. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, may I inquire what grievance Talon has caused you to warrant such aggression?" Jiang Yu inquired languidly. This marked his first direct conversation with Xue. Although they had crossed paths before, Xue had always avoided him out of fear of Xue Qinghe. "Lord Jiang," Talon exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise at Jiang Yu's unexpected appearance. He had initially intended to endure the situation. "You did well," Jiang Yu affirmed. Talon grinned, replying, "This is all thanks to my grandfather's guidance. He advised me to avoid trouble during this period. Even if someone strikes me, I must endure, as they are merely seeking to provoke me to gather evidence against me. So, I followed his advice." Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that Titan had anticipated this situation, revealing his wisdom. It seemed Talon had indeed transformed significantly. "Nonsense. That brat insulted me," Xue retorted angrily, desperate to frame the situation as intentional. He claimed he had acted in response to Talon's insults. "Is that so? Talon, what exactly did you say to the Fourth Prince?" Jiang Yu asked nonchalantly. "I merely insulted him. Is that enough to provoke such a response? If I do not seize the opportunity presented to me by you, I would be remiss." Talon scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, asserting that he had not insulted the Fourth Prince, but merely characterized him as a debauched young master. "What do you think of this response?" Jiang Yu cast a surprised glance at Talon, who, in that fleeting moment, revealed a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Damn, this lad is being deliberate." Jiang Yu instantly comprehended the situation. He did not expect this fellow to so astutely expose the truth, indicating an awakening of sorts, and with a heart as dark as a snow avalanche. He had provided a pretext for Snow Avalanche to stir up trouble. In truth, even if Jiang Yu had not intervened, an incident of this nature would have unfolded, serving as a potential breakthrough for attacking Snow Avalanche. Showcasing remarkable strategic acumen. It seems that the Li family is not solely reliant on Titan's intellect. Talon's future achievements will undoubtedly be noteworthy. Jiang Yu cast a sympathetic glance at Snow Avalanche, who had been ensnared by a foolish boy's schemes, a true lapse in your Ninja Turtle duties. "What you said is not without merit. Fourth Prince, has your public persona not been that of a frivolous youth all along? Or is that not the true you?" Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Snow Avalanche's expression shifted dramatically as he loudly retorted, "Jiang Yu, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. Just a sudden realization that Fourth Prince is not as simple a character as he appears. Employing such underhanded tactics is quite profound. Who among us is unaware that the Li family has already pledged allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince, albeit without formal declaration, the Fourth Prince's choice to act at this juncture, should Talon lose his temper and strike you, would likely compel His Majesty to enact severe retribution upon the Li family, thereby jeopardizing their allegiance to the Crown Prince. In such a scenario, the Crown Prince's influence would wane, while the opposition remained stagnant. Truly formidable tactics from you, Fourth Prince," Jiang Yu lauded. The onlookers, upon hearing Jiang Yu's exposition, experienced an epiphany, their gazes towards Snow Avalanche shifting fundamentally. Could it be that Fourth Prince Snow Avalanche had been masquerading all these years, secretly refusing to relinquish his claim to the throne? I had wondered how such a wise and formidable emperor could have produced such a feckless descendant. It turns out to be an act. Indeed, the depths of his scheming are quite alarming, having concealed his intentions for so long while secretly plotting against the Crown Prince. How despicable, to harbor such treachery against the illustrious Crown Prince. Snow Avalanche's face turned ashen, utterly at a loss for words, as it appeared that the crowd had collectively chosen to believe Jiang Yu. The efforts Jiang Yu had invested bore fruit at last. In this moment, the populace of Tiandou City stood resolutely by Xue Qinghe's side, with scarcely a soul doubting Jiang Yu's words. With a beaming smile, Jiang Yu regarded Snow Avalanche, "Fourth Prince, there is no need for such underhanded tactics. His Highness the Crown Prince possesses a remarkably broad-minded disposition and would certainly not mind competing with you openly." Snow Avalanche's pallor deepened as realization dawned upon him. He finally understood that today's events were a trap, with Jiang Yu orchestrating the entire affair. How did he discern my fate? Or is he merely testing me? Overwhelmed by emotion, Snow Avalanche's face crumpled as tears streamed down, mingling with a torrent of grievances. Pointing at Jiang Yu and Tai Long, with a quavering voice, he exclaimed, I did not. I truly did not. You were bullying me. You were bullying me. The suddenness of this scene left everyone astonished. No one expected Snow Avalanche to break down in tears, frightened into submission by mere words. Jiang Yu's expression froze momentarily, astonished by the ruthlessness of this tactic to mask his own actions. It seems I cannot underestimate him after all. Allow me to play along. No performance is complete without participants. A flicker of suspicion crossed Jiang Yu's eyes as he sternly declared, Fourth Prince, do not speak in such a manner. It is evidently you who is scheming against His Highness the Crown Prince. How could we possibly be the ones bullying you? He is frightened. He is indeed probing me. Snow Avalanche's expression brightened. I shall inform my brother the Crown Prince. I shall ensure he punishes you. Snow Avalanche intensified his lament, tears flowing freely. Having completed this act, Snow Avalanche fled, accompanied by his entourage, heading straight for the Crown Prince's residence to report Jiang Yu. Truly clever of him, opting not to seek the Emperor, but rather to mitigate the negative repercussions of this incident. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Do not underestimate Jiang Yu. He has seemingly adorned Snow Avalanche with a hat of accusation, yet the implications are immense. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, this presents a significant opportunity, sure to be exploited to the fullest. Snow Avalanche is acutely aware of this, hence his urgency to extricate himself from the situation. Indeed, there is a certain pleasure in dominating others. Chapter 20, A Punishment of No Consequence. Lord Jiang, have I been rash? Will this incident bring you any trouble? Tai Long, appearing like a remorseful child, walked alongside Jiang Yu, expressing his self-reproach. After Snow Avalanche's departure, Jang Yu followed Tai Long to the Li family, where, in Titan's absence, he needed to make his stance clear, offering reassurance and presenting an outward demeanor, for the Crown Prince held the Li family in great regard. Ah, not at all. You have done splendidly, creating an excellent opportunity for me. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, genuinely believing this to be the case. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, for he had just been discussing with Bishop Salas how to appropriately support Snow Avalanche, only for Snow Avalanche to unwittingly provide the means if Salas seizes this opportunity to position himself alongside Snow Avalanche. Then this matter will surely come to fruition. Snow Avalanche will have no escape. Although Snow Avalanche attempted to mask his true self with tears, he nonetheless left behind the impression of one scheming for the throne. No one is a fool. They understand the implications. Your descent is futile. However, I have brought trouble upon Lord Jiang. He may face repercussions for this incident, Tai Long expressed with concern. Repercussions, you say? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, but the fourth prince would not dare escalate the matter too far. He fears the consequences of his actions. Thus, I anticipate a minor reprimand rather than anything severe. Jiang Yu spoke with nonchalance. The astute individuals of Tiandou City, be they Snow Avalanche, Prince Xue, or the Emperor of the Night, would tacitly choose to assist Snow Avalanche in absolving Jiang Yu of any blame. They would never impose harsh penalties on Jiang Yu, allowing Snow Avalanche to avoid the stigma of eliminating rivals. After all, Snow Avalanche must maintain his low-key persona. Excessive flamboyance would not serve him well. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's predicament, while not trivial, is neither overly significant. It all hinges on the Emperor of the Night's perspective, whether he truly cares for his son. Tai Long evidently did not grasp the intricacies at play, remaining puzzled. However, seeing Jiang Yu's confidence reassured him somewhat. I had thought I might achieve something significant, but it appears my wits are still lacking compared to those above me. I merely possess a modicum of cleverness. I hope Lord Jiang will permit me to remain by your side and assist you. I am willing to serve, Tai Long respectfully stated. Jiang Yu paused momentarily, observing Tai Long's imposing figure, feeling somewhat speechless. Who taught you to say such things? It was my own thought, Tai Long replied, his demeanor suggesting sincerity. Jiang Yu believed him, but could not help but remark. Are you not aware that your words greatly clash with your appearance? Did you not have any inkling of your ability to outmaneuver the fourth prince? While you performed admirably this time, which took me by surprise, it is still far from sufficient. You seem to have lost sight of your place. Though Tai Long wished to offer further explanation, Jiang Yu interrupted him. I understand your intentions. Working by my side may not be the wisest choice. Many are watching me now, and I must tread carefully. There are matters I can comprehend that you may not, and these could lead to calamity. Thus, it is best for you to remain at the academy and focus on your studies. The school is truly a fine environment, the best place for you to become the person you aspire to be. Jiang Yu stated calmly. He would not keep Tailong by his side. It would not be advantageous for either of them. At present, Tailong only perceived the immediate situation without contemplating its depth. After a moment of silence, Tailong sensed that Jiang Yu's words held deeper meaning, yet he refrained from elaborating. Lord Jiang, I understand, Tailong replied. Learning quickly, are we? Jiang Yu mused silently. It is good that you understand. If anything confounds you, consult your grandfather. He will clarify things for you. Yes. Subsequently, Jiang Yu ceased to speak further and made his way towards the residence of the Li family. Talon's transformation filled him with astonishment. It seemed that Jiang Yu would soon possess a valuable card in his hand, which necessitated Talon's continued presence at the academy. He hoped Talon would grasp this truth and accomplish something significant. The next day, at the prince's residence, Your Highness, I am truly wronged. I did not bully the fourth prince in the slightest. I did not even lay a finger on him. I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. Should I err in a single syllable, may heaven strike me down. Jiang Yu arrived early at the prince's residence. Lamenting to Xue Qinghe, his punishment was not particularly severe, but he still needed to make his position clear. Xue Qinghe rubbed his forehead in exasperation, although he felt a sense of joy that Jiang Yu had passed the test. It was rather absurd for him to cry so dramatically when there were no onlookers. Who are you performing for? Me. Forgive me, but I have no desire to witness such antics. Enough with the cries of injustice. If you truly believe you have been wronged, go and speak to father. Let us see if he will believe you. Jiang Yu immediately ceased his lamentations, responding somewhat reluctantly, perhaps that is best left alone. What business does a mere insignificant person like me have troubling his majesty? Then cease your whining here and promptly report to the Tiandou Royal Academy tomorrow, Xue Qinghe replied impatiently. The verdict regarding Jiang Yu's punishment arrived swiftly. And as he had anticipated, it was minimal, merely classified as childish mischief. He was to attend the Tiandou Academy for further study, instructed to learn the principles of hierarchy and respect, and to cease his foolishness. This surprised Jiang Yu. He did not expect Emperor Xue to remove him from Xue Qinghe's side and place him in his domain. Was it surveillance? It didn't seem so. However, as a subordinate of the crown prince and a companion to his studies, would it not be improper for him to enter the Tiandou Royal Academy? Although he was young, he still needed to bear responsibilities for the crown prince and the Tiandou Empire. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe smiled knowingly. Rest assured, I have mentioned this to father, and he agrees that my feelings should be considered. Therefore, he has graciously bestowed upon you a token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the academy whenever necessary. Xue Qinghe tossed a token to Jiang Yu, emblazoned with the character for snow, signifying the Tiandou royal family, and it was far more than a mere entrance pass. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Prince. Jiang Yu quickly expressed his gratitude. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. He had fought hard to secure this royal token, which was no small feat previously. He would never have taken such actions, but recent events had made him realize who his true allies were. Now that we have concluded this matter, take a look at this letter. It is from Titan, the leader of the Li family. Xue Qinghe then handed Jiang Yu a letter. Is it concerning the Pa family? Jiang Yu inquired curiously. Yes, see if you can persuade the Pa family, Xue Qinghe replied, not surprised, as these plans had originated from Jiang Yu's mind, and he understood them best. Jiang Yu read the letter and closed his eyes. Contemplating a strategy, the letter contained little content, conveying primarily that the Pa family had refused to join the prince's residence, and the other three families had no means to intervene. From Xue Qinghe's demeanor, it seemed he did not wish to relinquish the influence of the Pa family, but persuading them appeared to be a daunting task. Jiang Yu prepared himself for the possibility of failure. However, since Xue Qinghe had requested it, he would endeavor to do his best. The leader of the Pa family, Yang Wu, had a notoriously difficult personality and a foul temper, even in the original tale. Tang San had exhausted all efforts to persuade Yang Wu. Initially, he had to defeat Yang Wu in his area of expertise before appeasing him with rare treasures. Yet, given Xue Qinghe's current standing, it was impossible to achieve either of these conditions. No one could defeat Yang Wu, and the rare treasures were still housed in Dugubo's medicinal garden. Jiang Yu quickly assessed the situation. After ruling out numerous plans, he retrieved a book from his soul guide. Your Highness, you may present this book to Titan, the leader of the Li family, for Yang Wu. I believe you will find it intriguing. Xue Qinghe took the book, curiosity painting his features. What is this book? It is a treatise on rational studies, a compilation of my unique ideas that IT should be quite valuable in the hands of those knowledgeable in the field. Jiang Yu replied earnestly. This book was indeed a distillation of significant knowledge from his past life, encompassing his understanding of physics, chemistry, and biology in a world devoid of scientific principles. This book could be considered a pioneering work. Is this book truly useful? Xue Qinghe flipped through the pages, feeling somewhat dizzy. While he recognized each character, the overall meaning eluded him. It should be of some use, Jiang Yu said, somewhat uncertainly. Given Yang Wudi's penchant for studying poisons, which fell under the domain of chemistry, he would surely possess some foundational knowledge in these areas. The book should hold some appeal for him, and likewise for Titan. However, it was regrettable that Jiang Yu had not devoted much thought to this matter over the years. The contents were merely basic knowledge. Xue Qinghe appeared somewhat exasperated. Could you be any less reliable? Jiang Yu noticed Xue Qinghe's expression and shrugged helplessly. He too felt quite powerless. Yang Wudi was an insurmountable obstacle, and without the rare treasures, he could not replicate Tang San's strategies. However, Your Highness, you can tell Yang Wudi that if he desires to grow stronger, I can guide him down a path, Jiang Yu stated confidently. I am a transmigrator. Though my knowledge may be limited, my perspective is certainly broad enough to suggest a direction. Really? Xue Qinghe questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed. Then can you also indicate a path for me? Xue Qinghe asked with a playful smile. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment before responding. Your Highness, the path you are currently on is the one I have chosen for you. It is the most suitable route for your growth. If you simply continue on this path, you shall find success. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, not probing further, while Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a predicament. The path he envisioned for Xue Qinghe was evident, a strategy of alliances. Striving to unite the notable figures of the Douluo Continent to gradually bolster his power and ascend to the throne, subduing all. Yet, Jiang Yu's capabilities were limited, and he could not execute this plan flawlessly. For certain individuals, he could only resort to marriage alliances, suggesting that Xue Qinghe marry multiple wives, thereby enhancing his own strength. What of relying on wives for support? It mattered little to him, and he suspected that Xue Qinghe would not be particularly pleased with such an arrangement. However, amidst this contemplation, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled that he had yet to report certain matters to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, during my recent acquisition of a soul ring, I fortuitously encountered the renowned Dragon King and Snake Lady. After conversing, our relationship proved quite amicable, so I took the liberty of inviting them to your wedding. I hope you will not punish me for this. Jiang Yu spoke with gravity. The Dragon King and Snake Lady? Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, then recalled their significance as a formidable couple known for their combined martial soul technique. You have done well. I shall not punish you. Rather, I shall reward you. Xue Qinghe replied with a satisfied smile. Although Jiang Yu had leveraged his wedding invitation, causing him some discomfort, the prospect of befriending two powerful allies outweighed any discontent. I dare not hope for a reward. But I do have a request, and I hope your Highness will agree. Jiang Yu bowed and continued to speak. It is this. During my journey, I not only befriended the Dragon King and Snake Lady, but also their granddaughter, Meng Yiran. Thus, I hope you wish to marry her. Xue Qinghe's interest was piqued. Not for myself, your Highness, Jiang Yu murmured. If it is not you, then who could it be? Suddenly, Xue Qinghe was struck by a possibility and fell into silence. It cannot be me, can it? It must be His Highness. Jiang Yu's words confirmed Xue Qinghe's suspicion. It was indeed him. In my conversation with Meng Yiran, I learned that she holds a significant affection for His Highness. This is a splendid beginning. Hence, I not only invited Long Gong and Shi Pe, but also their granddaughter, Meng Yiran. I hope that when Meng Yiran arrives, Your Majesty can leverage her feelings for His Highness to personally entertain him and frequently invite Meng Yiran to partake in excursions, thereby seizing the opportunity to win her over and bring her into the harem. In doing so, we could also invite Long Gong and Shi Pe's family to join us, Jiang Yu articulated. What is the significance of marrying one? The dream of a man is to marry two. Your Highness, you are a man, are you not? Xue Qinghe fell utterly silent, contemplating the absurdity of being asked to marry two. I have already taken one wife. Wouldn't marrying another incite discontent among others? It is better left untouched. Moreover, how would the world perceive my actions? As a man driven by lust? Or as one devoid of shame? The resentment in Xue Qinghe's words was palpable. Marrying one is already a formidable challenge. Asking him to marry two is simply impossible. Jiang Yu reassured him. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will diligently conduct ideological work with the four major clans and Long Gong and Shi Pe, transforming this matter into a celebrated tale I shall also create public sentiment that will lead everyone to believe your highness genuinely loves both women, thus garnering admiration for your virtues rather than condemnation." Jiang Yu smiled, a hint of mischief in his voice, before adopting a more serious demeanor as he faced Xue Qinghe. "Thus, I earnestly beseech your highness to prioritize the grand undertaking and make this minor sacrifice." "Is this merely a question of sacrifice? What do you take me for? A pawn in the game of marriage?" Xue Qinghe's expression revealed his agitation, and resentment tinged his tone. He finally comprehended the path Jiang Yu had chosen for him. Love was merely a means to an alliance. Surely, one could achieve their goals without such unions, but that would require time. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. If given a choice, he would not have opted for this route. The Douluo realm could also embrace the technological advancements of his past life, yet disregarding the feasibility of overcoming soul masters with such technology, the developmental timeline spanned decades, particularly in a realm devoid of foundational knowledge. Relying solely on Jiang Yu's singular efforts, the outcome remained uncertain. By then, Tang Xin would have ascended to divinity, rendering all plans null and void. Jiang Yu's primary concern was not the external threats, but Tang Xin's overwhelming strength, which neither he nor his ally, Xue Qinghe, could contend with effectively. Thus, Jiang Yu resolved to take a more radical approach, utilizing Xue Qinghe's marriage as a means to swiftly amass power, aiming to stabilize the Tiandou Empire and secure the throne for Xue Qinghe. It was evident that neither Xue Qinghe was yet an emperor, nor was Jiang Yu anything more than a humble companion. Both lacked a solid foundation. Moreover, this course of action posed no harm to Xue Qinghe himself. Observing Jiang Yu's resolute gaze, Xue Qinghe inexplicably felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Was there truly no alternative? Was this the only path forward? "I am not omnipotent. I implore your highness to make a decision post-haste," Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Sighing, Xue Qinghe conceded. "Very well. I shall proceed as you suggest." Subsequently, he returned to his chambers, feeling somewhat weary that he needed to contemplate how to manage relationships with two unfamiliar wives and ensure he wouldn't be discovered while sleeping. What a predicament. Chapter 22. Assistance is also formidable, have you heard? Yesterday, Xue Bang was actually frightened to tears by someone, and it seems that person was the accompanying student beside His Highness. Isn't that rather amusing? Could it be that the person you find amusing is Xue Bang himself? Of course, it's that fellow. I've long found him insufferable. Think he was reduced to tears by an unfounded rumor. What a disgrace for a member of the royal family. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Xue Bang is merely feigning weakness, biding his time to seize the throne and exact revenge later. You truly believe that? Setting aside the fact that His Highness is exceptionally talented and is the designated heir. Even if Xue Bang is indeed biding his time, as long as His Highness lives, he must endure. Furthermore, do you believe someone who is frightened to tears possesses the capability to achieve such a thing? Indeed, it seems he does not. Then it is settled. This fellow is merely a spoiled brat, and now you must add cowardice to his list of attributes. How delightful. In just a day. The incident of Xue Bang crying out of fright had spread throughout the entire Tiandou city. Not only were the citizens of Tiandou city discussing it, but students at the Tiandou Royal Academy were also abuzz with gossip, with even the teachers unable to quell the chatter. Xue Bang had become notorious. Fortunately, although two versions of the story circulated, based on Xue Bang's demeanor, almost no one believed he possessed any capability, considering him merely a cowardly wastrel easily frightened to tears. This, however, was not entirely detrimental to Xue Bang. Yet, maintaining his current persona would prove challenging. He would have to endure the scrutiny of others. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, I never expected you to come and greet me. What a surprise. You are not planning to seize this opportunity to give me a beating, are you? Walking behind Xue Bang, Jiang Yu yawned, displaying a complete lack of concern, even finding time to mock him. Having been awoken early that morning and promptly sent to the Tiandou Royal Academy for classes, Jiang Yu was thoroughly annoyed. What do you think? Xue Bang glared at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. It is this scoundrel who has caused me such humiliation. Oh, I am truly terrified. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, feigning fear as he looked at Xue Bang, sarcasm evident in his expression. This infuriated Xue Bang, as if years of restraint were crumbling before Jiang Yu, leaving him eager to teach this scoundrel a lesson. If Xue Bang were merely an ordinary individual, he would not hesitate to find someone to thrash Jiang Yu thoroughly. If he couldn't win, he would seek assistance from his uncle, the esteemed Prince Xue Qinghe. Surely that would suffice. However, Jiang Yu was no ordinary man. He was closely associated with His Highness Xue Qinghe. Thus, Even if Xue Bang wanted to confront Jiang Yu, he had to consider Xue Qinghe's position, as he had worked tirelessly to evade Xue Qinghe's influence thus far. Stop pretending, Jiang Yu. Today, there is no way you can escape this beating, and believe me, it won't be just today. Every day from now on. You will have to face it. Xue Bang clapped his hands, and immediately, a dozen individuals surrounded Jiang Yu. Desperate for revenge, Xue Bang seized this opportunity to teach Jiang Yu a severe lesson. He had already consulted his uncle and was assured that this action aligned perfectly with his persona, raising no suspicions among others, which is why he had his father bring Jiang Yu to the Tiandou Royal Academy. He was aware that Jiang Yu was merely a newly promoted auxiliary soul master, lacking any formidable followers. However, he could easily gather a few dozen soul masters of higher ranks to overwhelm Jiang Yu. This revealed that the Tiandou Royal Academy had been designated by the great Emperor Xue Yi as Xue Bang's foundational stronghold. Yet, over the years, Xue Bang had failed to rally any substantial support, leaving him with only a motley crew of misfits. As the highest institution in the Tiandou Empire, the academy housed many talented individuals. Yet, none were willing to associate with Xue Bang due to his reputation as a wastrel. Who would choose to serve under such a character? Jiang Yu glanced around, chuckling. The individuals surrounding him were all offspring of officials within the Tiandou Empire. Prior to his arrival, Jiang Yu had conducted research and was well aware of their backgrounds, many of whom were closely connected to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, pursuing a path through officialdom was a miscalculation. This realm belonged to the great Emperor Xue Yi. Who could possibly navigate around him to recruit his supporters? Do you truly believe you can teach me a lesson with these individuals? Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with disdain. The Tiandou Empire permits the offspring of officials to enter the Tiandou Royal Academy as part of their welfare benefits. The group before him consisted merely of those enjoying the privileges granted by the state. Their true capabilities insufficient to gain entry into the academy. Jiang Yu felt no fear. While his own strength was not extraordinary, dealing with this pampered lot was more than sufficient. Jiang Yu's words not only infuriated Xue Bang but also incited anger among his companions. Who do you think you are? We can easily handle you. Charge at him. Give him a good beating. Xue Bang commanded, waving his hand, and the group surged toward Jiang Yu. TSK. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue in disdain. Although he was an auxiliary soul master, who decreed that auxiliary soul masters lacked combat capabilities, they too could be formidable. Ignorance had limited their imaginations. Spirit of the 100 Herbs. Jiang Yuzhan unveiled his myriad herbal martial spirit, and the first soul ring on his body instantly radiated with light that a wave of luminescence emanated from Jiang Yu, enveloping the surroundings in an instant, spreading over a full kilometer before it ceased. Subsequently, every plant within this radius fell under Jiang Yu's dominion, including the derivative flora manipulated by the opposing plant-type soul master across from him, but a mere assembly of novices. Jiang Yu simply seized control of the plants released by the opposing soul master, ensnaring their feet. This sudden assault caused the group of over 10 individuals to stumble heavily to the ground. Only Xue Ping, who was merely spectating, escaped unscathed due to his inaction. However, a sense of ominous foreboding began to stir within Xue Ping. His complexion paling slightly. Wasn't this individual an auxiliary-type soul master? How could he be this formidable? What were those intelligence gatherers even doing? In truth, the informants had not erred prior to obtaining his third soul ring. Jiang Yu is indeed an auxiliary-type soul master. Yet, who decrees that individuals cannot evolve? Jiang Yu's martial spirit had grown in a manner he scarcely comprehended, and upon acquiring his third soul ring, he was astonished to discover that his martial spirit had not only become more enigmatic, but also manifested a faint golden mist around him, enhancing even his first soul skill, originally capable of merely disrupting the control of opposing plant-type soul masters. He could now usurp their dominion entirely, which was rather extraordinary. Only the first soul skill had transformed. The other two remained unchanged. Spirit of the 4 seasons. Winter. Jiang Yu murmured softly as he activated his second soul skill. Spirit of the 4 seasons. The previously crisp autumn air abruptly shifted as if it had bypassed the season entirely, plunging into a frigid winter, with temperatures plummeting below zero. That the spirit of the 4 seasons could transmute into 4 distinct seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each possessing its unique characteristics: spring rain, summer heat, autumn breeze, and winter cold. At present, Jiang Yu wielded the bitter chill of winter. The sudden drop in temperature rendered all present acutely uncomfortable, their bodies instinctively trembling, limbs stiffening considerably. Yet, the play was not over. Summer. The temperature surged above 40 degrees in an instant, the drastic fluctuation in heat leaving the group in a state of severe discomfort, sensing that the moment was ripe. Jiang Yu once again lowered the temperature to below freezing. This was the extent of his abilities. Winter cold was his most potent method of debilitating his foes. The strength of the spirit of the four seasons was relatively modest. While it excelled in agricultural pursuits, it fell short in combat. However, its element of surprise was commendable, often catching adversaries off guard. Spirit of life. The millennia-old soul ring upon Jiang Yu glowed. A deep violet radiance more potent than the average soul ring. At the instant his third soul skill activated, the martial spirit manifestations of all nearby plant-type soul masters vanished, their vitality siphoned away by Jiang Yu, while the flora within a kilometer radius wilted considerably. This was Jiang Yu's ability to usurp the life force controlling the plants. He then channeled all this vitality into a few nearby tendrils, causing their essence to surge to an intensity akin to that of several hundred-year-old soul beasts, their forms ballooning as if inflated. That's a wrap, Jiang Yu remarked somewhat disinterestedly. Under his command, the tendrils sent the group of recently risen individuals flying, all directed towards Xue Qinghe, who was then bombarded with exclamations of pain. This marked Jiang Yu's first battle, a resounding victory against more than 10 adversaries. Chapter 23. The nemesis of plant-type soul masters. Despite his triumph, Jiang Yu exhibited little in the way of exhilaration. While the battle's outcome appeared impressive, a closer analysis revealed that his victory was predominantly a stroke of luck. Firstly, the opposing team comprised novices, much like Jiang Yu, who had little to no real combat experience. Their pampered existence rendered their wills fragile, and when faced with adversity, they were quickly demoralized, granting Jiang Yu ample time to act. Secondly, Jiang Yu's soul skills were remarkably targeted. The idyllic surroundings of the Tiandou Royal Academy, adorned with an abundance of flora and a sizable forest, provided him the perfect arena to showcase his prowess. Both his first and third soul skills required the presence of plants or an opposing plant-type soul master to activate. Should either condition be absent, Jiang Yu would be rendered ineffective, in the absence of his second soul skill. Jiang Yu was merely a conventional auxiliary-type soul master, and a rather ineffectual one at that. The impact of his second soul skill was indiscriminate. Everyone but him was affected. Therefore, this battle could be deemed fortuitous, yet others remained oblivious to this fact, allowing Jiang Yu to maintain his faade of superiority. Your Highness, the fourth prince, it seems the individuals you summoned are rather lacking. They appear rather inept, Jiang Yu taunted, as the vitality-infused tendrils diminished, reverting to ordinary plants, albeit still robust and of substantial size. Indeed, a transformation. Jiang Yu harbored no concerns about Xue Qinghe seeking retribution. After all, the Tiandou Royal Academy was replete with trees and flora. In such an environment, his combat capabilities would rival those of an average soul venerable. And against plant-type soul masters, he could easily dominate as for underhanded tactics. It was not Jiang Yu who feared them, but rather Xue Qinghe. Upon rising, Xue Qinghe, infuriated by Jiang Yu's words, pointed at him with rage, stating, "Just you wait. You'll regret this." He hastily departed, seemingly anxious that Jiang Yu might retaliate against him. There was no need for concern. Jiang Yu would naturally adhere to the rules of this system, refraining from directly assaulting royal members, opting instead for indirect actions as he had done previously. The entourage of wealthy scions accompanying Xue Qinghe also retreated in disarray, having comprehended that the individual before them was not one to be trifled with. Jiang Yu smiled amiably, committing their faces to memory. While he would not dare confront Xue Qinghe, these individuals were not royal progeny, and he could certainly teach them a lesson. Though, naive fourth prince, do you truly believe this matter has concluded? What lies ahead will be more than you can bear, Jiang Yu mused with ease, surprised by Xue Qinghe's eagerness to confront him, whether it was vengeance or an attempt to bolster his own petty, arrogant attributes. Xue Qinghe was intent on making trouble. However, this was of little consequence to Jiang Yu. Xue Qinghe's actions had furnished him with ample leverage, presenting numerous opportunities for retaliation, paving the way for the dissemination of rumors. Xue Qinghe was utterly unaware of the treacherous nature of society, fixated solely on concealment. Little did he realize that the most sinister forces were not those openly threatening, but rather the insidious whispers of unfounded rumors. This recalled to Jiang Yu the online harassment of his past life, a potent weapon that had claimed many lives. Although the conditions were not present now, once Jiang Yu unleashed rumors, the effects would be significant. rendering Xue Qinghe's prior efforts futile. You know that I am entirely unafraid of those who seek to harm me. What I truly fear is your cowardice in evading confrontation, Jiang Yu thought malevolently. The underhanded methods he had once scorned in his previous life now brought him a sense of satisfaction. There was no need to consider human morality. Once captured, one could employ them without restraint. In the Tiandou Royal Academy's academic council, 3 individuals observed the battle unfold. They were the 3 most powerful members of the Tiandou Royal Academy. The chair of the academic council, Meng Xingji, wielded the martial spirit Black Demon, a control-type soul master at the pinnacle of level 86 with 8 soul rings. The vice chair, Bai Baoshan, possessed the martial spirit Heavenly Star Furnace, a defensive soul master also at level 85 with 8 soul rings. The third member, Jilin, a control-type soul master at level 83 with 8 soul rings, or the martial spirit Azure Vine. Meng Xingji, what are your thoughts on that, lad? Bai Baoshan inquired with a smile. Having come to witness the commotion surrounding Jiang Yu's enrollment. After all, Jiang Yu was a renowned genius, a 12-year-old soul venerable, ranking among the top in the history of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Possibly even first. After a moment's contemplation, Jilin replied, "It is difficult to ascertain. Although that boy's martial spirit appears to be plant-based, I do not sense any essence of plant-type martial spirits within it. Furthermore, the 3 soul skills he exhibited do not resemble typical plant-type skills. Rather, they resemble those of conventional equipment martial spirits. Perhaps his martial spirit is not a plant type at all. In fact, plant-type martial spirits are essentially equipment martial spirits. And in the world of Douluo, martial spirits are generally classified into 3 categories: equipment martial spirits, beast martial spirits, and intrinsic martial spirits. The latter has yet to form a distinct classification, leaving only the 2 existing categories. The plant-based martial souls, due to their overwhelming number, have been distinctly categorized apart from weapon martial souls. This is indeed true. However, this young man is quite formidable, achieving results that most academies cannot replicate. Dream Machine remarked, "I have a different perspective. It is evident that this lad has capitalized on the advantages of the terrain. If the setting were to change, he would likely struggle to exhibit his current prowess." Interjected by Baoshan. All present are soul fighters with years of teaching experience, and their discerning eyes quickly recognized Jiang Yu's uniqueness. Without the support of the terrain, Jiang Yu would be little different from a mere novice. Jilin, who was also present, voiced a counterargument, stating, "One cannot dismiss him so lightly. His martial soul abilities are rather peculiar. He might very well become a nemesis to plant-type soul masters in the future. I find him quite intriguing." As a plant-type soul master, Jilin was particularly attuned to Jiang Yu's uniqueness. Although Jiang Yu is not particularly powerful now, merely a soul sovereign, who knows what the future holds. If he were to develop smoothly from his innate full soul power, he would at least reach the level of a soul Douluo. Would plant-type soul masters possess any means of resistance against him? It seems unlikely unless their soul skills are exceptionally unique. It appears your opinions diverge, Dream Machine observed with a smile. This is quite normal. Each person possesses a different viewpoint and perspective, Bai Baoshan replied nonchalantly. Jilin, would you be interested in taking that young man as your disciple? Dream Machine turned his gaze towards Jilin. After a moment of contemplation, Jilin declined, stating, "Perhaps not. We do not share the same martial soul system. And besides, he is the prince's protege. Taking him on as a disciple would contradict our educational principles. However, I could provide him with some discreet assistance, such as warning Prince Xue Qinghe. That is acceptable. Though I am quite curious to see how this young fellow will respond to the 4th prince's retaliation," Dream Machine remarked, a hint of interest flickering across his face. These 3 individuals, in the original narrative, are among the rare good-hearted characters. They are powerful, yet devoted entirely to teaching. Although they are all soul masters of the Spirit Hall, they harbor deep affection for the Tiandou Empire and resolutely choose to uphold justice as the final battle approaches. They are not loyal to the Tiandou royal family, but are steadfast in their allegiance to the Tiandou people and the sense of justice within their hearts. Such individuals are, in Jiang Yu's estimation, truly deserving of respect. In terms of character, they surpass the vast majority of people. Perhaps sensing the gaze from afar, Jiang Yu turned his attention towards the academic affairs office with a hint of curiosity. With the spirit of herbal essence activated, controlling numerous plants had significantly enhanced his perception. He could feel someone observing him from that direction, yet he could not discern their figure. What a perceptive young man. Dream Machine and the others noted Jiang Yu's gaze with mild amusement before turning their attention elsewhere and departing. Was it merely an illusion? Sensing the disappearance of the gaze, Jiang Yu murmured to himself. Subsequently choosing to disregard it, he needed to swiftly disseminate rumors, taking advantage of the previous wave of gossip that had yet to fade, to regain control of the narrative and find something for Xue Bong to occupy himself with. He could not allow Xue Bong to continuously trouble him. Despite being at the Tiandou Royal Academy, he still needed to take action. Chapter 24. The Trouble with Xue Bong. Uncle, you must help me. Upon entering, Xue Bong immediately rushed towards Prince Xue Qinghe, crying out in distress. Those around them had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Whenever Xue Bong faced bullying, he would seek the support of Prince Xue Qinghe. Prince Xue Qinghe, being the younger brother of the current emperor, not only remained unscathed from suspicion, but also wielded considerable power, enjoying the trust of Emperor Xue and fiercely protecting Xue Bong. He was one of Jiang Yu's most vexing adversaries, as the official forces of the Tiandou Empire were effectively obstructed by him. Consequently, Xue Qinghe's authority was rendered ineffective, causing many of Jiang Yu's plans to stall here. What is it, Xue Bong? Have you been bullied again? A glimmer of indulgence flashed in Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes as he waved to dismiss the others. With the attendants departing one by one and the door closing, the room was left with just Xue Bong and Prince Xue Qinghe. After the others left, Xue Bong seemed to shed his usual facade, adopting a calm demeanor that was strikingly different from his typical self. Anyone witnessing this transformation would surely be astonished. Prince Xue Qinghe was not surprised. Such a demeanor from Xue Bong would only be displayed in his presence when there were no outsiders around. Now, tell me what exactly transpired. Today not your day for revenge. It's all because of that Jiang Yu. Uncle, I truly lost face this time. Xue Bong gritted his teeth, his animosity towards Jiang Yu reaching unprecedented heights. He then recounted the events that had just unfolded. After listening, Prince Xue Qinghe furrowed his brows and looked at Xue Bong. Are you saying he single-handedly defeated over a dozen people? How is that possible? Isn't he a support-type soul master? I have my doubts as well, but the strength he displayed was hardly that of a support-type soul master. At this point, Xue Bong grew even more frustrated, feeling utterly powerless against Jiang Yu's might. Uncle, do you think we could have that little brat eliminated? Xue Bong said maliciously. No. Haven't you learned your lesson from the last time? Prince Xue Qinghe immediately rejected the idea without hesitation that if you truly eliminate him, your actions will expose you to the public eye, raising suspicion among others. That is not worth the risk. You must prioritize your safety. Prince Xue Qinghe was adamant. He had to prioritize Xue Bang's safety, that if Jiang Yu were to be removed, Xue Bang's true nature would be revealed, potentially leading to a fate similar to that of several princes who had met their untimely demise under mysterious circumstances. After all, Xue Bong might be the only surviving offspring of his brother. Prince Xue Qinghe had always harbored doubts about Xue Qinghe's identity. Then, Uncle, what should we do? Are we to allow him to bully me at will? Xue Bang's face was filled with resentment. He was desperate to teach Jiang Yu a lesson and vent his frustrations that it was all Jiang Yu's fault that he found himself in such a troublesome situation. Prince Xue Qinghe sighed. Uncle understands your feelings of resentment, but for the greater good, it is best to endure for now. He is the prince's protege. Even I have little recourse against him. The crown prince will not stand idly by. Xue Bong remained unconvinced. Since we cannot take action ourselves, can we not enlist others to warn him? Perhaps the poison Douluo? A figure flashed through Xue Bong's mind. The esteemed poison Douluo, Duality, who served the Tiandou Empire. No. Prince Xue Qinghe immediately rejected this notion, then hesitated before adding, the poison Douluo is not one of our own. Asking for his assistance would require leveraging our favors, while I did save him once. Our mutual debts of gratitude have nearly been exhausted over the years. It is not worth troubling him over such a trivial matter. He then elaborated, moreover, this situation fundamentally involves the royal family, and the poison Douluo would not recklessly intervene. Although Prince Xue Qinghe had saved Dugubo's life years ago, Dugubo had long since repaid that debt and became a guest elder of the Tiandou Empire. Their relationship was mostly one of camaraderie, but such bonds could wear thin over time. Dugubo had lent his assistance to Prince Xue Qinghe on several occasions over the years. It was entirely possible that their debts had been exhausted, and Prince Xue Qinghe was reluctant to call upon them again. Furthermore, merely issuing a warning would be insufficient. It could very well drag Xue Qinghe into the fray, and as a guest elder of the Tiandou Empire, Dugubo might only offer a slight preference towards Xue Qinghe. rendering such a debt of gratitude meaningless. Then, uncle, do we truly have no recourse? Xue Beng seethed through gritted teeth. Jiang Yu was too adept at manipulating people's sentiments. Xue Beng realized that if he could not suppress Jiang Yu this time, his future days would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty at this stage. We lack effective strategies. He is the prince's protege. And as long as he does not err, we find it exceedingly difficult to strike against him. Given his temperament, he will certainly not make mistakes. Prince Xue Qinghe sighed. They were all within the Tiandou Empire's system. But due to their differing factions, Jiang Yu was under Xue Qinghe's protection. Unless Xue Qinghe were to fall from grace, as long as he continued to shield Jiang Yu, they would find it hard to impose any pressure on him. If only Xue Beng had developed his own strength over these years, suppressing Jiang Yu would have been a trivial matter. I will personally go and warn him if he dares to disregard my warning. Then it will provide me with the perfect reason. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes. As long as Jiang Yu dared to act recklessly before him, he would have justifiable grounds to intervene. Even Xue Qinghe could not prevent him from acting swiftly. However, this course of action would inevitably bring their conflict into the open. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. Uncle, Avalanche was also a source of great joy. After all, he truly found himself at a loss with Jiang Yu. Having managed to get Jiang Yu into the Tiandou Royal Academy, he initially thought he was dealing with a soft persimmon that he could easily manipulate, only to find himself facing a formidable adversary. This turn of events was indeed somewhat self-sabotaging. Prince Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, for this was inherently within his purview. However, just as Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche were finalizing matters, the words of the three committee members from the Tiandou Royal Academy fortuitously reached Prince Xue Qinghe, darkening his expression, for these three were not individuals one could offend lightly. The situation, however, was not as dire as it appeared. At the same time, the rumors Jiang Yu had set in motion began to take effect. Upon receiving the news, Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche were immediately filled with rage, nearly to the point of spitting blood. As it seemed one issue had barely been resolved when another arose, forcing them to set aside their concerns regarding Jiang Yu for the moment at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Jiang Yu arrived at the dormitory to which he had been assigned and began to organize the daily necessities he had brought with him. The academy operated under a semi-closed system, where students generally lived and dined on campus, only allowed to return home during holidays, and Jiang Yu was no exception. However, he had been granted the privilege to leave for urgent matters when necessary. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yu sat on his bed, awaiting the arrival of someone. Before long, a small, chubby boy stealthily entered Jiang Yu's room. Upon seeing Jiang Yu seated on the bed, he hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Jiang. This is a school. No need for excessive formalities that I did not expect only you to come. It seems they have violated their initial vows, Jiang Yu remarked with an expression of calm indifference. Finding some surprise in the fact that anyone had come at all, the boy, named Lu Yang, was a subordinate Jiang Yu had developed a few years prior. He had been sent to the Tiandou Royal Academy as an insider and intelligence gatherer through the privileges afforded by his family's officials. This was essentially a strategic move, and Jiang Yu had initially not invested much effort into it, having chosen individuals closely associated with Xue Qinghe's family. He had recruited over a dozen individuals back then. And to avoid exposure, he had refrained from extensive management, allowing them to fend for themselves within the academy. To be candid, Jiang Yu had long prepared for the worst-case scenario, as even without the intervention of the Night Emperor, Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche would naturally suppress any forces associated with Xue Qinghe. To his surprise, there was still one left, which was quite unexpected indeed. Chapter 25. A worthwhile ally. Lu Yang stood silently with his head bowed, not uttering a word. The insiders had no contact amongst themselves. Only Jiang Yu was aware of this. Thus Lu Yang could not interject in the conversation. However, his slightly relaxed demeanor indicated that he had indeed made a correct gamble. Jiang Yu glanced at him, but chose not to dwell on it. He had likely discerned the reason for Lu Yang's continued presence. Firstly, the boy's family was not particularly powerful, rendering him a dispensable figure among those who maintained connections with Xue Qinghe. Secondly, Lu Yang bore numerous scars, both fresh and old, that if Jiang Yu's deductions were correct, Lu Yang had likely joined Avalanche's ranks, albeit as a lowly member, often bullied by others. Perhaps he sought revenge against them and, upon receiving Jiang Yu's directives, decided to switch his allegiance. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu was not inclined to concern himself with these matters. He simply needed these individuals to fulfill their roles, which would facilitate control. How have you fared in carrying out the tasks I entrusted to you? Jiang Yu inquired with a detached tone. Should Lu Yang have failed to accomplish anything, he would show no mercy in dismissing him. As he was unworthy of being utilized as a pawn, it has all been completed. Please review it, my lord. The chubby Lu Yang hastily produced a small booklet from his person and presented it to Jiang Yu. The booklet was not thin, measuring at least 2 fingers thick, which caused Jiang Yu to raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. Impressed by the evident effort put into its preparation, Jiang Yu perused its contents. He found the information to be remarkably detailed, covering the past 2 years since his enrollment, encompassing nearly all the tasks Jiang Yu had assigned him. Each entry was meticulously organized by time frame. Although it lacked a month's worth of information, likely due to Lu Yang's initial decision to refrain from action upon joining Avalanche, followed by a resurgence of bullying that prompted him to begin documenting once more in preparation for revenge. You have done well. This booklet is of great importance to me, Jiang Yu stated, putting the booklet away with a nod of approval, recognizing Lu Yang's commendable efforts. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Lu Yang's face lit up with joy. Jiang Yu's acknowledgement made him feel that his choice had been worthwhile. From now on, you shall work alongside me. I am somewhat acquainted with your circumstances. Rest assured, the grievances you have endured over the years will be repaid, and those who have bullied you shall not escape unscathed, for traitors meet with dire fates, Jiang Yu remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips, which caused Lu Yang to shudder involuntarily, sensing an icy indifference towards life emanating from Jiang Yu. Yes, I shall take my leave now. I will await your instructions, Lu Yang replied promptly, exiting and closing the door behind him. Now alone, Jiang Yu had time to contemplate. It appears the situation is far better than I anticipated. I never expected Avalanche to have achieved nothing over the years, merely treating this place as a sanctuary. Jiang Yu mused silently. Jiang Yu. The Tiandou Royal Academy held immense significance. Although it lacked substantial presence in the original narrative, it remained the premier academy of the Tiandou Empire, second only to Shrek Academy, due to the protagonist's halo effect. The wealth of resources available here was considerable, particularly in terms of talent, as the academy attracted a majority of the noble families within the Tiandou Empire. However, Avalanche had only managed to recruit some of the dregs. Primarily the offspring of officials and a handful of teachers. Perhaps these individuals were easier to sway, but Avalanche had failed to enlist any true talents. How fortunate for me. Jiang Yu allowed a faint smile to surface. While he had the original plot as a reference, he found it challenging to predict what changes might arise with his presence. For now, it seemed he had not significantly altered the storyline. However, he recognized that gaining the allegiance of the 2 most pivotal individuals would still pose some difficulty, and concern flickered across his face. The most valuable individuals to win over at the Tiandou Royal Academy were few. Foremost among them were the 3 sole Douluos, and thereafter several individuals within the academy. Talent was secondary. The paramount consideration was their familial connections. Yu Qianheng, a standout among the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the heir to that lineage, served as the captain of the royal battle team, possessing the ability to transform into a dragon. He held a profound sense of responsibility towards his family, making him a highly valuable prospect for alliance. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan remained neutral, Jiang Yu could extract significant value from him. Next was Yin, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, representing the most promising target for alliance. Jiang Yu sought to cultivate a relationship with her in hopes of connecting with Dugubo. Dugubo's abilities were exceptionally formidable, being the only one worthy of the title of strategic-level title Douluo. Such talent was most secure in one's own hands. However, Jiang Yu had underestimated one aspect. Yin was not only Yu Tianheng's romantic partner at this point, but was also 20 years old. Slightly older than Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, arranging a union between Xue Qinghe and her would have been the optimal choice. As for Yi Lingling, she was also a commendable option, her age being quite suitable. But the issues surrounding her family were substantial. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation that Yi Lingling was the sole heir of the 9 Hearts sea butterfly spirit, with each generation permitted only one successor. Moreover, at any given time, only 2 9 Hearts sea butterfly spirit masters could coexist. A new successor could only emerge upon the death of one of the living heirs. This made it the rarest of all martial spirits. To outsiders, this seemed miraculous. However, through the lens of Jiang Yu's prior knowledge, It appeared rather cruel if one considered a martial spirit akin to a gene, and if a gene could only be passed on through such a method. It indicated a lack of hereditary traits. Normal genes, even if not passed on in every generation, could still skip generations. The nine-heart sea butterfly spirit lacked this characteristic, suggesting that its transmission was a one-time occurrence without inheritance. Consequently, the legacy of this spirit likely involved sacrificing the previous generation's wielder to bequeath it to the next. Furthermore, according to Jiang Yu's conjecture, this was likely a case of alternating generational inheritance. The first generation of owners employs a unique method to partition a fragment of their martial soul into their descendants, akin to the principles of yin and yang. They transmit the yang portion to their progeny, thereby ensuring the emergence of an imperfect nine-heart Xue Qinghe martial soul, while retaining the yin portion for themselves to sustain their own strength. Subsequently, they cultivate secret techniques to sacrifice themselves at the birth of their descendants, thereby bequeathing the martial soul to their offspring, who will, in turn, pass it down to their own children. Thus, a hereditary scheme reminiscent of the yin-yang complementarity is established, ensuring that each generation invariably possesses two nine-heart Xue Qinghe martial souls. However, according to Jiang Yu's conjecture, this method can only be executed by females, and each nine-heart Xue Qinghe martial soul is inherently incomplete. The mother embodies the yang, while the daughter must necessarily represent the yin. Only when the two are united can a complete nine-heart Xue Qinghe martial soul manifest. Although Jang Yu is not privy to the intricate details of this family, his deductions are likely close to the truth. This concept mirrors his studies in genetics during his previous life. Thus, while it is indeed a marvel, it is also exceedingly cruel. For the sake of this so-called legacy, the lineage of Yi Lingling will ultimately lose their individuality. Existing solely for this inheritance, perhaps I could exploit this aspect as a means to approach Yi Lingling, yet I remain uncertain of her thoughts and whether she would accept my proposal, particularly as it would entail her betraying her clan. Jiang Yu pondered, stroking his chin. Jiang Yu's intention is straightforward, to persuade Yi Lingling to forsake her family and align herself with the forces of Xue Qinghe. In return, he would endeavor to perfect her martial soul and liberate her from such a tragic fate. As the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, confronting a family of nine-heart Xue Qinghe should not pose a significant challenge. Although shrouded in mystery, Jiang Yu doubts they possess a title Douluo, and at most, they are likely to have a soul Douluo, which is hardly a concern. The sole issue now is that Jiang Yu's assumptions must be accurate. Chapter 26. The Royal Combat Team returns. Several days have elapsed since Jiang Yu commenced his studies. During this time, apart from attending classes, he has diligently gathered information. The curriculum at the Tiandou Royal Academy is exceedingly relaxed. With minimal daily classes, much of the learning relies on self-study, somewhat reminiscent of his previous university experience. Initially, Jiang Yu believed the teaching model at the Tiandou Royal Academy was akin to that of Xue Academy, where all grades receive unified instruction. However, he soon discovered that this was not the case. Xue's unique approach is largely attributed to their small number of students. In a conventional school, classes are organized by grade, and Jiang Yu has been placed in the first year. My lord, is there anything I can do for you? Lu Yang approached Jiang Yu, speaking in a subservient tone, his eyes brimming with sycophantic admiration. Jiang Yu merely cast a casual glance at Lu Yang, replying, "No need. You should focus on your current responsibilities. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." Lu Yang's excessive eagerness in recent days has aroused Jiang Yu's suspicions, prompting him to assign a trivial task to suppress those who had previously bullied him. With Lu Yang's backing, those individuals dared not challenge him any longer. "That simply won't do. It is my duty to alleviate your burdens." Lu Yang insisted, evidently reluctant to engage in his previous tasks and eager to remain by Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu's expression shifted, his gaze toward Lu Yang now laden with scrutiny. He has no desire for anyone to monitor his actions. Sensing Jiang Yu's change in demeanor, Lu Yang quickly apologized. "My lord, I have overstepped my bounds. You may go," Jiang Yu replied, his tone remarkably flat, not pursuing the matter further. Lu Yang, seeing no alternative, reluctantly retreated, impatience or perhaps a guilty conscience. Could he be an insider? Jiang Yu mused silently as he observed Lu Yang's departing figure. Indeed, Lu Yang's behavior over the past few days has stirred Jiang Yu's suspicion. He has not placed his trust in anyone at the Tiandou Royal Academy, save for his premeditated targets, Jiang Yu. Everyone else is a potential pawn of Prince Xue Qinghe. This cautious approach is somewhat cumbersome. It would be best to find an opportunity to dispose of him. Jiang Yu contemplated. Initially hoping for good fortune, he found that even the last of his arranged allies had turned out to be a suspected insider. Therefore, regardless of whether Lu Yang is indeed an insider, Jiang Yu has no intention of utilizing him further. There is no need to concern himself with the reactions from Xue Qinghe's side. For both parties, this is merely a superfluous move. It seems reliance on oneself is paramount. Scanning the surroundings reveals a distinct lack of trustworthy individuals. For Jiang Yu, the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, to find that the only reliable souls within the empire are those from the Spirit Hall is a peculiar irony. According to the narrative from the original text, the royal combat team, led by Yu Tianheng and others, will journey to Soto City in a few months, at which point Tang San and his companions will encounter them and subsequently notice the poison afflicting Duguyen, prompting them to issue a warning that will attract Dugu Bo's attention. Consequently, this leaves me with little time. Jiang Yu analyzed the impending plot in his mind. The royal combat team's expedition to Soto City in a few months is beyond Jiang Yu's control, as the Tiandou Royal Academy operates independently of him or Xue Qinghe. Thus, Jiang Yu must expedite his plans within these few months, as time is of the essence. That I wonder if my actions over the past few days have drawn their attention. If so, they will likely seek me out soon. A few days ago, upon Jiang Yu's enrollment, Yu Tianheng and others were engaged in rigorous combat training at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiandou City, as mandated by their instructor, Qin Ming, continuing a tradition reminiscent of Shrek Academy. Consequently, Jiang Yu missed the opportunity to meet them, but having heard of their return, he anticipates their approach. Jiang Yu is confident in his own talents. They surely would not overlook him. Furthermore, based on his investigations over the past few days, he has gleaned a general understanding of their personalities, which closely align with those depicted in the original text. Yi Lingling, as he suspected, is shrouded in mystery and seldom interacts with others, possessing virtually no friends. Although such individuals may outwardly appear aloof, their inner solitude often renders them approachable. All that remains is to wait. After his analysis, a faint smile of relief graced Jiang Yu's face. Although returning to school had long been his aspiration, he now finds the experience rather mundane, lacking the joy he once derived from his previous university days. Boss, look quickly. We missed a genius soul master who enrolled in the academy a few days ago. A 12-year-old soul master. Goodness, how talented must he be? I doubt you were ever this strong. And he managed to defeat over 10 great soul masters in a single battle. In the conference room, the members of the royal combat team had just returned from outside the academy and were preparing to convene to summarize their recent combat experiences when they were interrupted by Yu Feng, who burst into the room, astonished, holding a piece of paper. The paper was obtained by Yu Feng, containing information about the newly enrolled student. Is this for real? Duguyen inquired skeptically. Her disbelief stemmed not from doubt, but rather from the sheer exaggeration of the claims. A 12-year-old soul master. A rarity not seen in many years, and one who had defeated over 10 great soul masters in a single contest. Indeed, the information on this paper has been compiled by the Academy's instructors. If you don't believe me, just take a look, boss. Yu Feng replied. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow as he took the paper, noticing the Academy's emblem, confirming the authenticity of the information. The details corroborated Yu Feng's account, even appearing slightly more extravagant. An auxiliary system soul master. The rest of the team could not help but turn their heads in astonishment, while Yi Lingling, hidden in the corner, displayed a flicker of surprise in her usually cold gaze. Tianheng, you aren't mistaken, are you? That person is truly an auxiliary system soul master. Duguyen exclaimed incredulously, while Yu Tianheng remained silent, instead handing the information regarding Jiang Yu to Duguyen. She took the paper and scrutinized it, confirming that Jiang Yu was indeed classified as an auxiliary system soul master, a designation personally affirmed by 3 of the Academy's committee members. Furthermore, details regarding Jiang Yu's 3 soul skills were also documented. The first soul skill, enhancement and restraint for plant-type soul masters. The second soul skill, enhancement and restraint for attribute soul masters. The third soul skill, group healing. Although lacking extensive detail, the information was largely accurate. Yu Feng, where did you obtain this news? Duguyen directed her inquiry at Yu Feng. At this juncture, Yu Feng could no longer claim the source was his own. Thus, he admitted, this was given to me by teacher Qin Ming. This revelation confirmed the accuracy of the information. Did Teacher Qin mention anything else? Yu Tianheng asked, his brow furrowed. If it were indeed Teacher Qin Ming, he would certainly not have merely suggested they familiarize themselves with the situation. Yu Feng hesitated before responding. Teacher Qin's intention was for us to make initial contact and assess whether this individual would be a suitable fit for our team before making any decisions. In terms of intelligence, Jiang Yu's soul skills were not particularly impressive. In fact, they seemed somewhat lacking. However, his battle achievements were exceedingly remarkable, which caused some concern for Yu Feng that if Jiang Yu truly passed their assessment and joined their team, it would undoubtedly result in someone being replaced and relegated to the bench. I understand now. We shall meet that individual shortly, Yu Tianheng said lightly, displaying little emotion. Although Teacher Qin Ming merely suggested that he meet Jiang Yu and even expressed that if he was qualified, he could be brought into the team, he had nonetheless granted Yu Tianheng a veto-powered as long as he disagreed. There was no way Jiang Yu could join their royal fighting team. Given Yu Tianheng's disposition, it was evident that he would not permit Jiang Yu's inclusion. After all, Jiang Yu was merely a newcomer, incomparable to the teammates with whom they had shared daily interactions. Chapter 27. Testing, Combat. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was taken aback by how swiftly the encounter had come about. He had only received word of the royal fighting team's return earlier that day, and yet they had arrived at his doorstep that very afternoon. And all members had come together. Observing Yu Tianheng and the others from the royal fighting team, Jiang Yu found himself momentarily dazed. So soon. Perhaps it was the teachers from the Tiandou Royal Academy who suggested that the members of the royal fighting team come to test my strength. In an instant, Jiang Yu grasped the situation. This was undoubtedly the influence of the academy's teachers, for otherwise, individuals like Yu Tianheng would not have approached him so hastily. It was conceivable that the intentions of the 3 committee members were behind this. In recent days, Jiang Yu had not encountered those 3 committee members. Though this was somewhat normal, it was, in fact, rather unusual. Jiang Yu was a transfer student, and moreover, a transfer student who had come in due to a scandal. It was only fitting that he should meet them, especially given his status as a genius. It seemed they wished to ascertain my strength first. However, that aligned perfectly with my intentions, Jiang Yu mused. Yu Tianheng? Jiang Yu raised his gaze to the imposing figure of Yu Tianheng before him. This moment, Yu Tianheng was already 20 years old, a full 8 years older than Jiang Yu, and significantly taller, requiring Jiang Yu to tilt his head back in order to meet his gaze, which irked him slightly. You know me? Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a scene. He had thought that merely approaching Jiang Yu would render him somewhat nervous, yet Jiang Yu's expression remained strikingly neutral. Indeed, I am quite well informed about your background. It appears you are less familiar with mine. Jiang Yu replied with a hint of a smile, extending his right hand towards Yu Tianheng. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Yu, a subject of the Crown Prince. It was not Jiang Yu's intention to emphasize this repeatedly, but rather, his notoriety was so minimal that without such an introduction, one might not know who he was. Yu Tianheng, almost as if compelled by circumstance, extended his own right hand to shake Jiang Yu's. The captain of the royal fighting team, Yu Tianheng. A pleasure to meet you, Jiang Yu replied with a smile, retracting his hand. The entire exchange transpired in an instant, yet Jiang Yu had successfully established a commanding presence over Yu Tianheng. Once Yu Tianheng regained his composure, his expression darkened slightly. It was rather embarrassing to be overshadowed by a youth 8 years his junior. Moreover, Jiang Yu had just claimed to be a subject of the Crown Prince. Was it the same individual? How had he come to be at the Tiandou Royal Academy? Evidently, Yu Tianheng recognized Jiang Yu's identity, which spoke volumes about the magnitude of the events from years past. Jiang Yu had gained notoriety in a rather unconventional manner. Miss Dugu, greetings. We have met before, Jiang Yu said, smiling as he bypassed Yu Tianheng to address Dugu Yan, adopting a very formal tone, with no intention of encroaching upon her territory. Greetings, Dugu Yan replied, only just recalling who Jiang Yu was upon realizing his identity. Momentarily taken aback, after exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yu chose not to engage further and turned his attention back to Yu Tianheng. I wonder, Captain Yu Tianheng, what brings you here so conspicuously? Are you perhaps seeking to advocate for the 4th prince? Jiang Yu's tone was calm and relaxed, yet it bore an undertone that suggested an inquiry laden with reproach, a sentiment that would be uncomfortable for any listener. This was a deliberate tactic employed by Jiang Yu, aimed at provoking a slip from Yu Tianheng. However, Yu Tianheng was not one to be easily ensnared. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he scrutinized Jiang Yu closely, acknowledging that he had underestimated this individual. The conversation had shifted to Jiang Yu's advantage. Hey, kid, show our captain a bit more respect. And what do you mean by advocating for the fourth prince? Are you referring to Xue Qinghe? That kid could hardly expect us to stand up for him. Yu Feng interjected, unable to contain his dissatisfaction. Not only he, but Jiang Yu's demeanor had also irked the others. After all, they were the ones who had come to assess this individual. How had it turned into his domain? Enough, Yu Feng. Be quiet. Yu Qianheng admonished. He then regarded Jiang Yu with seriousness. That I do not comprehend your meaning. Why say such things? Jiang Yu's implication was clear. He sought to embroil them in the royal power struggles. Thus, Yu Tianheng felt a flicker of anger. After all, he was born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and was its successor, and he understood the importance of remaining neutral. I apologize. I was merely seeking clarification on whether you have pledged allegiance to the fourth prince. Jiang Yu said, scratching his cheek. However, it appears you have not. If that is the case, would you be interested in working with the crown prince? It may very well prove beneficial for you in the future. Jiang Yu's words were not spoken lightly. Should the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan align with Xue Qinghe, it was conceivable that Bibi Dong might spare their clan due to her ties to Qian Renxue. Such a direct overture caught Yu Tianheng off guard, and he shook his head in refusal. I'm afraid this matter is beyond my purview. If you are truly interested, you may discuss it with the clan elders. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of regret. It was clear that Yu Tianheng was resolute in his stance and would not yield if he could negotiate with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Jiang Yu would not be conversing with Yu Tianheng. The latter held some potential, but the clan itself was entirely out of the question. Now, let us discuss our business, Yu Tianheng said. Speak, Jiang Yu replied. You should have some inkling as to why we are here. Our purpose is to assess you. If you pass the evaluation, you may join our royal fighting team. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. I must apologize. I have little interest in joining the royal fighting team. After all, such pursuits seem rather juvenile, and although the prizes for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master competition are indeed attractive, Jiang Yu was all too aware of his own limitations. He could not compete with those individuals. You actually declined? Yu Tianheng frowned. However, recalling Jiang Yu's unique circumstances, he relented. Very well, but the assessment must proceed. It is a task assigned by the Academy's instructors. There is no need for that. And I am curious about the nature of your so-called assessment. It wouldn't involve combat, would it? I am merely an auxiliary-type soul master and not particularly skilled in battle. Jiang Yu said, frowning in reluctance. He merely wished to engage with these individuals. Combat held no allure for him, and he had long prepared his excuses. I'm afraid you cannot refuse. To be frank, I am quite intrigued by your abilities. I have heard about your performance during your entrance battle. It was truly remarkable. Far from what one would expect from an auxiliary-type soul master, Yu Tianheng stated directly, making it clear that Jiang Yu would not be permitted to leave without fighting. This left Jiang Yu feeling quite helpless. Very well, I will engage in one match, but I have a condition. I shall choose my opponent. Agreed, Yu Tianheng replied without hesitation. Very well, I select her. Jiang Yu confidently pointed at Yu Lingling, his face devoid of any embarrassment, exuding self-assurance. Given that she is a girl, I will allow her to strike first. Yu Tianheng, innocent bystander. Yu Lingling. The crowd. We have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. While both of you are auxiliary-type soul masters, at least you possess some combat capability. Does Yu Lingling have any? Yu Tianheng struggled to suppress his urge to lash out. No. Choose someone else. This left Jiang Yu somewhat disappointed. It was rather unfair that they were not honoring their word. Why Yu Tianheng was thoroughly exasperated. What do you mean by not honoring your word? This is clearly your scheme. Then I shall select her. Jiang Yu pointed at Du Guiyan. This took Yu Tianheng aback. Are you certain? Du Guiyan was the second strongest in their team. Inheriting her grandfather Du Bo's blue scale serpent, known for her fearsome toxicity. In combat, she was more troublesome than even the strongest Yu Tianheng. Of course, I am not weak myself. Selecting someone familiar allows for a less intense match. Sister Do remember to hold back a little, Jiang Yu said with a grin. Little brother, you speak most amusingly. Rest assured, I shall hold back. On one side. Du Guiyan chuckled softly. In response, Yu Tianheng chose not to elaborate, trusting that Du Guiyan would exercise restraint. Since Jiang Yu wished to sample a challenge, he would allow it. After all, with Yu Lingling present, there was little risk of serious harm. Chapter 28. Victory. The battle was ultimately set to take place on the sole fighting platform of the Tiandou Royal Academy, which boasted its own dedicated arena, eliminating the need to seek a random location for the contest. Jiang Yu and his companions arrived at the platform and ascended it, facing off against his opponent for this match. Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin was formidable, possessing 37 levels of soul power, one level lower than her initial appearance in the original narrative, yet still 6 levels above Jiang Yu. As for the others, Xue Qinghe had 38 levels of soul power, while the remaining individuals hovered around 34 levels. In a one-on-one scenario, Jang Yu would have preferred to face someone with lower soul power. However, he was well aware of the others' capabilities, all of whom were beast soul masters, either agile attackers or powerful assailants. Jiang Yu's greatest fear lay with such opponents, as his combat prowess required time to manifest. This group would undoubtedly underestimate him, launching immediate close-range assaults, which would result in his inevitable defeat. In contrast, Dugu Yin was much more manageable. As a control-type soul master specializing in poison, she posed no threat in close quarters. Jiang Yu merely needed to remain cautious of her toxins, which were not overly difficult to contend with. As referenced in the original work, although he was reluctant to engage in battle, Jiang Yu still harbored no desire to lose. "Are you ready, little brother?" Dugu Yin inquired playfully. "Ready," Jiang Yu replied. Upon seeing that both parties were prepared, Xue Qinghe called out, "The match begins." At the same moment, Jiang Yu and Dugu Yin instinctively created distance between themselves, both recognizing that they were not close combat soul masters, and maintaining distance was advantageous for combat. Fortunately, this was anticipated, and Jiang Yu felt a measure of relief. Within the Royal Combat Team, Dugu Yin, as a control-type soul master, typically remained at a distance, which aligned with Jiang Yu's calculations. Spirit of all herbs. Spirit of the Four Seasons, Spring. With his first and second soul skills activated, Jiang Yu conjured forth the spring rain, one of the 4 forms of the spirit of the 4 seasons. Unlike the temperature control associated with winter and summer, the arrival of spring rain enveloped the arena in a thick, misty vapor. What an intriguing soul skill, Dugu Yin marveled. This layer of mist significantly hindered the spread of her poisonous fog, as her toxins typically manifested in vaporous forms. With the air saturated with moisture, her toxins would merge with the mist, making it difficult to reach Jiang Yu. A miscalculation on my part. No wonder this little rascal chose me as his opponent. Does he possess knowledge of my soul skills? Dugu Yin cursed Jiang Yu's cunning inwardly, yet it was still insufficient. Dugu Yin swiftly assessed the situation. Long-range toxin deployment was no longer viable, leaving her with no choice but to engage in close combat. The rain curtain would only delay her poison, not neutralize it. As long as she closed the distance, she could still envelop him. Without hesitation, Dugu Yin charged towards Jiang Yu. Her martial spirit, the Azure Scale Serpent, granted her commendable close combat capabilities, albeit with a focus on toxins. Here she comes, Jiang Yu thought, fully anticipating Dugu Yin's decision. Fortunately, the previous delay had allowed him to finalize his preparations. Spirit of Life, the 3rd 1,000-year soul ring illuminated, causing the surrounding flora and fauna to wither rapidly as Jiang Yu siphoned away a substantial portion of their life force. This time, he was determined to secure victory, and although he did not entirely strip the plants of their vitality, he had drained a significant amount, ensuring their recovery would take considerable time. A brilliant white light enveloped Jiang Yu. Representing the life force of the plants, he chose not to infuse it back into the vegetation immediately, but retained it for himself. Dugu Yin's poison was exceptionally potent. Typical flora had little hope of resisting such a fierce toxin, succumbing almost instantaneously. Jiang Yu needed to strategize. However, time was of the essence, as Dugu Yin drew near, and he had to impede her advance, lest he succumb to her poison. Go. Jiang Yu resolved, selecting a cluster of blue-silver grass and infusing it with a substantial amount of life force. His choice of blue-silver grass stemmed from its remarkable vitality. After acquiring his soul ring, Jiang Yu had meticulously researched the properties of blue-silver grass. That it possessed boundless potential, with its robust life force enabling it to undergo various evolutions and thrive in diverse environments. The only limitation was its innate quality. The scarcity of high-quality blue-silver grass contributed to its reputation as a subpar martial spirit. However, with diligent cultivation, it could reach the heights of Tang San's prowess. Initially, Tang San had not awakened the blue-silver bloodline. His martial spirit had merely been the most basic form of blue-silver grass. Thus, the potential for growth certainly existed. Ultimately, Jiang Yu's soul skill revolved around plant control. And as these plants were not immune to toxins, he sought to leverage his abilities to cultivate a variant of blue silvergrass with toxin resistance, a key factor for his success. A large cluster of blue silvergrass surged forth, propelled by Jiang Yu's will, charging headlong into Du Guyan's poisonous fog. Most of the grass withered upon contact with the toxins, yet a small portion managed to endure. Jiang Yu swiftly extracted the life force from the withered grass and infused it into the resilient ones, aiding their survival and promoting evolution. Jiang Yu had long harbored doubts regarding the evolutionary capabilities of his soul skills. This provided an opportune moment for experimentation. Du Guyan, witnessing this development, appeared astonished. How was he managing to resist her toxins? Perplexed, she nonetheless intensified the potency of her poison. Du Guyan possessed 3 soul skills: the crimson phosphor poison of euphoria, which stimulated the nerves, enhancing attack power and speed by 20, the azure phosphor poison of paralysis, which dulled pain and increased defense by 30, and finally, the violet phosphor poison. While the first 2 soul skills seemed to serve as support abilities, they were, in fact, formidable toxins, neurotoxins and hemotoxins, respectively. Until now, Du Guyan had only unleashed 2 less potent toxins, but now she was prepared to unleash her full strength, unwilling to risk humiliation through carelessness. Her emerald eyes transformed into a deep violet, and even the green scales of her serpent tail were shrouded in a faint purple glow. She opened her mouth, releasing a dense purple mist that rapidly spread through the air, surging towards Jiang Yu. The formidable poison tainted the rain curtain, rendering it a vivid purple, resembling a sinister shroud. The spectators below instinctively recoiled, unwilling to become ensnared by such toxins. The blue-silver grass that had stood in Du Guyan's path was swiftly eroded. With only a few resilient strands remaining, barely holding their ground against the onslaught, the harrowing spectacle caused Jiang Yu's complexion to pale, as he realized that this toxin exceeded any he had previously encountered. His understanding of toxins was still rooted in his past life, where he had associated corrosive substances with acidity, truly terrifying. Without pausing, Jiang Yu activated his soul skill, seizing the opportunity while the blue-silver grass still thrived. Hastily infusing the surviving strands with life force, miraculously, it seemed his timely actions bore fruit, as one of the blue-silver grass plants persisted, undergoing a genuine evolution. How is this possible? Why has this blue-silver grass not perished? How can it withstand my toxins? Du Guyan's expression was one of disbelief, unable to fathom how such a seemingly insignificant plant could resist her poison. Now, the entity before Jiang Yu and Du Guyan could scarcely be identified as blue-silver grass. Its appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Originally nourished by Jiang Yu's soul skill, it had grown to an enormous size, now reduced to a slender purple stem, exuding a dark luminescence and displaying remarkable resilience. The purple toxic mist in the air had lost its effect on it, and with each breath, this peculiar blue-silver grass began to consume the purple toxins around it. What on earth have I cultivated? Jiang Yu muttered, his lips twitching in disbelief. This could hardly be considered blue-silver grass. Without time to ponder further, Jiang Yu commanded the transformed blue-silver grass to continue its assault. At this moment, its strength far surpassed its previous state, and Du Guyan, momentarily stunned by the disruption of her toxins, found herself propelled off the soul-fighting platform by Jiang Yu's commanding plant. Thus, the competition concluded, and Jiang Yu emerged victorious. Chapter 29. Loss of control. This fellow truly achieved victory. The onlookers, including Yu Feng, murmured in disbelief at Jiang Yu's victory over Du Guyan. Although it was ultimately due to a momentary lapse in Du Guyan's focus that Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to cast her off the soul-fighting stage. The contest had effectively concluded when Jiang Yu successfully neutralized Du Guyan's venom. After all, her poison was her most formidable weapon, and once dismantled, she was left defenseless. Thus, Jiang Yu's triumph was devoid of any doubt. None among the spectators possessed the confidence to emerge unscathed from Du Guyan's toxic miasma. Xue Qinghe, standing nearby, was taken aback as well. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yu would genuinely defeat Du Guyan. Initially contemplating a rescue, he now found it unnecessary, and his expression grew complex in an instant. Perhaps this is the mark of a genius. Should I reconsider my stance and allow him to join the royal battle team? With his addition, the team might become even more formidable. Xue Qinghe approached to assist the fallen Du Guyan, who remained in a dazed state on the stage. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking with a hint of trepidation. Thankfully, I nearly lost. Had it not been for a single blue silvergrass that persevered, he would indeed have faced defeat. After all, aside from that one move, Jiang Yu had no other means of attack. Should Duguyan have eradicated that cluster of blue-silver grass, he would have had no vitality left to summon another. Thus, he would have lacked any means of securing victory, while Duguyan's poison merely required a trace to ensure his demise. It could be said that Duguyan could afford multiple missteps, but Jiang Yu could not afford even one. Fortunately, he had wagered correctly in the end. Speaking of which, what exactly is my third soul skill? Jiang Yu gazed at the obedient blue-silver grass before him with an odd expression. Although he understood that his soul skill might facilitate evolution, the scene unfolding before him was rather unscientific. A species seemingly evolved across categories in an instant. Yet, it seems that the Douluo Continent lacks the concept of science. Meanwhile, Duguyan had regained her composure, shaking off Xue Qinghe's hand to stand upright. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yu and the blue-silver grass beside him. How did you accomplish this? The blue-silver grass, which had previously been reduced to mere stems, gradually restored itself under Jiang Yu's life force. Yet it remained diminutive, its surface glistening like jade, with purple essence flowing within. Even the newly sprouted leaves bore intricate purple patterns, stunningly beautiful. It must be luck. My methods are limited, Jiang Yu replied, scratching his nose. Do not attempt to deceive me. You have indeed neutralized my poison, haven't you? Since this blue-silver grass can disregard my toxins, it must possess the ability to detoxify, Duguyan asserted, her awareness of the grass's transformation growing increasingly acute. Sensing a new pressure emanating from it, Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment, taken aback by how events had unfolded. Indeed, this blue-silver grass had developed the capability to detoxify, having originated in Duguyan's poisonous fog and being able to absorb her toxins. Seeing Jiang Yu's expression, Duguyan gave a bitter smile, realizing it was true. Her poison had genuinely been unraveled by another. While that is indeed the case, it is an isolated incident, Jiang Yu reassured her. Yet deep down, he understood that once an anomaly had occurred, many more would likely follow. I wonder if Dugubo will kill me upon discovering this. Probably, as it essentially undermines his foundation. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of impending tragedy. Though this presented an opportunity to draw closer to Dugubo, he still believed that the likelihood of being killed was high. Dugubo was not a benevolent individual. Xue Qinghe, accompanying him, grasped the gravity of the situation. Duguyan's poison was inherited from her grandfather, Dugubo, and was said to be unsolvable. Now that it had been unraveled, Jiang Yu might be in peril. This had become increasingly difficult to manage. Even Xue Qinghe could not interfere. Duguyan would undoubtedly report this to Dugubo. Perhaps I should just destroy this blue-silver grass, Jiang Yu mused silently. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed a flicker of fear emanating from the blue-silver grass. It has developed consciousness? Jiang Yu was taken aback, yet intrigued. This indicated that the blue-silver grass had awakened, becoming a sentient being. This left Jiang Yu in a state of hesitation. Forget it, better to part ways. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought irritably. He then uprooted the blue-silver grass, which struggled vigorously, yet Jiang Yu paid it no heed. He was merely passing it along, not sending it to its demise. Presenting the blue-silver grass to Duguyan, he said, Miss Dugu, I bestow this blue-silver grass upon you. It seems to have developed some awareness. It should make for a fine companion, having undergone Jiang Yu's modifications. The blue-silver grass was now reduced to a single vine, measuring no more than a meter, and exuding a very faint aura, appearing quite unremarkable. If you find it useless later, feel free to dispose of it as you wish. Even burn it. Another wave of fear washed over him, but Jiang Yu ignored it. Were it not for the need to explain, he would have considered destroying the troublesome entity. For me? Duguyan was both surprised and intrigued. This is the best solution, Jiang Yu said with a hint of resignation, handing the blue-silver grass into her hands. Though uprooted, the blue-silver grass still retained vitality. All you need to do next is find a place to plant it. He added, retracting his control over the blue-silver grass. While it was currently formidable, Duguyan was stronger and would not be easily overturned. Yet sometimes, one might find that the less likely an incident appears, the more likely it is to occur. The moment the blue-silver grass broke free from Jiang Yu's grasp, it suddenly sprang forth, coiling around Duguyan's arm, its small form erupting with countless purple roots that burrowed deeply into her flesh. The scene unfolded so abruptly that no one could have anticipated it. Even Jiang Yu stood in stunned disbelief, while Dugu Yin was caught off guard and quickly lost consciousness. Clearly, this blue-silver grass was toxic. And no trivial matter at that. Damn it. In a panic, Jiang Yu quickly activated his 100 Herb spirit, attempting to regain control, but this time, he failed outright. This was utterly impossible. Jiang Yu's martial spirit possessed inherent dominance over such plants. With his enhanced soul skill, he could typically seize some measure of control even over weaker soul beasts, let alone this blue-silver grass, which was merely a plant with a hint of consciousness. Yet now he found himself utterly defeated. How could this be? Jiang Yu felt a profound resistance emanating from within the blue-silver grass, a force that felt more human than botanical. He looked horrified at Dugu Yan's arm, where the blue-silver grass had embedded itself deeply, merging almost seamlessly with her flesh. Xue Qinghe attempted to pull the blue-silver grass away, but any force exerted only caused Dugu Yan to express profound pain. How is it managing this? This scene resembled a parasitic bond. Jiang Yu was gripped by sheer panic. If Dugu Yan were to perish here, Dugu Bo would not care who he was and would undoubtedly take his life, leading to the downfall of the entire Jiang family. For the first time in many years, he faced a situation beyond his control, leaving him utterly at a loss. What have you done to her? Xue Qinghe seized Jiang Yu by the collar, lifting him up, their eyes locking in a furious glare. How would I know? I didn't do this, Jiang Yu shouted back, equally aggrieved. Xue Qinghe, looking defeated, released Jiang Yu, acknowledging that he would not be so reckless. He then turned his worried gaze back to Dugu Yan. Yanzi, you must not come to harm if anything happens to you. I will ensure this guy pays the price. That a chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine at the thought of such a fate. What kind of situation is this, where someone wishes to end his life? Step aside, let me take a look. Jiang Yu felt he could still struggle. Pushing past Xue Qinghe, he approached Dugu Yan, who was now flushed and radiating heat. As though she were being cooked, the blue-silver grass in her grasp had nearly fused with her flesh. There must be a way, Jiang Yu murmured. He then placed his hands upon the blue-silver grass. Since he could not control it from a distance, he would make direct contact, determined to uncover the consciousness within the blue-silver grass. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's luck held, and he found the source of awareness. Yet he still could not exert control. Stay alive. In this tumultuous sphere of consciousness, a singular and chaotic thought prevailed. The blue-silver grass, having only recently come into existence, exhibited a fragile psyche that succumbed to the pressures of fear. This caused Jiang Yu's expression to darken, realizing that he was, in fact, responsible for this predicament. Chapter 30. Fusion. The awareness of the blue-silver grass had been captured by Jiang Yu, and in his own words, the grass had gone mad, akin to a deranged individual, its mental state destabilized. Jiang Yu, who had never witnessed such a scene, found himself at a loss. Could grass truly lose its sanity? This was indeed bizarre. Fortunately, he discovered that he seemed capable of extinguishing this consciousness directly, an inexplicable ability that felt instinctual, as if he held the power over the very life and death of this entity. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yu decisively snuffed out this consciousness. With its departure, the frantic absorption of nutrients by the blue-silver grass ceased, allowing Dugu Yan's body to gradually stabilize, no longer generating the intense heat that had previously been a result of the grass's voracious nutrient extraction from her. Nevertheless, the fusion process continued, as the blue-silver grass instinctively merged with Dugu Yan's form, to which she appeared to acquiesce without resistance. The compatibility between the two was remarkably high, and the fusion proceeded smoothly. Though it became evident that the blue-silver grass was struggling to keep pace with the demands of this integration. Originally a substance without sustenance, it thrived momentarily due to the nutrients drawn from Dugu Yan. Jiang Yu found himself perplexed. How is this even possible? Humans and grass were not the same as martial souls. Yet, the reality unfolded before him, rendering disbelief futile. Please lend a hand, Jiang Yu sighed, recognizing that if this continued, the blue-silver grass would certainly perish. Devoid of consciousness, it could no longer absorb the nutrients from Dugu Yan as it had done previously, and she might not endure either at this juncture. The blue-silver grass was essentially one with Dugu Yan. If this fusion were to fail, the consequences were uncertain. Jiang Yu transformed his soul power into life force and infused it into the blue-silver grass. Soon, it revived, and this time, Jiang Yu learned his lesson. Should consciousness arise again, he would extinguish it immediately, for he still could not control the blue-silver grass. Come assist me, Jiang Yu called to Yilingling. She said nothing further but approached to help stabilize Dugu Yan's condition. This proximity allowed Jiang Yu to observe the 9 hearts, sea pearl martial soul closely. It was wondrous, yet he sensed an underlying flaw. This was his instinct. With their combined efforts, Jiang Yu focused on stabilizing the blue silvergrass while Yilingling attended to Dugu Yan. Gradually, Dugu Yan stabilized, and the form of the blue silvergrass began to fade, fully merging into her being. Now, a stunning purple tattoo resembling the blue silvergrass adorned Dugu Yan's arm. Though its purpose remained unclear, everything all right? Xue Qinghe asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. It should be fine now, Jiang Yu replied, though he felt even more tension than Xue Qinghe, maintaining a calm facade. This brought a sigh of relief from Xue Qinghe that moment. Dugu Yan let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? She inquired, bewildered as to why she lay on the ground surrounded by people. Yinzi, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed, Xue Qinghe exclaimed, enveloping Dugu Yan in a tight embrace. His tone laced with concern. In turn, Dugu Yan, though confused, comforted him. Tianheng, I'm fine. Look, I'm well. Seeing that she was indeed safe, Jiang Yu hurriedly interjected, since everything is all right, I'll take my leave, without waiting for others to respond. He made a swift exit, feeling the need to seek refuge, preferably in the prince's residence, and remain hidden. No one halted Jiang Yu's departure. The group was entirely focused on Dugu Yan's well-being. Yinzi, is there anything wrong with your body? Xue Qinghe inquired with concern. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I feel remarkably light and unburdened. However, it seems as though something is within me, Dugu Yan replied, extending her hand that had merged with the blue silvergrass. Upon a fleeting thought, a swirling purple mist erupted from her palm, giving birth to a small purple grass. What is this? Yu Feng asked curiously, reaching out to touch it. Oh, not touch, Dugu Yan admonished sharply. It is poison, very potent poison. Startled, Yu Feng quickly withdrew his hand, retreating to a safe distance. Yinzi, what about your hair and your eyes? Xue Qinghe remarked in astonishment. Dugu Yan's once purple hair had reverted to black, and her pupils too had transformed back to their natural color. This was indeed her true hair and eye color. The previous hues had stemmed from the formidable poison within her. I'm not certain. Tianheng, it feels as though I can control the poison within me now. Dugu Yan's voice trembled, tinged with disbelief. The poison that had plagued her since birth, uncontrollable and ever-increasing in severity, had loomed like a specter of death. Yet now, she sensed that she could regulate it, not as a vanishing act, but as a complete mastery over it. I must inform grandfather. Dugu Yan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The shadow of death that had haunted her for years had dissipated, and her strength had significantly augmented. She could feel her poison becoming more potent yet increasingly manageable, with all backlash absorbed by the vine. The original blue silvergrass had undergone a profound transformation, no longer retaining its former identity. Very well, we shall inform Elder Dugu shortly. Xue Qinghe reassured her that as for Jiang Yu and his fate, Xue Qinghe was unconcerned, for he had inadvertently placed Dugu Yan in peril. Though fortune had arisen from misfortune, he still yearned to confront Jiang Yu over this incident. Your Highness, help! Jiang Yu's desperate cries echoed throughout the prince's residence, utilizing a token to escape from the Tiandou Royal Academy. Jiang Yu hurried back to the prince's residence without pause. In his study, Xue Qinghe was startled by the sudden scream, causing his book to tumble to the floor. He had been contemplating how unusual it felt without Jiang Yu's presence these past few days. And now, his voice resonated with distress. Was this not excessively alarming? Exiting the study, he swiftly made his way to the hall, where he found Jiang Yu pacing anxiously, his face a portrait of unease. Momentarily leaving Xue Qinghe in a state of shock, Jiang Yu, upon seeing Xue Qinghe emerge, rushed over. Your Highness, save me. The poison Douluo may kill me. Poison Douluo kill you. What exactly have you done to offend him? Xue Qinghe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It was well understood that involving a titled Douluo in such matters could lead to considerable trouble, especially one as unpredictable as the poison Douluo. Dugu Bo, he was a character of both virtue and villainy, operating solely on his whims. Unyielding to threats, he bore a narrow mindset, leaving no room for error, and would undoubtedly eradicate any perceived danger without hesitation. He was arguably the most formidable of titled Douluos. Offending him could indeed spell peril for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face reflected despair. I didn't intend to offend him. I merely sought to win him over. Who could have anticipated that it would lead to such a debacle? It was entirely beyond my expectations. Though knowledgeable, Jiang Yu's understanding was limited to the perceptions of two worlds, his former life and the current one. The events that had transpired had far exceeded his comprehension, leaving him utterly bewildered. I had no intention of crossing him. I simply aimed to seize an opportunity to approach him and cultivate an alliance. Alas, unforeseen complications arose during the process. Jiang Yu resembled a defeated rooster, crestfallen, lamenting how, despite previous successes, he had committed such a significant blunder that nearly cost Dugu Yin her life and threatened his own. Though Dugu Yin was but a minor character in the original narrative, her formidable background rendered her someone Jiang Yu could not afford to offend. Subsequently, Jiang Yu recounted the events that had unfolded to Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. Dugu Yin had survived, and as long as she lived, there remained a chance for resolution. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe shifted his focus to other matters. Chapter 31. Dugu Bo's Arrival. You mentioned that you bestowed a blue-silver grass upon Dugu Yin, which subsequently burrowed into her body and merged with her very essence. How could this be possible? How did this blue-silver grass come into existence? Xue Qinghe inquired with great interest. His sort of awareness peaked, to be honest. From the moment Jiang Yu began his narration, he had been intrigued. However, he refrained from interjecting out of consideration for Jiang Yu's feelings. Only after confirming that Jiang Yu was not in serious trouble could Xue Qinghe finally speak up. Although Jiang Yu's situation was said to be grave, it was, in fact, not as dire as it seemed. Dugu Yin had not perished, nor had she sustained significant injuries. The situation did not warrant the intervention of the spirit hall. It was well within Xue Qinghe's capacity to resolve this matter on his own. Your Highness, could we prioritize resolving my situation before addressing other issues? Jiang Yu said with a wry smile. He was genuinely apprehensive. After all, Dugu Bo was among the few individuals with whom reason was unlikely to prevail. Others might at least be willing to listen, but Dugu Bo would likely resort to administering poison to incapacitate one first before sending them on their way. Your issue is not particularly serious. I can simply explain it to the poison Douluo later. After all, it was merely an accident, not a deliberate act, and besides, his granddaughter is unharmed, Xue Qinghe remarked casually. Very well, if you perceive it as inconsequential. Then so be it, Jiang Yu replied, as he found himself lacking any formidable allies to contend with Dugu Bo, ultimately choosing to trust Xue Qinghe. If your Highness wishes to understand the nature of that blue-silver grass, then I must confess my limitations, for I too am unaware of its origin. The blue-silver grass was merely a coincidence, and I am not privy to how it manifested, Jiang Yu admitted with an exasperated gesture. He had conducted several experiments, believing his soul skill might facilitate evolution, but each attempt yielded disappointing results, failing to meet his expectations and often producing entirely unrelated outcomes. Therefore, Jiang Yu remained in the dark. Unless granted ample time to conduct extensive experiments and gather substantial data to formulate a reliable theory. However, he was not foolish. Given the limited time available, dedicating it to such a seemingly futile endeavor seemed unwise. Thus, his research was placed on hold. With any potential results now left to the whims of fortune. I ought to carve out some time for research. Otherwise, I wouldn't have nearly brought about my own demise. Jiang Yu pondered wearily. How could you not know? Was it not your doing? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, not doubting Jiang Yu's words. Perhaps Jiang Yu might deceive others, but Xue Qinghe was confident that he would not lie about such a trivial matter. If he claimed ignorance, then he was indeed ignorant that it was indeed my doing. But it was due to the influence of my third soul skill. The specific reason lies in the fact that my third soul skill possesses the ability to promote plant evolution. However, I have not had the opportunity to fully comprehend its principles, which necessitates a substantial amount of time for extensive verification, Jiang Yu elaborated thoughtfully. Thus, if your Highness wishes for me to produce similar plants again, not limited to just blue-silver grass, I can certainly attempt it. However, it requires a stroke of luck. If fortune smiles upon me, results may manifest swiftly, and they may even align with my desires. Conversely, if luck is not on my side, I might end up with nothing at all, Jiang Yu said with a resigned gesture. This time, it was uncertain whether luck had favored or forsaken him. As something had indeed emerged, albeit rather unexpectedly. Perhaps the overwhelming desire for victory had played a role. Some things truly defy disbelief, especially since Jiang Yu had previously inhabited a world governed by scientific principles. Here, in Douluo, science held little sway, and the nature of this reality eluded him. Is that so? Xue Qinghe's tone bore a hint of helplessness. The reliance on chance was quite the revelation. As for Jiang Yu's assertion that time would yield answers, Xue Qinghe dismissed it outright. Jiang Yu's talents were not yet suited for such inquiries, as that would be a considerable waste. Let us postpone this matter. Now is not the time for such pursuits. Although the peculiar plant Jiang Yu had conjured was remarkable, the timing was simply not right, which was indeed unfortunate. Understood, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied. For the next few days, it would be prudent for you to seek refuge here while the storm passes. Eventually, you must resume your studies at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. As it is the Emperor's decree to defy, it would be tantamount to insubordination, and even I would find it difficult to shield you then. Xue Qinghe stated after a moment of hesitation. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude, recognizing that this was the extent of what Xue Qinghe could offer. He remained the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire. And while the Night Emperor had not fallen, he could not defy the Emperor's command. At that moment, a guard rushed in. A look of palpable terror etched across his face. This instinctively alarmed Jiang Yu. Your Highness, the poisoned doll requests an audience outside. The guard stammered, his words tumbling forth, likely struggling to maintain composure in the presence of Xue Qinghe. Is this truly necessary? Dugu Yin should be fine. Could it be that she encountered another issue after my departure? What should I do? Jiang Yu had only left Dugu Yan's side after she regained consciousness, and she had appeared unharmed. How could Dugubo have arrived so swiftly? A flicker of suspicion crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes. Dugubo's actions were remarkably swift, yet he chose not to refuse the audience, instead stating, Please, let him in. There was no evading the confrontation. They would have to face it. Dugubo's ability to locate their residence so quickly indicated he was certain Jiang Yu was present. Both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe were aware of this. Yes, the guard replied and promptly exited. Soon after, an elderly man clad in a green robe entered the hall. Jiang Yu recognized him immediately as Dugubo, the poisoned Douluo. Dugubo was tall and slender, resembling a javelin, with hair and beard of deep green. His eyes glinting like emeralds. He exuded an ethereal presence, akin to a phantom, radiating an aura of solitude that was immensely oppressive. Upon entering, Dugubo scanned the room, his expression unreadable and his demeanor stiff. Yet, in an instant, he locked his gaze onto Jiang Yu, who instinctively sought refuge behind Xue Qinghe. Having previously encountered the esteemed poisoned Douluo, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit to my humble abode. Xue Qinghe greeted, maintaining a neutral expression as he stood protectively in front of Jiang Yu, effectively severing Dugubo's line of sight. Jiang Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, the crown prince proved to be reliable. Dugubo was succinct and to the point, indicating that he was there to seek out Jiang Yu. Though unspoken, everyone present understood that he referred to Jiang Yu. Xue Qinghe's expression darkened slightly. Might I inquire as to the nature of your interest in Jiang Yu? He has not wronged you, has he? He has not offended me, but I find him quite intriguing. Thus, I have come to engage him in conversation. Dugubo replied coolly, his brow furrowing as if recalling something. He then addressed Xue Qinghe. What? Do you intend to prevent me from speaking with him? Rest assured, I bear him no ill will. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. Dugubo was not known for justifying his actions. This was a rare occurrence. Furthermore, he had made a promise, one he was known to honor. If he claimed he would not harm Jiang Yu, then he would not. Xue Qinghe fell silent, observing Dugubo without uttering a word. Clearly skeptical of his intentions, the atmosphere grew tense. May I ask what you wish to discuss with me, esteemed elder? Jiang Yu interjected as the stalemate threatened to linger indefinitely. Chapter 32, A Promise of Assistance. Dugubo remained silent for a moment. Seemingly taken aback, it was evident that he had not anticipated Jiang Yu stepping forward to engage him in conversation. Xue Qinghe possessed an air of confidence as the crown prince, while Jiang Yu, being merely a close aide and a child, had no such protection. Why was he unafraid? Did he not recognize Dugubo's reputation? You are quite remarkable, Dugubo remarked. The tone of Dugubo carried a hint of praise. This was not mere politeness, but a genuine commendation. In Dugubo's eyes, Jiang Yu's character was indeed formidable, and his previous performance had been quite astute, executing a masterful move. Had Jiang Yu chosen to hide within the Heavenly Royal Academy after this incident, it would have been utterly futile, for even the 3 old codgers from the Education Committee would not have intimidated Dugubo. To take Jiang Yu away, all he required was a declaration. However, the situation was quite different within the prince's residence. Although Prince Xue Qinghe was not particularly strong, this was not a place where he could behave recklessly. Behind him stood an empire. Thank you, Senior Dugu, for your kind words. However, I am curious as to why you sought out a junior like me. If there is any way I can assist, I shall do my utmost. Jiang Yu said respectfully to him. This was a fortuitous opportunity, a splendid chance to draw closer to Dugu Bo. Jiang Yu discerned that Dugu Bo harbored no malice towards him, indicating that he had not offended him. Thus, his approach surely involved a request. You ought to be aware of my purpose in seeking you, Dugu Bo remarked with an air of indifference. Xue Qinghe was somewhat taken aback, unable to grasp why the attitudes of both parties had shifted so dramatically, and thus stepped aside to afford Jiang Yu some space. This junior is unaware. I departed as soon as Dugu Yin regained consciousness, and I am not informed about subsequent events, Jiang Yu admitted, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Could he confess that he had been gripped by fear at that moment, hastily seeking refuge in Xue Qinghe's presence? Dugu Bo silently chastised him, thinking, what a reckless young lad. However, such behavior was quite in line with his age. Your mutated blue-silver grass has enabled Yin'er to successfully control the toxins within her body. Henceforth, she need no longer worry about excessive toxins causing her to lose control and jeopardizing her safety. Moreover, since it is control rather than elimination, her strength has also increased. Therefore, I express my gratitude to you. Dugu Bo's tone was infused with 3 parts relief, 6 parts joy, and 1 part gratitude. As for why only 1 part? Who could compare to Tang San? Senior Dugu, there is no need for such gratitude. I merely stumbled upon a solution for your granddaughter's predicament. It can only be deemed fate. My role in this was minimal. Jiang Yu responded, reluctant to take credit, acutely aware that his success had been a stroke of luck, and he would not dare guarantee similar results if faced with the same situation again. However, Jiang Yu soon realized why Dugu Bo had come to find him so promptly. It must pertain to the poison afflicting him. Could it be, Senior Dugu, that you require assistance in resolving your own toxin issue? Jiang Yu inquired. Dugu Bo's gaze suddenly grew inscrutable, and he looked at Jiang Yu, saying, it seems you are quite well informed. Jiang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment. He had not considered the implications of his words and had inadvertently revealed knowledge that should have remained a secret. Fortunately, Dugu Bo did not seem to mind how Jiang Yu had come by this information. He presumed that Jiang Yu possessed a modicum of skill. Thus, with a casual demeanor, he continued, indeed, I have come not only to express my gratitude, but also to request your assistance in addressing the poison afflicting me. Of course, I shall not ask for your help without recompense. I will grant you 3 requests, which I shall fulfill to the best of my ability. Dugu Bo's words astonished Xue Qinghe. First, the revelation that Dugu Bo was poisoned was utterly remarkable. And second, that he would make such a significant promise. He quickly turned to Jiang Yu, his eyes urging him to accept the offer. Jiang Yu's expression soured. He wished to agree, but the task seemed rather daunting. This is somewhat beyond my capabilities, he thought. However, he knew he could not refuse. That I shall do my utmost, he affirmed. Excellent. A straightforward agreement. Dugu Bo responded with visible relief. This is not an appropriate location. I require your cooperation. Senior Dugu, so I ask that you find a quiet and suitable place. Jiang Yu suggested after a moment's consideration. That is simple. My residence is quite tranquil and has a pleasant environment. You may accompany me there. Dugu Bo replied generously. This was precisely what Jiang Yu desired. He then turned to Xue Qinghe, who reassured him with a nod, and then addressed Dugu Bo. Senior Dugu, I can permit Jiang Yu to accompany you, but you must ensure his safety. Should anything happen to him, believe me, you will not find it easy to endure, Xue Qinghe asserted sternly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. That it was evident that if Dugu Bo dared to harm Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe would resort to other measures. Dugu Bo might be troublesome, but he was not particularly formidable. Xue Qinghe's demeanor surprised Dugu Bo. This prince possessed considerable substance and might very well become a commendable emperor in the future. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will guarantee his safety, Dugu Bo promised earnestly. That is best. Jiang Yu, you may proceed. Xue Qinghe nodded, seemingly placated by Dugu Bo's assurances. With both parties satisfied, Jiang Yu prepared to follow Dugu Bo to his residence. Dugu Bo's abode was nestled within the Sunset Forest, home to the renowned ice and fire yin yang, a place teeming with countless rare herbs and treasures that had aided the rise of future figures like Tang San, allowing them to ascend to divinity. However, surrounding Dugu Bo's estate was a poison array he had laid out, and within a certain radius outside the ice and fire yin yang, there existed protective poison formations. Anyone lacking soul power above level 70 would face certain death upon entering, and even soul beasts of over 10,000 years would not dare to tread there. Without such strength, even if Jiang Yu wished to approach Douluo, he could only dream of it. Yet, an opportunity had arisen. He finally had the chance to witness this extraordinary phenomenon. Douluo swiftly led Jiang Yu out of the heavenly city, traversing the sunset forest until they arrived at his residence. Upon arrival, Douluo set Jiang Yu down and warned, "Do not wander about here. While the surroundings may appear similar to other places, they are all safeguarded by my poison formations. With your current strength, any contact would be fatal. If you wish to go anywhere, simply inform me. I understand, Senior Douluo," Jiang Yu replied respectfully, fully aware that Douluo's domain was not a place for casual exploration. Seeing that Jiang Yu had no intention of wandering aimlessly, Douluo felt reassured. After a brief silence, he quietly said to Jiang Yu, "Thank you." The surrounding environment was exceedingly quiet, allowing Jiang Yu to clearly hear Douluo's words. "Senior Douluo, there is no need for further thanks. You have already expressed your gratitude," Jiang Yu responded. Douluo, rarely serious, replied, "A debt of gratitude is a debt of gratitude." Jiang Yu chuckled softly. Perhaps Douluo had a certain charm. The original text indicated that Douluo was inherently a good-natured person, willing to honor his commitments, suggesting he was not inherently malevolent. However, his martial spirit and reclusive personality had led others to misinterpret him. In truth, if one were to delve deeper, they would discover that Douluo was unforgiving to those he deemed deserving of punishment. Yet, fortunately, he still possessed redeeming qualities. Chapter 33. The method. I shall take you to the medicinal garden. All of my concoctions are cultivated there. It contains a variety of poisons and tonics, and I am certain you will find what you need, Douluo stated somewhat awkwardly. The smile on Jiang Yu's face made Douluo extremely uncomfortable. Had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them without hesitation. But Jiang Yu was different. Douluo had always been profoundly solitary. Yet he feared not solitude. What he dreaded most was having his freedom curtailed. Although he had become the title Douluo, rendering him seemingly unbound by the constraints of the world, Douluo ultimately found himself ensnared by the ties of familial affection. Throughout his life, he indulged in the art of poison, only to meet a tragic end as the very toxins he wielded turned against him. Not only did he suffer, but his descendants were also afflicted. His son and daughter-in-law met untimely deaths, leaving behind only a young granddaughter who, too, bore the brunt of the poison's wrath. As she aged and her strength grew, her life hung by a thread, confining Douluo once more, for the sake of kinship. Thus, he held his sole remaining family member in the highest regard. The resolution of the toxin afflicting Douluo by Jiang Yu was a tremendous boon for Douluo, prompting his repeated expressions of gratitude. In truth, upon discovering that the poison in his granddaughter had been managed, and after confirming there were no adverse effects, Douluo was overwhelmed with joy and hastened to find Jiang Yu. Albeit somewhat thoughtlessly, his intentions were singular, to seek Jiang Yu's assistance in addressing his own affliction, driven by a profound sense of gratitude for alleviating a burden that had long weighed upon him. Whether Jiang Yu could aid in his detoxification was of little consequence to Douluo. He was acutely aware of his own condition. A titled Douluo. How many could possibly counteract the poison he harbored? Thus, he had to trouble his esteemed elder, suppressing his own excitement. Jiang Yu remarked on the ice and fire in Yang'ai, a sight he had longed to behold. He pondered what wondrous scenery awaited him there. Would it be a land rich with celestial herbs? Perhaps he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Very well, come along. I shall guide you down, Douluo declared, and with that, he leapt from the sheer, abyssal precipice, carrying Jiang Yu with him. A gust of wind rushed past, and in an instant, they landed safely on solid ground. Once they had descended, Douluo set Jiang Yu down and spoke earnestly. "Young man, remember, do not venture near those two springs. Their scorching heat and frigid cold are unbearable even for me. If you make contact, it will lead to your demise." "Understood," Jiang Yu replied. He knew well the dangers of the ice and fire in Yang'ai. It was not merely a treasure trove, but also fraught with peril. Jiang Yu's gaze was soon captivated by the mesmerizing ice and fire in Yang'ai before him. A rare spectacle, where the dual forces of ice and fire coexist. It was a sight of immense value, teeming with countless heavenly treasures and suffused with rich spiritual energy. To those who understood its significance, it was indeed a veritable treasure trove. To the uninitiated, however, it represented one of the most treacherous locales in existence. Should any creature dwell too close to the ice and fire in Yang'ai, They would be overwhelmed by the extreme energies, and without a timely retreat, they were destined to perish as Jiang Yu approached. He could feel the vibrant vitality emanating from the surrounding flora. The life force contained within these plants was exponentially greater than that of ordinary vegetation. Exercise caution. This place is perilous. Dugu Bo cautioned from the side. The area was filled with numerous poisons and remedies he had collected, and a careless touch could spell disaster for Jiang Yu. Fear not, Senior Dugu. I am well aware of my safety. Jiang Yu reassured him with a confident smile, then crouched to caress a small blade of grass before him. This startled Dugu Bo, for the very plant Jiang Yu touched was one of his toxic specimens. He opened his mouth to protest, but what transpired next left him utterly astonished. What should have been a dangerous poison-laden plant seemed to behave like an innocuous blade of grass in Jiang Yu's hands. What peculiar ability does this young man possess, that he can disregard such toxins? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Dugu Bo. In truth, he was mistaken. Jiang Yu was not immune to the poison, but rather had not been affected at all. Here, he was the master, acutely aware that the plants had developed a rudimentary consciousness, especially the heavenly herbs. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He mused quietly, sensing the will emanating from the grass in his hand that in the Douluo Continent. It is exceedingly rare for plants to attain sentience, and the presence of even a modicum of awareness in these plants could indeed be attributed to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. In the first part of the Douluo Continent saga, the ice and fire yin-yang eye was merely a natural wonder. While it posed certain dangers, they were not overly severe. However, as the narrative progressed, it transformed into a true perilous realm, where any ordinary being would face certain death a millennium hence. The flora here might even evolve into formidable beasts, rivaling those of the 100,000-year soul beasts. Yet at present, the plants remained ordinary. Even if they exhibited a hint of intelligence, they were far from fully developed. The most potent herbs could not escape this limitation. Otherwise, Tang Sen would not have been able to harvest them without consequence. Jiang Yu speculated that the changes in this realm were due to a fundamental alteration in the laws governing the Douluo Continent after a millennium, resulting in a profound transformation of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, enabling its flora to achieve humanoid forms. I wonder if I can awaken their consciousness. Jiang Yu's thoughts danced with excitement. Should future endeavors prove fruitful, these plants certainly possess the latent potential. What do you think? Young man, is my herb garden not remarkable? Dugu Bo asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Naturally, Senior Dugu's herb garden is unparalleled, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. This was no mere flattery. There truly was no other ice and fire yin-yang eye in existence, making it indeed unique. Ha! Dugu Bo laughed heartily, reveling in the praise. But, might I inquire if you can remedy the toxins within me? If not, it matters not. As compensation for curing my granddaughter, you may consider it a favor from Dugu Bo himself. Yet, deep down, he remained skeptical about Jiang Yu's ability to assist him with his own affliction. Absolutely. Jiang Yu affirmed confidently. What did you say? Dugu Bo blinked in disbelief, clearly having misheard Jiang Yu's assertion that I said it is possible, though I will require some time to conduct my experiments. Jiang Yu stated earnestly. If, prior to this moment, there was merely a possibility, now it had transformed into a tangible likelihood, though not a certainty, perhaps a 70% chance. A look of astonishment spread across Dugu Bo's face. Could it truly be that there was hope? Are you certain? He asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. I would estimate a 70% confidence, Jiang Yu mused, stroking his chin. This figure was merely a rough estimate. Dependent on further experimentation. That will suffice, Dugu Bo exclaimed, his expectations far exceeded. He had anticipated a mere 20% chance. How may I assist you in this endeavor? He asked, regaining his composure. We will need to wait a while longer. And my method will not be a direct detoxification. It will likely resemble the approach taken with your granddaughter, Jiang Yu explained. That would be ideal. This was precisely what Dugu Bo desired. Should his toxins be eradicated, he would retain a portion of his strength. With Dugu Bo's confirmation secured, Jiang Yu returned to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, seeking the necessary herbs. In truth, Jiang Yu's method for detoxifying both Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin was akin to the one Tang Sen employed in the original narrative. It involved channeling the toxins into a vessel. While Tang Sen had suggested using a soul bone, Jiang Yu would utilize plants instead. This realization had only just dawned on him. Were these plants not akin to soul bones? The blue-silver grass within Dugu Yin had become utterly integrated with her being. controlled yet independent. Moreover, as Du Guyan's poison had birthed this connection, it had absorbed all the toxins within her during the fusion process. Now, Jiang Yu aimed to apply the same principle to Du Gubo's toxins. Though his poison was far more potent, and ordinary plants would not suffice. Thus, he required extraordinary herbs. The plant he sought was the fragrant and ethereal celestial herb. Chapter 34. Cultivating experimental subjects. The fragrant and ethereal celestial herb may not have been the most formidable among celestial herbs. Yet it possessed a remarkable property that could assist Du Gubo in resolving his predicament, which was the source of Jiang Yu's confidence that he recalled that the original tale mentioned the fragrant and ethereal celestial herb as a nemesis to all poisons. Capable of neutralizing any toxin, while it did not directly detoxify, it could combat toxins effectively, encasing it was a faint pink glow, marking the extent of its purifying influence. The layer of pink, invisible beyond the light shield, is precisely due to this characteristic that Jiang Yu felt a sense of assurance that in truth, for Du Gubo, it is exceedingly challenging to eliminate the toxins within his body, akin to what he has accomplished with his granddaughter. For his toxins are notoriously domineering in this world. There are scarcely any plants capable of withstanding the full brunt of his poison, if one cannot endure the toxins unleashed by Du Gubo at full strength. Then it is impossible to cultivate a plant that could match his potency, rendering the endeavor of detoxification mere empty talk. It is essential to note that Du Guyan chose the blue-silver grass precisely because it could withstand the entirety of her toxins and survive, evolving into a unique individual, ultimately merging with her. Were it Du Gubo, the blue-silver grass would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Fortunately, although most plants are incapable of enduring such toxicity, there exists one that can, the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb. Jiang Yu approached the Eye of Ice and Fire, positioned himself beside the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb, excavated the soil above it, and took a segment of its root. After completing this task, he returned to the vicinity of Du Gubo, selecting a random patch of earth. Jiang Yu buried the root segment within. His objective was to cultivate a new fragrant Qiluo immortal herb. Or rather, a living organism that could survive. He could not guarantee what the outcome would ultimately be in any other location. Such an endeavor would be futile, as a mere segment of root is insufficient to cultivate a complete plant. However, near the Eye of Ice and Fire, this possibility emerges, for the eye significantly enhances plant growth, coupled with Jiang Yu's infusion of life force, making success plausible. After executing these actions, Jiang Yu summoned his martial soul and activated his third soul skill, channeling soul power into the root segment as life force. Soon enough, a small shoot broke through the surface of the soil, prompting a gleeful expression from Jiang Yu. Indeed, it was the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb. However, in terms of vitality, it appeared rather feeble, and even when fully matured, it would likely remain weak. After all, it was merely a segment of root. Yet, it already possessed the characteristics of the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb. Capable of countering myriad toxins, Du Gubo, please release your toxins towards this little sprout, starting from the most minimal amount, Jiang Yu instructed, cautioning him against inadvertently killing the plant. Before flowering, the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb does not develop a pink light shield. It merely possesses a robust resistance to toxins, thus unable to neutralize Du Gubo's venom. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo squatted beside the small sprout, cautiously releasing a trace of toxin, which posed no threat to it, merely causing a brief wilting. This elicited another surge of joy from Jiang Yu. There was hope. Though it was the weakest, other plants would have perished from such a mere touch of toxin. Jiang Yu then intensified the infusion of life force, and the little sprout of the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb revived. Senior, please increase the intensity gradually, and keep going until I say stop, Jiang Yu instructed. Du Gubo complied but expressed some confusion, asking, Little one, is this truly sufficient? Of course not. It must grow further, and it must thrive in an environment saturated with your toxins, continuing until it reaches maturity and can withstand your most potent poison. Jiang Yu elucidated. I see that if we aim for maturity, why not simply seek out a fully matured plant? Du Gubo queried. Because a matured one might not perish from your toxins, Jiang Yu responded casually. This flower is quite extraordinary. It is known as the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb. It is devoid of toxins and cannot detoxify, yet it can counteract all poisons. Your venom would also be neutralized, rendering it incapable of developing any resistance, which contradicts your own traits. However, In its juvenile state, it does not yet counteract all toxins, but merely possesses resistance, hence the need for nurturing from its infancy. Dugubo's expression revealed skepticism, prompting him to test the theory. He casually unleashed a stream of toxin toward the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb. To his astonishment, the poison was neutralized before it could even approach. Jiang Yu, witnessing this, suppressed a chuckle, thinking, "Now do you believe? It was indeed remarkable that such a peculiar herb existed in this world." Dugubo, ignoring Jiang Yu's expression, contemplated his own folly in possessing such a miraculous treasure without realizing it. "Are there no other plants that can withstand my toxin? Surely, there must be more treasures in my medicinal garden," Dugubo inquired, turning his gaze to Jiang Yu. "Certainly, but first, they must withstand your poison and must be in their non-mature state. Plants in their juvenile phase exhibit commendable growth potential. Moreover, even if there are others, they may not be suitable. The fragrant Qiluo immortal herb, aside from counteracting myriad toxins, lacks other characteristics that would make it an ideal experimental specimen for your needs." Jiang Yu remarked thoughtfully, "With that first condition alone, most plants would be rendered unsuitable, let alone the second." Nevertheless, Dugubo now understood that this plant, the fragrant Qiluo immortal herb, was truly capable of countering his toxins. Yet he felt no concern, knowing such a specimen was rare, and he possessed it. To think that a young lad like you comprehends so much, Dugubo remarked in admiration, unable to refute Jiang Yu's reasoning, which was undeniably sound. Moreover, given Jiang Yu's tender age of 12, he regarded him as nothing short of extraordinary, reflecting on his own youth when he lacked such understanding in the world of Douluo Continent. Children mature quite early. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun was already seeking assistance to quell his fire at 12, and Oscar's father had him at the age of 14, illustrating just how remarkable the children of this realm truly are. However, early maturity does not equate to genuine understanding, as few youths possess true knowledge, save for Jiang Yu and the enigmatic Tang San, which further astounded Dugubo. "Oh, is it much? Perhaps, but I feel there remains much I do not grasp." "Your perception is likely due to my knowledge aligning with your inquiries," Jiang Yu responded, his gaze fixed on the small sprout. "In truth, there are many things I do not comprehend. I merely understand not to act on what I do not know, thus avoiding foolishness that would render me appear inept. Presently, my actions are largely for the sake of others. What I truly am is something I alone understand. The greatest fear is becoming a person whose essence is lost even to oneself." Dugubo chuckled lightly, dismissing Jiang Yu's words as playful banter. The young fragrant Qiluo immortal herb had grown to a height of an inch, showing signs of corrosion across its surface, yet it remained resilient under Jiang Yu's support. "All right, Senior Dugu, it's time to cease," Jiang Yu declared, as his soul power was nearly depleted, necessitating a brief respite for recovery. One cannot help but admire the essence of an immortal herb, though extracting a segment of root presents its challenges. Expending so much soul power has only yielded a mere inch of growth. Were it an ordinary weed, it might have already reached several meters. Dugubo gradually withdrew the toxic mist, and Jiang Yu utilized his last vestiges of soul power to mend the sprout's injuries. "That will suffice for now. Let it recuperate," Jiang Yu said, feeling relieved after the taxing endeavor. "Let us ascend, Senior Dugu. Will you not remain below to study further?" Dugubo countered, having noticed Jiang Yu's keen interest in his medicinal garden earlier. "Another time, I trust you would not deny this modest request," Jiang Yu replied, gesturing nonchalantly toward Dugubo. "Of course not." Dugubo responded with a hint of a smile. Jiang Yu, however, expressed distaste. "Alas, your smile is quite unappealing." Chapter 35. The Unruly Rumor on the Other Side. News of Jiang Yu's departure from the prince's residence with Dugubo had not spread widely. After all, despite Jiang Yu's position as a close aide to the prince, his tender age rendered him inconspicuous. Nevertheless, some were aware of this development, particularly those concerned for Jiang Yu's well-being, such as Xue Qinghe. "What did you say? Jiang Yu was taken by the poisoned Duality?" Within the Snow Star Prince's residence, Xue Qinghe's astonished voice rang out, his eyes flashing with disbelief before swiftly transforming into wild elation, clearly overjoyed by the news. However, he was also curious about the reasons behind this turn of events and Jiang Yu's current condition. Xue Qinghe's inquiry was not born out of concern for Jiang Yu. Rather, he hoped for the boy's swift demise, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yu, who had troubled him on multiple occasions. "That I cannot say." The individual kneeling on the ground spoke with a sense of helplessness. Jiang Yu had been taken away to two locations, the prince's residence and the abode of Dugubo, where no intelligence could be gleaned. The meager number of individuals at his disposal would be utterly incapable of infiltrating those two places, as neither of those formidable figures could be underestimated. Thus, the only current information available was that Jiang Yu had been taken by the poisoned Douluo. Sighing, he instructed, "You may leave now." Xue, understanding the situation, let out a resigned sigh. The absence of news regarding Jiang Yu's demise filled him with a sense of loss. However, he speculated that Jiang Yu would not fare well, as he was in the clutches of the ruthless poisoned Douluo. Yes, the attendant may withdraw. Subsequently, Xue settled into a chair, reflecting upon the information at hand. He pondered whether his uncle had summoned the poisoned Douluo. If so, it would bode ill for Jiang Yu that it had been quite some time since Xue had returned to the Tiandou Royal Academy. Otherwise, he would have been apprised of the situation earlier. Regrettably, he had been occupied with addressing the rumors Jiang Yu had previously spread, leaving him utterly exhausted. Jiang Yu's actions were utterly appalling. How could one conduct themselves in such a manner? Initially, a mere rumor should not have consumed so much of Xue's time. Yet, Jiang Yu, in his chaotic mindset, had released a plethora of falsehoods, including insinuations about the fourth prince harboring ambitions of fratricide and patricide, as well as plans to usurp the imperial throne with the aid of Prince Xue Qinghe, only to eliminate him afterward. These were merely conventional tales, intended to sow discord between Xue and others. However, things soon spiraled out of control. Through countless hands of the populace, fueled by the intentions of those seeking sensationalism, the narrative of Xue's ambitions morphed into a cacophony of love, hate, and intrigue. Some claimed he desired to eliminate Xue Qinghe for his affection towards Bai Qinxiang, while others accused him of plotting to usurp power through his father's consorts in the imperial harem. There were even sordid tales regarding his relationship with Prince Xue Qinghe, resulting in a plethora of versions that seemed to encompass every conceivable angle. Although the Tiandou Empire resembled a feudal dynasty, it lacked the absolute control characteristic of ancient feudal regimes. Various noble clans and powerful soul masters were not entities that the current Tiandou Empire could easily confront. Consequently, rumors about Xue ran rampant, leaving him to feign ignorance. The previous facade of a reckless young master was no longer effective. Presently, Xue dared not venture outside, taking refuge in his uncle's home, fearful of being ambushed if Jiang Yu survives this ordeal. "I shall ensure he is dismembered," Xue declared through gritted teeth. The rumors themselves were not the primary concern. Rather, it was the repercussions they incited that truly terrified him. He now had to worry not only about his brother, Xue Qinghe, but also whether his father would turn against him, and even the potential ire of his concerned uncle, Prince Xue Qinghe. Moreover, Xue was likely apprehensive about retaliation from various noble families. The recent rumors had imparted a painful lesson about the power of public opinion. The latest gossip suggested that Xue had successfully entangled himself with the noble daughters of various clans. With a hodgepodge of tales circulating regarding engagements, non-engagements, the living, and the deceased, as if at that moment, he had established connections with every notable woman in the realm. The populace of the Tiandou Empire, devoid of mental diversions, had erupted with fervent enthusiasm over these tales. If left unchecked, who could foresee the consequences? Yet, Xue found himself wishing for death. Was there no respite? In the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, a furious Ning Fengji, having risen early, cast a report onto the ground, his expression dark as thunder. The report, revealing its contents, pertained to his daughter, Ning Rongrong. However, it was not due to any misfortune befalling her. Rather, it chronicled the rumors surrounding her. The narrative unfolded thus. The young princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school had refused her father's arrangement to marry Xue Qinghe, resulting in her furious departure from home. For her heart belonged to the fourth prince, Xue. The story was crafted with such coherence and vividness that the imperfect conclusion invited endless speculation, leaving Ning Fengji seething with rage. How could he be portrayed as a tyrannical father forcing his daughter into marriage? Did those who penned such tales even bother to ascertain the truth? Yet, what did the facts matter to the storytellers? Their sole responsibility was to write. Public opinion regarding Ning Fengji had spiraled into absurdity, branding him a refined scoundrel, outwardly polished yet secretly engaged in unspeakable deeds. The situation had escalated to a point where numerous malicious actors had entered the fray to tarnish their rivals' reputations. And Ning Fengji found himself caught in the crossfire. Have you traced the source of these rumors? Ning Fengji inquired coldly, directing his gaze towards the kneeling intelligence officer of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stammered, Sect Master, we have yet to ascertain the origin of the rumors. There are numerous sources, primarily from the lower classes, and we cannot identify the mastermind. However, we have determined that the initial catalyst for the rumors was someone under the prince. Who? Ning Fengji's calm demeanor concealed a tempest of fury. It was Jiang Yu, the subordinate of His Highness the Prince. This revelation left Ning Fengji momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing further. What exactly transpired? Initially, there were no such rumors. The first messages were released by Jiang Yu, aimed at sowing discord between Prince Xue Bang and the Emperor Xue Yi, as well as Prince Xue Qinghe. However, once these messages reached Tiandou City, they began to morph, and to the populace's retelling, they gradually evolved into the current state, the intelligence officer murmured. This explanation gave Ning Fengji a headache. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. The rumors had developed to a point where there was no true mastermind, or rather, the masterminds were merely commoners, making them exceedingly difficult to address. What factions have been affected by these rumors? Many, including the Tiandou royal family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Wind Sword Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect, the Fire Leopard Sect, the Douluo Imperial family, and the Spirit Hall, all entangled in the love and hate surrounding the fourth prince, Xue Bang. The officer replied awkwardly, "This is absurd. Almost all major factions have been implicated." Ning Fengji gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. So, the fourth prince has managed to offend nearly all the major powers on the continent, save for the reclusive Haotian clan. He felt a twinge of pity for Xue Bang. What a dire predicament. Little did he know, Xue Bang had taken to hiding, fearing for his life. But what of Jiang Yu? Is he not concerned? Ning Fengji mused. Jiang Yu did not strike him as someone reckless enough to invite disaster. Where is Jiang Yu? He was taken away by the poisoned Douluo shortly after the initial messages were disseminated and has been rumored to have been brought to the poisoned Douluo's residence. With no news since, the officer reported. Ning Fengji sighed. It seemed Jiang Yu was also unaware of the unfolding chaos. Yet he could not escape responsibility as the instigator. Go inform Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. We must prepare to rescue him if this matter is not resolved. I sense it will inevitably lead to greater trouble. Thus, it was imperative to extricate this instigator and address the issue swiftly. The Douluo Continent, which had yet to experience the bombardment of the information age, was left utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Chapter 36, Successful Fusion. At that moment, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the turmoil in Tiandou City, wholly focused on cultivating a plant suitable for Dugubo's fusion requirements. With the process nearing its conclusion, only the final step of fusion remained. All right, Senior Dugu, this plant has been successfully cultivated. We can proceed with the fusion now. Jiang Yu gazed proudly at the peculiar vine before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. After half a month of effort, it was finally complete. This plant possessed the capability to withstand Dugubo's most potent toxin. And it was inherently toxic as well. A truly formidable creation. Is this truly completed? Are you certain it will work? Dugubo expressed profound skepticism, for the plant before him bore no resemblance to the exquisite Yuexi in Qilu. It was well known that the original Yuexi in Qilu boasted a magnificent bloom, radiating beauty. In contrast, what Jiang Yu had cultivated was devoid of flowers, lacking even a single delicate leaf, appearing entirely bare and rather unsightly. Measuring about a meter in length, it was pitch black, with only sparse fine hairs adorning its surface. Jiang Yu had contended that since the goal was to create a specimen suitable for Dugubo, rather than to replicate the Yuexi in Qilu, external aesthetics were of little importance. Hence, during the cultivation process, he had deliberately pruned away any superfluous features, retaining only the most fundamental roots and stems. Thus, the final product bore no relation to the Yuexi in Qilu whatsoever. Can it truly counteract all poisons? The effect still lingers, albeit manifested in an alternative form. You must surpass Dugubo in terms of toxicity. The poison contained within this experimental subject is now nearly on par with Dugubo's, and from another perspective, it has already restrained external influences. Of course, it's possible. Senior Dugu, do come and give it a try, assured Jiang Yu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was a historic moment. Should they succeed, he would be able to cultivate others in the future. Dugubo retorted, "It's not your experiment, so naturally, you can be at ease. However, your exuberance does not inspire confidence in me. Shall we conduct another trial?" Dugubo expressed his concerns, for it was not cowardice on his part. Who wouldn't be apprehensive in such circumstances? This plant was highly toxic. Having participated in its cultivation from the onset, Dugubo understood precisely how extraordinary this specimen was. Such a thing would never naturally occur in the wild. Senior Dugu, what are you afraid of? This plant's toxin is akin to yours, so there is no cause for alarm. Besides, if we delay, I fear the plant may become unstable, and that would be quite inappropriate, Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Given that you started as a poisoned Douluo, you seem rather timid about your own venom. After a moment of silence, Dugubo relented. Fine, let us give it a try. T2 was concerned that after today, the plant might undergo unpredictable changes that as Jiang Yu had mentioned. Achieving success in a single attempt would be nothing short of luck. Under normal circumstances, an experimental subject would require multiple trials, often exceeding 10. And the direction of evolution could easily go awry, necessitating a complete recultivation. Dugubo dared not squander this opportunity. Jiang Yu had previously explained that the 70% success rate he mentioned was contingent upon cultivating a suitable experimental subject. If one failed to cultivate it properly, they would be left to wait indefinitely. All right, I am coming, Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly as he approached, using a jade clamp to extract the experimental subject at this moment. Jiang Yu hesitated to make contact. The vapor emanating from the specimen was lethal, and a faint layer of toxin surrounded it within a 3 to 5 centimeter radius, making it terrifyingly dangerous. Any contact would be fatal. Yet, this was the only remnant of the exquisite Yuxiangqiao. The process went smoothly, as Jiang Yu had anticipated the current conditions. The roots of the experimental subject were shallow, making extraction quite effortless. The jade clamp, though stained black, remained resistant to corrosion and did not break. Carrying the experimental subject, Jiang Yu stepped beside Dugubo and placed it upon his arm, all while Dugubo wore a face of concern. Then, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Jiang Yu focused entirely on controlling the experimental subject. The surface hairs of the specimen began to morph into sharp, fine spikes that plunged deeply into Dugubo's body. Humph! Dugubo involuntarily let out a soft grunt of discomfort. It was painful, for this was his own poison, and thus bore the attributes of his toxicity. He could not escape its effects, Senior Dugu. Concentrate and swiftly control the experimental subject, urged Jiang Yu. His task was straightforward, to link the plant to Dugubo's nervous system, after which Dugubo would handle the rest. Jiang Yu needed to ensure the experimental subject's vitality throughout the process until Dugubo could maintain its liveliness. Previously, Jiang Yu had discussed with Dugubo that this fusion step should be similar to merging with a soul bone. While Dugubo was curious about how Jiang Yu managed to create such a plant akin to a soul bone, he refrained from further inquiries that in their speculations. They believed that the special plant experimental subject Jiang Yu had cultivated was essentially akin to a soul bone, though it was not derived from any part of the human body. Moreover, while soul bones were lifeless, this plant was alive. Thus, its vitality had to be preserved to ensure successful fusion. Senior Dugu, do not overthink it. Absorb the soul bone as you did before. Channel your poison and merge it with the experimental subject. Jiang Yu reminded him from the sidelines. At this juncture, he had relinquished control of the experimental subject entirely to Dugubo, offering guidance based on what he had previously observed within Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin had not merged her internal poison with the blue silver grass, as that had already been accomplished prior. Jiang Yu's subsequent actions merely resolved the chaotic consciousness within the blue silver grass, with the rest being instinctual on Dugu Yan's part. Thus, both past and present actions were primarily Jiang Yu's conjectures, yet they appeared to be quite reliable. Now, the experimental subject was devoid of consciousness, rendering it incapable of self-directed fusion. Fortunately, Dugubo had assumed control of the experimental subject, and it was now entirely up to him. This step was crucial, as it determined whether Dugubo could eradicate the toxins within his body. Jiang Yu discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from Dugubo, for he did not wish to be poisoned should something go awry. Dugubo's condition was not optimal at this moment. Black tendrils radiated from the hand Dugubo used to merge with the experimental subject, spreading chaotically throughout his body, resembling the intricate roots of a plant. The sight was quite terrifying, as though Dugubo's form had transformed into a cultivation vessel. This was Dugubo cleansing his internal toxins through fusion with the plant. The poison had infiltrated every part of his being, thus creating this alarming appearance. Dugubo bellowed, and in an instant, the black roots swiftly retreated to the point where they had previously merged with his arm. Gradually coalescing into a black vine that entwined around his arm, resembling a venomous serpent. Though Dugubo's exterior showed little change, his spirit surged dramatically, and his aura intensified significantly. It has worked. Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy within. The absence of an explosive release of toxic gas relieved him. He stepped forward, assured that Dugubo had succeeded. Congratulations, Senior Dugu, on finally achieving your long-held aspiration today, Jiang Yu spoke, unsure of what else to say. But hoping the sentiment was conveyed, Dugubo would not quibble over semantics. Dugubo, seated in meditation, gradually opened his eyes. In that moment, the entire residence felt significantly colder as an eerie wind swept through, cutting through fabric and flesh to chill the very bones. Jiang Yu could not help but shiver, realizing Jiang Yu's presence. Dugubo hurriedly reined in his formidable aura. The chilling wind had been a manifestation of his power. With this breakthrough, he not only eradicated his internal poison but also ascended a level. Now a rank 92 title Douluo.as, Dugubo subdued his uncontrollable aura. Warmth enveloped the space once more, and Jiang Yu no longer felt the cold. Every powerful individual emanates a unique aura, and Dugubo's was one that instilled a profound sense of coldness, akin to a lethal threat. This time, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to resolve my poisoning. Should you ever require my aid in the future, I will not hesitate to offer my utmost effort. Dugubo stated solemnly, a newfound determination gleaming in his eyes. This gratitude extended beyond merely detoxifying him. It also encompassed a path to enlightenment. Dugubo sensed that his future was once again illuminated, signifying that his strength could continue to grow. In truth, had Dugubo devoted himself to rigorous training, his current capabilities would far exceed what they were. Unfortunately, he had been unable to elevate his strength at will. As his body had reached its capacity, any reckless attempt to amplify his power would only trigger an uncontrollable surge of toxins. The stronger Dugubo became, the more potent the toxins within him would also grow. Previously, he had struggled to contain the poison within, relying on various methods to maintain balance while enduring excruciating pain. Thanks to Jiang Yu's intervention, Dugubo had finally resolved this dilemma. It was a peculiar sensation. Dugubo could distinctly feel the toxins circulating within him, yet unlike before, when they had been uncontrollable, he could now exert complete dominion over them. Even as his strength increased, he maintained control. The once rampant poison that had permeated his entire being had now transformed into something akin to meridians. All thanks to the fusion with that plant, Dugubo no longer needs to worry about harming himself. In fact, he finds it easier to control his powers now, and his strength has significantly improved. Previously, Dugubo faced a dilemma. Whenever he exerted himself to the fullest, the poison within him would intensify, ultimately rendering any remedy futile. Ha ha ha, Senior Dugu, while some credit for this achievement belongs to me, the majority still rests with you. Had you not come to seek my assistance, you would not have been able to detoxify yourself. Moreover, without the involvement of your granddaughter, none of this would have transpired. One can only say that this is fate. Destiny has unfolded in such a manner, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Consistently, Jiang Yu never took all the credit for himself. His words left Dugubo feeling somewhat constrained. Yet, Dugubo did not concur with Jiang Yu's assessment. Your reasoning is compelling, but ultimately, it is your prowess that has resolved my predicament. Therefore, the lion's share of the credit still belongs to you. As you said, without you, none of this would have occurred. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, he shared the same sentiment, acknowledging the overwhelming coincidences involved. Had those events not unfolded, he would still be troubled about how to connect with Dugubo, rather than having almost settled matters with him now. Now, speak. What do you require my assistance with? Throughout my life, I have seldom owed anyone a debt. Given the immense favor you've done for me, I must assist you in resolving some matters, Dugubo stated with a hearty disposition. He believed in repaying any debts, much like how he owed his life to Prince Xue Qinghe, leading him to become a vassal of the Tiandou Empire. Now that Jiang Yu had significantly aided him, Dugubo was determined to help in whatever way he could, believing it would bring him some relief as well. One should not underestimate Jiang Yu's gratitude towards Dugubo. Not only had Jiang Yu helped Dugubo rid himself of his internal poison, but he had also perfectly aided Dugu Yin in the process. Both Dugubo and Dugu Yin could now control the poison within them. This meant that the toxicity would no longer be passed down to the next generation, a kindness that would echo through the ages. Upon hearing Dugubo's words, Jiang Yu was taken aback, surprised by Dugubo's principled nature. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu proceeded to address the most pressing matter at hand. I wish to request that you, Senior Dugu, assume the role of a vassal for the crown prince's residence. Dugubo furrowed his brow upon hearing this request. Your proposition is rather peculiar. I am already a vassal of the Tiandou Empire. Whether I serve the crown prince's residence is of little consequence. It is of great importance, Jiang Yu replied, his expression earnest as he countered Dugubo's assertion. Are you aware of the current state of affairs within the Tiandou Empire? I am eager to learn, Dugubo admitted, having not closely monitored the empire's situation recently. Jiang Yu nodded before continuing. The request for you to serve as a vassal for the crown prince is a measure of desperation. Although the crown prince appears to be thriving on the surface, his internal strength is lacking. That if this continues, his position may become precarious, potentially facing a crisis of succession. This cannot be, Dugubo exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to fathom how the emperor of Tiandou could be so reckless, from my observations, he does not mistreat the crown prince. In fact, he dotes upon him. How could the crown prince's position be unstable? It was no wonder Dugubo was so surprised. To the casual observer, it seemed impossible for Xue Qinghe's position to be in jeopardy. The current emperor had a genuine regard for the crown prince. Yet, that regard was merely superficial and could vanish at any moment. That I too find it implausible. But the reality is as such. The most powerful minister under the current emperor, Prince Xue Qinghe, does not maintain a close relationship with the crown prince. Rather, he stands beside the fourth prince, Xue Qinghe, serving as his regent. The emperor observes all of this yet does nothing to intervene, allowing it to unfold. This has led to the crown prince's position being quite unstable. That is one reason. Secondly, while it appears that the emperor has kept the crown prince by his side for years, allowing him to oversee significant affairs, it is merely a facade. The crown prince is forever in the second position. People remember the emperor and only think of the crown prince in that context. This does not benefit the crown prince, as he lacks real authority or the ability to garner a reputation. It merely creates an impression. Thirdly, the crown prince possesses no real power, no personal guards, and lacks any influence of his own. Tell me, does this seem normal to you, Senior Dugu, a prince without power, influence, or allies? Once the emperor decides to abolish his position, would he have the strength to resist? Jiang Yu's expression turned grave as he posed the question. Dugubo's face grew serious, though he still sensed something odd in Jiang Yu's claims. Nevertheless, observing the current situation, he realized that if the decision were made to abolish Xue Qinghe's title, then Xue Qinghe would indeed lack any means of resistance. However, one could not simply assume that the emperor would choose to do so. There was no justification for it, as the current crown prince had committed no faults. Dugubo countered that necessary. Moreover, do these 3 points not illustrate the emperor's true intentions? The seemingly tranquil surface has long been tumultuous beneath. Jiang Yu's serious demeanor was tinged with a hint of mockery, as if deriding those who presented one facade while hiding another. Dugubo felt a headache coming on, as Jiang Yu spoke of the very politics he found most disagreeable. Had he known, he would not have broached the subject. You mentioned wanting me to serve as a vassal for the crown prince's residence. I have agreed to your request, Dugubo said, visibly irritated. Choosing to terminate the topic, although he found the gossip intriguing, Jiang Yu's half-revealed and half-concealed manner of speaking was quite vexing. Dugubo also believed it was better to remain somewhat uninformed about royal secrets. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the crown prince, Senior Dugu, and rest assured, the crown prince will not disappoint you, Jiang Yu said with a sigh of relief. With this, the crown prince's residence now had a titled Douluo in plain view, making many matters significantly more manageable. Now, speak. Do you have any further requests? Since I am in a good mood, feel free to voice them all at once, so you won't have to bring them up later. Dugubo said with an air of arrogance. After all, he regarded Jiang Yu's prior request as exceedingly simple, particularly as it concerned aiding the crown prince. Dugubo had committed to helping Jiang Yu fulfill his request, not the crown prince. This was not easy to refuse, and Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. Then may I request your permission, Senior Dugu, to utilize or take some medicinal herbs from your garden? He inquired. That is simple enough. Just let me know whenever you need something, and I will take you there, or I can escort you there shortly. Feel free to take whatever you need, Dugubo replied generously. In that case, I am truly grateful, Senior. I have no further requests at this time, Jiang Yu said, his face lighting up with joy. To take whatever I need is indeed wonderful. You are quite the odd one. My boy, to pass up such a splendid opportunity. Remember, my temperament is not always this amiable. Should you approach me with requests when I'm in a bad mood, I may very well refuse. Dugubo chided with a laugh. Though the senior allowed Jiang Yu to ask for more, Jiang Yu felt it prudent to wait until next time, as he had yet to think of any further requests. Although he had many endeavors ahead of him, there were few matters where Dugubo could provide assistance. He was merely stating a fact and held no intention of belittling Dugubo, absolutely none. You arrogant brat, do you dare to look down on me? Is there truly nothing I can accomplish? Speak of one, Dugubo said, intrigued. How about having the crown prince ascend to the throne immediately? Jiang Yu suggested tentatively. Dugubo replied, You truly are audacious. Are you certain you can handle the consequences? Then, perhaps, develop an advanced soul guide. Jiang Yu probed further. That is beyond my capabilities, Dugubo responded without any ulterior motives. Or, how about concocting a dish I have never tasted? Do you take me for a chef? Would you even dare to consume anything I create? That won't do. Then, Senior Dugu, how about helping me grow a bit stronger? Just a tad weaker than you would suffice. This. Dugubo was about to agree, but Jiang Yu's next words caught him off guard. Just be a person. All right, Senior Dugu, I was merely jesting. In truth, the assistance you have provided thus far has been monumental, easing many of my burdens, Jiang Yu said with a smile. In all honesty, Dugubo's expression of exasperation mixed with amusement was quite entertaining to Jiang Yu. Fine, I acknowledge your prowess. Is that sufficient? I promise not to bring this up again. However, my offer still stands. Should you ever need my assistance, you need only ask, and I will not refuse you, Dugubo conceded with a sigh. Thank you, Senior Dugu. Now, may I trouble you to escort me to your medicinal garden? Jiang Yu chuckled as he spoke. Dugubo rolled his eyes, too lazy to say much more, and directly took Jiang Yu with him as they leapt down, swiftly arriving at the site of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, upon landing, Dugubo keenly sensed the intrusion of a powerful presence into his poison formation. You continue your research here. I have some matters to attend to. Please be cautious, Dugubo said with a furrowed brow. Understood, Senior. You attend to your business. I will be vigilant, Jiang Yu replied. Soon, Dugubo's figure vanished once again, and Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the ice and fire yin-yang eye before him, brimming with fervor. It was time for him to pursue his own endeavors. In truth, Jiang Yu's task was quite simple, to attempt to promote the evolution of plants. Over the past few days, aside from assisting Dugubo in cultivating new experimental subjects, he had also found ample time to rest and replenish his soul power. However, rest alone was insufficient. He needed to find something to engage his mind. Were there games or television shows in this world, he would surely indulge in those and simply relax. Yet, such distractions were non-existent, compelling Jiang Yu to contemplate other matters during his downtime, such as his martial soul. Logically, one would expect that every individual would possess a thorough understanding of their martial soul. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu's completely mutated martial soul left him with no one able to answer his inquiries regarding it, forcing him to rely solely on his own exploration. This day, he realized he only had a rudimentary understanding of his martial soul. He recalled that in the original text, the ice and fire yin-yang eye gave birth to many ferocious beasts, including 6 major ones. As he wandered among the flora, he pondered. His third soul skill had the ability to infuse vitality into plants, along with some additional effects, such as promoting plant evolution and awakening their intelligence. The capacity for evolution had largely diminished in the face of celestial herbs, but it still held some potential for awakening intelligence. Jiang Yu considered finding one of the 6 major ferocious beasts and assisting it in awakening its intelligence ahead of time. Each of these 6 ferocious beasts possessed the potential for awakened intelligence, and, in the subsequent original text, all succeeded in doing so, becoming wise creatures. However, the era in which Jiang Yu existed was a full 20,000 years prior to the awakening of the ferocious beasts in the original text. He wondered whether they still held the qualifications to do so, and whether the current age was suitable for their survival. It was very likely that many hidden secrets remained undisclosed or unmanifested during this time, such as the Dragon Clan or the Ice and Fire yin-yang eye, which had not yet transformed into what they would become in later generations. The undisclosed secrets of this time held little value, so Jiang Yu found no motivation to seek them out. He would simply observe if they crossed his path. Nevertheless, the era in which Jiang Yu found himself was not lacking. It was indeed the finest and most resplendent age, with nearly 10 deities having emerged, something the future could scarcely compare to. Returning to the main topic, Jiang Yu recalled that the ice and fire yin-yang I was formed from the simultaneous demise of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, two of the 9 great dragon kings, which fell in the sunset forest. Their corpses lay buried beneath the ice and fire yin-yang I, nurturing all life. Jiang Yu speculated that the reason the ice and fire yin-yang I was not as terrifying in the present as it was in later generations might be due to the well-preserved remains of the 2 dragon kings. As time passed, their bodies gradually transformed into nutrients, creating the horror of the ice and fire yin-yang I in subsequent generations. This meant that awakening the celestial herbs in this location would not have significant repercussions, as some of these herbs would still exist in the future. Even at this moment, he hoped for no unforeseen complications. Jiang Yu first offered a sincere prayer and then approached a plant. In the original text, the 6 major ferocious beasts of the ice and fire yin-yang I included the Qiliuoi Jinkai, Bajiao Zuan Binko, Liahua Xingjiao Shu, Muyu Shinju, Dilong Jinghua, and Wangchuan Xiushui Lu. Among them, he found that the Muyu Shinju and Dilong Jinghua were absent, likely appearing in later events. The ice and fire yin-yang I possessed the ability to accelerate the cultivation of plant soul beasts by 10-fold, and these 2 had not surpassed 200,000 years, with their true cultivation being less than 20,000 years. Thus, it turned out that only the several types of celestial herbs currently present were suitable. That I wonder if what I am doing is truly correct. Jiang Yu sighed, feeling a flicker of hesitation within that he feared that his actions might lead to unforeseen risks beyond his control. Yet, if he refrained from acting, he would not be able to fully utilize the resources of the ice and fire yin-yang I. After all, he was not Tang San, who was well versed in pharmacology. He had merely read about the effects of these herbs in the original text, leaving him unable to recognize many medicinal materials. It is fortunate you encountered me. Had it been Tang San, you would all be doomed, wiped out without a trace. Jiang Yu mocked as he crouched down, though he was not necessarily a good person. When judging actions devoid of intent, no one was truly a saint at that moment. Jiang Yu's actions did not harm the plants. Before him lay an unremarkable herb, entirely green in hue, with the peculiar feature of 3 snow-white leaves at its center, adorned with droplets of water resembling morning dew. This was the Wangchuan Xiushui Lu, a celestial herb of little use to anyone but the protagonist. Jiang Yu admitted that at this moment, he did indeed harbor a hint of selfishness, selecting the herb that was least beneficial to himself while reserving those of greater value. Chapter 39. From the heart gently, Jiang Yu placed his hand upon the Wangchuan Xiushui Lu, and 3 soul rings materialized around him. He then summoned his 3rd soul skill, Spirit of Life. A white domain enveloped the entirety of the ice and fire yin-yang in an instant. A radiant white light of life emanated from most of the plants within the ice and fire yin-yang I, flowing towards Jiang Yu. The visible transformation revealed an increasing abundance of life force around him, soon transforming into a vast ocean of white vitality. Jiang Yu was resolute this time, unlike his usual practice of merely extracting a portion of a plant's life force. He chose to absorb it entirely. He was indifferent to the possibility of killing them. This decision resulted in all but a few recognizable celestial herbs around Jiang Yu withering completely in an instant. This marked the first time in the history of the ice and fire yin-yang I that such desolation had occurred, all brought about by Jiang Yu's actions. It was also the first time Jiang Yu realized just how domineering his 3rd soul skill truly was. Surpassing even his expectations, any plant lacking consciousness found it exceedingly difficult to resist his extraction of their life force. It must succeed. Jiang Yu roared, attempting to boost the success rate through sheer will. However, in reality, this did little to enhance his chances. The lifespan of soul beasts was essentially tied to their vitality. Definitions of hundreds or thousands of years were not determined by the length of existence, but rather by the strength of the life force within the soul beast. The stronger the life force, the longer the lifespan. Jiang Yu deduced this conclusion based on the original text. While it seemed implausible, the original narrative did not explicitly state such a conclusion, yet upon reflection, it became apparent. For plant-type soul beasts, living for 100,000 years was still a possibility, as plants themselves lacked consciousness. But for animal-type soul beasts, living for 100,000 years was utterly impossible. To put it bluntly, even a pig could reach the status of a celestial being after such a span. Therefore, Jiang Yu's current method of directly infusing life force was essentially aiding the Wangchuan Xiushui Lu in enhancing its cultivation. Aside from a few celestial herbs, Most plants surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang were of short lifespan, consisting of poisons and tonics cultivated by Duality himself. However, the sheer quantity was vast. And coupled with the tenfold enhancement of the ice and fire yin-yang it seemed sufficient to his astonishment. Jiang Yu realized he could fully absorb the life force as he continually infused vitality. He was struck with surprise. The Wangchuan Xiuxue Lu before him was completely absorbing the life force he was bestowing. Normally, such a method of direct infusion was highly unreasonable, as it would lead to significant losses. Even if 10 units were infused, successfully absorbing 5 would be commendable, with the rest wasted in the process. Yet, the Wangchuan Xiuxue Lu wasted not a single drop, which was illogical. Was it due to the Wangchuan Xiuxue Lu? Or was it something about his own abilities? Jiang Yu pondered briefly before diving into contemplation. Previously, he had not noticed this phenomenon because he had not paid attention to such behavior, and the duration of infusion had also been fleeting. Far from the current scenario where an abundance of life force allowed for continuous infusion, that it seemed likely that it was a result of his soul skill. The original text made no mention of the Wangchuan Xiuxue Lu possessing such an ability. This would explain why the plants he infused with life force through his third soul skill exhibited such remarkable absorption. They were entirely absorbing the vitality he provided. Jiang Yu contemplated the comparison in his heart. The life force that Jiang Yu could bestow upon plants could potentially enhance their cultivation by several hundred years, whereas when applied to humans, it merely served a healing purpose. However, for plants, the situation was entirely different. They could fully absorb the life force transformed by Jiang Yu, resulting in an astonishing augmentation of several hundred years of cultivation. For ordinary plants, this represented a significant leap in their existence, making evolution or mutation a natural outcome. This led Jiang Yu to ponder. If every ordinary plant could achieve such a transformation, why had his previous experiments failed? Furrowing his brow in confusion, he thought, no, perhaps this is indeed the case. Previous failures were inevitable because the life force did not elevate the plants to the threshold of a life leap. He recalled that the life force he had previously infused into plants was not derived from his soul power, but extracted from nearby flora. And only a minuscule portion at that. Most ordinary plants were annuals, and extracting merely a fragment would not yield much. Cumulatively, it might have only extended their lifespan by a few years, insufficient for evolution or a life leap. Had the life force extracted at that time equaled the current magnitude of the wide ocean, any plant could have achieved a life leap. However, reaching such levels could only be possible at the eye of ice and fire, where the vitality of the plants was tenfold that of the outside world. In light of this, it was indeed Jiang Yu's oversight. He had completely overlooked the conversion factor involved. Jiang Yu grimaced. Realizing this was entirely his fault. As an inadequate researcher, he had failed to establish units, simply using whatever amount he had. Yet, it was not entirely Jiang Yu's fault, for he was not a researcher by nature, and his understanding had remained rooted in past thinking, without delving deeper. Indeed, I am not cut out for this. How frustrating. Couldn't I just enjoy a comfortable existence after crossing over? Why must I endure such trials and tribulations? Jiang Yu's mood soured, feeling increasingly distant from his original aspirations, overwhelmed by the mounting pressures of his endeavors. Was it true that he was simply not meant for a life of ease? Nevertheless, his troubled emotions did not hinder his actions. Under his infusion, the branches and leaves of the autumn water dew flourished with vibrant hues, gradually emanating a formidable aura. Yet, this pressure had no effect on Jiang Yu. He felt nothing, while the nearby celestial herb appeared slightly wilted under the strain. In the sunset forest, upon exiting his residence, Duality spotted 3 individuals standing not far from his abode, causing his expression to change dramatically. He was puzzled as to why they were present here. The trio was not the familiar Yu Xiaojing and his companions from the original narrative, though they possessed a fusion technique of 3-in-1. Their prowess was merely equivalent to that of a soul Douluo, which posed no threat to Duality. However, the presence of Jian Dao Chenexine, Bon de la Gu Rome, and Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, was considerably more significant. This realization made Duality uneasy, and the arrogance from his recent breakthrough dissipated instantly, leaving him bewildered as to what he had done to warrant such an assembly at his doorstep. Both the sword Douluo and Bon Douluo surpassed him in strength and were more adept in offensive combat. Either one could easily overwhelm him. Not to mention, they had brought along Ning Fengji, one of the foremost support-type soul masters in the world. Surely, You are not here to harm me, Dugu Bo inquired, his tone somewhat grim. I, Dugu Bo, may be reclusive in my dealings, but I have not knowingly offended your seven treasure glazed tile sect. Blocking my door seems rather unwarranted. Ning Fengji stepped forward, clasping his fist and addressing Dugu Bo with a smile. I apologize for our sudden and unannounced visit. Dugu Douluo. We have come on urgent business. Dugu Bo felt he had no choice but to respond courteously. After all, it would be unwise to offend them. You honor me with your presence. May I inquire as to the nature of your business? With a wry smile, Ning Fengji replied, We seek a person. A person. Dugu Bo's mind raced. Are you referring to Jiang Yu? Indeed. He has stirred up some trouble, and we need to take him with us. Ning Fengji stated. Might I ask what kind of trouble? If it is not too severe, I, Dugu Bo, will take responsibility for him. Dugu Bo exclaimed, feeling relieved that they were not seeking him for personal reasons. After all, how much trouble could that lad truly cause? It seemed Ning Fengji did not appear overly enraged. Ning Fengji's expression turned peculiar as he gazed at Dugu Bo. Dugu Douluo, are you certain? This is not a trivial matter. Absolutely, Dugu Bo affirmed. Very well, allow me to explain. Prior to being brought here, Jiang Yu employed a small trick, spreading some rumors that have now affected numerous factions, including the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji's smile took on an insidious quality. Dugu Bo thought, if you want me dead, just say so. With a swift and graceful turn, he maintained a stoic expression that he is inside. Please follow me. Chapter 40. The explanation. A raucous laughter erupted. The sound of three hearty guffaws filled the air. Even Qian Renxue and Gu Rong couldn't help but chuckle. This left Dugu Bo feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had he been capable of overpowering them, he would have silenced their mirth long ago. It was utterly humiliating, and he felt a surge of resentment towards Jiang Yu. After the laughter subsided, Ning Fengji and his companions ceased their amusement. Recognizing that Dugu Bo, as a title de law, deserved a modicum of respect, however, Dugu Bo's earlier outburst had reshaped their perception of him. Was this truly the once stoic poison daw, now displaying such humor? Previously, Dugu Bo had been fearless, unyielding in the face of threats, and now, it seemed he had grown fond of Jiang Yu. After all, he would not have offered to take responsibility for him otherwise. This was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and standing before Dugu Bo were two titled Douluos. Dugu Bo's words had not been made lightly. Had he known the situation was so dire, he would not have been so flippant. If it were merely the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Dugu Bo could manage the situation, as he was a titled de law himself. However, with dozens of factions involved, each formidable in their own right, including the likes of the Spirit Hall, he felt overwhelmed. Indeed, I cannot say I am concerned. After all, that lad has done me a great service. Therefore, I am willing to assist him in resolving some troubles. Yet, Dugu Bo's expression darkened. The burden was simply too great. Ning Fengji smiled knowingly. Dugu Bo's reaction was expected. However, he couldn't help but ponder Jiang Yu's capabilities. This young man's talents exceed my expectations. He has swiftly garnered the favor of Dugu Bo, a title Douluo, compelling him to speak on his behalf. With such backing, the influence of Qinghe has significantly increased, now rivaling the seven great sects. What remarkable abilities he possesses. It remains unclear whether this is due to Qinghe's efforts or Jiang Yu's own machinations. Ning Fengji thought gravely as he followed behind Dugu Bo. The rapid expansion of power was astonishing. Even Ning Fengji dared not underestimate it. The methods employed were remarkably sophisticated, presenting minimal risks aside from a few trivial issues. Fengji, the sword Douluo communicated telepathically. What is it, sword uncle? Ning Fengji replied, maintaining an even demeanor. Dugu Bo's strength has significantly increased. I sense he is now several times more formidable than before, Qian Renxue remarked gravely. Although Dugu Bo had not revealed his full strength, Qian Renxue had already sensed the change. He had learned to trust his instincts, which had saved him on numerous occasions. Thus, despite the seemingly absurd notion, he was convinced that Dugu Bo had indeed grown much stronger. But is that so? Ning Fengji fell into contemplation. It seems Jiang Yu must have aided Dugu Bo in this regard. Just how many secrets does this young man possess? You all wait here. I will fetch him. Dugu Bo spoke softly, expressing that it was already quite generous to bring the three of them to his residence. He would certainly not take them to his medicinal garden, as that was his sole asset. If these three rascals took a fancy to it, he would surely be driven to despair. Very well. Ning Fengji nodded in response. Subsequently, Dugu Bo headed to the Eye of Ice and Fire to find Jiang Yu, while Ning Fengji awaited above with the two titled Douluo. they had no intention of touring Dugu Bo's abode. For without his consent, such an act would be tantamount to provocation. It could be said that had Ning Fengji not brought the two titled Douluo along, Dugu Bo would not have even allowed him entry. At that moment, a wretched cry pierced the air. "You scoundrels! What have you done to my medicinal garden?" Both Ning Fengji and the two titled Duo were momentarily taken aback. However, before they could ponder further, Dugu Bo approached with Jiang Yu in tow, resembling a man carrying a chick. Jiang Yu wore an awkward expression as he was led along by Dugu Bo. "Senior Dugu, didn't you say I could do as I pleased?" "I couldn't help myself for a moment." Jiang Yu innocently scratched his head, inadvertently infuriating Dugu Bo further. Dugu Bo, filled with indignation, retorted, "I meant you could experiment freely, but did you have to ruin my medicinal garden? It's all destroyed. Years of my hard work gone." Dugu Bo was on the verge of exploding, as his accumulation of precious herbs over the years had vanished in mere moments. Upon his return, he found only a few herbs remaining in the garden. "Get out! I never want to see you again." Dugu Bo flung Jiang Yu in front of Ning Fengji, seething with anger. "Wait, Senior Dugu, I still have some uses for you," Jiang Yu said. Feeling quite embarrassed, he merely wished for Dugu Bo to permit him another visit, as although the previous experiment had been successful, further work was certainly required. Jang Yu had made a promise that he intended to fulfill. "No matter what, Uncle Ning. What brings you here?" And the two seniors as well. Jang Yu, not blind, immediately noticed Ning Fengji sitting nearby, along with the two titled Duality standing behind him, while he did not recognize Bon Duality. He certainly knew Sword Duality, and thus deduced the identity of the person accompanying him. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. "We are here to seek you out, that seek me." Jiang Yu pointed to himself in confusion. It was only logical that after their last conversation, Ning Fengji would understand his and Xue Qinghe's stance and would not come looking for him anytime soon. Now, with such a visit, did it imply that something significant had occurred? "May I inquire what Uncle Ning requires of me?" Without replying, Ning Fengji handed Jiang Yu a stack of documents, gesturing for him to take a look. Jiang Yu, filled with suspicion, accepted the documents and began to peruse them. As he read further, his expression grew increasingly perplexed, until he could no longer contain himself. "Can someone explain what this is? I've only been gone for 10 to 20 days. Have you all lost your minds? Why has everything escalated to this extent?" Jiang Yu recalled that he had instructed those spreading rumors to report back to him regularly. However, he overlooked the fact that being at Dugu Bo's place meant that others couldn't simply report as they wished. Closing the documents, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and looked at Ning Fengji. "What exactly do you need me to do? Let us resolve the matters at hand first, and then provide me with an explanation." Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. "I would like you to give me an explanation." Without a moment's thought, Jiang Yu refused. "That's impossible. I can resolve the current issues, but an explanation is out of the question." "Perhaps you could suggest something else, Uncle Ning." "Providing an explanation is out of the question. If I were to do so, it would be the end of it. This isn't just about the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It involves dozens of factions. If word gets out, every single one of them would want an explanation." Ning Fengji smiled subtly, having anticipated Jiang Yu's choice. "Then how about you provide me with a statement?" Ning Fengji continued, maintaining his pressure on Jiang Yu. "Truly an old fox, turning the problem back on me." Jiang Yu inwardly cursed. Nevertheless, he spoke up. "Uncle Ning, you're making this quite difficult for me. How about this? I will prepare a project, and you can participate as the mentor of the Crown Prince. However, I need you to help me fend off the ensuing troubles related to this matter." Jiang Yu looked earnestly into Ning Fengji's eyes as he spoke. There was no other option left. Some plans had to be expedited. Chapter 41. 2 proposals that a project? You don't intend to brush me off with such a tactic, do you? And you expect me to help you mitigate the subsequent troubles? Ning Fengji replied with a smile, though his dissatisfaction was evident. He then turned to Dugu Bo. "Might I ask you to step aside for a moment? We may need to discuss some confidential matters." Dugu Bo felt a surge of indignation. It was utterly outrageous to be dismissed from his own home. Yet, upon seeing the menacing presence of Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, he reluctantly yielded, just as Dugu Bo was about to leave. Jiang Yu stopped him. "Senior Dugu is a revered member of my prince's residence. There is no need to exclude him." This gesture touched Dugu Bo, restoring his confidence, and he stood behind Jiang Yu, casting a defiant gaze at Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback. Becoming a revered member of the prince's residence was no small feat, He wondered how the emperor would react upon learning this. Jiang Yu resumed the previous topic, stating, "Uncle Ning, I believe this is sufficient. The project involves far too much. I had initially planned to launch it only when the crown prince's position was secure. Now that this incident has arisen, it must be expedited, aligning perfectly with the current situation." Jiang Yu's expression reflected his reluctance, for in his future plans, he envisioned this project under his complete control, free from collaboration with external forces. Presenting it to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at this juncture felt like a loss, bearing immense implications. In truth, Jiang Yu's project was relatively straightforward: to establish a newspaper and publishing house, thereby controlling the narrative within the Tiandou Empire. Although the empire had seen the emergence of newspapers, they had not garnered significant attention from the upper echelons. Thus, Jiang Yu planned to seize the moment and consolidate control over public opinion. Once Xue Qinghe ascended the throne, he intended to unify the various factions within the media landscape, thereby positioning himself to wield considerable influence over the empire's narrative. He understood that such endeavors could only commence after Xue Qinghe's ascension, when he would possess the might of the entire Tiandou Empire, rendering him impervious to competition. At this moment, however, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of apprehension, not just regarding the emperor, but also the multitude of sections. Should the nature of public opinion be revealed prematurely, astute individuals would discern the underlying motives, leading to a surge of competitors. Given his current capabilities, Jiang Yu found it challenging to dominate others in this arena. "Is this related to the current events?" Ning Fengji inquired, suddenly intrigued. The repercussions of the rumors Jiang Yu had spread were indeed formidable. If such power could be harnessed effectively, could they achieve similar results? "It is possible, but it's best to avoid it for now. The current situation is quite volatile, but in the future, as long as we choose to guide the narrative, we can achieve comparable outcomes within a controllable range." Jiang Yu replied, his expression impassive. Had the rumors not spiraled out of control to this extent, he would not have been compelled to wield such a powerful weapon so soon. That will suffice. "But what course of action should we pursue?" Ning Fengji leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Jiang Yu, tacitly endorsing his earlier proposal. "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will provide funding and personnel, while the prince's residence will devise the plan. Together, we shall establish the Tiandou Publishing House, initially operating under the auspices of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but upon the Crown Prince's ascension, the publishing house will revert to state ownership, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School retaining a share, or alternatively, establishing a smaller publishing entity." Jiang Yu articulated his proposal. Truth be told, this plan had a hint of unscrupulousness. Yet Jiang Yu was unwilling to concede any further. Ning Fengji listened, furrowing his brow. This arrangement was rather inequitable. It is already quite fair. Such matters should not be entrusted to any single family, not even His Highness the Crown Prince. They must be nationalized, for Uncle Ning would not wish for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to become a thorn in the side of others. Jiang Yu spoke without reservation. In discussing official business, Jiang Yu exhibited less deference, adopting a demeanor more suited for formal proceedings. Ning Fengji remained silent, his brow furrowed. Jiang Yu sighed and said, "Uncle Ning, this is already my greatest concession. This leading position should not be monopolized by any one family. Only the state can legitimately hold the dominant position in this publishing house. It is difficult to explain the situation clearly at this moment, for this is not the era Jiang Yu lived in during his previous life. This is a feudal age where the concept of a nation has not deeply penetrated the hearts of the people." Ning Fengji and his associates still adhere to the ideology of family and country, seeking to grasp all interests in their hands, unaware that certain matters are best held by the state. Otherwise, it will only lead to calamity. The publishing house that Jiang Yu is establishing must ultimately be the most credible, representing the will of the nation. That if it falls into the hands of a single family, it will undoubtedly carry familial attributes, which would spell disaster for both parties. However, I can assure Uncle Ning that when you establish a dedicated publishing house in the future, I will provide assistance. This is akin to the later generations, where the largest newspaper must be state-led, while local newspapers can operate freely. Jiang Yu has already shown great sincerity. After contemplating for a while, Ning Fengji understood Jiang Yu's intentions and nodded in agreement with the proposal. Very well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Had Ning Fengji disagreed, he would not have dared to proceed with the project without the endorsement of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Jiang Yu's fragile stature could not withstand the subsequent repercussions. Let us discuss this matter in detail later. For now, please address how to resolve the current issue, Ning Fengji stated, referring to the present public opinion, which was of utmost importance. If it were not suppressed, the ensuing consequences could jeopardize Jiang Yu's life, let alone his ability to pursue collaboration. Today it is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School seeking a discussion. Tomorrow, it could very well be the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu found himself quite troubled, unable to comprehend how these rumors had escalated to such an extent. That I have two proposals. Would Uncle Ning prefer a swift resolution or a more gradual one? He inquired. What is the difference? Ning Fengji asked curiously. That a swift approach would involve burying the current public opinion under a significant news event. The advantage is speed, but the downside is that the effectiveness is hard to guarantee. A gradual approach would entail guiding the current public opinion using timely events, thereby mitigating the impact, which is more prudent, Jiang Yu explained thoughtfully. Moreover, for a swift resolution, it must be sufficiently explosive to enable people to quickly forget previous matters. I happen to have a rather explosive news item, though I am somewhat hesitant to employ it. Given the current circumstances, a gradual approach is untenable, and Jiang Yu also understood the urgency of the situation. Ning Fengji could not help but rub his forehead. If Jiang Yu deemed it explosive, it must indeed be monumental. Please share this significant news with me, so I may consider it in light of the grim situation. It was imperative to quickly suppress the current public opinion, prompting Ning Fengji to take a risk. Might Uncle Ning recall the events of 12 years ago? I have reviewed the materials you provided earlier. If we leverage that incident, I can create a seamless connection and ensure it appears as though it is not our doing, Jiang Yu stated. He sought to gauge whether Ning Fengji would dare to employ this news, as it involved two of the most formidable factions. Ning Fengji fell silent, surprised that Jiang Yu would mention that particular event, which was indeed explosive. This incident had a significant impact back then, suppressed only through the collaboration of numerous sects, and has since faded into obscurity. However, it could effectively suppress the current public opinion, provided. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you not afraid of them seeking you out for trouble? This involves the Spirit Hall and the Qian sect. Each is a force Jiang Yu cannot afford to provoke. Even the Tiandou Empire would not dare to antagonize both simultaneously. Of course, I am afraid. However, may I lean slightly in favor of one side?" Jiang Yu replied with a grin, claiming not to fear would be disingenuous, but as long as he leaned towards the Spirit Hall, he would not fear repercussions from the Qian sect. Chapter 42. Stance. Ning Fengji suddenly found Jiang Yu to be particularly audacious. How could he utter such words, contemplating favoring one faction? Nevertheless, this could indeed mitigate his own troubles. But could it truly be resolved in such a manner? Ning Fengji was aware that Jiang Yu was inclined to favor the Spirit Hall, as long as the Spirit Hall remained strong. The Qian sect would not dare to emerge. Provided the Spirit Hall's reputation remained intact, they would not seek trouble with Jiang Yu, and might even welcome him. In truth, to say he was favoring one side was not entirely accurate. As long as I present an objective analysis of the past events, the Spirit Hall would not pursue me, Jiang Yu stated nonchalantly. And what of the Qian sect? Ning Fengji asked. Why would they trouble me? I speak the truth. If they disagree, they should confront the Spirit Hall, not me. That is indeed a valid point, Ning Fengji thought, somewhat impressed. Even in his view, the Qian sect was not in the right during that incident. As long as the Qian sect lacked justification, they would have no grounds to trouble Jiang Yu. The strong do not reason with the weak, Ning Fengji remarked with a hint of detachment. But I am not weak. They are not the strongest either. Having lost the courage of their past, the Qian sect is akin to a defeated dog, no longer the illustrious sect it once was. Jiang Yu's expression remained calm at this moment. Dugu both stepped forward, making Ning Fengji realize that once they consolidated their forces, Jiang Yu's ally, Xue Qinghe, was indeed formidable. You are quite brave, but what are you prepared to do? Ning Fengji set aside his thoughts, no longer concerned with the Qian sect. He was more interested in what Jiang Yu proposed. Jiang Yu began. First, we will guide the public to recall the Qian sect. Then shift everyone's attention to them, gradually revealing the events of the past, stimulating public interest in discussions, and ultimately guiding them towards the correct stance. This matter is quite simple. Not only were the past events explosive enough to pique curiosity, but with the right promotional strategies, Jiang Yu could elevate the story. Having lived in such an environment, Jiang Yu is quite adept at this. Will those people follow your lead? Ning Fengji pondered. They will. Jiang Yu assured confidently. What a massive scoop. Even I cannot resist it. How could others possibly pass up such an opportunity? And what of the Spirit Hall? Although you intend to steer public opinion in their favor, how can you ensure it? Ning Fengji scrutinized Jiang Yu that a precise plan must be established, as in the future, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school would stand before Jiang Yu, facing the Spirit Hall directly. There is no need to lean towards either side. We simply need to state the facts, Jiang Yu responded. He had just made this assertion, but now he needed to elaborate. The cause of the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect stemmed from the Haotian Duo killing the former pope of the Spirit Hall, followed by retaliatory actions from the Spirit Hall, while the Haotian sect chose to retreat from the world. That I will divide this into 3 stages to clarify the rationale, Jiang Yu explained. Understanding the narrative. Jiang Yu was well aware that it was actually Bibi Dong who had killed the previous pope, with the Haotian sect merely serving as scapegoats. However, too few knew of this, making it unnecessary to disclose. Jiang Yu had no desire to invite trouble. Moreover, should anyone mention it, Jiang Yu would have to suppress such talk. The first stage involves the conflict between the former pope and the Haotian Duality. The former pope pursued the Haotian Dualiti's wife, as she was a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, leading to the Haotian Duality killing the former pope. That we must affirm that the former pope's actions were justified, while also recognizing the Haotian Dualiti's love. While this may seem to avoid offending either party, once released, discussions will yield varied perspectives, and given the current era, many will support the former pope, especially considering subsequent events. The second stage addresses the Spirit Hall's retaliation. We will analyze the attitudes of various factions, comparing the strengths of both sides, elucidating why the Spirit Hall sought revenge against the Haotian sect. That we might even need to reframe the concept of revenge into a narrative of retribution. Though the meanings are similar, revenge implies a lack of justification. The third stage concerns the Haotian sect's retreat from the world. In this process, we must clarify what actions the Spirit Hall took and the reasons for ultimately ceasing hostilities. After discussing the operations of the 3 stages, Jiang Yu gazed calmly at Ning Fengji, who furrowed his brow, contemplating Jiang Yu's proposal. It was feasible, yet it seemed akin to whitewashing the Spirit Hall. Throughout Jiang Yu's discourse, he did not overtly align himself with the Spirit Hall. He merely recounted the events of years past. However, from any observer's standpoint, the occurrences of that time undeniably favored the Spirit Hall. Only from the perspective of the Haotian sect could one perceive that their choices back then were not erroneous, merely not mistaken. Ning Fengji was reluctant to assist the Spirit Hall in this manner. Under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall had grown increasingly powerful, exerting greater pressure on their respective sections. This was precisely the reason all sects sought to conceal the details of that event, allowing the outside world to believe that the Spirit Hall had coerced the Haotian sect into seclusion, thereby misleading others into thinking the Spirit Hall was merely bullying the smaller sections. No one, including Ning Fengji, wished to witness the emergence of a formidable Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu hailed from Qinghe, yet why did he so fervently defend the Spirit Hall? A flicker of doubt ignited within Ning Fengji regarding Jiang Yu's stance. This made Jiang Yu's heart race. Could it be that Uncle Ning was questioning my allegiance? It was indeed suspect, for his actions benefited the Spirit Hall immensely. I trust you comprehend our concerns. Do you not? Not everyone desires to see a powerful Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji spoke candidly to Jiang Yu. I fully grasped this, yet I had not given it much thought, Jiang Yu replied, his mind racing to concoct an excuse. He had indeed overlooked this aspect. In truth, all individuals in the world were wary of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's ambitions loomed large, instilling fear in everyone. However, Ning Fengji was no easy person to placate. Even though Jiang Yu was aware of the original plot and subsequent events, he could not simply paint black as white. My allegiance is unwavering, Jiang Yu stated quietly, unable to devise a convincing retort. It is not enough to merely assert this. I do believe your allegiance is steadfast, yet your actions render your stance questionable. You must understand that many will not accept what they hear. Seeing is believing. Your current approach is perilous, Ning Fengji warned gravely. Jiang Yu's conduct had indeed crossed a line, yet given his youth, Ning Fengji believed it was unintentional. But what of others? What of the emperor of the Tiandou Empire? Jiang Yu's stance also, to some extent, represented Xue Qinghe. Not long ago, when Jiang Yu met Salas, he was not particularly well known, and few paid attention to him, thus he had not thought much of it. However, Jiang Yu's fame would gradually increase, making it impossible for others to remain indifferent. Jiang Yu found himself in a quandary. His stance was indeed a significant issue. He could assure himself of his allegiance. But others would not share the same conviction. Therefore, he must exercise caution in his future words and deeds. With Ning Fengzhi's warning, such vigilance would be lacking in the future that a single misstep could jeopardize all his efforts. Chapter 43. A financial loss to avert disaster. Thus, if possible, I hope you can adopt a different plan or shift the narrative. Ning Fengzhi suggested at this point. He had begun to understand the nature of the narrative Jiang Yu spoke of. Recognizing what was truly pivotal. Uncle Ning, please allow me some time to contemplate. Jiang Yu replied despondently. Taking a seat, he sat down with a sense of helplessness and began to reflect. His recent obsession with research had indeed rendered his thinking somewhat rigid, focusing solely on immediate benefits while neglecting the deeper implications, which led to a flaw in his discourse with Ning Fengzhi. The reason Jiang Yu sought to unveil this narrative beforehand was to diminish the reputation of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao, aiming to sway the hearts of the four major clans and dissuade them from any lingering hopes regarding the Haotian sect. Deep down, Jiang Yu harbored concerns about the loyalty of the four major clans. This world was, in truth, quite unreasonable. His intentions were sound, yet during the process, he had too readily overlooked his own position. How would the four major clans perceive his overt favoritism towards the Spirit Hall? After all, the Spirit Hall was the very entity that had inflicted wounds upon them. Would this not leave a lingering thorn in their hearts? Such considerations were indeed lacking. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. He had foolishly imagined they would swiftly relinquish their hatred. Such a notion was utterly implausible, at least not immediately. It required time. Fortunately, Ning Fengzhi's reminder had illuminated the issue for Jiang Yu, making him realize he was not alone in this endeavor. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu resolved to proceed with this plan, stating to Ning Fengzhi, "Uncle Ning, I have decided to stick with this scheme, as it is currently the most advantageous and profitable option." Ning Fengzhi appeared somewhat taken aback, regarding Jiang Yu with a look of confusion. "Are you not concerned that this might leave a scar on the four major clans? After all, besides their hatred towards the Haotian sect, they also share some semblance of past camaraderie, while with the Spirit Hall, there exists only animosity. Are you not apprehensive of their potential thoughts?" Ning Fengzhi had raised this point precisely because he had considered it. Yet, Jiang Yu seemed unappreciative of the gravity of the matter. "I am somewhat worried. But first, I will help them realize that their relationship with the Haotian sect is solely one of enmity, devoid of any lingering affection. Secondly, I am not alone in this. After all, this is a strategy for the Crown Prince, who must also contribute to in this dynamic. I will play the role of the antagonist while the Crown Prince takes on the role of the protagonist." Jiang Yu said with a light chuckle that a sense of ease washed over him. He need not shoulder every burden alone, for there was still Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu had only just come to understand that he had been too closely tied to Xue Qinghe. He was not merely an extension of Xue Qinghe. There existed a hierarchical relationship. Xue Qinghe was the sovereign. While he served in a supportive capacity, certain aspects of his stance could indeed provoke speculation from others. Yet as long as Xue Qinghe clarified his position, it sufficed. After all, Xue Qinghe was the primary figure. When the time came, he would align himself with the Spirit Hall, while Xue Qinghe would support the Haotian sect. However, this was easier said than done. Jiang Yu thought with a hint of exasperation. After all, Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the connection between Xue Qinghe and Qian Renxue. What if we let Xue Qinghe be the one to criticize the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengzhi had not anticipated Jiang Yu would propose this, but upon reflection, it indeed made sense. Jiang Yu was merely a subject. He had been the one to conflate Jiang Yu with Xue Qinghe in his mind. Outsiders were unaware of Jiang Yu's significance to the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire. They would simply regard him as an ordinary subject. What relevance would it have if there existed a subordinate who leaned towards the Spirit Hall? Even in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzhi could not guarantee that no one harbored inclinations towards the Spirit Hall. That is indeed an astute approach. Ning Fengzhi commended. Jiang Yu felt a tinge of frustration. After all, in the eyes of others, he was not particularly significant. Only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect recognized his importance. To others, he was merely a minor character. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed with this plan, Ning Fengzhi declared decisively at this juncture. Further discussion was unnecessary. Ning Fengzhi could see that Jiang Yu was not willing to back down, and it was best to know when to cease. "Uncle Ning, are you not concerned about my stance?" Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. That I have faith that your allegiance will not waver. You are a clever individual, Ning Fengji replied with a smile, his gaze profoundly enigmatic. Reminiscent of a bottomless abyss, Jiang Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose. My loyalty will indeed remain steadfast, as I have always stood with the Spirit Hall. Yet, I cannot help but wonder how you will react upon discovering this in the future. With matters now settled, I shall take my leave. You should return to the Crown Prince's residence at once, and I will proceed there to finalize the details with Qinghe and you, Ning Fengji remarked. Casting a glance at Jiang Yu and his companion, Dugubo subsequently, he departed from Dugubo's residence, accompanied by the Sword Duality and Bone Duality. After a brief moment, once the trio had completely vanished from sight, Dugubo finally spoke. They have left. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu slumped down, utterly exhausted. Damn, that was draining. That old fox Ning Fengji managed to extract so many advantages from me. What a loss, Jiang Yu complained with a look of resentment. Although they had conversed for an extended period, the crux of the matter remained singular. Interests. Ning Fengji constantly sought to gain more from Jiang Yu, subtly hinting at various points, all of which Jiang Yu had overlooked. Otherwise, he would have had to make significant concessions. You little monster, just a moment ago you were singing praises of Uncle Ning, and now you refer to him as Ning Fengji. Dugubo chuckled. With Ning Fengji's departure, he felt considerably relieved, and his perception of Jiang Yu had shifted. Although this lad's combat prowess was lacking, his intellect was undeniably exceptional. While he had been eavesdropping throughout the entire conversation, he had understood not a single word, completely unaware of their discussion's content. Humph, it's one thing to call him by his given name. I was almost inclined to berate him. That old fox. Jiang Yu expressed his indignation, saying, the public opinion, a lethal weapon that kills without bloodshed, has been so carelessly disseminated, it pains my heart to the point of suffocation. Dugubo smirked. You are unwittingly criticizing him, aren't you? Is it merely my imagination? Or does it seem that my Uncle Ning seeks benefits from me beyond this? Jiang Yu reined in his demeanor, speaking with skepticism. I apologize, but I have no such feeling. I barely understood what you were discussing. Dugubo replied, somewhat speechless. How pathetic. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. This unspoken insult immediately ignited Dugubo's anger. You little rascal. He made a move to reprimand Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, feeling the pressure, quickly backtracked. All right, Senior Dugu. I apologize. You are indeed very important. Without your presence earlier, I would have lacked the confidence to face my Uncle Ning, given the vast disparity in our statuses. Dugubo, feeling somewhat mollified, allowed a hint of pride to surface. That's more like it. However, upon reflecting on what you said earlier, it does indeed appear to carry that implication that it's not merely an implication. It absolutely is, Jiang Yu retorted, although it was merely a hunch. Jiang Yu harbored doubts. By the way, what were you two discussing earlier? I felt quite lost, Dugubo inquired with curiosity, for he truly did not grasp the intricacies of politics. Explaining it would be rather cumbersome and not particularly enlightening. Senior Dugu, just grasp this. The world is bustling with individuals seeking profit. We were merely engaged in idle chatter, with our true concern being our interests, Jiang Yu remarked with a tinge of lamentation. I wonder what Ning Fengji thinks. Perhaps it is merely luck that he has garnered considerable benefit from this situation. Jiang Yu dared not gamble on the previous matter. He could only suffer the loss to avert disaster. Chapter 44. Returning to the prince's mansion. Senior Dugu, would you accompany me to the prince's mansion? I will clarify matters with His Highness and ensure that he acknowledges your esteemed position as a minister. Jiang Yu suggested with a smile as he looked at Dugubo. Very well. I shall accompany you. Dugubo replied indifferently. I must admit, I find it perplexing. With your talents, you could undoubtedly carve out your own path. So why remain under the auspices of the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire? Dugubo had witnessed Jiang Yu's capabilities over the past few days. He was not only gifted but also possessed considerable intellect. Truly a prodigious soul master. Remaining in the prince's mansion seemed somewhat stifling. Why? Because only the Crown Prince can assist me in realizing my aspirations. Jiang Yu sighed and continued. He had long articulated this answer and pondered the reasons numerous times, ultimately attributing it to fate. Aspirations are such that some can be realized through one's own efforts, while others necessitate the support of others, much like the multitude who desire to become formidable soul masters. Some possess exceptional talent and family background, achieving their goals independently, while others with lesser endowments must rely on external assistance. Mine is of the latter. My ambitions are grand, and to achieve them, I cannot rely solely on myself. I require a platform, and for me, the Crown Prince serves as that very platform that if I once had other options, now I am left with but one, Jiang Yu lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. It was not merely a lack of choices, but also a matter of acclimatization. And what is your aspiration? Duality inquired with curiosity. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stood upright, gazing up with an inexplicable radiance emanating from him. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to secure the fate of the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for peace across the ages. In that moment, Duality felt an overwhelming sense of awe, perceiving Jiang Yu's petite form as somewhat grandiose, though he did not fully comprehend the meaning of those four statements. They resonated with a profound idealism. Impressive, isn't it? Jiang Yu boasted, a hint of pride coloring his expression. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Duality conceded, albeit somewhat confused by the depth of its significance. I merely copied it. Jiang Yu admitted with a chuckle. Duality's irritation flared. I feel a strong urge to strike you. I thought you were remarkable, yet it turns out you were simply quoting someone else. Nevertheless, even if it is borrowed, it remains impressive. Duality refrained from inquiring about the source of Jiang Yu's quotation, as he did not deem it significant that I asked that your aspiration? Certainly not. I am not that grandiose. However, I do wish to usher in an era of prosperity. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly as he slouched in his chair, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This way, I can comfortably recline. He suddenly felt his objective paled in comparison to his aspirations, pondering if perhaps a life of leisure was the ultimate goal. For it was no simple feat. Duality found himself at a loss for words, as Jiang Yu's lofty ambitions made his own aspirations feel somewhat trivial. The atmosphere grew awkward, but fortunately, the silence did not linger for long. Senior Duality, shall we set off for the prince's mansion now? Jiang Yu suggested, noticing Duality lost in contemplation. Wait a moment. I still have some matters to attend to, Duality replied, snapping back to reality. What matters? Jiang Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Are you perhaps seeking some treasure? Please don't, for I have already exhausted all the resources from the ice and fire yin yang I. It would be rather embarrassing if you were to offer more. How dare you say that? Duality shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yu. You little rascal, how can you question me? Who was it that ruined my medicinal garden? Duality then proceeded to the ice and fire yin yang I, needing to replant the seeds. Otherwise, his medicinal garden would be utterly desolate. At that moment, Jiang Yu realized Duality's intentions, feeling a twinge of guilt. You can't blame me. You were the one who said it in the first place. A short while later, Duality returned, not making Jiang Yu wait too long. Let us go back, he announced. Jiang Yu nodded. All right. Subsequently, Duality led Jiang Yu back to the prince's mansion. In the prince's mansion, a figure clad in black knelt before Xue Qinghe, reporting, Your Highness, the poisoned Douluo is currently escorting Jiang Yu back. They should arrive at the prince's mansion shortly. I understand. You may leave. Xue Qinghe gestured dismissively. Yes, Your Highness. The black-clad figure retreated. This individual was an informant from the spirit hall. Lingering in the prince's mansion for too long would risk exposure and arouse suspicion. Xue Qinghe had been utilizing them less frequently. But old habits die hard. Finally back. I was on the verge of losing my patience, Xue Qinghe remarked, rubbing his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The past few days had been quite trying for Xue Qinghe, as outside rumors had significantly affected him. The rumors Jiang Yu had initially spread had not only impacted Xue Bong, but also Xue Qinghe, albeit the latter's effects were more positive than negative. Yet they were still bothersome. Xue Qinghe had been unable to suppress the circulation of gossip about himself. When Jiang Yu returns, I shall have a word with him, he thought, harboring a measure of annoyance. Had he not known Jiang Yu was with Duality, he would have sought him out long ago. Jiang Yu had not fully briefed him on the situation, only mentioning assigning a task to Xue Bang, which left him in a rather embarrassing predicament. The credibility of the entire Heavendou royal family had suffered considerably, leading to significant repercussions, while his status as the crown prince was somewhat stable. The spirit hall had numerous individuals eager to make trouble for Jiang Yu, which Xue Qinghe had managed to suppress. The intelligence network of the spirit hall was far more formidable than that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And they had learned early on that Jiang Yu was the source of the trouble. Were it not for Xue Qinghe's intervention, they would have already come knocking at his door, making this current situation far less relaxed. This left Xue Qinghe with a considerable headache, as the situation involved not only his faction but also the Bibi Dong faction. That woman, humph, Xue Qinghe thought, feeling a surge of irritation at that moment. A guard entered, stating, "Your Highness, Duality and Jiang Yu request an audience." This guard was from the prince's mansion, not affiliated with the spirit hall. The guard addressed Jiang Yu by name, omitting any title. As Jiang Yu often referred to himself as a close aide to the crown prince, yet he held no official position. Any genuine title would require the decree of the Emperor Xue Yi. A fact Xue Qinghe found frustrating. "Let them in," Xue Qinghe instructed, his expression regaining its previous warmth. Yes, before long, Jang Yu and Duality were ushered into the main hall. "We pay our respects to your highness." They both intoned respectfully, bowing in unison. Xue Qinghe rose from his seat, a smile gracing his face as he gestured with open hands, indicating no need for excessive formality. However, a hint of confusion flickered in Xue Qinghe's gaze as he regarded Jiang Yu. For Dualty's demeanor seemed overly cordial in his eyes. To understand the demeanor of Dualty, one must note that aside from his somewhat courteous treatment of the Snow Knight Emperor, he tends to act with unrestrained independence towards others. Even the crown prince has not witnessed him extend any form of respect. Jiang Yu lifted his head, awkwardly rubbed his nose, and then responded earnestly. "Your Highness, after extensive discussions with Senior Dugu over the past few days, he has graciously agreed to serve as a patron of the Tiandou Empire once again, in addition to his role in the crown prince's residence." In truth, Jiang Yu was aware that his actions were somewhat audacious. Dualty rolled his eyes at the side, but did not deny the assertion, tacitly accepting Jiang Yu's statement. This revelation left Xue Qinghe utterly astounded. How could it be that after Jiang Yu's absence of merely 10 or 20 days, Dualty had joined the crown prince's household? "Senior Dugu, is this truly the case?" Xue Qinghe's voice was tinged with barely contained excitement. "Indeed, it is true that I hope your highness does not disdain my advanced years," Dualty humbly replied. "Frankly, who would dare to look down upon a titled Douluo? No, Senior Dugu's presence as a patron of my household brings me immense joy. And I wholeheartedly welcome your esteemed addition," Xue Qinghe exclaimed, his expression brimming with enthusiasm, only to quickly realize he had lost composure and spoke earnestly once more. The initial urge to reprimand Jiang Yu had evaporated entirely. Compared to Jiang Yu's earlier transgressions, Dualty's inclusion was of far greater significance to Xue Qinghe. Chapter 45. The psychological dilemma. Dualty's status is paramount. He is not only a titled Douluo, but also a patron of the Tiandou Empire. This is an exceedingly important position, as the Tiandou Empire currently possesses only one guardian of the titled Douluo level. Although Xue Qinghe did not comprehend the means by which Jiang Yu persuaded Dualty, he recognized that the dynamics had irrevocably changed. The strongest combatant representing the Tiandou Empire had chosen to align himself with Xue Qinghe, which would undoubtedly influence how others perceive the situation. It was evident that the outcome was becoming increasingly clear, with Xue Qinghe being the de facto next emperor. Indeed, Xue Qinghe's assessment was not unfounded. The apparent equilibrium within the Tiandou Empire belied the actual power dynamics. Visibly, no faction held a distinct advantage, save for the Snow Knight Emperor, who wielded the greatest authority. Beneath him, the strength of all was ostensibly equal. For instance, while Xue Qinghe lacked substantial influence, he possessed legitimacy and reputation. Conversely, Xue Bong, devoid of any standing, was accompanied by Prince Xue Qinghe, who held significant power. This illustrates the formidable capabilities of the Snow Knight Emperor, whose governance maintained a delicate balance. It is precisely this equilibrium that complicated the choices of the subordinates. Despite Xue Qinghe's favorable position, astute observers understood that this was merely superficial. The ultimate outcome remained a true measure of success. However, Jiang Yu had disrupted this balance. With the addition of the 4 major clans and Duality, Xue Qinghe's power would decisively surpass that of Xue Bong, potentially enabling him to rival the Snow Knight Emperor. The landscape of power was thus becoming increasingly transparent, and as time progressed, it would only become clearer. Those in the know would recognize the appropriate course of action. Xue Qinghe's words elicited a faint smile from Dualty. "Your Highness, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor to join." Although Dualty's decision was influenced by Jiang Yu, it must be said that Xue Qinghe possessed a certain charm, or else Dualty would not have so readily acquiesced. "No, Senior Dugu, it is my privilege to have you join us," Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. In that moment, the atmosphere was one of mutual delight. Jiang Yu stood silently to the side, feeling that this exchange was somewhat trivial, merely a process of mutual flattery. His thoughts had shifted elsewhere. Beyond discussions with Ning Fengji regarding the establishment of a publishing house, he needed to contemplate the ramifications of Dugubo's inclusion. Jiang Yu mused quietly. While Dugubo's entry was undoubtedly a fortuitous event for them, it also portended significant negative consequences. Most notably, the delicate balance had been disrupted, causing certain individuals to become restless. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Despite the current smoothness of events, the rapid pace of growth had taken others by surprise. The Snow Knight Emperor likely had not anticipated that Xue Qinghe's influence would so dramatically upset the status quo, to the extent that he had yet to intervene before Xue Qinghe's momentum had fully developed. Jiang Yu had never underestimated anyone, particularly not an emperor. Despite the Snow Knight Emperor's limited appearances in the original narrative, he had directly altered the entire landscape of Douluo. The revelation of Qian Renxue's identity was a product of his scheming. The strategy employed was deceptively simple: indulgence. Yet Qian Renxue failed to perceive this, unwittingly replacing the entire palace staff with members of the Spirit Hall, a blunder of monumental proportions by the time the truth was uncovered. It was far too late, as Tang San had allied with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Now that Xue Qinghe was poised for success, the Snow Knight Emperor would find it increasingly difficult to thwart his rise. Consequently, he would be forced to impede Jiang Yu's entrance into the political sphere while simultaneously bolstering Xue Beng's advantages in that arena. Jiang Yu calculated. "Your Highness," Jiang Yu interjected, disrupting the conversation between Xue Qinghe and Dugubo. "Is there something amiss?" Xue Qinghe queried, perplexed as he turned to Jiang Yu in his view. With Dugubo's backing, his position was already exceedingly secure. There was no longer a need for the sacrifices he once made. As even the slightest actions would yield victory. In the Tiandou Empire, he was virtually invincible. Observing Xue Qinghe's demeanor, Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes. It was evident that the Crown Prince had become somewhat arrogant. "Your Highness, shortly, Master Ning will arrive to discuss potential collaborative projects between the Crown Prince's household and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If this endeavor succeeds, we stand to gain considerable support from them," Jiang Yu stated, gazing steadily into Xue Qinghe's eyes. "Thus, it would be prudent for your Highness to be well informed. Collaborating with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, how could I be unaware of this?" Xue Qinghe retorted, his tone revealing a hint of unease as he averted his gaze from Jiang Yu. "You know nothing, do you? With your current approach, how could you possibly be informed? It is all my doing. I assure you, it is exhausting," Jiang Yu replied, exasperated. "This matter was just discussed between Master Ning and myself at Senior Dugu's estate, where Senior Dugu was also present," Jiang Yu clarified. "That is indeed the case." Dugubo affirmed with a nod. "What sort of collaboration are we speaking of?" Xue Qinghe inquired, his confusion evident as he did not pursue why Ning Fengji would bypass him to speak directly with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pondered how best to convey the situation. "Due to my oversight, the rumors spiraled out of control, and Master Ning discovered that they originated from me. He approached me to discuss the implications and demanded an explanation. After considerable deliberation, I proposed collaborating with Master Ning to establish a publishing house. A publishing house? What is that?" Xue Qinghe Press. An entity capable of controlling the prevailing rumors, Jiang Yu whispered. Xue Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically, becoming sharp and serious. As he recalled, Jiang Yu had mentioned something of great importance long ago. "Why did you not consult me about such a significant matter?" While Xue Qinghe was uncertain about the exact importance of a publishing house, he recognized from Jiang Yu's previous discourse and the current ramifications that it was indeed crucial. If it could genuinely manufacture rumors at will, then it was something he could not afford to disregard. Jiang Yu hesitated momentarily, but then responded, "There was no time to discuss it with your Highness. Although it entails relinquishing some benefits, I believe this represents an opportunity. With the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the influence of the publishing house, your Highness's position will become even more assured." "More assured? Is my position not secure enough with Senior Dugu's support? Must you take such measures?" Xue Qinghe frowned, perplexed. In truth, he did not fully grasp why Jiang Yu felt the need to exercise such caution. Did he not perceive the current situation as sufficiently stable? While Xue Qinghe bore no ill will towards Jiang Yu, he simply wished for him not to place himself in jeopardy, despite Jiang Yu's current well-being. It was evident that without Xue Qinghe's intervention, he would have already attracted considerable trouble, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School serving as a prime example. Jiang Yu shook his head. "Your Highness, what do you believe constitutes the foundation of a nation?" Jiang Yu was not entirely aware of Xue Qinghe's thoughts, Nor did he provide a direct answer to Xue Qinghe's inquiries. Instead, he posed a question of his own. Xue Qinghe had become rather inflated with pride. Speaking to him directly was futile, and he needed to grasp the underlying truth. To be honest, Jiang Yu felt somewhat fatigued. Xue Qinghe was ill-suited to be a ruler, his arrogance necessitating frequent reminders from Jiang Yu. At that moment, Xue Qinghe found himself momentarily speechless. It was not that he lacked an answer. Rather, he understood that even if he articulated his thoughts, they would inevitably differ from Jiang Yu's, who would always counter him. Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Xue Qinghe, his eyes reflecting a subtle sense of exasperation. The fundamental components of a nation are its land, followed by its people, then its culture, and subsequently the officials who establish stable societal institutions. Soul masters are merely a part of the populace, with the powerful soul masters constituting an even smaller segment. How much does His Highness believe he occupies within this framework? It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over Xue Qinghe, awakening him to the realization that his current strength accounted for a mere fraction within the Tiandou Empire. The reigning emperor held dominion over everything. Even the fourth prince, Xue Bong, claimed a portion of the officials, while only recently had His Highness begun to exert a minimal influence among the soul masters. Although formidable soul masters can determine many outcomes, particularly those of the caliber of the esteemed Dugu, what if the emperor were to intervene? Your Highness, do you truly believe you would remain secure? Thus, it is imperative for you to awaken to the reality that we are far from possessing the capability to dictate the situation, Jang Yu stated with profound implication. Xue Qinghe felt a throbbing headache from Jiang Yu's words, pressing his temples as he queried, "Will my father intervene?" Who could say? Jiang Yu's gaze wandered elsewhere as he casually remarked, "It depends on whether he wishes for you to ascend as emperor and inherit the throne. If he does not, then he will undoubtedly interfere, and I assure you that his methods will be utterly inscrutable, perhaps even to myself." Hence, Jiang Yu never indulged in pretense, keeping power firmly within his grasp. As long as he held onto the core of this foundation, no matter how many schemes were devised against him, they would be effortlessly thwarted. Chapter 46. A shift in mindset. Jiang Yu's words plunged Xue Qinghe into a profound silence, his expression darkening. Beside them, Dugu Bo suddenly expressed his displeasure, saying, "You little monster, are you implying that I am utterly useless in your eyes?" "I did not suggest such a thing, Senior Dugu," Jiang Yu hastily clarified. "Senior Dugu is of utmost importance. The news of your joining the Crown Prince's residence would astonish many, significantly altering their perspectives. This was also a pivotal reason for Jiang Yu's invitation to Dugu Bo, as he represented a formidable asset capable of changing the current dynamics." "Then why did you say that earlier?" Dugu Bo inquired, his gaze shifting to the sullen Xue Qinghe. In truth, Dugu Bo had sensed Xue Qinghe's discontent and sought to lighten the mood, especially since he had just allied himself with them. That if word got out that his allegiance had caused distress to Xue Qinghe, he might find himself in a precarious position. Realizing Dugu Bo's intent to ease the atmosphere, Jiang Yu decided to reveal certain truths, knowing that Xue Qinghe's current mindset was troubling. "Because the emperor will undoubtedly intervene," Jiang Yu asserted. "Consider the present situation. It is the emperor who has maintained a delicate balance for many years, ensuring that both you and the fourth prince possess comparable strength. After all, he is aging and likely to have few heirs. The recent deaths of the second and third princes must have made the emperor rather sensitive to the prospect of any one faction gaining undue power and inciting conflict. Therefore, the emperor will surely take action to curb your rise in power, as your displayed strength significantly disrupts this equilibrium." With that, Jiang Yu cast a glance at Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, a flicker of alarm, astonishment, and gloom passed through Xue Qinghe's eyes. "Am I being doubted?" Xue Qinghe pondered. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's reminder, he may have remained oblivious to this reality. "And why do you involve Dugu Bo?" Jiang Yu interrupted. "Senior Dugu, I understand what you are about to say, but this must be addressed. The struggle for the throne has never been predetermined. It is fought for. The current emperor's ascension was fraught with challenges, marked by bloodshed and trepidation. That I comprehend the emperor's concerns. He wishes to prevent his descendants from engaging in fierce competition for the throne. However, does this not seem somewhat biased, beyond reputation and public favor? Does Crown Prince possess any substantial assets? I cannot fathom what he intends to leverage in this contest." Jiang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction openly for the first time, albeit feigned in the original narrative. Without the backing of the spirit hall, Xue Qinghe's hand would have been insufficient for victory. Reputation is but an illusion, and the support of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is equally insubstantial. In the world of adults, one must contend with interests and power. Devoid of these, why would others support you? What grounds do you have to emerge victorious in the end? If one cannot play, then why should anyone engage at all? Jiang Yu refused to entertain such folly. Your rules are so wretched. Why should I adhere to them? Duality found himself at a loss for words, never having contemplated the complexities of royal affairs, leaving him utterly bewildered. Enough, Jiang Yu. You need not elaborate further. I now comprehend what I must do, Xue Qinghe interjected. And Senior Dugu, I appreciate your attempts to mitigate my situation. I apologize for putting you in such a position so soon after your arrival. Xue Qinghe expressed gratitude and regret towards Duality. Now he had regained his composure, understanding that Jiang Yu's words were intended for his benefit, instilling within him both a sense of gratitude and a weight of responsibility. I have indeed been too naive, thinking that my failures would bear no consequence, my thoughts so simplistically unburdened. From this day forth, I am no longer alone, Xue Qinghe reflected inwardly, his mindset undergoing a transformation. Xue Qinghe's issues had persisted, and while Jiang Yu had observed them, he had been hesitant to intervene. Xue Qinghe, having risen to a position of power, had enjoyed a smooth journey, leading him to subconsciously underestimate the gravity of his situation. After all, even in failure, there would be an escape route. Such a mindset was unbecoming of a ruler. Thus, Jiang Yu had been devising strategies to alter Xue Qinghe's perspective, instilling a sense of responsibility and making him aware that behind him, apart from the spirit hall, there were many others supporting him. Should he fail, not everyone would be able to retreat unscathed as he could. It appeared that this approach had yielded some success. Xue Qinghe's transformation brought a wave of relief to Jiang Yu. At last, there is progress, he thought, though acknowledging that it was merely a beginning. Your Highness, the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, has come to pay a visit. The timing of Xue Qinghe's transformation coincided with Ning Fengji's arrival. He entered alongside the sword Douluo. Chun Xing, the bone Douluo, Gurong, did not accompany them, remaining at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, as this was not a visit to Dualiti's residence. Teacher, you have arrived, Xue Qinghe said, swiftly adjusting his demeanor and smiling as he regarded Ning Fengji. Qinghe, the moment I entered, I saw you conversing with these two, and it was evident you had just engaged in discussion, Ning Fengji replied. Yet, the aura emanating from Xue Qinghe startled him slightly, although the change seemed subtle. It fundamentally altered the overall impression that if previously Xue Qinghe had embodied the graceful demeanor of a refined nobleman, now he radiated the essence of a king, exuding an intense confidence, though the shift was slight. It was sharp, dazzling, and undeniably captivating, allowing Ning Fengji to instantly perceive the change in Xue Qinghe. You have transformed, Qinghe. You now resemble a true prince, Ning Fengji remarked, his tone imbued with complexity and satisfaction. Xue Qinghe did not deny this, responding, Teacher, change is inevitable for everyone. It may have come late for me, but it is not too late. It seemed that during this period, Qinghe had undergone changes unbeknownst to Ning Fengji. Was it due to external rumors, or perhaps the influence of Jang Yu? Ning Fengji casually cast a glance at Jang Yu, but discerned no significant information. Jang Yu's expression remained largely unchanged. Dismissing such thoughts, Ning Fengji turned his attention back to Xue Qinghe. Qinghe, I presume you are aware of the reason for my visit? Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging that Jiang Yu had already briefed him. Prompting Ning Fengji to proceed candidly. A flicker of regret crossed Ning Fengji's face as he stated, I apologize, Qinghe, for having previously circumvented you in this collaboration. It was my oversight, and I extend my sincerest apologies. Teacher, you need not concern yourself. How could I possibly harbor resentment towards you? Xue Qinghe's face revealed a faint smile as he accepted Ning Fengji's apology. Today, it became evident that the relationship between the teacher and myself was not as amiable as I had previously imagined. Given this realization, I felt a sense of relief. Ning Fengji wore a smile of relief, yet his heart was burdened with heaviness. Jiang Yu, please come forward and discuss the details of our collaboration with the teacher. Xue Qinghe signaled Jiang Yu, who stood behind him. Understanding the cue, Jiang Yu approached Xue Qinghe's side, having left Dualiti's presence. Greetings, Master Ning and Sword Douluo. Jiang Yu bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue. Since we have already established a basic intention for cooperation, Let us keep this discussion concise, Jiang Yu proposed. Agreed, Ning Fengzhi affirmed. Long before, at Du Gubo's residence, Jiang Yu and Ning Fengzhi had already reached a preliminary understanding. So brevity was indeed preferable. However, Ning Fengzhi harbored concerns that Xue Qinghe might be reluctant. Glancing towards him to his surprise, Xue Qinghe seemed entirely unconcerned, replying, "No problem." Only then did Ning Fengzhi feel reassured, although he noted that his disciple's thoughts appeared far more profound than previously expressed. Chapter 47. Finalizing details. Considering the need for confidentiality, I propose that our agreement be a verbal one. Hoping Master Ning can understand, Jiang Yu stated, looking at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi furrowed his brow. Unclear about Jiang Yu's intentions, uncertain what a verbal agreement entailed. What it means is that the collaboration between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Prince's Mansion will not involve any written documents. All cooperation is based solely on our conversation today. The purpose of this approach is to maintain secrecy, as the Prince's Mansion intends to adopt a low-profile strategy moving forward. Being overly ostentatious is not advisable. And this collaboration will be publicly led by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with the Prince's Mansion merely serving as a backdrop. Jiang Yu explained that, of course, Jiang Yu's words conveyed only the superficial meaning. The actual collaboration would still rely on the earlier agreement. This seems quite different from our previous discussions, Ning Fengzhi recalled, noting that Jiang Yu had not articulated it this way before. The specific details of our collaboration will follow the prior arrangement. But outwardly it will appear that the Prince's Mansion holds only a minor role, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School takes the lead, Jiang Yu clarified. What is the purpose of this approach? Ning Fengzhi inquired that it is intended for external perception. Jiang Yu did not elaborate further. Both Ning Fengzhi and Xue Qinghe fell into contemplation. Xue Qinghe, having just conversed with Jiang Yu, quickly understood that this was intended for his father. The emperor, Jiang Yu, indeed meant this. However, Ning Fengzhi perceived the scope of external parties to be much broader. Jiang Yu's aim appeared to be addressing all other forces. Yet, was such caution truly necessary? Had not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School already promised to assist him in navigating the current turmoil? Very well, Ning Fengzhi ultimately nodded in agreement. As long as the specifics remained unchanged, it would be more advantageous for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to appear as the primary entity in the eyes of outsiders. Then let us proceed with the next points. The publishing house established through our collaboration will be located in Hevendo City, with the specific site being flexible, provided it falls within both parties' control. The name must be Hevendo Publishing House, and the work involved will include publishing books, printing newspapers, issuing periodicals, guiding public opinion, and gathering intelligence. The sectors involved will encompass various industries, not limited to soul masters, but also ordinary people. The content to be published must be jointly confirmed by both parties before dissemination. The business model will be commercial, managed entirely by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the overarching direction must be determined by the Prince's Mansion. How does that sound, Master Ning? After presenting his proposal, Jiang Yu turned to Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi pondered for a moment. Although he was unfamiliar with some of the terminology Jiang Yu used, he grasped the overall meaning clearly. So, this means the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will have the final say in operations, while the Prince's Mansion will dictate the developmental direction? Yes, that is essentially correct. Jiang Yu nodded. The implication is that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can focus solely on execution, while the Prince's Mansion determines the objectives, akin to a scheme of leveraging others' resources, since it appears the Prince's Mansion has contributed little. I have no objections, Ning Fengzhi readily agreed. This response surprised Jiang Yu. He had anticipated some reservations from Ning Fengzhi and was prepared to elaborate further, but it seemed unnecessary. Truly, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed a cunning strategist. Next came the personnel issue. All individuals recruited by Hevendo Publishing House must be under its jurisdiction, Jiang Yu continued. This measure was to prevent any division between the two parties, as maintaining unity was crucial for the time being. With future developments to be addressed later. Understood. What are the requirements for the recruits? Ning Fengzhi inquired. Requirements? They must possess good writing skills, and ordinary individuals who are not soul masters may also apply. Jiang Yu considered before responding. In the Douluo Continent, a hierarchy of discrimination existed. Ordinary people had little presence, as evidenced in the original work, where nearly no ordinary individuals were depicted. only Tang Yuehua could be considered. And even she bore the advantages of her lineage as a direct disciple of the Haoyan clan. With two titled Dou brothers, Tio label her as ordinary would be misleading. She was the sole openly acknowledged disciple of the Haoyan clan. Perhaps due to her perceived weakness, she had not attracted others' ire. However, Jiang Yu was curious about how she would react to the forthcoming actions. Surely, Ning Fengji was aware of Tang Yuehua's existence. Jiang Yu mused silently. He must be aware, yet he remains tight-lipped. They must possess good writing skills. This posed a challenge for Ning Fengji. He reflected on the numerous connections he had, yet finding individuals with commendable writing abilities proved somewhat daunting. Although identifying suitable soul masters was manageable, Master Ning, do you believe such individuals are difficult to find? There is no need for concern. Such talent is readily available. You simply need to apprehend a few of those who have spread rumors this time. Jiang Yu suggested. Having previously reviewed the materials Ning Fengji provided, Jiang Yu recognized that these individuals possessed writing skills that even he found admirable. They were indeed talented. Ning Fengji's eyes brightened at Jiang Yu's words. This was indeed a commendable approach. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Jiang Yu nodded, and they moved on to the final points. All matters concerning the prince's mansion in relation to the publishing house will be entirely overseen by the prince. I will delegate the development plan entirely to His Highness, and all decisions will rest with him. This statement elicited a shared frown from Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, as they struggled to comprehend Jiang Yu's rationale. Especially since he possessed the most insight into this collaboration. You initiated this cooperation. It is only fitting that you take responsibility, Xue Qinghe remarked, believing Jiang Yu was acting to avoid any appearance of conflict. Jiang Yu, however, seemed entirely unconcerned. His gaze held a hint of melancholy. Your Highness, have you forgotten that I still have to attend school? This is an edict from His Majesty. The very essence of this arrangement was to prevent him from causing disturbances while remaining close to Xue Qinghe. And staying with Du Gubo was acceptable, as no one dared to speak ill of him. However, if Jiang Yu remained at the prince's mansion, he would be disobeying the emperor's decree in this sensitive period. It would simply provide ammunition for adversaries. Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengji, they had to admit that if not for Jiang Yu's reminder, they might have overlooked the fact that he was indeed required to attend school. And he could not neglect this duty, as it was the emperor's directive. Rest assured, Master Ning, His Highness is quite capable. You can trust him, Jiang Yu reassured. This assertion caused Xue Qinghe to feel a twinge of guilt. He understood his own limitations and knew he was far from knowledgeable. Finally, Jiang Yu made an additional note. The establishment of the publishing house must occur after the situation between the Haoyan clan and the Spirit Hall had developed, allowing them to shed any suspicion and not hinder subsequent efforts to guide public opinion at that time. His Highness will take a stance based on sentiment, criticizing the Spirit Hall for their lack of understanding in matters of love, arguing that love is sacred and must be respected even between humans and spirit beasts. Meanwhile, I will advocate for the Spirit Hall's actions, asserting that they are entirely justified. Master Ning will play a mediating role, seizing the opportunity to promote the publishing house and ensure it gains recognition. Jiang Yu's strategy was essentially to create discord, generate topics for discussion, and establish authority to enhance his own reputation. Despite being somewhat unscrupulous, it was still an impressive plan. Moreover, Jiang Yu contemplated deepening Xue Qinghe's character portrayal in this incident, shaping him into a devoted and romantic prince, which would serve to elevate his standing. Very well. There are no objections. Both Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe concurred. Jiang Yu had already discussed this with Ning Fengji, and he had taken the time to inform Xue Qinghe as well. Then I must trouble you, teacher, to take on this responsibility. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe turned to Ning Fengji, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Ning Fengji likewise erupted into hearty laughter, responding, Xue Qinghe, you need not say such things. It is I, your teacher, who should be grateful to you. The atmosphere was momentarily filled with an undeniable warmth from their successful collaboration, yet the true thoughts lingering in their hearts were known only to the two of them. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, expressed his growing discomfort. Chapter 48. Personal affairs time slipped by quietly. The details of this collaboration had been gradually filled in through extensive discussions between the parties, and upon finalizing the ultimate collaboration plan. Ning Fengji rose to take his leave. Now that our partnership is firmly established, it is time for me to bid farewell. Qinghe, this marks our first collaboration as teacher and student, does it not? Ning Fengji smiled as he looked at Xue Qinghe, he was immensely satisfied with this cooperation and filled with joy. Indeed, teacher, that I hope this collaboration will not affect the bond between us, Xue Qinghe replied. Standing as well. Ha ha, it certainly will not, Ning Fengji assured him with a smile. In truth, their conversation hinted at a relationship that, while laden with calculations, had grown more intimate. There are no eternal friends. Only enduring interests. It is these interests that serve as the bond sustaining their relationship. And now that the web of mutual benefit between Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe had expanded significantly, their rapport had naturally become closer. Uncle Ning, please stay a moment. Just as Ning Fengji was about to depart, Jiang Yu called out to retain him, addressing him as Uncle Ning. This indicated that Jiang Yu intended to discuss a private matter rather than a professional one, and in the presence of Xue Qinghe, suggesting that this matter held some relevance to him as well. Ning Fengji's expression shifted, his smile brightening as he regarded Jiang Yu. Oh, you have something you wish to convey to me? Of course, so I kindly ask Uncle Ning to remain for just a moment, Jiang Yu replied, a hint of hesitation flickering in his demeanor. This was evident to all present, prompting Ning Fengji's curiosity regarding Jiang Yu's intentions. Uncle Ning, do you recall the matter I mentioned during our first conversation? Jiang Yu inquired. This had taken place merely a month prior, and Ning Fengji certainly remembered. Of course I do. What is it? Wait, could it be that you? A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fengji's eyes that he recalled Jiang Yu's words about seeking his assistance once the right interests were in place. Had Jiang Yu already acquired something compelling enough to sway him? Yes, I possess the suitable interests now, Jiang Yu stated directly, avoiding any obfuscation. Moreover, I assure you, this is a condition that Uncle Ning will undoubtedly find impossible to refuse. Jiang Yu would not make such claims without substance. Thus, he surely held something of significance. What exactly is this matter you speak of? Ning Fengji asked. That I cannot disclose just yet. Until our relationship reaches a certain threshold, I can only assure you that Uncle Ning will find it impossible to decline. Jiang Yu replied, his expression resolute. In truth, he too felt a flicker of uncertainty, but for the sake of his plan, he resolved to proceed. What degree of relationship must we achieve? Ning Fengji queried. That depends on what you consider an acceptable level. Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu responded, a smile gracing his face. This elicited a chuckle from Ning Fengji. You little rascal, if you have something to say, just say it. Why dance around the subject? Jiang Yu laughed in return. Shall I be straightforward then? Go ahead, I shan't mind. Ning Fengji encouraged with a grin. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the Crown Prince's residence should become in laws. As Jiang Yu's words echoed through the hall. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. The smile vanished from Ning Fengji's face, replaced by an expression of utter neutrality as he regarded Jiang Yu. My daughter will not serve as a concubine to Qinghe. Ning Fengji understood that Jiang Yu's implication was for him to arrange for his daughter to wed Xue Qinghe, rather than himself, thereby establishing a familial bond with the Crown Prince's residence. Yet, such a notion was patently impossible, especially as it was merely a preliminary condition. Could Jang Yu truly offer such weighty benefits? I understand, but I cannot proceed without this assurance, Jiang Yu replied, his expression now solemn as he looked back at Ning Fengji. The two stood firm, neither willing to yield, and the atmosphere once more descended into silence. Only Xue Qinghe appeared darkened by the exchange. He had initially believed that Jiang Yu would be the primary focus of this discussion, and now he found himself sidelined. Are your private matters now my business as well? Are you not considering my feelings at all? His tone was tinged with melancholy, attempting to interject yet reluctant to interrupt their conversation regarding his marital prospects in front of him. I must inform you, you are going too far. Yet, at that moment, it seemed as though neither of the two men heard Xue Qinghe's protests. If the interest truly held such magnitude, then the opinions of Xue Qinghe were rendered inconsequential. A fact he was painfully aware of. My daughter's marriage should be her own decision, and thus I will not interfere with her choices, Ning Fengji stated firmly, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. But the wishes of the parents must also be taken into account. Feelings can be nurtured. This does not impede her autonomy. The Crown Prince will not disappoint you in this regard, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu countered, equally unyielding. Both parties possessed formidable resolve, impervious to persuasion, yet Jiang Yu held a distinct advantage in his confidence. Whether they reached an agreement or not mattered little. He was merely testing the waters. Ning Fengji scrutinized Jiang Yu's eyes, seeking to penetrate the depths of his heart, yet he discerned nothing but an imperturbable calm. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects. My daughter must be the principal wife. Ning Fengji's words carried a hint of concession. This revelation astonished all present, including Xue Qinghe, who had not anticipated his teacher's willingness to compromise. The Crown Prince's wife holds no hierarchical distinctions. All are considered principal wives. This is a matter that the Crown Prince will manage effectively. Jiang Yu continued. With the discussion reaching this juncture, Ning Fengji found himself considerably more contemplative. After a lengthy deliberation, he finally spoke. I need to give this some thought. Of course, even if it does not come to fruition, it will not affect our collaboration. Consider it a light-hearted jest on my part, Uncle Ning. Jiang Yu replied, his demeanor cheerful. It was as if the matter bore no weight. Yet Jiang Yu understood its significance to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji sensed this as well. Otherwise, he would not be hesitating. Ultimately, Ning Fengji cast a deep gaze at Jiang Yu, refraining from further comment, and departed with the sword duel. Jiang Yu watched them leave until their figures vanished from the hall, at which point a sincere smile graced his face. It appeared that the deal had been struck. If Ning Fengji had initially entertained thoughts of refusal, by the end, such notions had vanished. He spoke of contemplation. Yet he had effectively acquiesced. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was a prestigious lineage. Despite Ning Fengji's evident affection for Ning Rongrong, he would still make choices when the interests were sufficiently compelling. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of sacrificing his daughter's happiness. Yet if the benefits were substantial enough, then all would be deemed worthwhile. Jiang Yu understood the mindset of these aristocratic families well, interests above all. This principle was unavoidable even in the Douluo Continent. However, the ramifications of my actions moving forward weigh on my mind. Your Highness, Xue Qinghe's voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. How? Jiang Yu began. But before he could finish, a fist the size of a clay pot came crashing toward his face. The delicate hand formed into a fist of considerable size, growing larger in Jiang Yu's sight until it landed squarely upon his eye socket. Bang! Jiang Yu's body was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground. Confusion swirled in his mind as he repeatedly questioned, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Yet, within the fragments of his consciousness, he understood that he had been struck by Xue Qinghe. And not just any strike, a slap to the face. Is this your first time? He wondered why such a question suddenly arose in his mind. You scoundrel, I asked you to play with relationships. To speak carelessly, do you think this can be resolved? Will you not be disappointed? Handle it well. If you're so capable, why don't you take my place? Xue Qinghe's emotions erupted in a torrent, culminating in a single punch that felled Jiang Yu, followed by a few swift kicks for good measure. He had not anticipated Ning Fengji's wavering. What kind of situation was this? I am a woman. A woman. Do you understand what it means to be a woman? Women cannot marry other women. You expect me to marry three? How am I to face them in the future? Standing nearby, Dugu Bo silently turned away, covering his ears. I have seen nothing, and I have heard nothing. The image of Xue Qinghe has once again reshaped Dugu Bo's understanding. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu lies silently on the ground, clutching his head, allowing Xue Qinghe to vent his emotions. Admittedly, he has made a slight miscalculation. He never anticipated that Xue Qinghe would express such strong objections. After all, what is it but marrying 3 wives? Do you not realize how many men dream of such a scenario? It is not as if he is marrying hideous creatures. All 3 are stunning beauties, each accompanied by substantial political resources. If this were to fall upon Xue Bong, he would likely be grinning like a fool. Eventually, Xue Qinghe ceased his assault, allowing Jiang Yu the opportunity to speak. Your Highness, Ning Zhongzhu and the others have not gone far, he implied, suggesting that such actions might be overheard. Just when Xue Qinghe had prepared to relent, Jiang Yu's words ignited his fury, prompting him to strike even harder. This time, Jiang Yu could no longer restrain himself and cried out in excruciating pain. Chapter 49. Resolution. Outside the door, Ning Fengji and Sword de Jin Xian exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat speechless. As powerful soul masters, they were close enough to overhear the conversation within. To be frank, they had not expected Xue Qinghe's emotions to run so high. Should one say that Jiang Yu had indeed gone a bit too far? It seems so. After all, Ning Fengji had been Xue Qinghe's mentor for a long time, and he understood his disciple well. Xue Qinghe had never shown much interest in matters of love. Yet, under Jiang Yu's machinations over the past month, it seemed as though Xue Qinghe had transformed into a ravenous fiend for romance. marrying several women, which was rather excessive for him. However, were it someone else, they might have welcomed such fortune, as it represented tangible political capital. A faint smile crept onto Ning Fengji's face, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Choosing not to linger on the spectacle, he led Sword Douluo back to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, where it was evident that Sword Douluo had a multitude of questions he wished to voice. Indeed, upon returning to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Qian Renxue's expression became impatient as he grasped Ning Fengji's arm and inquired, "Fengji, do you truly intend to marry Rongrong off to the prince? Wouldn't that be somewhat disrespectful to her wishes?" Qian Renxue's words drew the attention of Gu Rong, who, upon hearing them, furrowed his brow in concern. "Fengji, is this true?" Both elders had cherished Ning Rongrong like a granddaughter and naturally did not wish for such an imposition to be forced upon her. "Perhaps it is true," Ning Fengji replied, his expression tinged with melancholy as he gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts deeply entwined. The two elders, having accompanied him for many years, instantly understood that Ning Fengji had likely acquiesced to this arrangement. Otherwise, he would have outright rejected the notion. Just because of that boy's words? Why? Qian Renxue's voice carried a hint of anger. "You would sacrifice your daughter's happiness for what that boy said." Neither Qian Renxue nor Gu Rong could fathom this change in the man they had known for so long. How could a mere child's words sway him to sacrifice familial affection? Ning Fengji shifted his gaze to the two elders who had become like family. That it is not solely his words. It is also his character and his attitude. But that is not enough. Rongrong is your daughter, Qian Renxue interjected firmly. "Precisely because she is my daughter, I am prepared to agree. For that so-called condition, I cannot refuse. I have decided to take a gamble. As for Rongrong." Ning Fengji's voice was deep and resolute, leaving no room for alteration. "If what Jiang Yu said is false, then it is of no consequence." "But what if it is true?" Ning Fengji sensed the strangeness in Jiang Yu's words and demeanor, as if he were reluctant to part with something that could be offered to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Acknowledging that the condition laid before him was challenging to accept, Jiang Yu nonetheless insisted upon it as a prerequisite. This indicated that unless their relationship reached a certain depth, they would remain oblivious to the true nature of the situation. "A condition I cannot refuse. I, Ning Fengji, am curious to see what in this world could be deemed beyond my refusal. As the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he must prioritize the interests of his sect above all else." Qian Renxue and Gu Rong fell silent, recognizing that Ning Fengji, as the sect leader, held the ultimate authority in this matter, even before his role as Ning Rongrong's father. "Fengji, could we not negotiate different terms? Or perhaps we should simply capture him?" Gu Rong suggested, his eyes gleaming with determination. Ning Fengji shook his head in refusal. "It is too difficult, as he said. He cannot trust us, which is why he opted for this approach. Moreover, we are currently in cooperation. Capturing him would jeopardize our future collaborations, which are vital for the seven-treasure glazed tile school." He then turned to Qian Renxue, adding, "And, Sword Uncle, do you recall that blue-silver grass?" "I do. You mentioned bringing it back," Qian Renxue replied. "Yes, but the team that executed the mission returned yesterday, and the blue-silver grass has vanished. The traces left at the scene indicate it was moved from below." Ning Fengji said, a note of seriousness flashing across his face. "How is that possible?" Qian Renxue exclaimed, astonished. "Plant-type soul beasts cannot relocate without a certain level of strength. There is nothing impossible. That boy is shrouded in mystery. Even his abilities and knowledge are enigmatic. Just look at the vast benefits he has put forth for cooperation." Ning Fengji spoke solemnly. This was precisely why he had agreed. He could not ascertain whether Jiang Yu possessed something he could not refuse. If he did, then what? Furthermore, the seven-treasure glazed tile school was not afraid that Jiang Yu would deceive them. He surely understood this as well, which meant he likely had something that would indeed sway them. "Sword Uncle, please make a trip and bring Rongrong back. I owe her this. I initially wished for her to enjoy a carefree childhood, but it seems that is no longer possible. It is time to shoulder some family responsibilities." Ning Fengji stated matter-of-factly. Qian Renxue paused before responding. "Very well." Shortly after, Sword Douluo Qian Renxue departed the seven-treasure glazed tile school, heading towards Xue Academy. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji slowly approached the window where he often stood. Gazing out at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, his expression deep in contemplation. "Jang Yu, what exactly are you scheming? Why employ such means to strengthen the bond between Qinghe and myself?" Thoughts swirled in Ning Fengji's mind. Yet he remained uncertain of Jiang Yu's true intentions that a condition he cannot refuse, regardless of its nature, could yield greater benefits for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, bolstering the prince's influence. Yet, Jiang Yu chose to utilize it in this manner. And Ning Fengji was certain that his aim was to enhance the connection between the two parties. However, a married daughter is akin to spilled water. Jiang Yu could not possibly be ignorant of this truth. Thus, what was he truly plotting? Fengji, you seem troubled, Douluo remarked, having taken on the responsibility of protecting Ning Fengji after Qian Renxue's departure. Indeed, I am. Ning Fengji admitted. I find myself pondering what that boy is truly planning. Perhaps he is not plotting anything at all. Maybe you are overthinking it. Considering his youth, Gu Rong observed, having only encountered Jiang Yu once. Ning Fengji shook his head. Uncle, you do not comprehend. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he could not be regarded as merely a child. His thoughts are far too profound. No one knows what he truly contemplates, not even Qinghe. Therefore, his actions must certainly be calculated. Yu Rong remained silent, while Ning Fengji continued unabated. Regrettably, I cannot discern the truth. The situation in Tiandou City grows increasingly chaotic. From the moment that boy entered the fray, many matters have become obscured, with more individuals being drawn into the turmoil. Even His Majesty himself. Countless factions stir within this small pond, creating a murky mess that is difficult to untangle. I know that boy aims to profit from the chaos, and I even recognize the specific fish he seeks. Yet, I remain uncertain of the means he will employ to achieve this, which is what concerns me most. His many actions elude my understanding, yet the outcomes often surpass my expectations. Ning Fengji's expression was grave. Is he then an enemy? Gu Rong inquired. Not exactly, though neither is he a friend. It was clear that Jiang Yu's actions were designed to draw them closer, making it impossible to categorize him as an adversary. Yet, Ning Fengji felt that they were not friends either. Rather, they resembled collaborators bound by mutual interests. Since he is not a friend, then it will suffice. Once Rong returns, we shall see what he truly desires. Gu Rong stated. Uncle, you do not oppose this. Ning Fengji suddenly chuckled. Is it of any use to oppose? After all, you are Rong's father, Gu Rong said helplessly. The two exchanged knowing smiles and chose not to elaborate further. Qian Renxue, who had been hastening his journey, swiftly arrived at Sodo City and reached Shrek Academy. The moment he sat in Flander's office, he sensed a powerful aura approaching, causing his expression to shift in surprise. He quickly rushed outside to investigate, only to discover it was the Sword Douluo, whom he had met before. He promptly approached to pay his respects. Greetings, Sword Douluo. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Flander asked. I have come to find Rong. Please bring her to me, Qian Renxue replied. His tone unwavering. To Flander's face revealed a hint of distress. What? Has she gone out again? Not exactly. It's just that Ning Rong is currently undergoing training and might be unable to come. Could you kindly ask Sword Douluo to wait a moment? Flander said apologetically. After all, he had made an agreement with the master not to interfere with the training, and it was inappropriate to disturb it now. That will not do. Bring her to me at once, Qian Renxue asserted, his words leaving no room for argument. Though surprised, Flander dared not defy him and hurried to find Ning Rong at her training location. As Qian Renxue watched Flander depart, he sighed inwardly. Chapter 50. Ning Rong's departure. Flander soon returned with Ning Rong and TOW.AT. That moment, she was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, and she carried a large backpack filled with heavy stones. However, her spirit was high, radiating vitality. Observing this scene, Qian Renxue felt a pang of sympathy. How could his little princess endure such hardships? Ning Rong, oblivious to Flander's intentions, was filled with surprise upon seeing Qian Renxue and rushed towards him. Grandpa Sword, what brings you here? Are you here to see Rong? She asked, playfully. Qian Renxue affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with kindness, though her question left him momentarily speechless. Hesitating, he finally asked, Rong, how have you been here? Has anyone bullied you? The Sword Douluo's inquiry made Flander anxious, fearing that Rong might speak too candidly and echo Zhao Wujia's fate. After all, Flander had initially given Ning Rong quite a stern warning. Who would dare bully me? Ning Rong replied proudly. Choosing to conceal some truths, Flander breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, unnoticed, smiled knowingly. Indeed, it was only when his little witch bullied others that anyone would dare to challenge her. Grandpa Sword, I am doing wonderfully here. Although the conditions cannot compare to home, I feel fulfilled. Every day of training makes me feel stronger, and I've made many friends. Ning Rongrong eagerly recounted her experiences to Qian Renxue. Listening patiently, Qian Renxue felt a swell of joy in his heart, sensing that his little witch was growing up. However, as he recalled the purpose of his visit, he felt a pang of reluctance. By the way, Grandpa Sword, you haven't mentioned why you came here, Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. This time, Qian Renxue paused for a moment before opting not to evade the question. That I have come to take you back. Instantly, Ning Rongrong's demeanor changed. I won't go back, Grandpa Sword. I refuse. Qian Renxue sighed deeply. Rongrong, I know you are thriving here and have grown significantly, but the decision to bring you back was made by your father. So you must return. That's impossible. Father would never do such a thing, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Disbelief etched on her face as she struggled to comprehend why her loving father would make such a decision. Yet, Qian Renxue's expression seemed to convey the harsh reality of the situation. Grandpa Sword, do you and Grandpa Gu think the same? Ning Rongrong's expression turned desolate. Rongrong, you know we cannot go against your father's wishes. Qian Renxue lamented, ultimately revealing the cruel truth. At this, Ning Rongrong fell into a profound silence, resigned to her fate. She understood the implications of her status as the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This command came not only from her father but also from the sect master. However, she felt a deep reluctance to leave, to part with everything she had experienced here, though this month had not been long. It felt as if she belonged here. Despite the occasional hardships, her overall experience had been filled with joy, and she had discovered her own value. Grandpa Sword, may I have some time? I want to say goodbye to everyone. Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Very well. Qian Renxue finally acquiesced. Watching her leave, he then turned his gaze to Flander. I apologize, Dean Flander, for causing you some trouble. Rongrong may no longer be able to study here. I am grateful for your care during her time here. Qian Renxue bowed, expressing a parent's gratitude. No. Flander waved his hands vigorously, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Sword Douluo, may I boldly inquire why you are taking Ning Rongrong back? This is not something I can disclose, Qian Renxue declined. Forgive my boldness. Flander wisely fell silent. It was evident that Qian Renxue had a significant reason for taking Ning Rongrong back, and given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely she would return. Flander couldn't help but sigh, realizing that after a month of strengthening bonds, they were now faced with separation. Did he imagine how the others would cope with this unexpected farewell? What he did not anticipate was Ning Rongrong's surprisingly swift agreement to return home, as she had not previously appeared to be a compliant child. In truth, Flander's assumption was misguided, while Ning Rongrong was mischievous. She was still raised in the ways of a noble family. When the family required her, she would inevitably return. That was an unchangeable fact. After all, her family had bestowed everything upon her, unlike the future, where she would possess the power to determine her own fate. For now, she was bound to adhere to her family's and father's decisions. Time passed slowly, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow bathed Xue Academy in a warm crimson hue. Beautiful yet tinged with the sorrow of parting, Qian Renxue stood quietly on the playground, awaiting Ning Rongrong's decision, confident she would make the right choice. After all, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, capable of such discernment. Despite his reluctance to have her make such choices at a young age, they had no means to refuse this decision. Flander remained by his side, quietly waiting. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's lessons. In the distance, Ning Rongrong trudged towards them, her weary steps betraying her exhaustion, as if each stride drained her of strength. She approached Qian Renxue and softly said, Grandpa Sword, I have said my goodbyes. We can leave now. Qian Renxue's heart ached at the sight of his beloved granddaughter, her pallor alarming and her eyes reddened, her voice slightly choked. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong hadn't truly said goodbye. She had merely completed her training one last time. She had performed exceptionally well that day, enduring the physical strain, even when she felt faint, and had earned compliments for being the only one to remain alert during training. Let us depart, Qian Renxue sighed, choosing not to say more. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong could no longer maintain her composure and fainted. Qian Renxue swiftly lifted the unconscious Ning Rongrong and vanished from Xue Academy. Flander raised a hand, as if to say something, but ultimately let it fall, merely sighing. The master, Yu Xiaojiang, emerged from behind the building. They are leaving then? Yes, I feel a twinge of reluctance, as she is our student. Were we not already prepared for this day? Yu Xiaojing retorted. Indeed, the identity of Ning Rongrong had long been known to Flinder and Yu Xiaojing, who had already anticipated the current circumstances in their hearts. After all, these prominent families are not as unrestrained as ordinary households. Freedom is granted only in the absence of a family summons, and when called upon, one must return. Nevertheless, Flinder sighed. Who could have foreseen that such events would unfold merely a month later? How are the children faring? It remains uncertain. Upon receiving your message and considering Ning Rongrong's expression at the time, I grasped her intentions and decided to cooperate accordingly. They have since succumbed to unconsciousness and remain unaware that Ning Rongrong has departed from Shrek and will not return. Yu Xiaojing sighed. Upon divining Ning Rongrong's thoughts, he understood that she likely wished to leave behind a splendid memory. Thus, he intensified the training for the others, leading them all to faint from exhaustion. Even Tang San, Yu Xiaojing's disciple, was not spared. Perhaps ignorance is a blessing. I genuinely fear they might act irrationally, Flinder remarked with a sigh. Over the past month, he had kept a close watch on his students. Well aware of the strong bond they shared, if they were to learn of Ning Rongrong's departure, who knows what actions they might take? It cannot be concealed for long. By tomorrow at the latest, they will discover the truth that Yu Xiaojing's mood was also rather dismal. After Ning Rongrong's departure, this team, which he perceived as perfect, now bore a flaw, which is far from good news. He could only wonder what repercussions might ensue. Chapter 51. Methods. Meanwhile, at the Tiandou Royal Academy, Jang Yu walked through the corridors of the academy, repeatedly touching his cheek, occasionally emitting a slight tremor. The pain is excruciating. This is the most severe injury Jiang Yu has ever sustained. Not only does he sport 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, but his face is also swollen and bruised in various hues, and his body is plagued by pain in every conceivable area. What sort of wind has Xue Qinghe caught to strike so fiercely this time? Jiang Yu silently complained, but reflecting on his previous actions, he felt a twinge of apprehension that a beating of this magnitude could be considered mild. Should Xue Qinghe learn that he acted with foreknowledge, the consequences would surely extend beyond a mere thrashing. Of late, Jiang Yu had developed a certain trepidation towards Xue Qinghe, especially since he received word yesterday that Ning Rongrong had been taken back to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect for recuperation and would soon be heading to the prince's residence. This indicated that Xue Qinghe's true hardships were about to commence. Upon receiving this news, Xue Qinghe's complexion darkened considerably, for he had long treated Ning Rongrong as a younger sister. Now he was expected to regard her as a wife. Was this some sort of jest? Consequently, Xue Qinghe's temper had been rather foul of late, leading Jiang Yu to conclude that it would be prudent to lie low for a while. As it so happened, his recent plans were nearly finalized, prompting him to report to the Tiandou Royal Academy directly. In truth, Jiang Yu had been reluctant to come, as his injuries had yet to heal, making his appearance rather unseemly. Heaven knows what kind of strength Xue Qinghe employed. The recovery has been far from satisfactory. Yet, for the sake of his own safety, Jiang Yu set aside his pride. Is that not Jiang Yu? What a pitiful sight! Who has beaten you? At that moment, as Jiang Yu was soothing his face to alleviate the pain, a mocking voice caught his attention. Turning to look, he realized it was a familiar face. I thought it was someone significant. It's just the 4th prince, Jiang Yu sneered, unwilling to back down. The individual standing before him was none other than the long-absent 4th prince, Xue Qinghe. Previously, rumors had circulated about him, and he had avoided going out for fear of retribution. Thus, he had remained hidden in the residence of Prince Xue for a considerable time, not daring to even approach the royal palace. Recently, Jiang Yu had been working to mitigate the impact of rumors surrounding him, subtly guiding public sentiment towards the Haotian sect. Though the situation had not fully stabilized, interest in the Haotian sect had begun to rise. Consequently, the fervor surrounding Xue Qinghe's scandal had naturally waned. As the populace grew weary of it, Xue Qinghe likely realized this drop in rumors was the reason he felt emboldened to attend school. Jiang Yu could be considered the first benefactor in this matter, yet it seems Xue Qinghe was not particularly grateful that you've grown complacent. You'll soon reap what you sow. Xue Qinghe glowered at Jiang Yu, his expression dark with rage. This past month had been the darkest period of his life, and naturally, he harbored immense resentment towards Jiang Yu, the instigator of his plight. Reap what I sow? Jiang Yu chuckled softly, his mind involuntarily beginning to analyze the situation. Xue Qinghe's sudden appearance, just as the rumors were beginning to dissipate, betrayed a sense of impatience. He was certainly not here to confront me. He must have some ulterior motive for acting so hastily. Jiang Yu mused that it appeared that the Snow Knight Emperor was indeed making moves, though it remained unclear whether he would target the bureaucracy or the military, or whether he intended to weaken Xue Qinghe's influence or bolster Xue Beng's power. While Xue Beng's words were fueled by anger, Jiang Yu was keenly aware of the implications they held. Both the Snow Knight Emperor and Xue Beng were no fools. They would not easily reveal their strategies or intentions. Yet, Xue Beng, in maintaining his playboy persona, would inevitably let slip some vital information inadvertently, and extracting such tidbits was Jiang Yu's objective. It seemed that the strategy was to enhance Xue Beng's strength. Although the Tiandou Empire was formidable and the Snow Knight Emperor held the title of emperor, his reach was ultimately limited and could not significantly impact the power of spirit master clans. Jiang Yu studied Xue Beng, speculating on what gave him such confidence. To appear before me in such a manner surely indicated that he possessed some degree of assurance. It is a basic instinct. Only when one feels secure do they dare to undertake actions previously deemed too risky. It appears the fourth prince has been enjoying a rather prosperous life of late. It's only been a brief while since the storm passed. And yet he is eager to confront me. Has he received some news? Jiang Yu shifted his tone, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Xue Beng. What news? What are you talking about? Xue Beng's expression shifted slightly, his mind racing to comprehend the implications of Jiang Yu's words. Little did he know, Jiang Yu was not only probing, but also attempting to deceive him, aware that Xue Beng must be feeling quite tense in recent days and eager to observe his reaction. Oh, nothing of significance. I merely noticed that the fourth prince seems quite confident. I was curious to know the source of your confidence. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. Xue Beng's expression confirmed Jiang Yu's relief. He truly was unaware of anything. This realization made Xue Beng's face turn a shade of green with anger. Jiang Yu, you're courting death. Xue Beng glared fiercely at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with genuine malice. An emotion he could not feign. He truly wished to eliminate Jiang Yu. Yet, in the end, Xue Beng restrained himself. The timing was not right. You wait. I will have my revenge. With that, Xue Beng stormed off with a group of his subordinates. At that moment, Jiang Yu also noticed a subtle detail. The group of individuals following Xue Beng were unfamiliar to him, and given their demeanor and posture, they certainly did not appear to be mere pretenders. Their strength must be considerable. It seemed that some minor events had transpired recently. Jiang Yu silently mused as he pulled out a stack of documents to peruse. These were records of recent occurrences. Since Jiang Yu needed to swiftly address the rumors at hand, he had devoted all his energy to establishing a publishing house and resolving the gossip, neglecting the outside situation. However, the news he had overlooked had been compiled. This is it. Jiang Yu finally stumbled upon the information he had been seeking. It was a piece of news from quite some time ago, back when Jiang Yu was still with Duality. The Snow Knight Emperor had widely opened the doors of the Tiandou Royal Academy to recruit talented youths from across the nation for enrollment. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly upon reading this. Truly a masterful maneuver. It is evident that the methods employed by the Snow Knight Emperor are indeed formidable, as he prepares to significantly enhance Avalanche's grip over an entire nation, all while remaining inconspicuous. This also highlights the Emperor's audacity and determination. The recruitment of students is merely a superficial tactic. What the Snow Knight Emperor truly desires is to enable Avalanche to establish his own sphere of influence at the earliest opportunity. By enrolling the sons of his most loyal and influential border officials into the academy, allowing Avalanche to cultivate connections, the primary focus of this recruitment is to attract the progeny of these individuals. It serves as a strategic maneuver, as well as a subtle suggestion and favor. Consequently, although the officials may express discontent towards this act of hostage-taking, they cannot help but consider the implications if Avalanche were to ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Empire in the future. They would undoubtedly gain a measure of support, ensuring at least a worry-free future for their next generation. One could argue that if the Snow Knight Emperor executes his plans flawlessly, those who fail to grasp the intricacies would remain oblivious to his true intentions, mistakenly believing that his schemes lie elsewhere, particularly in the Douluo world. Should Avalanche indeed follow through with his father's arrangements, he would then possess the means to contend with Xue Qinghe, potentially leading to the division of the Heavenly Empire and a bifurcation of the realm. Although Soul Masters are the prevailing force in this world, they primarily represent the populace. Once Avalanche gains momentum, he will command vast territories and a loyal following, providing him with the necessary leverage to vie for power. However, the paramount concern is that everything proceeds smoothly, without anyone uncovering the underlying machinations. Jiang Yu smiled sincerely. Regardless of the veracity of this speculation, he would not allow Avalanche to proceed unhindered after years of effort. Xue Qinghe's influence has remained confined to the vicinity of Tiandou City, failing to extend further afield. Thus, even if there exists but a 1% chance, he would not permit Avalanche to advance effortlessly. If Avalanche were to truly impact local authority and military forces, he would become an exceedingly formidable adversary. The Heavenly Empire is by no means weak. It is indeed quite powerful, and its apparent frailty is merely a result of its inability to enforce unified governance. Once this issue is resolved, the Heavenly Empire will possess the resources to dominate the entire world. Chapter 52. Encounter with Yi Lingling. My apologies for the trouble, Yi Lingling, Jiang Yu said earnestly in the training grounds of the Tiandou Royal Academy. That's quite all right, Yi Lingling replied coolly. Her demeanor was not a reflection of any intentional rudeness or ill temper. It simply stemmed from her inherent nature, devoid of any particular animosity towards anyone. Subsequently, Yi Lingling retracted her martial spirit, choosing to remain silent and prepare to leave. Upon arriving at the academy, Jiang Yu's foremost intention was not to attend classes, but rather to seek out Yi Lingling. Besides hoping for her assistance in his healing, he also wished to engage with her. The injuries Jiang Yu sustained were a result of Xue Qinghe's unique powers, making them exceedingly difficult to heal, compelling him to come to Yi Lingling in search of fortune. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Yi Lingling's healing abilities were indeed remarkable, and in a short while, the marks on Jiang Yu's face faded, and the pain dissipated. Moreover, he successfully made contact with Yi Lingling. Wait, seeing Yi Lingling about to depart, Jiang Yu could not allow her to leave so easily, and hastily grasped her hand, slightly overstepping boundaries in the process. Yi Lingling's face flushed instantly, her cheeks reddening even through her veil. She had not anticipated Jiang Yu's boldness. It was important to note that no one had ever held Yi Lingling's hand before. Hey, let go of me. Before Yi Lingling could voice her protest, someone nearby could not contain themselves, forcefully swatting Jiang Yu's grasp away. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Yu grumbled, rubbing his hand while glaring at the individual before him. The one who intervened was Yu Feng of the Royal Combat Team, who happened to be training alongside his teammates. Jiang Yu's actions had somewhat disrupted the group's training. However, out of consideration for Jiang Yu's strength and his current state, no one chose to voice their grievances. Nonetheless, given the recent events where Jiang Yu had nearly caused Du Guyan significant harm, despite the eventual benefits it brought her, the others still harbored unfavorable sentiments towards him. Thus, when Jiang Yu grasped Yi Lingling's hand, it was deemed excessive. What are you doing? I wanted to ask what you intend to achieve. Do you not understand the propriety between men and women? Keep your hands to yourself, Yu Feng retorted bluntly, prompting Jiang Yu to feel a hint of exasperation, as he perceived his actions as entirely normal and devoid of any impropriety. I'm still just a kid, Jiang Yu protested. Humph, I can't be bothered to deal with you, he added, raising a middle finger in a gesture of disdain. Unfortunately, Yu Feng did not comprehend the international gesture, yet he recognized Jiang Yu's intent to insult. Fuming, Yu Feng challenged, are you looking for a fight? Come on then, I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Yu, unwilling to back down, responded defiantly. Enough, what are you two up to? A commanding voice rang out, halting their confrontation. As the tension between Jiang Yu and Yu Feng escalated, Yu Tianheng arrived to intervene. What brings you here? Yu Tianheng inquired, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu with evident displeasure, having just returned from an errand. He was now confronted with this irksome individual. That I'm here for treatment, Jiang Yu replied boldly. Now that you've been treated, you can leave, Yu Tianheng stated coldly. Internally, Yu Tianheng was quite displeased with Jiang Yu. Had it not been for the resolution of Du Guyan's matter, he would have likely engaged Jiang Yu in a confrontation. Ha ha ha. I'm actually here to discuss a matter with Yi Lingling. To be honest, I find her martial spirit quite intriguing and wish to invite her to collaborate on some research. Jiang Yu chuckled, clearly reluctant to depart. That it was apparent to him that the individual's present harbored resentment towards him. So he opted for transparency, stating his intentions directly. After all, should he return, there might not be a suitable reason to justify his visit. Why Yu Tianheng frowned at Jiang Yu, genuinely skeptical of his rationale, as everyone in the world was interested in Yi Lingling's martial spirit. After all, it was the strongest healing support martial spirit, bar none. However, a sudden recollection of intelligence transmitted from his family regarding Jiang Yu piqued his interest, prompting him to reconsider. What you say holds no weight. It is Yi Lingling's decision that matters. If she consents, I have no objections, but should you attempt to force her, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Yu Tianheng warned coldly, refraining from expelling Jiang Yu. This unexpected response left everyone present momentarily stunned, including Du Guyan, who cast a puzzled glance at Yu Tianheng. Jiang Yu was taken aback by Yu Tianheng's choice not to expel him. It was indeed beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. Turning to Yi Lingling, he asked, "Might I inquire if Miss Yi Lingling would be willing to collaborate with me? Rest assured, there is no danger involved. And it may even prove beneficial for you." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yi Lingling's eyes. She did not know Jiang Yu well, having only met him once before, and found his strength to be acceptable. Yet, that alone was insufficient for her to agree outright. "What do you require my assistance with, and what is your objective?" Yi Lingling inquired, fixing her gaze on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced around at the curious faces observing him, aware that they were equally intrigued by his intentions. Turning back to Yi Lingling, he said, "It may not be convenient to discuss this openly. Perhaps we could find a private place to converse, as it involves a matter of some secrecy." His gaze was earnest, prompting Yi Lingling to begin questioning the truthfulness of his words. "Very well," she replied simply, her response unexpectedly straightforward, leaving everyone astonished that she had agreed so readily. "Relax, Lingling," Du Guyan said, concern evident in her eyes as she looked towards Yi Lingling. "Don't worry, I'm just a bit curious," Yi Lingling softly reassured her, as if this were an entirely ordinary matter. Yet, Du Guyan understood that this was anything but normal. Having spent time with Yi Lingling, she recognized that curiosity was not a sentiment commonly associated with her friend. "Excellent, since that is the case. Let us find a quieter spot," Jiang Yu said with an air of relief. "Follow me." He beckoned while Yi Lingling finished speaking and turned away, clearly indicating her desire to choose the location herself. Jiang Yu had no objections and followed closely behind her. The remaining members of the Huangdou team looked somewhat uneasy, wishing to follow and see what transpired, but were halted by Yu Tianheng. There was no need to intrude. This was a choice for Yi Lingling alone. Unlike the others, Yu Tianheng had some understanding of Yi Lingling's family, which was rather peculiar. Perhaps she sensed something. The family's intelligence suggested that Jiang Yu was indeed somewhat extraordinary, while Yu Tianheng's gaze flickered as he contemplated this. For he was well aware of the significant events that had unfolded in recent days, all seemingly intertwined with Jiang Yu. Perhaps this was the reason the family wished for me to make his acquaintance. Jiang Yu trailed behind Yi Lingling, meandering until they arrived before a dormitory, which was designated for female students. Jiang Yu had not anticipated that Yi Lingling would bring him here. "I truly did not foresee you would lead me to this place." "Are you not afraid?" Jiang Yu remarked with a playful smile. While Yi Lingling's expression remained quite placid. "Are you?" she retorted. "Do not inquire so, for you cannot afford the risk." Jiang Yu casually replied. "He certainly could not." "But what of the others?" Yi Lingling seemed to have discerned Jiang Yu's thoughts, promptly adding, "Rest assured, I have only brought you here over the years. Then it appears I am indeed most fortunate." Jiang Yu teased. Yet, Yi Lingling offered no reply, merely walking ahead, her veiled visage obscuring her expression from Jiang Yu's view. With a resigned shrug, Jiang Yu followed her into the dormitory, ascending several flights of stairs. Yi Lingling guided Jiang Yu to a rather secluded dormitory. This was her room, though it bore no number. Upon entering, he noted a single bed and some items characteristic of young women, all neatly arranged, devoid of any unpleasant odors, instead wafting a subtle floral fragrance. Jiang Yu could not quite identify it, but found it intriguing. Chapter 53. My speculation. As Yi Lingling closed the door, she beckoned to Jiang Yu. "Would you like something to drink?" Stepping into the dormitory, she appeared to settle in as if returning home, her demeanor considerably less frosty. "A cup of tea, perhaps," Jiang Yu suggested, surveying the space and pulling out a chair at a table to sit casually. At that moment, he noticed a particularly unique bracelet on the surface, a deep crimson hue encasing a pink begonia flower, composed of white and pink petals, its vibrant colors and elegant form exuding a distinct melancholic beauty. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Yu was suddenly overwhelmed by an unusual sensation, as if the bracelet, cradling the begonia, pulsed with the essence of longing. However, The casual manner in which the bracelet was laid out suggested its owner did not regard it with much significance. "Is this yours?" Jiang Yu could not help but toy with it. Admittedly, meddling with another's belongings was quite impolite, yet he found himself unable to resist that Wei Lingling's gaze flickered over to him, briefly resting on the bracelet in his grasp. Yet she did not admonish him for handling her possession. Instead, she approached with 2 cups of tea, placing one before Jiang Yu and the other before herself. "This was left to me by my mother during her lifetime." As she spoke, her tone was remarkably flat, devoid of any emotional weight. "I apologize," Jiang Yu said, reluctantly setting the bracelet down. Although Yi Lingling seemed indifferent, the fact remained that it was a relic of a deceased person, and Jiang Yu felt compelled to show restraint while Yi Lingling took the bracelet in her hands, pondering it with a calm gaze that revealed no trace of sorrow. "You need not apologize. My mother passed away at my birth. This bracelet, though it is the only possession she left me, holds little sentiment." Her words felt more like an explanation than an expression of personal grief, recounting a tale that bore no direct connection to herself. After finishing, she set the bracelet aside and took a delicate sip of tea. Jiang Yu mirrored her action, gathering his thoughts. "Perhaps your mother loved you dearly," he suggested, glancing at the bracelet on the table. The dark red bracelet seemed to brighten under Yi Lingling's touch, glowing with an almost lifelike vitality. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, her eyes flickered, as if stirred at "I know, but what does it matter? Everything has changed." Yet it has merely intensified. Yi Lingling's statement was laden with implications, prompting Jiang Yu to ponder its depth. "It appears your family's legacy has encountered difficulties. After your mother's passing, you became the last inheritor of the 9 hearts begonia martial soul. Did you not?" His words struck like thunder, reverberating within Yi Lingling's heart. She set her teacup down and regarded Jiang Yu intently. "So you are aware. I am curious as to how you came by this knowledge." From the moment Jiang Yu exhibited peculiar behavior, Yi Lingling had harbored suspicions, and now they solidified into certainty. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, meeting her calm gaze. "I merely guessed. Do you believe me?" In the original narrative, information regarding Yi Lingling was scant, merely noting the rarity of her martial soul. Only 2 existed in the world, and only one inheritor could be present at a time per generation. Furthermore, there was no mention of her family background. If one simply read the text, it would be easy to overlook Yi Lingling as a minor character, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Yet, delving into this world changed everything. Jiang Yu grew increasingly curious about the intricacies of her family, especially given the formidable nature of her martial soul. Thus, he dedicated time to studying this lineage and, combining it with modern biological knowledge, deduced its inheritance method. Now it seemed he was indeed correct. Moreover, to learn that Yi Lingling's mother had perished immediately after giving birth added layers of complexity to the situation that warranted reflection. "I believe you. After all, this is also a closely guarded secret within my family, one that will never be leaked." Yi Lingling quickly accepted Jiang Yu's assertion. As she stated, her family would not divulge secrets, for doing so could jeopardize their standing, the second most powerful support martial soul in the realm. After all, thus, even if Jiang Yu claimed it was mere speculation, she accepted it as truth. Her mindset was remarkably composed. It seemed she was well prepared. Jiang Yu took a gentle sip of tea, contemplating her demeanor. It appeared that Yi Lingling had anticipated this encounter long before, which explained her attitude. Perhaps her emergence into the world was indeed to seek a resolution to her family's predicament. The information Jiang Yu had uncovered indicated that inheritors of the 9 hearts begonia martial soul typically did not venture into the world. Yi Lingling was the first in many generations to enroll in the Tiandou Royal Academy as a student. This circumstance was inherently unusual, yet few considered it deeply, as Jiang Yu did. "Since you also trust my words, why not hear my thoughts? You may find them intriguing," Jiang Yu proposed with a slight smile, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he gazed at Yi Lingling. This glint made Yi Lingling's instincts flare. It was as though she were a commodity awaiting negotiation in his eyes. Yet, she felt compelled to listen, for Jiang Yu was the first individual she had encountered in years who perceived the underlying issues of her family. "What thoughts do you have? I gathered a general understanding of your predicament upon our first meeting, and I possess a potential solution that may aid you. However, my assistance is not without cost. So I trust you comprehend." Jiang Yu's smile widened. Yi Lingling's body tensed slightly, discomfort evident in her gaze as she regarded Jiang Yu. Indeed, he had a solution. She had sensed this even when he initially proposed their conversation. "What do you need from me?" Her voice was taut with anticipation, revealing the youthful emotion she had previously masked. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Do not worry. I shall not make it too arduous for you. You need only agree to one condition. After I assist you in resolving your issues, you must pledge your lifelong allegiance to the prince's manor. Do you understand? From that moment on, you will belong to the prince's manor, not your family. What is this nonsense about not being difficult? Yi Lingling's expression was one of sheer shock, struggling to comprehend why Jiang Yu would impose such a condition. Why? She asked, her voice a tumult of emotions. That is not for you to know. You need only make your choice, Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance at the bracelet resting on the table. Let this be considered a good deed. For Yi Lingling, severing ties with her family was an exceedingly difficult decision, as she had been raised with the unwavering belief and loyalty to her clan, dedicating herself entirely to its cause. Yi Lingling's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. The weight of her family's mission and the choices it entailed plunged her into an abyss of turmoil. When the two forces clashed, she found herself at a loss as to which path to follow. Is it truly so difficult to choose? Indeed, for it is your duty to perpetuate the legacy of the Nine-Heart Sea Pearl's martial soul. Yet I now ask you to sever your connections with your family. Jiang Yu stated with an air of ease. But this is my condition. That he remained indifferent to Yi Lingling's feelings. If she wished to accept his assistance, this was the fundamental prerequisite. Could we not negotiate different terms? I could acquiesce to your demands, albeit reluctantly. Yi Lingling stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. The calm demeanor she once possessed had been shattered by Jiang Yu's mere words, leaving only tension and a profound sense of helplessness as her most genuine expressions. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, observing Yi Lingling. Are you perhaps assuming too much? To us, the essence lies within your martial soul, not in you as an individual. My intentions are solely directed towards it. His words struck like a heavy blow, causing Yi Lingling's complexion to drain of color. That it was only now that she comprehended the harshness of reality. Jiang Yu had illuminated this truth for her, yet he could not alter it. Rising from his seat, Jiang Yu declared that the conversation had reached its conclusion. Yi Lingling was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In essence, she appeared to be merely a shy young girl. And he felt somewhat guilty for his treatment of her. In our discourse today, I hope you will arrive at your own decision, refraining from allowing your family to dictate your choices, while it may not significantly alter my circumstances. Trust me, your own choice will be the most favorable for you. 3 days hence, I hope you will provide me with an answer, no matter what it may be, as long as it is a decision made by you. Having stated this calmly, Jiang Yu opened the door to depart. However, upon noticing the bracelet on the table, he turned back, picked it up, and gently placed it on Yi Lingling's wrist, where she truly loves you. With those meaningful words, he took his leave. While Yi Lingling stood there, staring blankly at the bracelet adorning her wrist, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Chapter 54. A conversation with Yu Tianheng outside the dormitory building. Jiang Yu mused aloud, having initially anticipated a formidable challenge, only to find the task surprisingly simple. It seemed he had overthought the matter. He hummed a tune that was foreign to this world, stepping out of the dormitory with an air of nonchalance. Despite his earlier words to Yi Lingling, he had harbored some concerns, fearing she might present him with an insurmountable condition. Yet, was that it? Merely the constraints of her family had caused her to hesitate. Why Yi Lingling's thoughts were undeniably straightforward. When Jiang Yu had offered to assist her in resolving her predicament, her entire focus had been directed towards that. Failing to contemplate what Jiang Yu truly required or why he had approached her, let alone broach the subject of terms. Jiang Yu had articulated his conditions with unwavering firmness, yet they were not without room for negotiation. Even in commerce, haggling is commonplace. He had been prepared for Yi Lingling to propose alternative terms. However, she had not considered this at all, completely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yu sought her out due to his own needs. Alas, this makes me appear as a villain, Jiang Yu thought, shaking his head. Perhaps it was due to his prior encounters with cunning individuals that he instinctively projected that dynamic onto this situation. When one sets a lofty price, the expectation is to negotiate. Yet, Jiang Yu had inadvertently set an extravagant demand, leaving her bewildered. Casting aside his thoughts, Jiang Yu resolved to wait for 3 days, curious to see how Yi Lingling would choose. If she opted to report back to her family, he would need to reconsider his stance, as he had no desire to engage with those individuals. Jiang Yu, you are indeed here. In the distance, Du Guyan approached alongside Yu Tianheng, calling out to halt Jiang Yu's departure. Do you two have something to discuss with me? Jiang Yu replied, slightly puzzled at their approach. There is a matter I wish to address. But first, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in alleviating the toxins within my body. Last time you left in haste, and I've been preoccupied since then. Thus I failed to convey my thanks in person. Thank you for your help, Duguyen remarked, stepping forward and bowing slightly. Haha, there is no need for such formality. The incident was merely an accident, and I am relieved you emerged unscathed. Otherwise, I would have borne a heavy responsibility. As for your thanks, your grandfather has already expressed his gratitude, so you need not reiterate, Jiang Yu replied, somewhat awkwardly. While the outcome had been favorable, the uncontrollable circumstances remained Jiang Yu's burden. That is different. My grandfather is my grandfather, and I am you aided me directly, so I must express my gratitude face to face, Zhu Guyan asserted earnestly, holding on to Yu Tianheng's hand. Jiang Yu regarded their clasped hands thoughtfully, grasping her intent. Very well, I accept your gratitude. Now, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Since she wished to thank him in her current capacity, he was willing to proceed. Stepping forward, Yu Tianheng interjected. It pertains to Yi Lingling. While I am unaware of the specifics of your conversation, I feel compelled to advise you to exercise caution. Though Yu Tianheng harbored disdain for Jiang Yu, he recognized the latter's genuine assistance to Dugu Yan. Thus, his sentiments remained self-centered, devoid of ulterior motives. This caution was likely a form of reciprocation. What should I be cautious of regarding Yi Lingling? Jiang Yu queried with curiosity. You are likely unfamiliar with Yi Lingling's family and their connections. Yu Tianheng replied. Indeed, Jiang Yu acknowledged with a nod. He had conducted some investigation into Yi Lingling's family, but due to his limited resources and the family's enigmatic nature, his knowledge was scant. The Yi family was known as the Nine-Heart Sea Pearls clan. Yet within its ranks, there were only 2 individuals who possessed the Nine-Heart Sea Pearls martial soul. The remaining members typically wielded the Sea Pearls martial soul. The Sea Pearls martial soul served as a supportive type, endowed with certain control capabilities. While its soul rings were not singular, their abilities were generally weak, rendering them somewhat obscure within the Douluo Continent. In essence, the family's prominence hinged entirely on the Nine-Heart Sea Pearls martial soul. Thus, were they to lose it, the clan would face inevitable decline. This was the extent of Jiang Yu's understanding. He had not delved into more intricate details. Yu Tianheng nodded before continuing. Yi Lingling's family is also a support-type martial soul family, albeit considerably weaker in comparison. However, owing to the reputation of the Nine-Heart Sea Pearls martial soul, their auxiliary strength is formidable. This is what I urge you to remain vigilant about. Yi Lingling's father is a soul de law. And, how shall I put it? He is exceedingly protective and fond of her. Over the years, anyone who has dared to lay claim to Yi Lingling has faced the wrath of this father figure. Your interactions with Yi Lingling will inevitably involve him. Yu Tianheng's words were couched in diplomacy, but the underlying message was clear. Be cautious of Yi Lingling's father, lest he come seeking you. Jiang Yu's lips twitched at this revelation. It was indeed disconcerting news. Yi Lingling's father was a soul de law. No wonder she had remained singular in the original narrative, devoid of suitors. While Yi Lingling may not have been breathtakingly stunning, she was undeniably beautiful, and coupled with her grace and martial soul, she would have attracted many admirers. It seemed that all her potential suitors had been warded off by her doting father. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. Thank you for the information. I will remain vigilant. He realized that when the time came for Yi Lingling to meet him, it would likely not be solely her, but also her father. An unexpected turn of events that would alter the dynamics of their interaction. He would need to choose his words with utmost care. No worries. This is only natural, Yu Tianheng replied. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. He did not intend to ensnare Jiang Yu in a trap. He had simply forgotten this detail, yet now it seemed rather fortuitous. By the way, Jiang Yu, there is something else I need to discuss with you, Yu Tianheng said, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Speak freely. Jiang Yu responded naturally. You previously inquired whether the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would align with the Crown Prince's faction. I have relayed your inquiry to my family. So, does this mean you have received their consent? Jiang Yu asked, astonished, as he had approached the matter with a sense of trial and error. Yu Tianheng shook his head. Not precisely. They have only partially agreed. A portion. How should I express that? My Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family will, at that time, allocate a fraction of our strength to the prince's mansion. Yu Tianheng's demeanor remained remarkably calm. This stirred a flicker of contemplation in Jiang Yu's eyes. Yu Tianheng's expression and the choice of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family left him somewhat astonished, tinged with a hint of surprise. Although it was not entirely incomprehensible, it certainly seemed rather opportunistic. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family must have recently received news regarding the growing influence of Xue Qinghe. They likely saw in him a hope for ascension to power. Thus, recalling Jiang Yu's earlier invitation, wishing to curry favor and take the opportunity to insert their influence into the Tiandou Empire. However, concerned about potential misjudgments, they decided to utilize only a portion of their strength. This was indeed rather displeasing, yet despite this, Jiang Yu felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, apart from the elite soul masters within, the family's most valuable asset was their reputation. Jiang Yu could not conceive a valid reason to refuse. Could you enlighten me as to why your blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family has chosen this course of action? To be frank, I find it rather difficult to comprehend, Jiang Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. This is my decision, one I propose to my clan. As for the reasoning behind it, it pertains to resolving certain latent issues within the family. Yu Tianheng replied without reservation. I see, Jiang Yu nodded, instantly grasping the situation. Although it differed somewhat from his initial thoughts, it was likely merely Yu Tianheng's perspective. I wonder how substantial this portion you mentioned truly is, if it amounts to just a trivial fraction or merely a name. Then I must decline. The reputation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex is significant, yet for the Tiandou Empire, it is somewhat limited. Any collaboration must involve substantive elements, Jiang Yu stated solemnly, while Yu Tianheng shook his head. Certainly, it is more than that. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family will offer an entire Thunder Academy as capital. I hope this sincerity is sufficient. Chapter 55. The most expensive is what is given freely. Thunder Academy? Jiang Yu exclaimed, slightly taken aback. This gesture indeed held merit. Thunder Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies and possesses notable attributes even in the original narrative. Moreover, it genuinely belongs to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family, and they indeed have jurisdiction over it. However, if it solely consisted of Thunder Academy, then this sincerity would come off as rather cunning. The Academy's strength does not stem from its own prowess, but rather from the backing of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family. Is Thunder Academy an independent entity, or does it encompass a portion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family members? Jiang Yu inquired, gazing at Yu Tianheng. For Jiang Yu, the influence of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family far outweighed that of Thunder Academy. Ultimately, Thunder Academy serves merely as a training ground for talent, and those talents still require Jiang Yu's efforts to be courted. This would significantly diminish the practical value of their collaboration. Furthermore, the instructors at Thunder Academy represent a substantial resource, with a considerable number of them being affiliated with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family. If Thunder Academy existed without this cadre of instructors, it would not constitute sincerity, it would merely be a burdensome arrangement, with the expectation of extracting benefits from Jiang Yu. Therefore, if the sincerity is limited to Thunder Academy, it is insufficient. It must also include the reputation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family, with its members clearly aligned with the Prince's mansion. Naturally, they will join us collectively, Yu Tianheng declared, exhibiting no hesitation that he had evidently anticipated Jiang Yu's inquiry. The individuals from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family within Thunder Academy would possess the autonomy to choose whether to stay or depart. However, as compensation, our family would integrate a portion of like-minded individuals into the academy, i.e. the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family preparing to split. Jiang Yu mused, somewhat incredulous. It was no wonder he thought this way, as the actions of the Thunder Academy indeed resembled a model of division. Yet, this could also be beneficial, as the defectors from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family would be more genuine in their intentions. Very well, I accept your proposal. I will also suggest that His Highness the Prince incorporate Thunder Academy. Now, let us discuss what your blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family desires, Jiang Yu stated, having grasped their motives. Yu Tianheng was taken aback by Jiang Yu's prompt agreement. He had prepared a multitude of arguments to persuade Jiang Yu, yet it seemed they were unnecessary. It appeared that this decision by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family was ostensibly a result of deliberation after Yu Tianheng reported back to his clan. But in truth, it was a maneuver he orchestrated entirely. This was driven by his cousin, Yu Tianxin, with the two being referred to as twin stars. However, the position of clan leader could only be held by one, that being himself. To avert future conflicts and discord, Yu Tianheng proposed a division, allowing each to lead their own lives. This proposal garnered the approval of many elders, who viewed it favorably as it resolved tensions and offered a new avenue. My blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family does not harbor any particular desires, Yu Tianheng stated, shaking his head. This time, rather than a true alliance, it was more about Yu Tianheng seeking to sidestep future complications by securing a fallback. He had already realized this aspect, hence his lack of excessive demands. Jiang Yu, however, was displeased by this. You must have needs or desires. Otherwise, this cooperation may very well be postponed. Collaborations are inherently driven by mutual benefit, and your lack of wants is quite vexing for me. Just because you do not want anything now does not mean you will not desire something in the future. If you were to use this matter to require me to perform other tasks later, how would I respond? It is well understood that settling debts of gratitude is the most arduous task, Jiang Yu remarked, not wanting to owe a debt of gratitude. Hence, he was pragmatic in clarifying their needs at this juncture, ensuring that both parties would remain equitable. In the future, should assistance be required, it could be addressed owing to their mutual rapport. Jiang Yu's insistence left Yu Tianheng somewhat speechless. It seemed that even refusing to demand anything was problematic. He had expended considerable effort to facilitate this collaboration. When Yu Tianheng initially contemplated this course of action, he had not thought to request anything from Jiang Yu, as he viewed it as an opportunity, a chance to mitigate familial risks. Thus, he proceeded without anticipating that Jiang Yu would insist on a demand. This caught him off guard, as he had not considered this aspect, nor had he prepared for it. This situation highlighted that, although Yu Tianheng was the heir of the family and possessed certain capabilities, his thought processes were rather immature, lacking comprehensive consideration. He mistakenly believed that by wanting nothing, Jiang Yu would inevitably agree. Little did he realize that Jiang Yu, having come from the modern world, understood a vital principle. What is given freely is the most valuable. How about you provide me with a soul bone? Yu Tianheng suggested without much thought. Although he was the next heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, his knowledge of the family was somewhat limited, leading him to propose such a request to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu fell into silence, thinking, are you perhaps a bit dim-witted? Can you not be more pragmatic? A soul bone? I don't even possess one. Neither does the prince. Do you truly believe you could receive one? Jiang Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. Please, we are negotiating a partnership between two factions, not engaged in a marketplace transaction. Can we not approach this with some realism? I possess things that you need. I truly do not have any desires. Yu Tianheng retorted. Feeling somewhat irked, he found this individual increasingly irksome. Thus, the two found themselves at an impasse. Both were eager to facilitate the collaboration, yet they became ensnared in the matter of mutual benefit. And in a rather unusual reversal at that, Jiang Yu pressed his forehead, gazing skyward in exasperation. Who am I even negotiating with? Is this fellow truly fit to become the heir of a family? Nearby, Dugu Yin stifled her laughter, finding Yu Tianheng somewhat endearing in his current state. How about this? We request a commitment from you, that should we require assistance in the future, the Princess Mansion or the Tiandou Empire must provide support? After her laughter subsided, Dugu Yin linked her arm with Yu Tianheng's, looking at Jiang Yu with a radiant smile, proposing a condition Jiang Yu could accept. This prompted Jiang Yu to regard Dugu Yin with a newfound respect. Very well, but it must remain within our capabilities and cannot exceed the benefits derived from this collaboration, Jiang Yu replied. This condition reflected Jiang Yu's psychological assessment of value. It could be merely a commitment. Yet it must be articulated and confined within a certain scope. This way, when Yu Tianheng sought assistance in the future, there would be a clear standard established. However, this requirement could not be proposed by Jiang Yu. It had to come from Yu Tianheng, lest there be a possibility of reneging on the agreement. But Yu Tianheng was somewhat naive. Fortunately, Dugu Yin is astute enough to comprehend Jiang Yu's intentions. Otherwise, the collaboration would have to be shelved. No matter how sincere the other party might be, he cannot afford to accept a benefit that lacks solid ground. Under Dugu Yin's subtle hint, Yu Tianheng quickly acquiesced, agreeing to proceed as discussed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief and extended his hand to shake Yu Tianheng's. Thus, their hands clasped together, signifying that the initial discussions of their cooperation had indeed borne fruit. You are truly the heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Jiang Yu asked, skepticism etched on his face as he released Yu Tianheng's hand. This irked Yu Tianheng considerably. Of course, are you insinuating otherwise? Not at all. I merely find your intellect somewhat simplistic. The leader of a formidable faction requires not only strength, but also wisdom. This is an area where I believe you could benefit from further education. Otherwise, conversing with you becomes quite taxing, Jiang Yu remarked with a teasing expression. Yu Qianheng, furious, was on the verge of lashing out when he was fortunately restrained by Du Guyan beside him. Jiang Yu, however, remained unfazed. Since our cooperation is established, once you finalize discussions on your end, we shall proceed with the handover. Miss Du Gu, I bid you farewell. With that, Jiang Yu performed a courteous gesture towards Du Guyan. Completely disregarding Yu Tianheng standing nearby, Du Guyan, with one arm wrapped around Yu Tianheng's, covered her mouth with a light laugh. Goodbye, Jiang Durun. Subsequently, Jiang Yu departed without acknowledging Yu Tianheng. He still had to report to Xue Qinghe. Although he possessed the authority to negotiate collaborations, the final decision rested with Xue Qinghe. Chapter 56. Ning Fengji's Dilemma. Although he needed to report to Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu was somewhat reluctant to visit the prince's palace at this moment, especially since Xue Qinghe was still in a foul mood. Returning now would only invite trouble upon himself. Therefore, despite the pressing matters at hand, Jiang Yu chose not to go. Eventually, he arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Uncle Ning, your nephew has come to see you. Utilizing the token provided by Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu easily gained entrance into the inner sanctum of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Upon learning that Ning Fengji was attending to affairs in his office, he made his way there directly. Even before stepping inside, Jiang Yu's voice had already echoed through the door. Ning Fengji, with an expression of helplessness, set down the documents in his hand and glanced towards the entrance. Just then, Jiang Yu pushed the door open and entered, feigning surprise upon seeing Ning Fengji handling paperwork. Uncle Ning, you are busy with official duties. I apologize for the intrusion. He then plopped down onto a nearby sofa, clearly indicating that his earlier claim of disturbance was merely polite banter, but a hint of exasperation flickered across Ning Fengji's face. You really are quite presumptuous, aren't you? Speak. What brings you to me? He instructed a servant outside the door to prepare tea for Jiang Yu. It's nothing of great importance. I simply wish to gather some intelligence regarding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family from Uncle Ning. Jiang Yu replied cheerfully. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you have made contact with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Weren't you supposed to return to the Heavendou Royal Academy today? How did you come to meet Yu Tianheng? The fact that Yu Tianheng studied at the Heavendou Royal Academy was no secret, and Ning Fengji was well aware of it. Connecting the dots, he naturally thought of Yu Tianheng when Jiang Yu mentioned the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Indeed, Uncle Ning, you possess remarkable insight. It is indeed Yu Tianheng. Today, I discussed a minor collaboration with him, and thus I sought your opinion on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Jiang Yu casually replied. I see. Ning Fengji contemplated carefully. The circumstances surrounding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family are rather intricate. Allow me to first conclude my official duties, and then we can discuss this matter in detail. Very well. Jiang Yu discerned the implication and readily agreed. Ning Fengji nodded and instructed one of the disciples. Take him on a tour of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yes, master. The disciple, Ning Guangyun, promptly led Jiang Yu away. Ning Fengji rubbed his temples in his office, letting out a soft sigh, before continuing with his paperwork. At the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu, brimming with curiosity, asked, Are there any remarkable features of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? This was Jiang Yu's first visit to the school, and he was eager to discover its unique attributes. Remarkable features? Every aspect of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is exceptional. Ning Guangyun scratched his head in confusion, unable to grasp Jiang Yu's meaning. Jiang Yu replied, Do not be so naive, or you risk making me appear foolish. Setting aside that conversation, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School indeed boasted picturesque scenery, subtly exuding opulence. However, we do have a garden that offers a lovely view. Would you like to visit? Ning Guangyun suddenly proposed. Jiang Yu, recalling Ning Fengji's demeanor earlier, surmised that he likely wouldn't have time to meet with him soon, so a stroll through the garden seemed quite appealing. Certainly. Although he did not fully comprehend Ning Fengji's intention in having him tour the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he assumed it would not pose any harm. Before long, Jiang Yu was escorted to a particularly scenic garden. Merely standing at the entrance, he could sense the vibrant life emanating from within. That a cursory glance revealed that the flora within the garden were all rare and precious species. many of which Jiang Yu did not recognize. This is the Garden of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Would you like me to introduce it to you? Ning Guangyun respectfully inquired. However, as a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he felt a sense of pride in presenting it to Jiang Yu, which Jiang Yu chose to overlook. Though that one tea be necessary, I can explore on my own. You may leave. Just inform me when your master is finished with his tasks. Jiang Yu stated directly. Understood. Ning Guangyun then departed, leaving Jiang Yu alone at the garden's entrance. Jiang Yu entered with keen interest. Wow, this garden even contains a number of medicinal herbs. No wonder the vitality is so rich. Having spent some time with Du Bo, Jiang Yu's ability to identify medicinal herbs surpassed his knowledge of the plants present here. Notably, a significant portion of what he recognized consisted of these herbs. However, he lamented their relatively low age. What a pity, Jiang Yu thought with a tinge of regret. The herbs here are no older than a century. Even if uprooted, they would serve little purpose. Better to remain here as ornamental plants. In this way, he inadvertently prevented himself from committing any wrongdoing. That I told you I won't eat. Everyone, leave me be. A sharp voice resonated, capturing Jiang Yu's attention. Young mistress, master commanded that you must eat something. Otherwise, your body cannot withstand it, responded a respectful voice, presumably belonging to a servant. I said I won't eat. How many times must I repeat myself? Get out. The sound of dishes crashing to the floor followed. Seems she has quite the temper, Jiang Yu mused. Yes, yes, came the flustered reply of the servant. Once again, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Young mistress? Could it be Ning Rongrong? Jiang Yu pondered involuntarily, in the entirety of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The only one who could be referred to as the young mistress was Ning Rongrong. Though Ning Fengji had many children, he had only one daughter, who was also the most gifted among them, and thus received his utmost affection. Jiang Yu's earlier suggestion of an alliance between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Xue Qinghe was predicated on Ning Fengji's need to call back Ning Rongrong, as he had no other daughters. Coincidence or design? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Regardless, since I am here, I might as well go and meet her, especially since her current predicament is a consequence of my machinations. A smile crept onto Jiang Yu's face as he resolved to proceed towards the source of the voice. At the very center of the garden, within a pavilion, sat Ning Rongrong with an expression devoid of emotion. From her vacant gaze, it was evident that despite the beauty of the garden-esque scenery, it failed to penetrate her heart, which had long been filled with the memories of a place called Shrek. Although she often reminisced about the joys of home during her time at Shrek, it was only upon returning that she realized how much she longed for that place, a tea home. She enjoyed sumptuous meals, exquisite clothing, and even the service of attendants, yet none of it brought her a shred of joy. Her life had reverted to the dullness of before, lacking any semblance of meaning. In this moment of return, Ning Rongrong felt as though she had lost the very essence of living. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps disrupted Ning Rongrong's reverie. Did I not make it clear? No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows as she gazed towards the source of the approaching footsteps. That sound, of course, belonged to Jang Yu, who had already reacted by the time Ning Rongrong uttered those words. This entire situation was orchestrated by Ning Fengji. The claim of needing to attend to official duties was merely a pretext. Unable to persuade his daughter, he had sent Jiang Yu in his stead. Heh, Miss Ning certainly has quite the temper, planning to chase someone away before even meeting them. Jiang Yu's mocking voice echoed. Is it you? Ning Rongrong's frown deepened as she looked at Jiang Yu. She was familiar with him. Although they had never met, she was aware of his existence. Chapter 57. Unable to refuse to think that such a trifling character like myself could leave an impression on Miss Ning. What an honor it is, Jiang Yu remarked as he plopped down on the seat opposite her. He then poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. A fine brew indeed. The amber hue and delicate floral fragrance indicated that this tea was extraordinary, likely a rare variety of floral tea. What brings you here? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her expression decidedly displeased. One could thank her over a month of study at Shrek Academy for her somewhat tempered temperament. Otherwise, her earlier inquiry would have been more of a demand to expel him. Jiang Yu took his time to respond, savoring a sip of tea and narrowing his eyes in delight. I have come to discuss certain matters with the sect leader Ning. Oh, if you seek my father, why have you wandered here? Ning Rongrong retorted with a cold laugh, skeptical of Jiang Yu's words. In her view, he had come to find her. Well, Sect leader Ning has matters to attend to. So he asked me to take a stroll, which led me to encounter you here. They say seeing is believing. Miss Ning, your temperament is far more agreeable than the rumors I've heard. Jiang Yu said with a smile as he set down his teacup. Ning Rongrong fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words, which stemmed from her time at Shrek. What business do you have with my father? In truth, Ning Rongrong had her suspicions about Jiang Yu's presence, as she was well aware that he was associated with Xue Qinghe. Rest assured, it is not your concern, it pertains to other matters. After all, your fate has already been sealed. The discussions between both parties have concluded, Jiang Yu observed, reading her thoughts with a knowing glance. How could you possibly know what I am thinking? Ning Rongrong shot back. Standing in indignation, her eyes locked onto Jiang Yu. Miss Ning, please have a seat. Standing is tiring. Even if you're upset, what good will it do? The one who decides this matter is your father. I merely offered a small suggestion, Jiang Yu replied. His smile fading as he spoke lightly, he knew that Ning Rongrong was aware that her current predicament was largely of his making. There was no escaping that truth. What exactly have you offered my father to convince him to promise me to Xue Qinghe? Ning Rongrong asked through gritted teeth. Curious to know? Jiang Yu replied. A playful glint in his eyes. First, sit down and finish this. Then I will tell you. He pushed the pastries on the table towards her. Despite her earlier mishap of knocking over some food, there was still an abundance of delightful treats. However, Ning Rongrong's sour mood rendered her unable to eat. Ning Rongrong glared at Jiang Yu, perplexed by his intentions. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I'm merely assisting your father by ensuring his cherished daughter enjoys a proper meal. Once you finish, I will naturally reveal the terms I proposed. They are quite enticing, Jiang Yu explained. Ning Rongrong appeared noticeably thinner than Jiang Yu had previously imagined, leading him to deduce that she had not been eating well during this time. It became apparent to him why Ning Fengji sent her here. With a resentful glare towards Jiang Yu, she reluctantly sat down and began to eat with little grace, devouring the food voraciously. Far from the demeanor of a refined lady, Jiang Yu showed no concern. After all, she was not his wife but belonged to Xue Qinghe, rendering her behavior inconsequential to him as the food rapidly diminished. Ning Rongrong wiped her mouth and fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. Can we speak now? Of course, but you must brace yourself. This is something I haven't even disclosed to your father, Jiang Yu said with an affable smile. Ning Rongrong was not interested in anything else Jiang Yu had to say. She solely wished to know the price he had offered her father to facilitate her sale. Jiang Yu began. The 7-treasure glazed tile is renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul, possessing extraordinarily powerful supportive capabilities. This is an acknowledged fact. However, fate is fair. While the 7-treasure glazed tile boasts the strongest auxiliary abilities on the Douluo Continent, it comes at an immense cost. One can never advance to the 8th ring soul de law in their lifetime. This limitation arises from the fact that the 7-treasure glazed tile comprises only 7 layers, which condemns its wielder to remain below level 79 unless one could achieve the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile. Yet, legends remain just that, despite the 7-treasure glazed sect's efforts over the years. A solution remains elusive. Hence, I proposed a deal to your father, to transform your 7-treasure glazed sect into the 9-treasure glazed sect. Having finished, Jiang Yu looked at Ning Rongrong with amusement. So, Miss Ning, how does that price sound? That's impossible, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, though deep down, she recognized that it was indeed substantial. Her initial reaction was one of disbelief. Impossible, that merely reflects your limited perspective. The world is vast, filled with myriad possibilities. Since I have put forth such a proposal, it signifies my capability to deliver, Jiang Yu stated, leisurely sipping his tea. He then set down his cup and continued, in truth, I hold great admiration for your father. When I made this proposal, I did not disclose what I would be sacrificing, yet he still agreed. Such decisiveness is something I, too, would struggle to achieve. He is quite remarkable, to be honest. Jiang Yu still could not fathom why Ning Fengji had consented. He certainly would not have done so in his position. Is this truly the reason my father wishes for me to marry Xue Qinghe? A trace of despair crossed Ning Rongrong's face as she realized for the first time that she was trapped in circumstances beyond her control. Not at all. Marrying the crown prince is merely a preliminary condition. Further discussions will follow, as certain matters must be addressed once both parties are sufficiently engaged. However, rest assured, you will be the primary beneficiary of this arrangement, Jiang Yu said with a somewhat wicked grin. Ning Rongrong felt as though Jiang Yu was intentionally trying to provoke her. Nevertheless, the terms he presented were indeed compelling, an offer she could not refuse. Even she understood that if she were in her father's position, she would likely agree as well. Yet, when such a fate was thrust upon her, a twinge of resentment lingered. "How did you manage this?" she asked, her tone flat. "I cannot disclose that just yet, as you are not yet the crown prince's wife," Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile. "However, once you become his wife, you will naturally learn how it was accomplished." Ning Rongrong fell silent, realizing that until moments ago, she had harbored a sliver of hope. Jiang Yu, fully aware of this, had promptly dismissed it. An awkward silence enveloped the room. "Honestly, I fail to comprehend why. Having only been there for a little over a month, you would care so deeply, even defying your father's wishes and resorting to a hunger strike," Jiang Yu remarked, attempting to break the oppressive atmosphere. "You wouldn't understand," Ning Rongrong muttered coldly, her head bowed. Now that she grasped Jiang Yu's conditions, she recognized that resistance was futile for the sake of the seven treasure-glazed sect and her own future. She had no choice but to acquiesce. This was their chance that I wouldn't understand. How can you claim that? It's merely a misguided sense of self-worth, coupled with some pitiful notions of friendship." Jiang Yu responded, his face marred with scorn. "How dare you? You know nothing," Ning Rongrong retorted vehemently. She had forged friendships at Shrek, undergone transformation, and matured in the process. "That it is you who do not understand. You truly have no idea of what is truly pitiful," Jiang Yu shouted back, visibly irritated. "Have you still not realized that your heart has already swayed?" Chapter 58. The anger of Ning Fengji. Furthermore, it is truly lamentable for the seven treasure glazed tile school to be associated with Tang San. Jiang Yu pondered that, no matter how reckless or calculating he might be, he would merely seek to gain benefits without causing harm to others. Yet, what of Tang San? After the divine battle concluded, the world was irrevocably reshaped. Apart from the Shrek 7 monsters, only the two great sects and two major empires remained formidable, the Tang sect and the Haotian sect. Along with the Luo Empire and the Heavendou Empire, were all established by Tang San. In contrast, the originally prestigious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having lost two titled Douluos, had completely devolved into a second-rate force. Although at that time the school still had Ning Rongrong and Oscar, both of whom were aligned with Tang San, Ning Fengji must have harbored immense regret. His choices had reduced the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to a vassal of the Tang sect. Despite their past camaraderie, such bonds could not obscure the reality that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had indeed become a second-rate power. The subsequent decline of the Tang sect and the secluded existence of the Haotian sect were likely orchestrated by these very individuals. For Tang San's actions had been excessively extreme, if not for the consideration of Tang San. The Tang sect might have faced annihilation before the second part even commenced. It was this understanding that fueled Jiang Yu's ire. "Here I am, acting in your favor, and yet you remain ungrateful. Do you not comprehend? Why am I even expressing this to you? You are incapable of grasping such sentiments." Jiang Yu found himself suddenly disinterested. Lacking any inclination to converse further with Ning Rongrong, that he poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely sipped it, awaiting Ning Fengji's summons. What was the point of discussing such matters with Ning Rongrong? The future version of her would not comprehend. Everything would inevitably alter with his presence in this world. Yet, recalling the original narrative he had encountered, Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo had perished, and it was for Tang San's sake that they had fallen. Ultimately, only Ning Fengji had been left to collect their remains. Perhaps Tang San was deemed paramount, but it seemed that the deceased had lost their value. No one was willing to step forth to recover the bodies of the two fallen elders. Could they not send someone? Ning Rongrong and Oscar were unable to resurrect Tang San, but what of the others? Did reviving Tang San require their assistance? What exactly are you trying to say? Ning Rongrong interjected irritably, feeling distressed by Jiang Yu's half-finished statements. It's nothing, merely trivial matters you would not grasp, Jiang Yu replied wearily. Disinclined to continue the conversation, it was utterly pointless. You. Ning Rongrong pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yu, ready to retort, when Ning Guanyun appeared just in time. Guest, the sect master has concluded his official duties. Please proceed to meet him. I shall go at once. Jiang Yu set down his teacup and stood, then turned to Ning Rongrong. Miss Ning, it seems our paths diverge here. This conversation has been rather unfulfilling. The two were fundamentally at odds. Ning Rongrong yearned for the path of Tang San, while Jiang Yu harbored a deep aversion to it, preferring the course he had chosen for himself. Perhaps Tang San was not entirely in the wrong, but the consequences of his actions were undoubtedly misguided. There had been no consideration for how the world would transform. Human hearts are intricate. Thus, whether one ascends to divinity is inconsequential. What matters is happiness and the ability to recline comfortably. You shall await my return, Ning Rongrong declared with finality. Jiang Yu, however, paid her no heed, dismissively waving his hand as he departed. Her words held no weight for him. In Ning Fengji's office, he regarded Jiang Yu seated on the sofa before him. His tone somber as he spoke. Jiang Yu, I thank you. Jiang Yu sat up straight, responding earnestly. No need for thanks, Uncle Ning. After all, I too wish to avoid such a situation. That situation? Ning Fengji echoed, a hint of complexity in his voice. Though Jiang Yu had not explicitly stated it, Ning Fengji understood its implications. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Rongrong would undergo such significant changes in just over a month? Ning Fengji's voice turned icy, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Unlike Sword Duality Qinshin, he could discern Ning Rongrong's transformation at first glance. Upon seeing his daughter, he recognized her shifting allegiances, causing his long-held belief in placing family above all to waver. Friends, the development of the family cannot rely solely on fragile friendships. While they can be powerful at times, the gamble is too great. Though it was but a minor shift, such a drastic change in just a month was enough to incite Ning Fengji's fury. Ning Rongrong was not only his only daughter, but also the most gifted among his descendants, whom he envisioned as his successor. The Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School was both a family and a sect. Selecting a successor was not merely about capability, but rather a pragmatic assessment of talent. As the most gifted among her peers, Ning Rongrong was poised to inherit the leadership. Yet, after just a month, the situation had devolved to this. He had sought to cultivate the next sect master, not to assist others in training soul masters. The heir apparent. It was imperative for Ning Rongrong to prioritize the family's interests over her so-called friendships. Hence, her transformation left Ning Fengji seething with anger. Shrek? I shall remember this, Ning Fengji thought coldly. Uncle Ning, Ning Rongrong is still young. I believe that her time at home will help her understand her identity and stance. Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. That is difficult. Ning Fengji sighed deeply. How could he not be aware of his daughter's nature? At this moment, he harbored a profound hatred for Shrek. This was not the same as when Ning Rongrong had returned from Shrek, having brought substantial benefits to the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if Ning Fengji had sensed changes in his daughter then, he had chosen to remain silent, hoping to foster her relationship with Tang San for greater gains. Now, however, there were no benefits to be gained, only the loss of his daughter. Ning Fengji sought to dismiss these troubling thoughts and smiled. Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us discuss the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I believe you are quite eager to delve into that. Indeed, Jiang Yu responded with a smile, eager to oblige. The situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was both simple and complex. Many within the family held antiquated views and adhered to traditional practices, often reluctant to venture outside. Conversely, the younger generation was quite the opposite, filled with ambition and aspirations for success. Ning Fengji offered a brief explanation. As he spoke, Ning Fengji handed Jiang Yu a set of documents that I presume that the young lad Yu Tianheng has already discussed the younger generation with you. This faction within their family holds little power, leading to a greater desire for influence. Let me guess, it must be about the Thunder Academy. Jiang Yu accepted the documents, his face alight with admiration as he regarded Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, your insight is remarkable. I had yet to utter a word, and you have already deduced it. Indeed, it pertains to the Thunder Academy. Flipping through the detailed records of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Jiang Yu focused on the sections concerning Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianxin, and the Thunder Academy. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Ning Fengji inquired with a smile. Very satisfied. Thank you, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu replied, closing the documents with a grin. Since that is the case, might I inquire if the esteemed nephew from the Thunder Academy would be interested in having the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School join in? Ning Fengji asked with a beaming expression. This request took Jiang Yu by surprise. Chapter 59. Can you just speak directly? In truth, much about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had already been discussed when Ning Fengji presented the documents. Jiang Yu had anticipated that he would inquire about the recent conversation with Ning Rongrong. he did not believe that Ning Fengji would deliberately facilitate his interaction with Ning Rongrong without having someone eavesdrop. So it was clear that Ning Fengji was aware of their earlier dialogue. Now, however, to shift from that topic to this one was rather intriguing. Uncle Ning, do you understand the implications of this? Jiang Yu looked at Ning Fengji with a playful expression and said, "This is no trivial collaboration. The Thunder Academy represents a partnership that I negotiated with Xue Qinghe, the heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. This marks the first collaboration between the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the Prince's Palace, with future interactions likely involving Xue Qinghe's cousin, Xue Tianxin. Ning Fengji cannot possibly be unaware of the implications of this. Should the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also join, it would signify their willingness to support Prince Xue Qinghe, indicating a full endorsement from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which transcends mere petty disputes and signifies a genuine mobilization of their influence and power." "Of course, I understand," Ning Fengji replied with a smile, albeit tinged with an indescribable weariness, leaving one to ponder whether it was a fade or a genuine sentiment in Jiang Yu's eyes. Ning Fengji's feelings were likely mixed. "Uncle Ning, why such concerns? Even if Ning Rongrong undergoes significant changes, she remains your daughter and will ultimately belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This fact is immutable, so you need not fret," Jiang Yu said, meeting Ning Fengji's gaze with a smile that he found it hard to believe that Ning Fengji's emotions were entirely sincere. Even if they were, such words seemed more directed at himself. "But once a daughter is married, she is like water spilled," Ning Fengji remarked, his gaze drifting thoughtfully. This left Jiang Yu momentarily speechless, for it was a guarantee beyond his control. "Uncle Ning, your words seem rather distant. His Highness the Prince is your disciple, and with your daughter involved, it only strengthens the bond between our families," Jiang Yu carefully replied. "Such words are better suited to deceive children. Even brothers may have their quarrels, let alone in-laws. Wouldn't you agree?" Ning Fengji chuckled, his eyes narrowing like a cunning old fox. Jiang Yu responded, "I sense you are attempting to manipulate me, seeking benefits from my end. No wonder you remained silent on the earlier matter." "You were waiting for this." Jiang Yu understood Ning Fengji's ploy, feeling a slight pang of discomfort. "Uncle Ning, your approach is rather unamusing. Let us keep it simple. Just tell me what you desire," Jiang Yu stated, his voice laced with exasperation. "Nothing much. Simply that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School participates in this collaboration," Ning Fengji replied with a mischievous smile, refusing to elaborate. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Did Ning Fengji truly seek only to join this collaboration with the Thunder Academy? No, he was merely raising the stakes. The participation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not yield profit, but would be a unilateral contribution, compelling Jiang Yu to acquiesce to future conditions that I can offer 2 spots. But beyond that, I lack the means at present. Jiang Yu finally conceded he believed that with some extra effort, he could cultivate a certain variant of the Chilotulip. Indeed, Jiang Yu possessed the capability to nurture elixirs, though the resources required were substantial. Furthermore, the willingness of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to lend their support was crucial, showcasing their strength and intimidating the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Very well, Ning Fengji smiled broadly. Knowing Jiang Yu understood his intentions, he was quite satisfied with the compensation offered. Had he missed this opportunity, he was certain Jiang Yu would only provide 1 spot. Moreover, Ning Fengji discerned the deeper implications in Jiang Yu's words. The approach was not merely a one-time affair, but a long-term strategy, which delighted Ning Fengji immensely. However, Uncle Ning, while there are 2 spots, they come with pros and cons, and you must make a choice, Jiang Yu cautioned. The product of his cultivation would naturally not compare to the original. It might even cause the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to mutate. But the results could not be guaranteed. Let the better one go to Rongrong. Ning Fengji sighed after some deliberation. Though he was frustrated with Ning Rongrong's lack of ambition, she remained his daughter. Furthermore, some matters required moderation. Although Jiang Yu left the choice to him, it did not mean he would not harbor discontent. Ultimately, regardless of how their relationship evolved, the bond between Ning Fengji and the prince would never surpass that between his daughter Ning Rongrong and the prince, a fact both were acutely aware of. Understood, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. In truth, he hoped Ning Fengji would reserve the better spot for Ning Rongrong, for history had proven her potential. Additionally, Ning Rongrong's connection was closer than that of Ning Fengji. It was a sage's prerogative to avoid nepotism, yet Jiang Yu had yet to reach such heights. Now that the collaboration is settled, Uncle Ning, I must take my leave, Jiang Yu announced as he rose. He had initially sought merely to procure intelligence regarding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family from Ning Fengji, never intending to engage in such extensive discussions. However, now that the conversation had unfolded, Jiang Yu had no intention of retracting his words. As long as the benefits were sufficient, he truly did not mind. Yet, he felt a twinge of concern. His recent actions had grown increasingly audacious, and the lack of response from Emperor Xue left him feeling somewhat anxious. The imperial edict from Emperor Xue, while not entirely disregarded, had been largely ignored by Jiang Yu. Such dismissive behavior could not go unnoticed by Emperor Xue, indicating he likely had grander designs in mind. This was not the later narrative where Xue Qinghe directly poisoned Emperor Xue. The current emperor was still remarkably healthy and vigorous. Whether Xue Qinghe had begun his nefarious scheme was uncertain. But it was clear that Emperor Xue remained a genuine sovereign. Very well. I shall see you off to Dio visit often when you have the chance, Ning Fengji said, rising with a smile, ready to bid farewell to Jiang Yu. He was thoroughly pleased with this collaboration and wished to express his gratitude. Please, Uncle Ning, there is no need to escort me that I can manage on my own, and let me be regarded as a mere minor character. Jiang Yu replied, a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. To do so would place me in an awkward position, should others witness it. While we often treat His Majesty as inconsequential, he is not truly insignificant. Jiang Yu continued, explaining that while Ning Fengji's status might protect him, Jiang Yu's position as the princess companion rendered him vulnerable to repercussions. It is indeed a matter of the imperial court of the Tiandou Empire. And neither Xue Qinghe nor Ning Fengji could provide substantial assistance. At most, they could intercede to prevent a conviction, Jiang Yu lamented. Since that is the case, let it be. However, do come by often. Ning Fengji acknowledged Jiang Yu's concerns and ceased his insistence. Agreed. I shall, Jiang Yu replied, feeling a sense of relief. Although he preferred to minimize future visits, Ning Fengji's constant desire to gain advantages from him was somewhat exasperating. While both parties were generally satisfied, Jiang Yu felt inexplicably irked. Thus, maintaining a lower profile seemed prudent, even though he had already attracted considerable attention. Jiang Yu was not overly concerned for his safety. Both Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji would ensure his protection. His worries lay more with the machinations of others and the larger implications at play. His own influence was too minor to navigate such treacherous waters. Despite his precautions, he knew that deliberate schemes could ensnare him. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Tang San's rising prominence. Having read extensively, Jiang Yu understood that sometimes protagonists could act in remarkably unreasonable ways. Uncle Ning, I bid you farewell, Jiang Yu said, bowing slightly as he prepared to depart. Ning Fengji did not follow him out, but instead watched Jiang Yu's figure recede at the entrance of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. With a soft sigh, Ning Fengji withdrew his gaze. Chapter 60, Resignation. Tiandou Imperial Palace. In the study, Prince Xue Qinghe exclaimed with indignation, Your Majesty, speak up. Will you allow that scoundrel to humiliate your prince so brazenly? Before him stood the highest authority of the Tiandou Empire, Emperor Xue. Now is not the time, the emperor replied coolly. On a snowy night, the Emperor Xue sat silently at his desk, his voice resonating softly as he spoke. The current situation in Tiandou City was indeed chaotic. With various factions, including the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Hall, the Tiandou royal family, and Dugubo, not to mention the prince's mansion, taking action. Their methods were exceedingly disordered, showing no regard for the consequences. The rumors that had reached the emperor previously had left him astounded. He had never imagined that mere whispers could wield such immense power, fundamentally altering his perception of life. If matters were to continue on this trajectory without intervention, it was clear that his son, Xue, would likely meet a grim fate, and the Tiandou royal family would inevitably suffer severe repercussions. After all, there are limits to patience. When the intolerable becomes unbearable, the factions would unite to eliminate the inferno that is Xue, leaving the emperor powerless to protect him. This had been a source of great distress for him in recent days. He could not stand idly by while Xue was in danger, yet he felt utterly helpless. When will the time come? Prince Xue inquired, his earlier fury dissipating as he perceived that the emperor did not wish to refrain from action, but rather that the moment had not yet arrived. I do not know, but it should be soon, Emperor Xue replied slowly. Why must our Tiandou royal family endure such humiliation? Prince Xue retorted, his discontent palpable. He sensed the powerlessness in his elder brother's words. But how could this be? His elder brother was the most powerful figure in the Tiandou Empire. Even against a mere companion of the crown prince, one must bide their time, and yet there was uncertainty about when that time would come. When had the Tiandou Empire fallen so low? Perhaps we have grown too weak, Emperor Xue lamented. If he is indeed stronger than us, how can we accept this? Prince Xue Qinghe exclaimed, directly naming Xue Qinghe. The emperor cast a calm glance at his younger brother, aware that he had gleaned certain truths. This was not a positive development. This is not your concern. Your only task is to protect the fourth prince, Emperor Xue stated with quiet authority. But Prince Xue Qinghe protested, his frustration evident. He genuinely supported his elder brother. Otherwise, he would not be so enraged or so fiercely protective of Xue Qinghe. Alas, I hope you do not blame me and that you can understand my position. The current situation is beyond my control. Although I am the emperor, my actions are limited. Some matters cannot be addressed simply by will, and the powers behind them must be approached with caution. Emperor Xie said wearily. Did he not wish to eliminate Jiang Yu? He did, desperately, for only by removing Jiang Yu could he curb Xue Qinghe's rise and revert everything to its former state. It was evident to him that a significant portion of Xue Qinghe's current foundation was built upon Jiang Yu's influence, all laid bare for the world to see. With such power at his disposal, Xue Qinghe could mobilize even greater forces. Long ago, he had come to understand Jiang Yu's significance to Xue Qinghe, realizing that Jiang Yu was gradually unleashing Xue Qinghe's potential. It was difficult to assert that Jiang Yu was unaware of Xue Qinghe's true identity. But even if he were, what could he do? Jiang Yu remained Xue Qinghe's most trusted subordinate. Yet Emperor Xue could not act against Jiang Yu. Realistically, he found himself unable to do so. The more he observed, the more he realized that Jiang Yu had already established ties with numerous factions. The Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school would not allow Jiang Yu to perish. Thus, the only course of action for Emperor Xue was to restrict Jiang Yu's movements. However, to not eliminate him rendered any actions largely meaningless and could potentially expose his own strength, alarming the very serpents he sought to avoid. Jiang Yu's wariness of Emperor Xue stemmed from this very fact. The emperor was exceedingly patient, and one could never know what contingencies he might have in place. Xue Qinghe, Emperor Xue said, his tone now imbued with an inexplicable resolve. Prince Xue Qinghe was taken aback. I am here. If, at any point, Xue Qinghe finds himself in peril, take him north. I have made arrangements there. As for what I wish for you to do upon your arrival, you will understand in due time, Emperor Xue declared wearily before reclining in his chair, closing his eyes in repose. Your Majesty, Prince Xue Qinghe gasped. This is all I can do for you, Emperor Xue whispered softly. Eyes still shut. Indeed, Emperor Xue had wholly relinquished the notion of severing Xue Qinghe's wings, opting instead to confine his influence to Tiandou City. As long as I draw breath, I shall not permit your power to extend beyond the borders of Tiandou City. He resolved steadfastly within himself, for the present was drastically different from the past. Unlike Xue Qinghe, Xue Qinghe could feign ignorance, and thus remain unnoticed while quietly developing his own strength, were Jang Yu in his place. It was uncertain how he would proceed. Such malice from one so young was unsettling. Jang Yu would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xue Qinghe. His current restraint was merely a matter of opportunity and self-preservation. If a genuine chance arose, he would surely take advantage. Emperor Xue understood this with utmost clarity. He knew that Jiang Yu would act thus, for he himself would do the same. Your Majesty, Prince Xue Qinghe began. His words caught in his throat, unuttered. Had the situation deteriorated to such an extent that the emperor believed even their combined efforts could not safeguard Xue Qinghe. You may go. Emperor Xue wearily waved his hand. Understood. Prince Xue Qinghe replied quietly before slowly exiting the study. As he glanced back at his elder brother seated in the chair, the twilight's descent was unmistakable. The sun sank in the distance, its crimson hues fading from the horizon as night enveloped the Tiandou Empire in shadow. The Spirit Hall? Our Tiandou Empire is not so easily cowed, Emperor Xue murmured softly after Prince Xue Qinghe's departure. An emperor still firmly in control of his empire, even as he approached his twilight years, would not lack for means. It could only be said that the Spirit Hall's maneuvering regarding Xue Qinghe was executed with remarkable finesse. Even without concrete evidence, Emperor Xue could not act against his eldest son. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has come bearing medicinal soup for you. Having heard of your ill health, A sharp voice announced from outside the study, heralding Xue Qinghe's arrival. "But that's so? My son is so dutiful. Quickly, invite him in," Emperor Xue exclaimed, a smile returning to his face, though the weariness within him remained unshakable. Everyone harbors their own helplessness. This was the emperor's burdened the prince's mansion, as the moon reached its zenith. Xue Qinghe strolled leisurely back to the prince's mansion. After delivering the medicinal soup, he had lingered to converse with his father before returning. Today had unfolded more smoothly than Xue Qinghe had anticipated. "Ah, Jiang Yu, what brings you here?" Xue Qinghe exclaimed upon entering, surprised to find Jiang Yu seated in the hall, sipping tea, an urge to strike him welling within. "I have matters to report," Jiang Yu replied promptly. Rising with a serious demeanor, he had no desire to be on the receiving end of Xue Qinghe's indiscriminate wrath this time. "Then take a seat and speak," Xue Qinghe said, weighing Jiang Yu's earnestness before allowing him to remain. Jiang Yu, however, noticed the medicinal box that Xue Qinghe carried, which still bore a faint scent of herbal medicine. This revelation startled him, prompting a somber expression. "Your Highness, are you delivering medicine to someone? Could it be the Emperor? Is His Majesty unwell?" Jiang Yu asked, concern etched on his face. This revelation compelled Jiang Yu to remain vigilant. In the original narrative, Emperor Xue had met his demise at the hands of Xue Qinghe. Through the very means of poison, Xue Qinghe's current actions aligned perfectly with the storyline. Though they had now allied with Duality, it seemed unlikely that Emperor Xue would be able to find an antidote in time. Perhaps not even living to see that moment. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue was that Xue Qinghe was the architect of this scheme, and his identity had been exposed. Most critically, he had poisoned his own father. With a light chuckle, Xue Qinghe instructed his servants to take the food box away. "As expected of you. Just from this, you discern that I am indeed delivering medicine to father. Recently, he has been overworked and in poor health, so I prepared this soup personally to check on him." Xue Qinghe's heart felt a twinge of emptiness. Jiang Yu's demeanor suggested he was far from approving of his actions. To Xue Qinghe, however, this course of action appeared to be a most prudent strategy. He was convinced that the secret of his poisoning scheme was his alone, and that Jiang Yu could never fathom it. "Who advised His Highness the Crown Prince to undertake such a scheme?" Jiang Yu inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. If indeed someone had suggested Xue Qinghe take this path, he would have to question their true intentions. As it undoubtedly reeked of malevolence, such individuals must be eliminated. This was not an act of Jiang Yu seeking to eradicate rivals, but rather a matter of Xue Qinghe courting his own demise. "No, this is entirely my own idea," Xue Qinghe replied, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. He sensed that Jiang Yu was becoming increasingly irate. Previously, Jiang Yu had always been somewhat timid, never displaying anger in his presence, leading Xue Qinghe to believe he would remain unruffled. If this was merely a filial gesture from His Highness, then I have perhaps overthought the matter, yet I still hope that in the future Your Highness refrains from such actions. Jiang Yu's expression softened slightly as he suppressed his inner turmoil. If Xue Qinghe were truly to poison the emperor, it could very well render all his current plans to naught. In Jiang Yu's mind, Xue Qinghe could mount a palace coup, provided he had sufficient justification. However, assassination was absolutely out of the question, as it would lead Xue Qinghe to his own ruin, even if he succeeded in usurping the throne without exposure. The mere revelation of such an act would utterly tarnish his reputation and cost him everything he had gained. As for the likelihood of exposure, it was inevitable. The Snow Knight Emperor would certainly keep a contingency plan. Jiang Yu was certain of this. "Why?" Xue Qinghe stammered, panic rising within him. "Because this represents a glaring flaw, a significant vulnerability that others could exploit. While a filial heart is commendable, it can be manipulated by unscrupulous individuals. If someone were to poison the emperor through the concoction, should His Majesty perish, Your Highness would be burdened with the heinous label of patricide, and no one who commits such an act could ever ascend to the throne of the Tiandou Empire." Jiang Yu's tone was gravely serious. If this reasoning failed to dissuade Xue Qinghe from his murderous intentions, there was little else he could say. Xue Qinghe's complexion turned a ghostly white as he grasped the sheer folly of his previous thoughts. Although he was the primary heir, with the emperor's demise, he would indeed become emperor, but should word of his patricide circulate, his ascent would be utterly impossible. This was no jest. The populace would never accept such a ruler. "But Jiang Yu, my father has already ingested my potion. What should I do?" Xue Qinghe exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. It was no wonder Xue Qinghe was in a state of panic. The potion was indeed toxic, and he had administered it himself, with his father having consumed it as well. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. This was a trap laid by the Snow Knight Emperor. Whether Xue Qinghe's intentions were filial or nefarious, the emperor would accept anything delivered by his son. His plan was to engage Xue Qinghe in a high-stakes exchange, ultimately facilitating his ascension. In that case, Your Highness must immediately investigate the concoction and those who had contact with it. If it is found to be harmless, we shall consider the matter as if it never occurred. However, if it is indeed toxic, Your Highness must swiftly order the execution of all individuals involved in this incident. Jiang Yu stated coldly, a fierce determination in his eyes that we must act decisively, leaving no opportunity for anyone to exploit this situation. While simultaneously discrediting those involved, mistakes can be rectified. Although Xue Qinghe had erred, he could still cleanse his name and deflect blame. Your Highness need only present the heads of those responsible to His Majesty as an apology. And do not concern yourself with the rumors outside. The publisher has already been established and is primed for use, Jiang Yu remarked, devoid of any emotional inflection. Fortunately, judging by Xue Qinghe's demeanor, this was merely the first instance. If matters escalated further, resolution would become increasingly difficult. The sooner this was addressed, the better, for not only could it cleanse the situation, but it could also enhance his reputation. Yet Xue Qinghe hesitated. This affair entangled not only a few ordinary individuals, but also members of his martial soul hall, totaling several dozen people. Furthermore, the severity of the situation contrasted starkly with Xue Qinghe's established persona. Your Highness, indecision only breeds chaos. You require not only a heart of compassion for the world, but also a resolute will to act decisively. Should the potion indeed prove toxic, it would place you in a position of unfiliality and injustice. You must demonstrate to the public that you have taken the necessary steps, Jiang Yu advised. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xue Qinghe realized he must make a choice. He could not allow himself to be ensnared in this predicament. Very well, I shall follow your counsel, Xue Qinghe declared, gritting his teeth as he steeled himself. This was not merely the death of one or two individuals, but dozens, with consequences far broader. This marked the most ruthless decision Xue Qinghe had ever made, and it was born of his status as crown prince. Go now, Your Highness. I shall handle the rest. Jiang Yu nodded. This situation weighed heavily on him as well. After all, it was his suggestion, and the fates of dozens hinged upon his words. Such a burden could not be taken lightly. Nonetheless, he would act, for if Xue Qinghe were to falter, it would not merely result in a failure to retreat, but in a dire fate indeed. That night, the Crown Prince's residence was destined to be a sleepless one, with a crimson aura emanating from within, as if the moon itself were bathed in blood. The following day, Xue Qinghe, with a somber countenance, pushed open the gates of the Crown Prince's residence, accompanied by Dugu Bo and a collection of severed heads. Making his way to the Tiandou Imperial Palace in a grand procession, unencumbered by any pretense of secrecy. This was a directive from Jiang Yu. If they were to take action, they would do so boldly, ensuring the entire city was aware as for why there were only a dozen heads. It was simply that Xue Qinghe could not bring himself to cross that threshold. In the end, he executed only those who were closely connected to the matter, sparing the majority. Jiang Yu assented to this, and even suggested that Xue Qinghe clarify the situation, pledging to treat their families with kindness, thus garnering public favor. After all, the potion was genuinely toxic, not a fabrication, and should others intervene, the implications could extend beyond mere deaths to impact entire families. Xue Qinghe strode unimpeded into the palace, with no one daring to obstruct him. The collection of heads behind him illustrated the gravity of the situation. Soon, Xue Qinghe's figure appeared before the imperial court. Within the court, the Snow Knight Emperor sat high above, momentarily stunned as he beheld Xue Qinghe enter with the severed heads. My son, what is the meaning of this? He asked urgently. Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe knelt and bowed deeply. I beseech your majesty to punish me. Yesterday, I prepared medicine for you, only to have it tainted by treacherous individuals with slow-acting poison. By the time I discovered this, it was too late. The instigator had already vanished. Nevertheless, I have executed all those involved, and I realize this may have been rash, and I may have wrongfully executed innocent people, but your majesty's health is paramount in my heart, and I had no choice but to act. Therefore, I humbly request that your majesty, considering the fact that those responsible have been dealt with, show mercy towards their families. All sins are mine alone to bear." Having uttered these words, Xue Qinghe remained kneeling before the court. Instantly, chaos erupted within the hall. The revelation that someone had sought to poison the emperor under the guise of the crown prince's filial piety was shocking. Who could be so malicious? The Snow Knight Emperor, observing Xue Qinghe kneeling in silence, his gaze deep and inscrutable, was struck by the sheer cruelty of the situation, even though he had suspected Xue Qinghe might resort to poison. He had not anticipated Jiang Yu's swift actions. Within a single day, the matter had been resolved, even at the cost of several lives. Indeed, the Snow Knight Emperor was aware that Xue Qinghe's actions were influenced by Jiang Yu. After all, he had been Xue Qinghe's father for over a decade, and he understood his son well. Thus, he had orchestrated this trap to see if Xue Qinghe would take the bait. The outcome was that he had indeed taken it, only to be expertly maneuvered into a corner before he could fully process the situation. "There is no need for you to feel guilty, my son. Your intentions were noble, merely exploited by others. This is not your fault, but rather a lesson to be learned. As for those who have been executed, let it be. We shall only pursue the true instigators," the Snow Knight Emperor concluded, bringing this incident to a close. "Thank you, Father." Xue Qinghe let out a loud cry before rising to stand aside. The heads of those on the ground were all turned to ashes with a mere wave of Dugabo's sword. The Knight Emperor observed this scene in silence, his heart a tumult of complex emotions. It seems imperative that Shaoxi departs from Tiandou City at the earliest opportunity. He cannot contend with them. Chapter 62. Deliberation. While Xue Qinghe attended the morning assembly, 3 individuals occupied a private room in a high-end restaurant within Tiandou City. Among them was Jiang Yu, alongside Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the sword Douluo Continent. "Ning uncle, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu inquired with a smile, betraying no hint of surprise. "Given the gravity of the situation, could I possibly refrain from coming to see?" Ning Fengji chided lightly. At that moment, while Xue Qinghe was engaged in the morning assembly, Jiang Yu and Ning Fengji could not attend. Thus, Ning Fengji sought out Jiang Yu to glean the details of the unfolding events. It was evident to Ning Fengji that Jiang Yu was well informed. The methods employed bore Jiang Yu's hallmark, for his disciple was not known for such ruthlessness. Although rumors had spread wildly outside, Ning Fengji still placed his trust in Xue Qinghe. To be candid, Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback. He did not remember Jiang Yu being so merciless. After all, Ning uncle is the prince's mentor. Jiang Yu remarked with a sip of tea, smiling. "Now, enlighten me. What exactly transpired? Why would Qinghe resort to such drastic measures? This is not characteristic of him. Even if you advised him, he would not act in such a manner." Ning Fengji stated gravely. Jiang Yu set down his teacup, casting a cool glance at Ning Fengji as he replied, "How many? It is already quite few." It initially numbered in the dozens. However, Ning uncle is not entirely mistaken. This is indeed not the prince's usual style. It was my counsel, for in this matter, some bloodshed was unavoidable. I hope Ning uncle can comprehend that. Yet even so, the prince only took the lives of a mere dozen people, which is indeed merciful. Jiang Yu's words caused Ning Fengji's brow to furrow, revealing to him that something significant had transpired. What exactly happened? Someone poisoned the medicine being prepared for His Majesty by the prince. Ning uncle understands the implications of this, does he not? Jiang Yu spoke with utmost seriousness. In that moment, Ning Fengji was consumed by a profound rage. He certainly understood the gravity of the situation. Should things go awry, Xue Qinghe could be branded as parricidal, jeopardizing not only his status, but also the alliance constructed around the prince's household. This was an outcome Ning Fengji was vehemently opposed to witnessing. Who was responsible for this? Ning Fengji's tone was laced with a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he too felt the urge to kill, thus he could empathize with Jiang Yu's reasoning for advising Xue Qinghe to eliminate so many swiftly. Jiang Yu shook his head. The culprit remains unidentified, but it is likely someone of considerable influence. I even suspect that the issue may not lie within the prince's residence, but rather the imperial palace itself. Nevertheless, the prince's household must still sacrifice a few lives. The problem originates from the prince's residence. It is simply inevitable that there will be casualties. Moreover, this matter is unlikely to be unraveled, for it is Xue Qinghe who committed these acts. Yet no one would suspect him. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment. Could it be the spirit hall? Unlikely. After all, poisoning His Majesty would not benefit the spirit hall. In contrast, it would greatly benefit the prince. As he is the first in line for succession, should His Majesty perish, the prince would ascend to the throne. Jiang Yu executed a countermaneuver. However, this presupposes that the matter remains concealed if it becomes public knowledge. After His Majesty's demise, Qinghe would become the prime suspect, potentially branded as the murderer, Ning Fengji murmured, fully aware of this reality, thereby excluding Xue Qinghe from suspicion in his mind. Jiang Yu nodded. This was precisely what he desired. Indeed, although I discovered this early on, it seems the orchestrators were already well prepared. The prince's residence left no traces, and even the deceased bore no signs of foul play. They might even be innocent. Yet at this juncture, even the innocent must perish, Jiang Yu sighed, expressing a hint of regret. Ning Fengji did not perceive Jiang Yu as insincere. The situation was indeed as described. He too would have made the same choice. Even if those individuals were wronged, their fates were sealed. However, this also served as proof of Xue Qinghe's mercy, for he had not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter but rather eliminated a few closely associated individuals, taking upon himself the entirety of the blame to ensure the safety of others' families. Even Ning Fengji could not help but admire this. Given this, from the perspective of the beneficiaries, only a handful would profit. Might it be Xue Bing? Ning Fengji speculated. The fourth prince? There is indeed a possibility. Yet, Ning uncle, this is not a matter for us to deliberate, Jiang Yu replied, gazing at Ning Fengji with a somber expression, signaling for the conversation to cease. Even though he was a close attendant of the prince, Ning Fengji was still the prince's mentor. However, once matters escalated to the royal family, they could not intercede, leaving judgment to the Night Emperor. Nonetheless, Xue Bing will likely be sidelined for some time following this incident. Jiang Yu mused that in the aftermath of Xue Qinghe's self-exposure, from the perspective of beneficiaries, only Xue Bing and Prince Xue Qinghe stood to gain significantly, and their justification was the most compelling. The Night Emperor would surely grasp this reality. Even in the absence of evidence pointing towards them, their suspicion could not be eradicated, especially since Xue Qinghe had already executed a wave of retribution and come forth to confess, nearly cleansing himself of guilt. With both of them under suspicion, the Night Emperor would be compelled to suppress them. Indeed, this is not a matter we can intervene in. Ning Fengji comprehended Jiang Yu's intent. After all, this involved the royal family's affairs. No matter how much they deliberated as outsiders, they could not interfere. Thus, it would be better to refrain from discussion. Let us turn our attention to the matter of the publishing house. Shall we, Ning uncle? Has it been established? Jiang Yu proposed. Although only a few days had passed, Jiang Yu, considering the efficiency of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, surmised that the publishing house was undoubtedly prepared. Given the current moment, the rumors surrounding the Haoyan school had reached their peak, compounded by the events involving Xue Qinghe. It was the perfect opportunity to test the waters and steer the ongoing discourse. Everything is nearly ready. We are just awaiting a trial run. Ning Fengji smiled as he spoke. After several days of contemplation and discussion, Ning Fengji had grasped the underlying strategy of the publishing house Jiang Yu mentioned, and he could not help but acknowledge Jiang Yu's brilliance. This was a method akin to controlling the populace of the Tiandou Empire. However, it approached from the realm of thought and ideology rather than through coercive enslavement. Achieving control through violent means, no wonder you forbade me from claiming ownership. This is akin to a tool of state governance. Ning Fengji mused silently while holding his teacup. Such things in the hands of individuals could indeed spell disaster. No need for a trial run. Ning uncle, let us commence directly that I will operate it myself. Using the recent events involving the prince's practice, Jiang Yu stated. He was unconcerned about Ning Fengji grasping the operational aspects. The weapon of public opinion was not as formidable as one might imagine. It required an environment and strength as its foundation. A favorable environment would allow for free expression without fear of retribution, while formidable power would ensure that one's words were acknowledged without the risk of fatal consequences. Just as Jiang Yu had previously feared, he was apprehensive of being targeted and silenced. This was not the past. In that era, as long as one did not harm national interests, one could speak freely. Public accounts and marketing narratives were prime examples in the Douluo Continent. However, even stating the truth necessitated consideration of potential repercussions. After all, in this world, those who wielded absolute power were the sole masters. Isn't this rather hasty? The incident involving Qinghe has only just occurred, Ning Fengji remarked with a furrowed brow, disapproving of Jiang Yu's approach. As many remained unaware of the events involving the prince today, indicating a lack of public support for this matter. Not at all. This level is just right, we can approach it differently, Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu spoke leisurely, emphasizing the paramount importance of timeliness and accuracy in information. He intended to seize upon these two aspects, utilizing the remarkably subpar information dissemination methods of Douluo Continent, employing a strategy of spreading rumors to rehabilitate Xue Qinghe's reputation. The method was rather straightforward. First, provide the citizens who witnessed Xue Qinghe's actions with a vague yet seemingly accurate piece of information, and then propagate favorable discourse about him among those who had not witnessed the events. Through mutual corroboration of both factions, the narrative surrounding the incident would soon be reconstructed in their minds. By leveraging the volatility of information, this incident could be gradually exaggerated and idealized, transforming it into a story. Indeed, Jiang Yu had no intention of merely exonerating Xue Qinghe. He planned to ultimately publish a book entitled In Place of Father, Tasting the Medicine. This was the very reason Jiang Yu chose to establish a publishing house rather than a newspaper. He aimed not only to disseminate rumors, but also to publish books, daring anyone to challenge him. Chapter 63 Time flowed on, and the discussion had shifted to the headquarters of the Tiandou publishing house. Constructed by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengzhi held in his hands a freshly printed newspaper, the corners of his mouth twitching, his face betraying a profound sense of helplessness. Aren't you afraid that Qinghe will give you a beating later? Ning Fengzhi remarked, setting down the newspaper to address Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, however, displayed an expression of astonishment, questioning why His Highness would wish to harm him, pondering if he had erred in any way. Why? I have not only restored his reputation, but also stand to profit handsomely from selling newspapers and books, thus supplementing the compensation funds. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ning Fengzhi fell utterly speechless. From his understanding of Xue Qinghe, having witnessed the first incident, it was clear that Jiang Yu's reckless behavior would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. The reason Ning Fengzhi felt at a loss was that he had rushed over to the publishing house headquarters immediately after their earlier discussion. And under Jiang Yu's directive, they had managed to produce these publications in just one afternoon. How to put it? Ning Fengzhi found it somewhat incomprehensible. Jiang Yu had drafted several versions of this so-called newspaper, intending to distribute them across various locales, with the content becoming increasingly absurd. The version Ning Fengzhi had just handled was the final iteration, yet it diverged from his understanding of the events by as much as 60%. Do not underestimate this 60%. The entire narrative surrounding Xue Qinghe's alleged crime had been completely altered. The overarching narrative was as follows. The prince's residence had fallen victim to treachery, and in a bid to shoulder all blame, His Highness sought to take responsibility for the crime. However, the loyal ministers of the prince's residence could not bear to see their prince unjustly accused, leading them to commit suicide, offering their heads to absolve His Highness of guilt. Subsequently, tearfully, His Highness presented these severed heads to the palace, pleading for the current emperor to uncover the true mastermind behind the conspiracy. Accepting full culpability and seeking to vindicate the slain members of the prince's residence, it would be inaccurate to say this was entirely fabricated, yet it was undeniably exaggerated. Even Ning Fengzhi found himself empathizing with Xue Qinghe's loyalty. Jiang Yu, are you not concerned this might lead to trouble? Others are not fools. Ning Fengzhi could not help but interject, isn't this merely a narrative? Jiang Yu retorted, why should I fear repercussions? Am I not crafting a splendid tale? Furthermore, it does not contradict the facts, merely employs a touch of rhetorical flair. He asserted with righteous indignation, is it truly just a touch of rhetorical flair? Ning Fengzhi queried, a wry smile on his lips. Indeed, Uncle Ning, you must trust me. If you compare each version, you will see I have indeed employed only a modicum of rhetorical devices, Jiang Yu insisted earnestly, gesturing toward the newspapers laid out on the table. It was true that, when compared to the previous versions, Jiang Yu's alterations were minimal. However, were the earlier versions truly the final ones? They were not. The previous iterations had been somewhat ambiguous, while only the final one was clear and exaggerated. This was clearly designed to draw readers' attention to the last version. The incremental changes had culminated in a significant transformation. Very well, I shall not dwell on this further. Let us discuss other matters. Ning Fengzhi sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. He was not opposed to Jiang Yu's approach. He merely found it excessively exaggerated, considering that his disciple might not appreciate such hyperbole, despite Xue Qinghe's keen sense of reputation. He was, in fact, a rather awkward individual, and Jiang Yu's actions felt akin to roasting him over an open flame. It was inevitable that Xue Qinghe would retaliate against Jiang Yu. The second instance would be quite straightforward. This divergence in opinions between Ning Fengzhi and Jiang Yu stemmed from the latter's indifference towards Xue Qinghe's potential embarrassment. As long as the common folk accepted the narrative, it sufficed. After all, was it not Xue Qinghe who was the protagonist of this tale? Uncle Ning, what would you like to discuss? Jiang Yu inquired, setting aside his work to regard Ning Fengzhi. He was in the midst of compiling a book, determined to further amplify Xue Qinghe's influence, ensuring that the populace remembered his name, his glorious achievements, and his legendary exploits. These and those. Ning Fengzhi pointed at two segments within the newspaper module. These were the local current affairs and advertising modules that Jiang Yu had designed, both of which constituted crucial components. IC.1 module pertains to local current affairs, while the other serves as an advertising platform. The local news primarily records events occurring in the area, aimed at gaining the trust of the local populace. The advertising module is intended for promotional purposes, enhancing visibility for certain factions, and representing a future profit avenue, Jiang Yu elucidated. Jiang Yu's explanation was detailed, and Ning Fengzhi grasped the concepts. Indeed, these elements required Jiang Yu's involvement. For his ideas were truly intriguing, a commendable notion. Ning Fengzhi nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, replying, "That is mere platitude. This concept has been validated through an era. How could it possibly be flawed?" "What about those empty spaces? Why leave so many blank areas?" Ning Fengzhi inquired, pointing at the vacant sections with a hint of confusion. Aside from the previously discussed modules, Jiang Yu had left several blank spaces, contrasting with the other sections that were filled, which appeared somewhat jarring. "Could we not place information regarding the Haotian school here?" Ning Fengzhi suggested, eager to discern the potential impact of disseminating news about the Haotian school. After all, the current perception of the Haotian school had permeated the public consciousness, and the influence of prior rumors was gradually waning. Evidently, the populace was more intrigued by the foremost sect in the world. Ning Fengzhi felt the timing was ripe. That will not do. Information regarding the Haotian school must be included within the local current affairs module. Utilizing local discourse, we may secretly circulate the information, but we cannot directly engage. We can only exert influence. Jiang Yu responded with a shake of his head. As for the empty spaces, he suggested leaving them for future use. Jiang Yu's tone was somewhat hesitant. In truth, he had already contemplated the content for these blank areas, but was apprehensive about utilizing them. The intended content for these sections included gossip, hearsay, and notable figures and events. Aside from the last category, which he had abandoned due to lack of intelligence, he felt that if he wrote the first two, it would spell disaster. The catastrophic consequences of past experiences loomed large in his memory. "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment." Ning Fengzhi conceded with a nod. Since Jiang Yu had formulated a plan, he had no further objections. He had merely wished to test his own ideas. But it seemed Jiang Yu's approach bore significantly fewer risks. "Since Uncle Ning has no objections, let us proceed with the current version. You may commence production immediately and distribute in batches as per my prior plan," Jiang Yu urged. This matter necessitated prompt action, and Jiang Yu added, "It is likely that the prince's residents will struggle to provide any assistance this time. All channels will require your cooperation with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Jiang Yu expressed his frustration, noting that Xue Qinghe had initially lacked connections, and aside from the Spirit Hall, all other channels had been deliberately severed by Emperor Xue. Consequently, they found themselves hindered in their endeavors. It seemed Emperor Xue intended to confine Xue Qinghe's network to Tiandou City, waiting for him to falter. Of course, these matters did not necessitate intervention from either Jiang Yu or Qinghe. They would be managed by Ning Fengzhi and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhi smiled and nodded. "This is all experience," he remarked, accumulating a wealth of practical knowledge for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as it endeavors to establish its own publishing house. Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Ning Fengzhi, fully aware of the old fox's thoughts, which undoubtedly revolved around emulating the current model for future imitation. Yet, what would be the consequence of such learning? "The knowledge you acquire is merely what I have chosen to reveal." Jiang Yu would not resort to petty tricks. To ensure the horse runs, one must provide it with fodder. What he has exposed is entirely genuine, albeit just a fraction of his capabilities. Chapter 64. Everything is quite well. 2 days later, rumors concerning Xue Qinghe began to erupt, unfolding precisely as Jiang Yu had anticipated, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. Moreover, the gossip surrounding the Haotian school reached a new pinnacle, with numerous individuals participating in the discourse. eagerly awaiting the emergence of fresh, explosive revelations. At this juncture, the Tiandou publishing house had also achieved monumental success. Cementing its image in the hearts of the people, the prominent name Tiandou inadvertently led many to perceive it as an official announcement, demonstrating Jiang Yu's astute entry point, which resonated well within the common folk. That Prince Xue Bing is truly despicable, daring to conspire against his own father with the aid of the crown prince, intending to frame his highness for his treachery. Indeed, I have long heard of the fourth prince's malevolent intentions. He has feigned the guise of a frivolous dandy for years, only to reveal himself as a parricide and fratricide, descending to depths beneath that of beasts for the sake of a throne. The speakers were merely two ordinary citizens, not agents of Jiang Yu or the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda disseminating these rumors. Such sentiments proliferated everywhere, on every street corner, tarnishing Xue Bing's reputation beyond redemption. No one wished to believe in him any longer. Furthermore, the discussions regarding Xue Bing, along with the previously suppressed rumors, were entirely spontaneous expressions from the populace, with no interference from any external parties. One could assert that Jiang Yu's maneuvering had unequivocally cast Xue Bing into the abyss, although Jiang Yu refrained from besmirching anyone in the newspapers aimed at rehabilitating Xue Qinghe, nor did he mention Xue Bing. The entirety of his narrative extolled the brilliance and greatness of Xue Qinghe. What was remarkable about Jiang Yu was that, while he executed no underhanded tactics, he continually prompted contemplation. Why would one seek to frame Xue Qinghe? What benefits would this confer upon the conspirators? Who stands to gain the most? These questions, though not directly answered, offered the public ample room for reflection as they eliminated possibilities one by one, allowing the truth to gradually emerge. Naturally, the shadow of Xue Bing reappeared in everyone's minds, and in conjunction with the prior rumors, the populace reached a consensus. The fourth prince, Xue Bing, had been the true mastermind behind the entire affair. No one had previously slandered him. All of it was genuine. Aside from sensationalist news, to prevent a resurgence of the uncontrollable rumors from earlier, Jiang Yu released a small, genuine rumor suggesting that Xue Bing was lacking in certain areas. The public did not doubt it. In fact, they accepted it as true, believing that Xue Bing had fabricated numerous sensational stories to mask his deficiencies and satiate his own vanity, thus identifying Xue Bing as the scapegoat. Xue Qinghe successfully emerged unscathed from the entire incident while accruing substantial renown. However, there was a slight miscalculation in the manipulation of rumors concerning the Haotian school. It exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Someone had leaked the details of the Haotian school's past dealings with the spirit hall before Jiang Yu could act. Moreover, the information was skewed to tarnish the reputation of the Haotian school. While some had risen to defend the Haotian school, their efforts proved largely ineffectual, as the number of detractors far outweighed those who spoke in its favor. Jiang Yu had provided them with a platform, and they began to express themselves freely, resulting in a one-sided narrative. Unless the Haotian school intervened with a credible threat, they could not halt the tide. Jiang Yu had also discerned the identities of the two factions embroiled in this conflict. The disparagers were primarily victims of the past incident, while the defenders hailed from the Tiandou royal family. This was easily ascertainable, as the voice of defense belonged to Tang Yuehua, responsible for the court etiquette of the Tiandou royal family. This was reasonable, as she was the only openly identified disciple of the Haotian school that in the Crown Prince's palace. Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengji, and Zhang Yu convened in the hall to deliberate on the recent eruption of rumors regarding the Haotian school. Speak up. How shall we address this matter? Xue Qinghe inquired, closing his eyes and tapping rhythmically on the table. Although they had long ago devised a strategy to counteract the rumors surrounding the Haotian school, Xue Qinghe maintained a cautious stance in light of the grassroots origins of these rumors. That we shall proceed as planned. Although unforeseen circumstances have arisen, the power of the masses remains the primary influence and does not affect the outcome. Allowing discussions to unfold while guiding them is sufficient, Jiang Yu mused, stroking his jaw with a melancholic gaze. He had indeed been struck, intending to report on the affairs of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He had been swiftly interrupted by Xue Qinghe, who had dealt him a resounding blow that left his face swollen. It is all Ning Fengji's fault for his ill-timed words. However, the previously established plan concerning the Haotian school required no alterations, as Jiang Yu's original intent was to harness the power of the masses to steer the situation. Their role was merely that of facilitators, albeit covert ones. The public sentiment, though somewhat intense, remained manageable, and Jiang Yu wished to avoid excessive interference. Operating within the world of Douluo Continent, Jiang Yu had also become increasingly cautious. This was not his former life, and being overly conspicuous posed a genuine threat to his life. Then let us bypass this topic and move on to the next, Ning Fengji suggested after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Yu was indeed correct. The current situation was one they had anticipated long ago and posed no significant issue. Still, Ning Fengji believed it prudent to consider the subsequent matters carefully. He no longer regarded Xue Qinghe and Jiang Yu as ordinary juniors. They had proven their worth through their actions. We must take into account the response of the Haotian school. Ning Fengji said pensively that haven't they chosen to remain hidden? Why should we concern ourselves with their reactions? Xue Qinghe queried, puzzled, as he suspected the Haotian school might be unaware of the current events. Jiang Yu interjected, sharing the intelligence he possessed. They have not completely withdrawn from the world. There are still disciples of the Haotian school in the mortal realm, and their connections run deep. For instance, the former Haotian Duality Tang Hao and the head of the Tiandou Imperial Court's Etiquette Academy, Tang Yuehua. Even if they have chosen to be reclusive, it does not mean they have perished. They have merely gone into hiding. Those individuals, a flicker of discomfort crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes as Jiang Yu's words triggered some unpleasant memories. Tang Hao is manageable. I have nearly severed ties with the Haotian school due to past events, so there should be no further contact. However, Tang Yuehua is a different matter. She is the little princess of the Haotian school, and her appearance in the mortal realm is due to her own soul power deficiencies. She undoubtedly retains connections to the Haotian school, Jiang Yu asserted earnestly. While he held a low opinion of the Haotian school's timid disciples, he felt compelled to assist in analyzing the situation since Ning Fengji had raised the issue. Such is the current state of affairs. I wonder what your thoughts are on it. Ning Fengji nodded, recognizing Tang Yuehua. They were even acquainted. After all, the events had transpired merely 12 years prior, and the Haotian school had once been the mightiest sect in the world. Maintaining ties with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, should I display a hint of murderous intent towards her, causing my body to tense involuntarily, Xue Qinghe thought, contemplating the implications. Your Highness, Jiang Yu gently reminded from the side. Do be mindful of your image. Tang Yuehua is not particularly significant. Killing her could create quite a mess. My apologies, esteemed teacher. Qinghe lost his composure just now, Xue Qinghe said, retracting his murderous intent and offering an apology to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled lightly, no harm done. Indeed, was Qinghe not changing? In Ning Fengji's view, Xue Qinghe's current mindset was entirely normal. Once one had blood on their hands, they would no longer hesitate to further taint themselves for their objectives. Just as now, the typically benevolent Xue Qinghe had entertained thoughts of murder. Tang Yuehua was no fool. She was exceptionally clever, and Ning Fengji voiced his concerns. I worry that she might uncover our efforts to subtly guide public opinion, potentially informing the Haotian school behind her. He had contemplated eliminating Tang Yuehua as well, but her connections were too formidable. Even Ning Fengji felt compelled to exercise caution. In truth, having reached this point, Ning Fengji realized that his thoughts had increasingly diverged from their original intent. Initially, the discussion with Jiang Yu revolved around leveraging the news concerning Haotian sect from years past to suppress the current public discourse. However, it has now come to light that Ning Fengji is contemplating diminishing the former prestige of Haotian sect. This shift in mindset is not lost on Ning Fengji, though he seems to overlook that the present circumstances are quite favorable. Chapter 65. It truly can be done. Ning Fengji's concerns are indeed well-founded. Once power reaches a certain threshold, reasoning with others becomes a rarity, and disputes are often resolved through brute force. As Jiang Yu understands it, Haotian sect possesses considerable strength in this regard. Otherwise, why would the sect leader have taken Tang Yuehua as his wife? Jiang Yu proposed with a sudden grin. You rascal. This is hardly the time for jokes. Ning Fengji scolded with a laugh. Although he was already aware of Jiang Yu's penchant for matchmaking for Xue Qinghe, he was taken aback that it extended to his own situation, leaving him both amused and exasperated. I'm not jesting. Tang Yuehua's worth truly merits your attention, sect leader. While her prowess may be lacking, at your level, you should have transcended the mere evaluation of strength and focus more on one's identity, background, and the benefits they can bring, Jiang Yu remarked, smiling. Though Jiang Yu was not entirely familiar with Ning Fengji's marital status, he speculated based on the fact that Qibao Liuli sect currently lacked a matriarch. Indeed, marrying Tang Yuehua could allow Ning Fengji to regain some influence for Haotian sect within the mundane world without significant repercussions. The only concern would be the Wuhuan temple, but since Tang Yuehua had not been targeted directly, Ning Fengji's union with her posed no real issue. "You little brat," Ning Fengji chuckled while scolding him, though a flicker of contemplation danced in his eyes, stirred by Jiang Yu's words. Xue Qinghe kicked Jiang Yu, admonishing him to apologize to the sect leader for his imprudent suggestion. Rubbing the back of his head, Jiang Yu replied, "My apologies, sect leader, I meant no offense. I hope you won't take it to heart." Ning Fengji regarded Jiang Yu thoughtfully. No harm done. It was, in fact, a rather intriguing proposition. Ning Fengji grasped Jiang Yu's implication. Tang Yuehua's significance was contingent on her status more than her abilities, rendering the latter almost irrelevant. Even if he were to marry her, there would be no complications. To Haotian sect, it would merely be seen as a fortuitous match, something to be celebrated. Adjusting plans slightly. If Qibao Yuli sect were to lend some support to Haotian sect amidst the upcoming turmoil, then all issues would be resolved. After all, Jiang Yu's publishing house consistently maintained a stance of non-interference, and Ning Fengji's slight bias would not have a considerable impact. Thus, even if Jiang Yu's idea was somewhat audacious, it nonetheless provided a viable solution to the prevailing dilemma. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe suddenly grasped the concept, regarding Jang Yu with an expression that suggested newfound understanding that it could indeed resolve the issue. Though somewhat crude, could a genius truly act with such impunity? Haotian sect has never posed a real threat. As long as the Wuhuan temple remains intact, they dare not openly appear within its purview. Our focus should not be on Haotian sect, but rather on the repercussions that may arise from this affair, as that is of paramount importance. Jiang Yu asserted to the two of them. One flower blooming alone does not herald spring. It is the multitude of blossoms that fills the garden with vibrance. The true era of information and public opinion is not defined by a singular hot topic, but rather by a multitude of news stories vying for attention. The current situation is far from ideal, verging on the grotesque, as it is beyond one's control. Without other captivating news, it becomes exceedingly difficult to divert the public's gaze from the prevailing hot topic. Prolonged focus on a single point can lead to developments that are unwelcome. At the very least, such outcomes are not what Jiang Yu desires. The events surrounding Haotian sect cannot persist indefinitely, as it does not align with our interests. Thus, after achieving the desired effects, we must unveil new stories to overshadow the current ones, Jiang Yu declared. Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji pondered this for a moment, acknowledging its validity. Yes, oh, what shall we do? This will require your assistance, Uncle Ning. Please gather some news stories and intersperse them within the newspapers, creating a narrative dominated by Haotian sect news, supplemented by numerous smaller stories. Major news cannot simply be conjured at will. Jiang Yu recognized that he must begin with smaller stories. Understood. Leave it to me. Ning Fengji nodded, committing Jiang Yu's words to memory, preparing to act at an opportune moment. Thus, this urgent meeting reached its conclusion. Following this, only minor matters remained, and Jiang Yu found himself devoid of further desire to engage in discussion, as the conversation was predominantly between Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji. Listening to Xue Qinghe speak with such ease, Jiang Yu felt a swell of pride, akin to witnessing his own child reach maturity. Xue Qinghe, in turn, would occasionally cast grateful glances at Jiang Yu, furthering his sense of satisfaction that, of course, this was all from Jiang Yu's perspective. From an observer's standpoint, Xue Qinghe's looks towards Jiang Yu could easily be interpreted as murderous intent. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe were not merely discussing trivial matters. They were addressing the significant issue of Xue Qinghe's marriage. As a father, Ning Fengji, despite his usual frivolity, had to gauge his son's stance on the matter, to ascertain whether he was genuinely invested, especially since Xue Qinghe was not merely set to marry one, but three. Ning Fengji only now learned that Jiang Yu had arranged for 3 potential brides for Xue Qinghe, even though one of them had yet to be initiated. However, given that Xue Qinghe was already prepared, the outcome was essentially a foregone conclusion. Fortunately, while Xue Qinghe intended to wed 3, he had managed the arrangements with remarkable fairness and equity. Ning Fengji was thoroughly satisfied with the proposal presented, though Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of distress. Who could fathom how Jiang Yu conceived such a plan, as he had offered no assistance throughout this entire process? Watching Jang Yu, who appeared to be merely spectating, Xue Qinghe felt a surge of frustration. Marriage was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay in the subsequent journey of life. Ning Fengji, observing the scene with amusement, remarked with a smile, Qinghe, why not accompany me to Qibao Yili's sect to visit Rongrong? Consider it a way for you two to strengthen your bond in advance. For some reason, Xue Qinghe sensed a hint of mischief from his teacher. Very well, since you insist, I shall comply. It has indeed been quite a while since we last met, and I find myself rather nostalgic, Xue Qinghe replied, forcing a smile that it seemed prudent to facilitate a connection for his teacher. Xue Qinghe found Jiang Yu's earlier suggestion quite appealing and felt it necessary to act on it. Ha! I can only imagine how delighted Rongrong will be when she learns of your visit. Ning Fengji replied, equally pleased. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu observed the jovial exchange between the two, aware that their words were mere platitudes, devoid of sincerity. Yet, it was of no concern to him. Before long, Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe departed for Qibao Yili's sect. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Jiang Yu took the opportunity to relax, sipping tea and enjoying snacks, thoroughly content. He had no desire to engage in any tasks. But wait, had he forgotten something? The lethargic Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before dismissing it from his mind. If it was forgotten, then so be it, as it was merely a trivial matter that moment, at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yi Lingling awaited Jiang Yu's arrival alongside a multitude of clan elders. Despite Jiang Yu's repeated insistence that she make her own choice, Yi Lingling felt it necessary to inform the clan elders of such an important matter. Thus, the current scenario unfolded, with Yi Lingling leading a contingent of individuals, only to find herself seemingly stood up as the sun gradually descended. Darkness enveloped the sky, and Yi Lingling, accompanied by the elders, had been waiting for Jiang Yu all day. Resembling a group of bewildered fools, Chapter 66, stood up Lingling. Where is that person you mentioned? Why haven't we seen him yet? The Grand Elder, Yi Baosheng, inquired, his expression rather grim. Yi Baosheng, the Grand Elder of the Nine Hearts Sitang clan, held the rank of a level 71 seven-ring soul sage, wielding the clan's unique Sitang martial soul. Frankly, having a soul sage and clan elder waiting for someone was quite irksome, had it not been for the significance of the awaited individual. Yi Baosheng would not have remained. Yet here he was, feeling stood up. The relationship between Yi Baosheng and Yi Lingling could best be described as tenuous. Their blood ties were faint, and it would be more accurate to state that they had little connection at all. Yi Lingling's lineage belonged to the Nine Hearts Sitang, which had maintained an unbroken line for generations, allowing only one descendant to be born before ceasing further reproduction. After all, they must preserve their dwindling remnants to pass down the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul to future generations. It can be said that aside from the original generation of Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul bearers, who shared a profound familial bond with the Nine Hearts Begonia clan, subsequent generations have seen this connection diminish significantly. By the time of Yi Lingling, not a trace of this bond remained. All that existed was a mere legacy and mutual exploitation. Moreover, to safeguard their bloodline from leaking and to maximize their interests, the bearers of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul have always sought grooms from outside, akin to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, as they could only marry individuals of formidable martial souls. The blood ties between the two have long since faded. This, Great Elder, I cannot ascertain. A flicker of anxiety and confusion crossed Yi Lingling's face, which was already pale, rendering it even more ashen. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Jiang Yu would stand her up. She had been waiting here at the agreed time, perplexed as to why he had not arrived. Humph, can you simply brush it off with an I don't know? Do you have any idea how many people came this time and how much time was wasted? Just wait. Next time there will be no leniency for such an arrangement. We shall take our leave. Yi Baosheng snorted coldly, as if something had been triggered, and instead of punishing Yi Lingling, he issued a warning and departed with his entourage. Yi Baosheng was greatly incensed. Had it not been for Yi Lingling's father and the reputation of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan that still required her to uphold, he would have severed ties long ago. As other high-ranking members of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan passed by Yi Lingling, they scoffed disdainfully, their expressions betraying a contempt that suggested they were not looking at a person, but rather an object. Although Yi Lingling held a high status, few within the Nine Hearts Begonia clan regarded her with any respect. After all, to them, she was merely a tool to maintain the family's honor. It is hard to imagine that members of a family would regard one another in such a manner. However, upon reflection, it is quite understandable. After so many years, the bond of blood has been worn thin. And devoid of familial affection, Yi Lingling's lineage is merely a means to perpetuate the family name. Furthermore, the world knows only of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul, not the Nine Hearts Begonia clan itself. It is likely that resentment has long since filled the hearts of those within the clan, as a mere tool has usurped the title that rightfully belonged to them. Yi Lingling yearned for a convenient resolution, but was at a loss as to where to begin. As she was not adept at socializing or conversing, tears of grievance welled in her eyes, soaking the veil upon her face. As her gaze brimmed with helplessness and sorrow, she no longer knew whom to turn to for assistance. Should she seek out Jiang Yu? He had already stood her up, indicating that he likely wished to avoid her. What about the members of the Imperial battle team? That would only cause greater trouble. And Yi Lingling did not wish to burden others. Thus, in her solitude, she chose to endure the weight of her distress, making her way back to her dormitory step by step, filled with a sense of injustice. On the other side, upon exiting the tea house, Jiang Yu opted to return to the Royal Academy of Heavendou. After all, there was really no destination he longed to visit, as time was too short and some places were simply not feasible to reach. Though he was not studying there, the Royal Academy of Heavendou served as a suitable place to be. With a slightly dejected demeanor, Jiang Yu returned to the academy as he arrived at the entrance of his dormitory. He noticed two individuals standing there. Xue Qinghe, Duguyan. What brings you two here? Jiang Yu inquired, his tone laced with surprise, unable to comprehend why they were present, regarding the matters concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Although he had reported to Xue Qinghe, nothing had been finalized. After all, the approach taken by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was not akin to the cooperative methods of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. They had sent a branch of their family to seek allegiance. The issues to be considered were far beyond mere interests. They also encompassed arrangements concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Similarly, there was Thunder Academy. While it was merely an academy, the benefits it brought were still considerable, and these matters required careful deliberation, not something that could be settled in a few days. Jiang Yu had only briefly informed Xue Qinghe and Ningfengxi. But actual negotiations would need to involve the branch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He had intended to finalize matters on his end before arranging a meeting with Yu Tianheng. Yet he had unexpectedly sought him out. What do you mean by being here? Of course, we came to find you. Du Guyan's expression was distinctly displeased, her gaze directed at Jiang Yu with a hint of ire. Jiang Yu, perplexed, wondered what he had done to offend her in recent days, as he had been preoccupied with various matters. Thus, he turned to Yu Tianheng, seeking clarification. While Yu Tianheng, appearing somewhat helpless, addressed Jiang Yu. Have you forgotten that you promised to meet Yi Lingling today? She has been waiting for you all day. Do you realize how embarrassing it is for her in front of her clan? At Yu Tianheng's words, Jiang Yu's expression stiffened slightly, as he indeed seemed to have forgotten, or rather, he had mistakenly remembered it as tomorrow. With all the events of the past few days, his mind had become muddled. Ahem, I certainly did not forget. That is something I am well aware of. I merely refrained from attending because I noticed she was accompanied by so many people. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Forgotten? How could that be? I would never admit to such a thing. Why is that? Yu Tianheng inquired, slightly puzzled. Actually, when he saw Yi Lingling accompanied by so many individuals, he had assumed that Jiang Yu was meeting with the elders of Yi Lingling's clan, because I care for her as an individual, not her family. Negotiating with her clan would only bring harm to Yi Lingling, while engaging with her directly would at least safeguard her interests. That I prefer to converse with Yi Lingling, Jiang Yu stated calmly and indifferently. Though he had not explicitly rejected notifying Yi Lingling's family, he was not particularly inclined to discuss matters with her clan. As he had articulated, his concern lay with Yi Lingling. Having Yi Lingling join the Crown Prince's residence aligned with his interests, whereas the Nine Hearts Begonia clan would undoubtedly oppose her joining. Jiang Yu was well aware of this. Within the clan, Yi Lingling's status was akin to that of a mere tool, much like the saintly figures depicted in the dramas and novels of his previous life. She was merely a symbol. However, unlike those saints, Yi Lingling lacked the strength to determine her own fate, rendering her merely a tool, a representative of her family's honor. Could they tolerate having such a tool taken away? Of course not. Is this truly how you feel? Yu Tianheng regarded him with skepticism. Absolutely. Jiang Yu replied earnestly. Well then, I shall tentatively believe you. While Yu Tianheng responded, to be honest, were it not for his position as the captain of the Imperial battle team and Du Guyan's boyfriend, Yu Tianheng would prefer to avoid becoming embroiled in this matter, which could potentially sour relations with Jiang Yu, especially since they still had business to attend to together. Let us do this. Could you arrange a meeting with Yi Lingling for me tomorrow? I hope she won't bring along such a crowd. I would like to hear her thoughts. Jiang Yu contemplated before speaking that it was essential for Yi Lingling to be persuaded to come, and thus engaging her in conversation was a necessary endeavor. All right, I will inform her. I hope you won't stand her up again, Dugu Yin stated coldly as she regarded Jiang Yu. Rest assured, I will not doubt Yu Qianheng. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could contact your cousin. I wish to speak with him, Jiang Yu replied, then turned back to Yu Tianheng. Yu Qianheng paused for a moment before responding earnestly. Certainly, I will do that. After Jiang Yu concluded, he waved his hand and returned to his quarters. Deciding to leave everything for the next day. Chapter 67. Conditions. The following day, Jiang Yu found a quiet spot near the soul fighting arena of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, where the Imperial battle team trained, awaiting Yi Lingling's arrival. Pouring himself a cup of morning tea and enjoying some pastries, he prepared himself for the forthcoming conversation. However, the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, being a true noble academy for soul masters, offered a plethora of delectable delicacies, far surpassing those found outside, and many were crafted by food-type soul masters. Although food-type soul masters are rare, the academy boasted a few, and their creations were simply extraordinary. Before long, Jiang Yu finished his breakfast, and shortly thereafter, Dugu Yin arrived with Yu Lingling and TOW. It was rare not to see Yu Tianheng, who presumably had gone to find his cousin. Jiang Yu silently mused as he wiped his mouth. Please, have a seat. Jiang Yu gestured for the two to sit before him. Upon his invitation, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling took their seats. Once they were settled, Jiang Yu poured tea for them, and once prepared, he began to speak. First, I would like to express my apologies for standing you up yesterday. It was my oversight not to notify you. Secondly, my stance regarding your situation remains unchanged. I am eager to understand your own choices. Jiang Yu spoke to Yi Lingling with a serious demeanor, his presence subtly intensifying. Exuding an air of firmness, Yi Lingling found herself somewhat at a loss in response to Jiang Yu's words. Momentarily unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, beside her, Dugu Yin coldly interjected, "Do not address Lingling in such a tone. Simply state what you wish to discuss." Despite Dugu Yin harboring some appreciation for Jiang Yu's ability to alleviate her own toxins, she was incensed by his bullying of Yi Lingling. It is worth noting that Yi Lingling, due to her reclusive nature at the Tiandou Royal Academy, had only Dugu Yin as a friend with whom she could converse, which often compelled Dugu Yin to stand up for her. My apologies. That was my oversight, Jiang Yu replied with a calm smile, naturally conceding his error and retracting his imposing presence. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the bracelet adorning Yi Lingling's wrist. So let me be direct. I harbor no malice toward Yi Lingling. On the contrary, I hold goodwill for her. Compared to her so-called kin, I have her best interests at heart, and I hope you can grasp this point. Jiang Yu remarked with a light chuckle. Your assurances are of little consequence, Dugu Yin replied flatly, embodying a sense of being Yi Lingling's representative. Jiang Yu had no objections to Yi Lingling relinquishing the floor to Dugu Yin. After all, she was astute, and conversing with her ensured clarity of intent, unlike with Yi Lingling, who seemed oblivious to the nuances of the discussion. I am aware of this, which is precisely why I wish to converse. Therefore, my minimum stipulation is this. Should Yi Lingling accept my assistance, she must join the prince's manor. This is non-negotiable. With that, Jiang Yu cast a glance at Yi Lingling, who remained fixated on the ground. Avoiding his gaze, Jiang Yu merely chuckled lightly, choosing to redirect his attention to Dugu Yin. Curious about her response, Dugu Yin furrowed her brow. Why must you insist on Lingling joining the prince's manor? While her martial soul is indeed rare and formidable, it carries irrevocable flaws. Her worth hardly seems to warrant such extensive intrigue on your part. Dugu Yin. Jiang Yu's demeanor appeared perplexing. Although Yi Lingling's martial soul possessed certain merits, it paled in comparison to the collaboration Jiang Yu had previously discussed with Yu Tianheng, leaving Dugu Yin baffled as to why Jiang Yu was making such grand overtures. What if I could rectify the flaws in her martial soul? Jiang Yu sipped his tea, placing the cup down with an air of nonchalance. What? Dugu Yin stood, astonished, her gaze fixated on Jiang Yu in disbelief. Clearly, Yi Lingling had not disclosed this information to her. She was utterly unaware. Lingling, is this true? Dugu Yin turned to Yi Lingling, who softly replied, I do not know, but he claims he can achieve it. Jiang Yu spread his hands, smiling as he said, You see, I can indeed remedy her martial soul's deficiencies, but the cost is substantial. If she refuses to join the prince's manor, I would be at a loss. Would I not? After all, Jiang Yu's method of addressing the flaws involved forcibly compensating for Yi Lingling's inherent shortcomings with celestial herbs. If the herbs were utilized and Yi Lingling subsequently fled, he would suffer a significant loss, and Jiang Yu might very well dismantle Yi Lingling's family. Are you certain you can accomplish this? Du Guyan scrutinized Jiang Yu with intensity. Absolutely. I stand by my word. But the prerequisite is her agreement to my terms and service to the prince's manor. Otherwise, it is simply unfeasible. Of course, if I fail to deliver, she is free to leave. I would not impede her. Jiang Yu stated indifferently. The prospect of rectifying Yi Lingling's martial soul was undoubtedly intriguing to Jiang Yu. However, without such rectification, Yi Lingling's utility was rather negligible. After all, she was but one individual, even if she could instantly recover from all injuries. Her significance would remain limited. Numerous martial souls had the capacity to heal injuries, and her presence was hardly indispensable. In truth, had Yi Lingling lacked potential for development, Jiang Yu would not have fixated on her. Given her considerable deficiencies compared to others, with her martial soul being her sole distinguishing feature. Lingling, what is your stance? Du Guyan found herself in a quandary. She could not unilaterally decide for Yi Lingling. As this matter directly pertained to her future, why Yi Lingling herself was at a loss for words. Her prior education made it difficult for her to make a choice at this juncture. Lingling, you must understand that this pertains to your destiny. You must decide. Du Guyan stated solemnly from the side. Perhaps Du Guyan's words struck a chord, as Yi Lingling resolved herself, addressing Jiang Yu. I agree. If you can remedy the flaws in my martial soul, I will serve the prince's manor. And the conditions? Jiang Yu inquired with a smile. That I remain a member of the Qinghe family. This identity cannot be altered, Yi Lingling asserted. Indeed, Jiang Yu mused, wishing that Yi Lingling would propose additional conditions, such as her treatment, but it was evident that she was a product of her family's upbringing, prioritizing her lineage above all else. When negotiating with a family, Jiang Yu preferred the counterpart to be a family-oriented individual. However, if dealing with an individual, he desired otherwise. Very well, I accept your terms, but I wish to meet with your father privately. Jiang Yu said, smiling at Yi Lingling, a fleeting glimmer of coldness crossing his gaze. You wish to meet my father? Yi Lingling expressed surprise, aware of her father's temper, which was not particularly endearing. Of course. This matter concerns your future. Your father must be informed, does he not? Jiang Yu explained with a smile. That is true. Yi Lingling contemplated, providing Jiang Yu with a specific time, tomorrow, at this location, if that suits you. Agreed. But I request that only your father attends, no one else. Jiang Yu emphasized that he had no desire to encounter any other members of Yi Lingling's family. Those individuals, devoid of strength, were characterized by their insatiable greed and conservative mindset, relentlessly exploiting without restraint. Mere refuse that ought to remain in the refuse heap, lest they emerge to cause disgust. Du Guyan shared a similar disdain for the elders of Yi Lingling's family, who only sought to extract from her without ever showing genuine concern for her well-being. Very well, we shall comply. Du Guyan interjected before Yi Lingling could respond, casting Jiang Yu a knowing glance. Yi Lingling felt somewhat bewildered but ultimately nodded in agreement. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration, Jiang Yu declared. Raising his teacup, he was aware that Du Guyan would assist in guiding Yi Lingling to a successful partnership. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling replied, finishing their tea before departing. For conversing with Jiang Yu was hardly an enjoyable affair. Jiang Yu made no attempt to retain them, instead instructing the attendant to clear away the tea before replacing it with fresh cups. That he filled the new cup with tea, patiently awaiting the arrival of another individual. Chapter 68. Shall we gamble? It seems you anticipated my arrival. A voice, tinged with a sense of weariness, reached Jiang Yu's ears. Before Jiang Yu could gather his thoughts, a middle-aged man took a seat in the chair across from him, nonchalantly sipping the tea Jiang Yu had poured. This man, with an unremarkable appearance and simple attire, bore gray hair and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, revealing his advanced age. Indeed, Senior Liu, after all, I primarily came to meet you. Your daughter lacks the understanding to navigate this matter, so it ultimately requires your decision, Jiang Yu said, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the man before him. Recalling the information he had gathered about him, Liu Xian, an 81st level soul Douluo, wielding a sword as his martial soul, details of which remained unclear, yet his strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. He excelled in offensive capabilities and stood as the sole soul Douluo of the Qinghe family. as well as the husband of the previous Jiuxin Haiding owner and the father of Yi Lingling. He appeared to be in his 60s, and considering Yi Lingling's age, he was an older father. However, this was not due to any deficiency on his part, but rather a testament to his deep affection for his wife. The two shared a love that endured for many years, ultimately welcoming a child, Yi Lingling. In their 40s, his love for Yi Lingling was akin to cradling her in his palms, particularly following the passing of her mother. Regrettably, he was a man who had entered the Jiuxin Haitang family through marriage, and even as the most powerful individual in that clan, the decisions regarding Yi Lingling were not solely in his hands. This information was not derived from Jiang Yu's own research, but rather obtained through some subtle means, as he discreetly utilized an intelligence network from the Spirit Hall in Xue Qinghe's possession to gather insights. Lu Xian sipped his tea in silence. "Senior, are you not inclined to share your thoughts?" Jiang Yu inquired, a smile still present as he regarded the silent Lu Xian. "What do you wish for me to say? Should I oppose my daughter's intentions, or perhaps attempt to thwart her?" Lu Xian set down his teacup, suppressing his voice as he fixed his intense gaze on Jiang Yu. The air around him rippled with the instability of his emotions. Twisting wildly, a testament to the terrifying power he possessed, this imposing aura, however, did not faze Jiang Yu, who sat across from him. Instead, he sensed Lu Xian's fury and frustration, prompting him to calmly reply, "Of course not. But there are other options, and that is precisely why I wish to meet you." "What options do you propose?" Lu Xian retorted, retracting his overwhelming presence as he poured himself yet another cup of tea. Drinking deeply as if it were wine, seeking to calm his restless spirit. He was acutely aware of the implications if his daughter persisted in her choices. It would mean her fate would parallel that of her mother. Reduced to a mere vessel for family lineage, perpetuating the name of Xue Qinghe. He had contemplated intervention, but felt powerless, ultimately just an outsider. His wife had chosen death to end their daughter's endless cycle. And now Jiang Yu was resurrecting everything, negating her sacrifices. Truthfully, his heart simmered with rage. Yet, what could he do? This was his cherished daughter's decision. "Just afraid you won't dare," Jiang Yu remarked softly, sipping his tea. "For my daughter, I would dare anything," Lu Xian replied, recognizing Jiang Yu's provocation but maintaining a grave demeanor. If he could not help his daughter escape this dismal fate, how could he face her mother? His beloved wife? Is that so? Would you dare to eradicate the entire Xue Qinghe clan? Jiang Yu's expression turned icy, a faint smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of death's mocking laughter as he proposed a brutally ruthless course of action, annihilation. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had never entertained such thoughts, let alone dared to voice them. Yet Jiang Yu's suggestion lingered in his mind like a devil's whisper, seducing him with its dark allure. Indeed, it could be a solution. Dare you? If you eliminate them all, your daughter would neither repeat the past nor be constrained by her conditions, Jiang Yu continued, his tone deceptively light. Moreover, this would impose no psychological burden upon you. The legacy of the martial soul has become a mere shackle for your family. The bonds of kinship have long since eroded. Jiang Yu observed Lu Xian intently, awaiting his response. It was evident that not only had Xue Qinghe changed, but Lu Xian had as well. That he found himself drawn to this straightforward approach over convoluted schemes. Lu Xian remained silent, gazing at Jiang Yu as if awaiting further elaboration. Jiang Yu, understanding the moment, pressed on, "Eliminate them, and the Crown Prince's residence will support Yi Lingling as the new Xue Qinghe. Resources will be directed towards her, and you could choose to be a shadow in the Crown Prince's residence, watching over your daughter in the dark. How does that sound? It's quite a favorable arrangement for you." Jiang Yu's interest did not lie in the Xue Qinghe clan's existence. Their fate was inconsequential. What he desired was a loyal Yi Lingling devoted to the Crown Prince's residence. Not enough. "Your offer falls short." Lu Xian shook his head. He acknowledged Jiang Yu's proposal as a viable strategy, having previously hesitated due to it being his wife's family. Now, however, he realized they were mere strangers. If annihilating them could secure a brighter future for his daughter, he was willing to do so. "That is sufficient. After all, this decision is not for us, but for yourself," Jiang Yu insisted, unwilling to concede. His suggestion was merely that the fate of those people mattered little to him, were it not for Lu Xian's considerable strength, which could be useful. Jiang Yu would have pursued other methods long ago. Lu Xian fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of Jiang Yu's words, weighing whether it was worthwhile. "Are you certain you can accomplish what you claim?" Lu Xian finally asked, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. Absolutely. I am quite certain, Jiang Yu replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. That so? Shall we wager? Lu Xian hesitated, but ultimately chose to take the gamble. It wasn't so much the allure of Jiang Yu's proposal that swayed him. It was his belief that a world without the Jiao Xian Haitang clan would be the best outcome for Yi Lingling. After finishing his last cup of tea, Lu Xian vanished from his chair. Jiang Yu observed the empty seat, a hint of exasperation tugging at his lips. How hasty! Yet perhaps it was understandable. The existence of the Jiao Xian Haitang clan indeed constrained Yi Lingling's potential. This could provide an opportunity for the senior Dugu to engage in meaningful work. Jiang Yu resolved to send Dugubo to follow Lu Xian, ensuring the aftermath of the clan's annihilation was meticulously handled. He aimed to guarantee Lu Xian's safety while executing the plan to its fullest extent. Although Jiang Yu could have opted for a different approach, he recognized Lu Xian's value as a formidable asset and would not squander such potential. Not long after, at the perimeter of the Jiao Xian Haitang clan, Dugubo stood atop a hill, surveying the distant complex. This was the stronghold of the Jiao Xian Haitang clan, a family renowned across the continent, yet remarkably discreet. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, Dugubo had arrived to help tidy up the loose ends. No wonder the world knows so little about this clan. They have hidden themselves deep within the mountains. Dugubo remarked with a hint of derision. Only two bearers of the Jiao Xian Haitang martial soul remained, boasting the second most powerful auxiliary martial soul. What a grand title! Yet, not all in the world are fools. It was clear to everyone that these individuals must have employed some special means. Consequently, many were intrigued by such methods. Dugubo had once shared this curiosity, but had failed to pursue it further due to a lack of leads. Now, however, he found himself caught in a scheme that would lead to the clan's extinction. This small creature was undeniably ruthless, casually deciding to wipe out an entire family. Dugubo pondered silently when Jiang Yu described how the clan perpetuated its martial soul. Dugubo felt that even if Lu Xian were to destroy them, it would not matter. Yet, Jiang Yu's excessively cold demeanor still left him astonished. Indeed, one could hardly expect anything less from those in power. Even if they appeared simple on the surface, their inner world was often merciless, driven solely by self-interest. Dugubo held no disdain for Jiang Yu's profit-driven approach. He deemed it superior to the convoluted nature of human hearts. Chapter 69. Gazing at Autumn. Meanwhile, as Dugubo prepared to support Lu Xian in the clan's annihilation, Jang Yu ventured into the Eye of Ice and Fire. This was Jiang Yu's request. Upon locating Dugubo and seeking his assistance, he intended to visit the Eye of Ice and Fire. Come out. There's no need to hide from me anymore. Jiang Yu's calm voice echoed within the vastness of the eye. Lingering in the AIR.AT that moment, the Eye of Ice and Fire lay desolate. Despite Dugubo having sown a batch of seeds, only a few sprouts had emerged due to the short time past. The landscape was dominated by patches of delicate green, but Jiang Yu could distinctly sense a powerful life force resonating within this space. This was precisely who he wished to meet. Humph, human, can't you speak properly? What do you mean by hiding from you? I would never. A lively voice rang through the air, and soon a petite figure appeared before Jiang Yu. This scene elicited a peculiar expression from Jiang Yu. Why do you look like this? Before him stood the youthful manifestation of Wang Chuan Xiuxue Lu, the very essence he had once summoned with his life force. Previously, she had emerged as a mere blade of grass. But now she had transformed into a small, adorable girl. Despite her human-like appearance, Jiang Yu could still sense her innate nature. She was, at her core, still the original Wang Chuan Xiuxue Lu, only to facilitate our communication. Wang Chuan Xiuxue Lu replied nonchalantly. However, this was not entirely true. She simply felt that as a plant, she was inferior to a human, which fostered a sense of inadequacy within her. By the way, I now have a name. Please call me Wang Qiu from now on, she declared, her pride evident in her smile. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by how she had acquired such traits. Typically, beings that gained sentience were akin to blank slates. Yet this Wang Qiu exhibited an uncharacteristic cleverness. How had she learned this? Human, speak plainly. Why have you come to find me? Are you here to fulfill your earlier promise? Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Her curiosity peaked. As the first elixir brought to life by Jiang Yu's life force, she was acutely aware of the formidable power he possessed. The life force transformed by Jiang Yu can be entirely absorbed by their plants. Thus, she harbors great hope that Jiang Yu has come to fulfill the promise made long ago. especially since he had assured her that this would not be the last time. Yet, that is not the case. He merely came to make some arrangements. Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. You should bring out the other celestial herbs, he urged. He could sense the presence of those herbs nearby, though they remained elusive, undoubtedly concealed from view. When Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu awakened her intelligence, she also manifested an extraordinary ability, control over space, allowing her to isolate certain plants within a distinct realm. This capability is one of the reasons the ice-fire duality appears so desolate. Aside from Jiang Yu's recent harvest, all other celestial medicines have been hidden away by Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu. Soon, one by one, the concealed celestial herbs were retrieved by her. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. Indeed, his initial choice was not in vain, for her abilities were perfectly suited to nurture these celestial medicines, even though Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu had isolated these herbs in a unique space. They remained within the radiation range of the ice-fire duality ensuring their growth was unhindered. They are developing quite well, Jiang Yu remarked, a wave of joy crossing his face. Initially, he had taken most of the ordinary herbs, leaving only the celestial ones under Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu's care, as he had no immediate use for them and was not adept at preservation. Honestly, I find it hard to comprehend humans. You clearly had the power to pluck us all away, and we posed no resistance. Why did you choose not to do so, instead opting to awaken my intelligence? Wang Qiu expressed her confusion from the side. Despite her high intelligence and the knowledge acquired through her abilities, she struggled to grasp Jiang Yu's actions. Why not choose a simpler method, instead of creating an entity like herself and engaging in trade? Because all things in this world possess intelligence, and I believe I should respect every form of life, Jiang Yu replied, his expression serious upon hearing Wang Qiu's words. Yet Wang Qiu remained unmoved, gazing at him with an impassive demeanor. That I may be less informed, but I am not foolish. This sounds like the words meant to deceive a simpleton. Haha, I didn't expect you to be quite astute. Jiang Yu responded without a hint of embarrassment. However, discussing this with you may not yield much understanding, but sharing some insights won't hurt. Ultimately, my reasoning is rooted in self-interest. Your existence aligns with my pursuit of maximizing benefits. Jiang Yu had no intention of concealing too much from Wang Qiu, almost as if he were deliberately guiding her to comprehend these notions. Maximizing benefits? Wang Qiu, having learned about human concepts of interest, understood the term but remained oblivious to what Jiang Yu's benefits entailed. You see, I told you that you wouldn't understand, Jiang Yu quipped, casting a sidelong glance, even though the form of Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu had manifested as Wang Qiu. Her keen intellect still struggled to grasp the implications of benefits for Jiang Yu, as well as their manifestations. After all, even Jiang Yu himself found it challenging to articulate the intricacies of such interests. Indeed, it is as straightforward as that, he admitted. Although Jiang Yu had numerous reasons for his actions, he operated largely on instinct. Yet this instinct was not purely instinctual. It was informed by his vast reservoir of knowledge. At times, humans find it difficult to comprehend their own actions, as if guided solely by intuition. However, that intuition is invariably rooted in accumulated knowledge, which is often difficult to articulate in an instant, thus forming what is commonly referred to as instinct. Hey, what are you doing? Stop that, Wang Qiu suddenly shouted, interrupting the discourse. Following her gaze, it became apparent that Jiang Yu was in the midst of harvesting celestial herbs. Rest assured, it's merely a moderate harvest. While it may incur some loss, it will not compromise the essence, Jiang Yu replied, casting a glance at the approaching Wang Qiu. Despite her transformation, akin to a 10,000-year-old beast, she remained under Jiang Yu's control, incapable of harming him. At that moment, Wang Qiu discerned Jiang Yu's method and halted her advance, though her frustration was palpable. However, your actions will still cause damage, and their cultivation will suffer as a result. Is this not their fate? Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. If it were Tang San from the original text, he would have been far less courteous, simply taking everything and leaving behind only the roots. Without a second thought, having plucked the blossoms of the Chihuahua tulip, Jiang Yu preserved them in a jade box. In that instant, the life force of the Chihuahua tulip diminished significantly. However, fortunately, its spiritual essence remained intact. In today's world, only Jiang Yu possessed the ability to achieve such a feat, for he could distinctly sense the spirit within the plant and guide it to specific locations for preservation, preventing its dissipation. But we are also life, Wang Qiu quietly protested, unsure why she felt compelled to lower her voice. Perhaps she understood that had it been anyone else in Jiang Yu's place, their fate would have been far more dire. I am aware, and thus I afford you respect. However, you must realize that my actions alone are insufficient. In the eyes of others, you remain mere treasures of heaven and earth. No one will regard you as life, Jiang Yu stated with remarkable calmness. There were no comforting words nor fervent declarations. He was merely imparting the harsh reality to this newly awakened entity. It was fortunate that he hailed from a world with a sound understanding of identity, treating her as an equal life form. Otherwise, Wang Chuan Xiuxia Lu might have merely been seen as a 10,000-year soul beast, a celestial herb at best. While some might treat her as an equal, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and even if they existed, they would seek to benefit from her presence. Chapter 70. Astonishment after delivering his critique to Wang Qiu. Jiang Yu fell silent, releasing his martial soul and activating his third spirit skill that he channeled his soul power to transform it into life force, which he then dispersed over the Qilua tulip for absorption. The Qilua tulip, recently deprived of its blossoms, experienced a notable recovery thanks to Jiang Yu's infusion of life force. With a tiny new sprout emerging from the previously severed wound, it was easy to envision that, given time, it would soon yield another flower. Witnessing this, even Jiang Yu could not help but marvel. What was once a resource rendered non-renewable due to its growth cycle had been transformed into a renewable one. Truly a remarkable gain. However, it is worth noting that the Qilua tulip did not suffer significantly. After all, it could fully absorb the life force Jiang Yu released, and the portion he had harvested was not its most vital aspect. For many plants, flowers and fruits are not of utmost importance. Their essence lies in their stems, leaves, and roots. The loss of mere flowers and fruits is not fatal, as long as the entire plant is not uprooted. It can quickly recuperate. Yet, would this lead to a mutation of the celestial herb? Jiang Yu pondered, recognizing that such actions were not isolated occurrences and that he would inevitably repeat them in the future. Plants possess tendencies toward avoidance, and the potential for mutation loomed uncertainly ahead. Well then, our transaction has been completed. The remaining portion will be settled later, Jiang Yu remarked, glancing at the Qilua tulip resting on the ground. Wang Qiu, feeling disheartened by his earlier words, expressed her desire to remain silent. Jiang Yu found this scene somewhat amusing. Did every being that transformed into a human naturally adopt human traits, such as emotions? What's the matter? Feeling displeased, Jiang Yu teased. He had to admit that he did not regard Wang Qiu as an equal, particularly since she posed no threat to him. He considered her little more than a child. What else could he do? Having only been born for less than a year and appearing as a child, it was already generous of Jiang Yu to treat her as such. Although he leaned towards viewing her as a tool, akin to an artificial intelligence, she nonetheless responded. Yes, I am displeased, puffing out her cheeks adorably. Even Jiang Yu could not deny her cuteness in that moment. But your displeasure changes nothing. You cannot harm me. Jiang Yu shrugged, continuing to needle her. Ah, you'll pay for this. Just wait, I will make you regret it. As Wang Qiu frantically exclaimed, despite her undeniable strength, she found herself utterly powerless against Jiang Yu, which drove her to the brink of madness, observing her turmoil. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, realizing that he had not changed. He always relished such scenes, and no matter how furious you became, you could do nothing to me. He thought with a laugh. All right, I shall cease my teasing. Utilize your abilities to explore the world of humanity. You will soon understand that it is not your personal helplessness, but rather the helplessness of the times. Jiang Yu was aware that Wang Qiu could use her abilities to acquire human knowledge, and in due course, she would comprehend the truth of his words. As he had stated, this was indeed the helplessness of the era, something beyond their individual control, for a solitary individual could not alter the collective mindset. Humph. Wang Qiu was decidedly displeased. She would learn, but her irritation was not merely directed at Jiang Yu's prior comments. It stemmed from his demeanor. Although she could sense his equitable treatment, it was overshadowed by an underlying condescension. Furthermore, as a soul beast, her perceptive abilities were exceptionally acute, rendering her even more sensitive. Thus, her vexation only deepened. The old man has returned. I must take my leave. Wang Qiu glanced towards the outside, sensing the approaching aura of Dugu Bo, and promptly concealed herself. Her powers were formidable, making it difficult for even a titled Douluo like Dugu Bo to detect her presence. Soon, the celestial herbs scattered on the ground vanished one by one. As Wang Qiu concealed them within her independent space, and her figure gradually faded from sight. However, just before her complete disappearance, she poked her head out and glared at Jiang Yu, saying fiercely, "You wait. I will make you pay." With that, she vanished. Jiang Yu erupted in laughter, fully aware of the situation. Was it really necessary to react so strongly to a mere slight against your intelligence? You were never particularly clever to begin with. In no time, Duality Bo's presence drew near, and even Jiang Yu could feel it. "He's rather quick," Jiang Yu muttered, standing his ground. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation, it was best not to recklessly wander into Duality Bo's territory. However, the speed of Duality Bo's return surpassed Jiang Yu's expectations, indicating that some unforeseen circumstances had likely arisen, prompting Duality Bo to take action. With a thud, Duality Bo's figure landed amidst the ice and fire Yang Yu, one hand grasping the unconscious Lu Xian. Jiang Yu took a glance, and, relieved to see that Lu Xian was still alive, noted his poor condition. His face was pale, his arms hung limply, most likely broken, and he bore multiple wounds. Albeit none particularly striking, it was hard to fathom that Lu Xian, an 81st ranked soldo wielding a sword as his martial spirit, had been rendered so incapacitated. Senior Dugu, it seems the process was not as smooth as anticipated? Jiang Yu approached Duality Bo with a light chuckle. Yes, the lad nearly met his end, Duality Bo replied, tossing Lu Xian aside. His expression slightly eased. It was then that Jiang Yu noticed Duality Bo's robe had been torn. A hint of surprise in his eyes. Duality Bo, perceiving Jiang Yu's astonishment, explained, "It's quite normal. After all, a fatal strike from a soldo is not easily deflected." The damage to Duality Bo's robe was incurred when he hastily shielded Lu Xian from a lethal blow. For without his intervention, the incapacitated Lu Xian would have faced certain death. I say, little monster, did you anticipate that the Jiuxin Haitang clan would be formidable? Tiandou, though they lack a title de law. With Lu Xian included, they possess 3 solduos, certainly a notable force, Duality Bo remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was not only the forces led by title duos that could be considered significant. Those with multiple solduos also represented considerable power, given how rare title duos were. Indeed, a family of such long-standing repute cannot be expected to have only one newly ascended soldo. They likely possess other formidable experts. However, this fellow managed to take on 2 opponents? Jiang Yu's astonishment at Lu Xian remained palpable. Yes, this fellow is quite ruthless, willing to risk his life to eliminate both of them. Duality Bo noted, a trace of admiration in his tone. Logically, Lu Xian alone should not have been able to defeat 2 solduos, as he was merely a newly promoted one, lacking the extensive experience of his older counterparts. However, in life and death struggles, it was not merely about raw strength but also about the willingness to face death. The 2 cowardly solduos were ultimately overpowered by the fearless Lu Xian, achieving what seemed impossible. Indeed, it was not in vain that I sent you to protect him. At least his actions have demonstrated his worth. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Senior, are there still any living beings left in the Jiuxin Haitang clan's stronghold? Jiang Yu inquired casually. After a moment's thought, Duality Bo replied, none. He had enveloped the area in his toxic mist to ensure no survivors remained, and this mist would not dissipate for several days. If any life remained, Duality Bo's title of Poison de la would be better relinquished. Chapter 71. Persuasion with Duality Bo handling matters. Jiang Yu felt entirely at ease. After inquiring further with Duality Bo, he fell silent, turning his gaze to the unconscious Lu Xian on the ground, his mind beginning to strategize. To be honest, after hearing Duality Bo's account, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of hesitation. Lu Xian's performance had been nothing short of exemplary. Even exceeding Jiang Yu's expectations, he hadn't anticipated Lu Xian would go so far as to coldly execute not only the members of the Jiuxin Haitang clan, but even the children without hesitation. Perfectly fulfilling Jiang Yu's directive for the clan's annihilation, the Jiuxin Haitang clan, having secluded themselves deep in the mountains, would face near total eradication following this assault. Even if there were a few scattered members left, they would not pose a significant threat, especially with Lu Xian still alive, who would certainly eliminate any lingering dangers in the future. Such a Lu Xian made Jiang Yu feel somewhat conflicted. Jiang Yu had sent Duality Bo not merely to execute a task, but also to observe. Even though he often spoke of extermination, the reality of enacting such measures was an entirely different matter. Some actions, while easily verbalized, became fraught with hesitation when faced with reality. Jiang Yu's only requirement of Lu Xian was to carry out his suggestions. However, Lu Xian appeared devoid of such reservations, even exhibiting a certain cruelty. As the pent-up emotions within him erupted in a violent display, manifesting as a bloodied blade that severed the throats of the guilty. What's this? Having some second thoughts, Dugu Bo approached Jiang Yu. Commenting, he could sense Jiang Yu's hesitation following his recounting of Lu Xian's performance, which was only natural. In his view, Lu Xian had been excessively cold-blooded. Yes, indeed, I do. After all, I am human, although I may articulate certain things. When I place myself in the situation, I realize I could not do it. Yet this fellow managed to do so. Thus, he is a remarkably sharp and useful blade, but should it be mishandled, it could wound oneself, Jiang Yu admitted, his expression troubled. Everything had been orchestrated by him, yet when faced with the outcome, he found himself hesitating. In that case, do not continually place your hopes on others. Why not hasten your training and strengthen yourself? Sometimes, true strength lies in one's own power. Dugubo scoffed at Jiang Yu's concerns. While he acknowledged Jiang Yu's prowess, he looked down upon his tendency to scheme and calculate, ultimately finding dissatisfaction with the results. Relying on power struggles to amass strength was indeed formidable, but it was not one's own. True strength lay in personal capability. Dugubo, Jiang Yu exhibited immense potential. At such a young age, he was already a 31st ranked soul master, with boundless prospects ahead. Becoming a titled Douluo was almost a certainty. Yet, Jiang Yu had chosen to focus on schemes rather than harnessing the power most suited for him. That was not to say he was wrong. It was merely a case of misplaced priorities. Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes. Did he not understand that true strength lay within himself? Of course, he did. If he were a titled Douluo now, after dealing with the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, and Dugubo, he could simply march into the imperial palace with Xue Qinghe for schemes. What stratagem could withstand my relentless assault? It is akin to staging a coup. For goodness sake, the so-called Emperor of the Snowy Night is utterly inconsequential. However, it is not merely that Jiang Yu lacks the requisite strength at present, compounded by a scarcity of time, which has led him to pursue the path of intrigue. Yet, one must concede that the route of political maneuvering proves advantageous when both parties are relatively weak and the environment is conducive. Despite the inherent flaw of insufficient personal power in such strategies, there exists the peril that others may choose not to engage and instead bring forth individuals far superior to oneself, leading to one's downfall. Fortunately, Jiang Yu initially chose the right path, rendering him unafraid of such mindless assaults. Nonetheless, he remained strong in some aspects while weak in others, necessitating caution in certain matters. Senior Dugu, your words are rather facile. If diligent cultivation could grant me your strength by next year, I would certainly undertake it. But is that not an impossibility? Jiang Yu replied, exasperated, for he is in dire need of time. Yet, you must not squander your innate talent, Dugubo remarked. Furrowing his brow. It is evident that Jiang Yu remains resolute in his stance, which irks Dugubo somewhat. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Senior Dugu, there is no need for further discourse. That I am fully aware that my actions are indeed a waste of my talent, but the timing is not right. Some matters, once past their opportune moment, become exceedingly difficult to revisit. Thus, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must continue to push forward with my plans. Were this a typical world, Jiang Yu would not be so hastily plotting the grand design. Alas, it is not. The presence of Tang San significantly disrupts the majority of Jiang Yu's strategies. That he finds it challenging to foresee how the monumental changes in Tiandou City will impact Tang San, potentially derailing his plans. By taking action now, he hopes to minimize future deviations. Dugubo sighed. He had offered all the counsel he could, yet if Jiang Yu chose not to heed it, there was little he could do. This sentiment is not unique to Dugubo. It resonates with many, including Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji. Although Jiang Yu is performing admirably, they deem his squandering of innate talent as rather inappropriate. After all, if Jiang Yu were to cultivate normally, he could undoubtedly achieve the rank of titled Douluo by the age of 12, an accomplishment that cannot be attributed merely to effort, but rather to exceptional talent. This perspective, however, is somewhat myopic. Were Jiang Yu to learn of it, he would likely mock them fiercely. Do you not understand that if I refrain from these actions, Tang San's protagonist group could ascend to godhood in their 20s? What then would we have to counter that? A mere head, but it is far wiser to sacrifice some cultivation time now to deftly maneuver the Tiandou Empire and swiftly enhance my own strength. Though Jiang Yu may not excel in high-stakes confrontations, he is undoubtedly a master of chaotic skirmishes. The closer the strengths of both parties align to normalcy, the greater the potential Jiang Yu can unleash. As a transmigrator, Jiang Yu's forte lies in development rather than combat. Senior Dugu, please take him away for treatment. I must seek the Crown Prince. As for his future arrangements, we shall discuss them upon his recovery. Ultimately, Jiang Yu resolved to utilize Lu Xian, a rather inconvenient tool that on the surface, he has numerous personnel at his disposal. What he lacks is a clandestine operative for underhanded dealings. In his view, Lu Xian is well suited for this role. So he shall endure the inconvenience. Dugu Bo nodded, lifting the unconscious Lu Xian before departing. Watching Dugu Bo's retreating figure, Jiang Yu sighed. It was indeed time for a discussion. Though unspoken, he could discern a certain implication from Dugu Bo's words. They lamented his squandered talent. Yet, he truly has no time to devote to cultivation, and even if he were to succeed, what difference would it make? He is merely an aide, not a combatant. Jiang Yu is acutely aware of his role, supporting exceptional talents. Fighting is not his forte. With the cumulative experiences of 2 lives, he possesses brawling expertise. Thus, he need only ensure one thing, that there exist no overwhelming powers in this world. Once he rises, these individuals will be insufficient opponents. Indeed, Jiang Yu's enduring plan has always been thus. As long as he guarantees his adversaries lack extraordinary power, he can resolve the rest. The Spirit Hall. Your Excellency, the 9 Hearts Sea Flower family has been completely eradicated. All our personnel there have been lost, a figure shrouded in darkness reported, bowing his head. I understand. Have you ascertained who is responsible? Bibi Dong's voice resonated with authority in the Grand Hall. It appears to be the work of the poisoned Dugu Bo. However, investigations at the scene indicate that the 9 Hearts Sea Flower family members did not perish from his poison, but rather at the hands of another. Dugu Bo seems to be merely tidying up the aftermath. Notably, the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, Xue Qinghe, had previously conducted inquiries into the 9 Hearts Sea Flower family, leading us to suspect his involvement. Although Jiang Yu's investigations and actions evaded detection by all, they could not escape the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall, the true power behind the Douluo Continent, wielding absolute authority. Very well, you may leave. Bibi Dong murmured, closing her eyes in contemplation. Yes, what do you truly intend, my daughter? Bibi Dong pondered silently from her elevated position. Xue Qinghe's identity could not remain concealed from her. Once he employed the Spirit Hall's resources, Bibi Dong would be fully aware, as she has been for some time. Yet, she remains more curious about her daughter's intentions. How intriguing this all becomes. A captivating smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, though she remains uncertain of her daughter's plans. The prospect of gaining 3 daughters-in-law in the future fills her with amusement. Chapter 72. Audacious Arrangements at the Crown Prince's Residence. Ah, you are already aware, Xue Qinghe said sheepishly, scratching his nose. Your Highness. It's clear that you have influenced Senior Dugu's words. I cannot fathom how you remain oblivious to the implications, Jiang Yu replied, sitting nearby with a resigned expression. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Senior Dugu is not one to meddle unnecessarily. His remarks certainly carry the weight of others' intentions. The only individual capable of swaying Dugu Bo's resolve, while fulfilling the criteria, is none other than Xue Qinghe. Perhaps Ning Fengji also had a hand in it, but he likely approached Xue Qinghe first. Jiang Yu understands their motivations well. Alas, do you not realize how wasteful your current trajectory is regarding your talent? You were once so diligent in your cultivation, yet now, every time we meet, it is for matters of discussion, and I seldom see you practicing. Your strength has scarcely progressed, and I find it difficult to counsel you on this matter, as I am fully aware of your undertakings. Thus, I thought of enlisting Senior Dugu's help to convey that you need not feel such urgency. Xue Qinghe sighed, casting a helpless glance at Jiang Yu. Xue Qinghe does not wish for Jiang Yu to waste his talent, yet the circumstances compel him to recognize that without Jiang Yu, sustaining their current situation seems improbable. Your Highness, this is my decision. Jiang Yu replied, feeling at a loss for words. To refute such a stance is indeed challenging. However, should he choose not to contest it, he will undoubtedly adhere to his own course of action. Your decision, indeed. Very well. I shall leave it to you. Xue Qinghe waved his hand, not persisting in persuasion as Jiang Yu had anticipated, but rather acquiescing to his perspective. Are you not surprised? Observing Jiang Yu's astonished expression. Xue Qinghe's lips curled into a faint smile. Jiang Yu nodded, genuinely taken aback. I expected you to at least make some effort to persuade me. I did not anticipate your silence. Indeed, I have come to realize that without you, I seem unable to function at all. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in resignation. This was Xue Qinghe's most immediate impression. Recently, his faction has entered a fast lane of rapid growth, all intricately linked to Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe recognized that once he distances himself from Jiang Yu, many matters become dauntingly challenging, or he finds himself unable to achieve the same level of success. Therefore, rather than risk complications later, he would prefer to empower Jang Yu to act freely now. Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my actions that have hindered your complete grasp of your faction's development. Jiang Yu suddenly knelt on one knee, seeking forgiveness after hearing Xue Qinghe's reasoning. Xue Qinghe silently regarded Jiang Yu, who was kneeling before him. You are forgiven, Xue Qinghe spoke slowly. Thank you, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied respectfully. Rising to his feet. It is difficult to comprehend why Jiang Yu would undertake such an action today. Yet Xue Qinghe feels an inexplicable understanding of Jiang Yu's motivations. He is relinquishing his own power to consolidate it for me. Xue Qinghe silently contemplated. Ning Fengji had hinted at this, but he had not taken it to heart. He never imagined that Jiang Yu would actually perceive it. The authority that Jiang Yu possessed was indeed immense, and Xue Qinghe had relinquished power too completely in Gaza, even though Xue Qinghe had great trust in Jiang Yu. The sheer extent of Jiang Yu's authority was rather extraordinary. That a snake cannot function without a head, and having two heads is even more problematic. Jiang Yu now effectively acted as another head of the prince's residence, capable of making decisions that bypassed Xue Qinghe. This could pose a latent threat to their faction. Thus, today, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to express to Xue Qinghe his intention. My power is subject to your restraint. The unspoken rules that had long been hidden in the shadows were brought to light by Jiang Yu. Initially, he had thought that Xue Qinghe would not grasp his meaning. To his surprise, Xue Qinghe did understand, which filled Jiang Yu with a sense of relief and reflection. Consider this. This information has yet to be disseminated publicly and will likely never be openly declared, remaining confined to the royal inner circle. Xue Qinghe refrained from elaborating on the matter of authority, deeming it urgent, and swiftly handed Jiang Yu a piece of intelligence that it contained but a single detail: the fourth prince, Xue Peng, allegedly conspired to harm His Majesty in secret, attempting to frame the crown prince, and has now been relegated to the northern laborious lands for reformation. Prince Xue Qinghe's supervision was deemed inadequate, resulting in his own demotion to the north as a local overseer. How intriguing, truly intriguing. As Jiang Yu perused this news, a chilling smile involuntarily graced his face. Xue Qinghe's information was undoubtedly accurate. There was no falsehood in it. Currently, both Xue Ping and Prince Xue Qinghe had departed from Tiandou City. He had not anticipated that the Night Emperor would employ such a method to extricate Xue Ping from Tiandou City, thereby manipulating him. What is wrong? Is there anything undesirable about this? Xue Qinghe inquired, somewhat perplexed. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, stowing away the intelligence. What are your thoughts, Your Highness? Xue Qinghe was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Yu to question him in return. He then reflected carefully, stating, I find it rather favorable. Without the fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe in Tiandou City, the entire city would henceforth belong to me. My position would become unassailable. However, I perceive an issue with both the fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe being in the same locale. Xue Qinghe only considered this point, and Jiang Yu was not surprised. To him, merely recognizing the problem was already commendable, for these matters had always been his domain. His Majesty is indeed formidable. What appears to be a demotion is, in fact, a means of safeguarding Xue Peng while providing him with substantial support. It is important to note that the northern lands are indeed harsh, yet such adversity serves to temper one's resolve. The military strength there has consistently been the most potent within the Tiandou Empire, and being distanced from the borders of the Xingluo Empire minimizes the risk of conflict, allowing for peaceful development. Furthermore, His Majesty has dispatched Prince Xue Qinghe, thus furnishing Xue Peng with a powerful ally. His Majesty's maneuvering is indeed impressive. Jiang Yu wearily rubbed his eyes. This turn of events had thoroughly disrupted his plans. Your Highness, are there any further actions from His Majesty? Jiang Yu inquired of Xue Qinghe, hoping the answer would be negative. However, Xue Qinghe's response shattered his assumptions. Yes, someone has submitted a dossier of black materials concerning the northern officers to Father Emperor. He is preparing to rectify the northern political landscape, appointing Marshal Galang as the supreme commander of the northern forces, in collaboration with Prince Xue Qinghe to suppress local corruption, thus allowing Prince Xue Qinghe to redeem himself. Xue Qinghe spoke with a grim expression. The earlier joy evaporated instantly. He had believed that after Xue Peng's departure, all would flourish, but it turned out that Xue Peng had become even more formidable. Moreover, with him distanced from Tiandou City, Xue Qinghe's reach would not extend there, as even the Spirit Hall seldom intervened in the northern territories. Consequently, His Majesty would fulfill his arrangements, appointing confidants and eliminating dissenters. Paving the way for Xue Peng, this thoroughly disrupted my plans, Jiang Yu stated solemnly. Your plans? Xue Qinghe asked curiously. Yes, undermining Xue Peng's reputation and exposing his inner workings is merely the first step. I shall continue to target Xue Peng until I drive him to his demise, Jiang Yu replied coldly, since it has become evident that Xue Peng will pose a significant threat in the future. Jiang Yu would not relent. As long as Xue Peng remained in Tiandou City, Jiang Yu would eventually see to his end. This must be done. Regrettably, direct action is not an option. I can only operate indirectly. Granting him an opportunity to escape, Jiang Yu lamented. Had it been possible to act directly, he would have already hinted to Xue Qinghe to eliminate Xue Peng. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that direct action was unfeasible. Otherwise, Xue Peng would have perished long ago. What shall we do next? Let me ponder. Jiang Yu began to reflect. The Night Emperor's decision cannot be deemed anything but audacious. Splitting Tiandou is a resolution that few would dare to enact, for it directly fractures a nation. However, since Tiandou is to be divided, the portion that Xue Peng takes will be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Yu to interfere with. Yet, the segment held by the Night Emperor must be seized. With Prince Xue Qinghe's demotion, a substantial power vacuum will undoubtedly emerge within the Tiandou Empire. It is imperative to claim this authority while the Night Emperor is in the process of arranging personnel. Chapter 73. Political Involvement. Understanding this, Jiang Yu immediately recognized his course of action. Fixing his gaze upon Xue Qinghe, he stated earnestly, Your Highness, His Majesty is currently greatly fatigued and often feels weary. Moreover, he has recently been subjected to covert attacks by villains. Despite his high status, he is encircled by peril. Your Highness, as His Majesty's eldest son and the Crown Prince, it is your duty to share the burden of governance and exercise the authority of regency. What? Xue Qinghe stood up, astonished, looking at Jiang Yu with incredulity. Jiang Yu actually wants me to engage in governance. This is a blatant violation of established rules in the Tiandou Empire. There exists a rule preventing the Crown Prince from engaging in political affairs. Designed to avert a scenario of dual leadership, Jiang Yu was acutely aware of this. However, this is not an invitation for Xue Qinghe to breach the rules. Rather, it presents an opportunity in the past. Had Xue Qinghe attempted to engage in governance, he would have undoubtedly been branded with the crime of Crown Prince interference in politics. Yet now, such a consequence is unlikely. Perhaps the toxins have affected the Night Emperor. Or perhaps he truly is oblivious to the situation. Presently, his health is far from what it once was, and coupled with the fourth Prince Xue Peng's demotion, Xue Qinghe's assumption of power in his father's stead under the guise of filial duty poses no ethical dilemma. Moreover, if Xue Qinghe were to release certain information, the Night Emperor would have no choice but to consent to this power exchange. Thus, this represents a golden opportunity. Your Highness, do not be alarmed. This is an exceptionally favorable moment. His Majesty will consent to your involvement in governance. Of course, if directly stated, His Majesty would not agree. However, if you articulate your awareness of his health and Xue Peng's situation, expressing your intention to send aid to Xue Peng in the north, His Majesty will acquiesce, Jiang Yu asserted calmly. According to his speculation, the Night Emperor is highly likely to agree, provided Xue Qinghe makes it clear that he understands Xue Peng's motives and poses a threat. In doing so, the Night Emperor will act to ensure Xue Peng's safety, thus facilitating a power exchange. He would permit Xue Qinghe to engage in governance or regency, while Xue Qinghe relinquished any ambitions regarding the northern territories. But will Father Emperor agree? Xue Qinghe expressed some concern. The power he had long sought within the Tiandou Empire was finally within reach today, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety and disbelief. He will, Jiang Yu reassured him.